My friends, the sixth section has finally been completed. Please take your time to enjoy it. The seventh section will be updated shortly. I am grateful for your unwavering support for my channel. Chapter 462, The Overwhelming Battle. Within the realm of thunder, countless bolts of lightning roamed through this space. The Thunderworld technique was conceived by Xiao, inspired by the Void Thunderpool. Under normal circumstances, distributing the power of thunder across such a vast area would render it exceedingly feeble. A mere surge of fighting spirit could effortlessly obliterate it. However, the thunderous energy within Xiao was immensely vast. Even when spread across such a wide expanse, the thunderous energy retained an intensity that was almost unbearable for the very fabric of space. Yet, due to Xiao's unique circumstances, he forcibly elevated the level of the Thunderworld. Qinglin inhaled deeply, her emerald eyes sparkling with a vibrant green radiance. The crackling sounds of splintering bones echoed throughout this realm, even subtly overshadowing the rumbling thunder. Caught unawares, the Grand Elder was relentlessly struck by Xiao, sustaining grievous injuries. His right arm's robe was completely shredded, and charred edges were still visible. In fact, dealing with the energy black serpents proved to be easier than confronting a one-star Dosheng peak. The Grand Elder was engulfed in a chilling energy, desperately resisting the onslaught of thunderous power. Even his meridians were shattered. In such dire circumstances, the Grand Elder's ability to withstand the source imperial flames was significantly diminished. After all, each of Xiao's strikes was not something easily withstood. Now trapped within this peculiar thunderworld, once assured of absolute security, Xiao enveloped his hand in golden flames, infused with overwhelming soul energy, and pressed it atop the Grand Elder's head. This was the damage inflicted by the lightning strike Xiao had unleashed earlier. An extraordinarily terrifying and peculiar attraction emanated from Xiao's hand, his palm gradually rising. All right, Qinglin nodded vigorously. This would bring it closer to the might of a heavenly grade technique. As the Grand Elder spoke, he removed the spatial ring from his hand. It was better to seize the moment while Yao Ming dealt with Yao Xiaotian and engage in a worthwhile transaction with this unfamiliar Dosheng powerhouse. He then bound this soul entity with golden chains, allowing Qinglin and the others to approach. Regrettably, after the Jiu Diming Python clan was placed under Yao Ming's command, he could no longer access their cultivation resources. Qinglin and the others approached the Grand Elder, their expressions a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Xiao paid no heed to the Grand Elder's shifting emotions. Before the Grand Elder could voice his thoughts, Xiao unleashed another mental strike, causing the Grand Elder's eyes to roll back slightly. After all, when a Dosheng powerhouse is resolute about self-detonation, it is exceedingly difficult for Xiao to forcibly intervene. If only he could exchange his previous accumulation for a glimmer of hope, even to the extent of completely subduing him, rendering him incapable of self-detonation. Even if his self-explosion possessed the might to obliterate this realm of thunder, could he truly be regarded as a pinnacle of the Do-Chi continent, a Do Saint? Upon witnessing Xiao's prowess as a Do Saint, the Grand Elder was devoid of any fighting spirit. As the target of a mental assault, the Grand Elder stood there, utterly dazed. In the next moment, Xiao's figure materialized before the Grand Elder. A shadow of a colossal black serpent was extracted, remarkably resembling the ethereal form exhibited by Yao Ming at the bottom of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs. Qinglin endeavored to restrain him through a soul contract. He was confident that even a Do Saint would be tempted by his amassed power. Before Xiao could finish his sentence, a verdant golden light abruptly shimmered in his eyes. It seems I have underestimated, for yet another Do Saint stands before me. Moreover, he could continuously absorb the Grand Elder's Do-Chi to replenish his own. With another second-star Do Saint, Yao Miao outside, he need not take long to deal with Yao Xiaotian. Observing the Grand Elder's seemingly unwavering confidence, Xiao could not help but raise an eyebrow. Esteemed sir, we share no grievances. Why not unveil this extraordinary realm of thunder and permit my departure? I am willing to offer all that I have accumulated thus far. He could only slay him before the self-detonation. Countless bolts of lightning, under his command, transformed into runes that struck the Grand Elder's body, allowing the primal imperial flame to easily infiltrate and forcibly control the Do-Chi within him. The 3 women followed Xiao into the realm of thunder, where they beheld the Grand Elder at its heart. He dared not resort to the method of self-detonation as depicted in the original text, instead transforming into numerous energy black serpents to escape. As for the scarlet giant serpent upon the Grand Elder's shoulder, Xiao forcibly subdued it with his verdant serpent's 3 flower eyes. The Grand Elder's countenance was gravely tense. Dividing his attention, he urged the venomous serpent to depart swiftly, lest it be caught in the tumult of battle and perish. That, too, was a highly advantageous transaction. The excruciating pain jolted the Grand Elder back to reality. His gaze, filled with terror, fixed upon Xiao Zhe's pupils, and he vomited a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of organs that, in mere moments, dozens of strikes landed upon the Grand Elder's vital points. The Grand Elder spoke courteously, as he regained his composure. His complexion swiftly turned ashen, as if he had aged several hundred years in an instant. The Grand Elder spoke with renewed confidence. The hundredfold verdant serpent's 3 flower eyes were exceedingly formidable against serpent-like magical beasts. Suddenly, the primal imperial flame surged forth from Xiao Zhe, penetrating into the Grand Elder's body through the previously struck vital points. After all, a Do Saint's mere utterance could compel countless factions to expend vast resources to honor him, seeking the protection of a Do Saint. Previously, upon witnessing Master Xiao Zhe exert such considerable effort to subdue the Grand Elder, she had already formed a conjecture in her mind. The disparity in strength between the two parties was so vast that it instilled a sense of despair within him. He felt utterly devoid of any means to resist. Xiao Zhe, with an overwhelming demeanor, had inflicted severe injuries upon the Grand Elder, who was at the pinnacle of a 1-star Do Saint, bringing him to the brink of death. Once he dealt with Yao Xiaotian and withdrew his hand, the 2 Do Saints could effortlessly bring about his demise. With Xiao Zhe's mastery over the power of thunder, he could instantaneously obliterate the escaping energy Black Serpent. Is it conceivable that should I take your life, I could similarly acquire your lifetime's worth of accumulation? Yet, under such circumstances, the most significant gain from this endeavor would vanish entirely. This high-grade storage ring contains the entirety of my life's accumulation. As long as you nod in agreement, all that resides within it shall be yours. There was no shortage of cultivation resources. Qing Lin understood that this was Master Xiao Zhe's earnest intention, and she must not let it go to waste. The Black Serpent's eyes revealed a glimmer of terror, another pair of azure, snake, 3-flower pupils. However, no matter how fiercely he struggled, he was unable to move even a fraction. The realm of the Thunder World could be deemed to possess a level akin to that of a high-grade Earth level, while utilizing a soul contract to control the Grand Elder, he would gain an additional ally of Do Saint caliber. Boom! The thunder surrounding Xiao Zhe seemed to have been struck by some formidable force, radiating outward. As the ethereal green light descended upon his soul, the struggles and terror in the Black Serpent's eyes gradually faded away. Chapter 463, The Curtain Falls. The struggle in the eyes of the Grand Elder's soul dissipated entirely. Although Qing Lin had forcibly established a soul contract with the Grand Elder using the strength of a Dozun, the latter's condition was undeniably dire. His physical body lay gravely injured and on the brink of death, while his soul had been extracted by Xiao Zhe, bound by golden chains forged from the essence of the Emperor Flame, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. This suppression of his soul's power made any form of defiance exceedingly difficult, thus allowing Qing Lin to impose a soul contract upon a Dosheng with merely Dozun strength. As Xiao Zhe loosened the golden chains and relaxed his grip, the soul instinctively returned to its corporeal form. The Jiuyo Daiming Python clan possessed an overwhelming bloodline suppression. Seizing this opportunity, Yao Ming promptly sealed Yao Xiaotian. With regard to the Grand Elder, there were far fewer reservations. Therefore, when Xiao Zhe retracted the Thunder World, he chanced upon Yao Ming landing a punch upon Yao Xiaotian. Xiao Zhe's severe wounding of the Grand Elder was akin to a tempest. Though the process of Qing Lin forcibly binding the soul contract with the Grand Elder took a bit longer. I have never regretted taking action against you. The disparity was simply too immense, akin to a child attempting to wrest a weapon from a giant's grasp. Upon hearing Yao Xiaotian's anguished roar, Yao Ming's expression twitched slightly. Qing Lin shook her head, inhaled deeply, and her pallid complexion gradually regained some color. Just as she was about to speak, she sensed Yao Xiaotian's intention to self-destruct, causing Yao Ming's countenance to change dramatically. Since this soul contract allowed for voluntary control over self-replenishment, they could first enhance Qing Lin's strength for a period before ceasing the process once a certain level was reached. Very well, let Yao Ming handle it. The Jiuyo Ming staff pierced Yao Xiaotian's body, instantly halting the flow of his Do Qi. You wish to imprison me at the bottom of the Jiuyo Yellow Springs and subject me to centuries of torment. How naive. As Qing Lin felt the reinforcement of Do Qi from the Dosheng, a joyful smile graced her face. Administering pills to the Grand Elder to restore his strength would allow for repeated utilization, thereby preserving a peak 1-star Dosheng enforcer. It was merely a transaction. Observing Yao Ming methodically managing clan affairs, Xiao refrained from excessive interference. Congratulations, clan leader Yao Ming. On your return to power, we shall pledge our lives to follow you. After forcibly binding the soul contract, Qinglin commanded the Grand Elder to obey her every order. Though Yao Xiaotian's face was smeared with blood, his eyes retained a venomous glare. With a wave of his hand, Xiao transformed the Thunder World back into a thunderball, which fell into his palm. In an instant, he drew forth the Juyo Ming staff, allowing his own blood to seep into it, and with lightning speed, he plunged the staff into Yao Ming's abdomen. Xiao was not aiding Yao Ming out of altruism, thus he did not readily accept the latter's gratitude. I only regret not having the resolve to eliminate you early on, which granted you the opportunity for a resurgence today. Young Master Xiao, he may return his soul. Regarding the animosity towards Yao Xiaotian, Xiao expression remained unperturbed. He bore no ill will towards someone about to endure centuries of torment. It is of little consequence, but I have reached my limits. I can no longer forge a pact with such a formidable being. Upon hearing Yao Ming's words, Yao Xiaotian's complexion turned ashen. Should his strength rise a few more stars? Even with Xiao's suppression, the Blue Scale's 3-flower, I would be utterly powerless. After consulting the golden sapling for Blue Scale's opinion, she shook her head, revealing a countenance of helplessness. Such a peak 1-star Do Saint must not be squandered. Yao Xiaotian was cast down upon a towering mountain. Even if Xiao could subdue another Do Saint, Blue Scale would still be unable to forge a contract. Now that I have regained control over the 9 Nether Dark Python clan, I still rely on the esteemed elders for many matters. Those who ought not remain in the clan need not linger. Each additional member burdens her mental strength further. Yao Ming's power had recovered beyond what was depicted in the original tale, and he possessed means to forcibly prevent Yao Xiaotian's self-detonation. Meanwhile, Yao Xiaotian, with the 9 nether staff embedded in his abdomen, glared at Xiao with deep resentment. The high-grade elixir entered the mouth of the Grand Elder, whose weakened body was invigorated by the potent medicinal energy, gradually restoring him. The serpent gem atop the 9 nether staff radiated an ethereal glow, containing the purest bloodline of the 9 nether royal family. Ha ha, what fault have I committed? Since childhood, all benefits have been enjoyed by you first, including the position of clan leader. Presenting Blue Scale's 3-flower eye to them would inevitably create some estrangement. As Yao Xiaotian uttered these final words, his internal Do Qi surged uncontrollably, attempting self-detonation. The elders, previously mired in hesitation, immediately spoke up as the battle reached its conclusion. At the same time, Xiao produced several vials, forcefully placing the high-grade elixirs into the Grand Elder's mouth. The very mountains trembled. Observing Yao Ming in his current state, covered in blood, Xiao felt a chill. Yao Ming descended with a thunderous crash, coldly declaring, "It is time to pay for the transgressions you have committed." The elders who had supported Yao Xiaotian turned pale, collapsing to the ground, fervently pleading for Yao Ming to show mercy. However, Xiao harbored complex thoughts regarding those elders who had backed Yao Xiaotian. Yao Ming, with a look of satisfaction, addressed Blue Scale. "Is everything all right?" Even if a 2-star Do Saint faced a 1-star Do Saint, achieving a swift resolution would require Yao Ming to adopt a strategy of trading injuries for injuries. Though Yao Ming appeared somewhat battered, he had not sustained any significant wounds. Rather, Yao Xiaotian's aura had already waned. Once Yao Ming concluded matters concerning the 9 Nether Dark Python clan, Blue Scale exhaled a sigh of relief. This level of power, far exceeding her own, was not an unlimited contract. Qinglin nodded slightly, and promptly placed the Grand Elder into the space of the Green Serpent's 3-flower eyes. In his heart, Xiao silently mused. He had just captured Yao Xiaotian and had approached Xiao and the others, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Lord Xiao. It is solely due to your assistance that I have been able to exact my vengeance." Xiao shook his head, fully aware of the price Yao Ming had paid to escape the depths of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs. Yao Ming methodically issued commands to the elders. "Very well, let us put him away. My dear brother, it is time for you to experience the torment I have endured for centuries." Even if Qinglin's strength were to rise to the Do Saint level, the 2 contract partners, whose powers far exceeded hers, would already be the limit of her spiritual strength. Unless Qinglin attained the semi-saint level, she could not increase her contract partners to the Do Saint level. Of course, this was also due to the Grand Elder currently being at the pinnacle of a 1-star Do Saint. Xiao informed Qinglin that further interactions with the 9 Nether Earthly Python clan would no longer necessitate the reciprocal energy of Do Saint level Do Qi. Yao Ming fell silent for a moment, but eventually spoke. "Regardless, Lord Xiao has allowed me to exact my revenge. I wonder if you are interested in the heavenly ranked Do technique left by the Yellow Spring Demon Sage?" Chapter 464, Yao Ming's Consideration. Upon hearing Yao Ming's words, Xiao fell into contemplation. He understood that this time, his relationship with Yao Ming was purely transactional and did not involve the substantial assistance that Xiao Yin had provided in the original narrative. In that tale, Xiao Yin not only rescued Yao Ming from the 9 nether yellow springs, but also provided him with medicinal pills to restore his dou qi and defended against the assaults of Yao Shao Tian and the Grand Elder, thus granting Yao Ming the time needed to recuperate. This enabled Yao Ming to avenge himself, slaying Yao Shao Tian and reclaiming his position as clan leader. Given such circumstances, Yao Ming offering the blood of the demon sage and the advanced heavenly ranked dou technique, Yellow Spring's heavenly wrath, as compensation was entirely reasonable. Indeed, upon hearing Yao Ming's proposal, Yao Shao Tian's face, etched with pain, revealed a hint of disbelief. The little medical sage, Medusa, and the others were momentarily taken aback at the mention of Yellow Spring's heavenly wrath. It was said to be the essence left behind by a peak powerhouse, extremely close to the Dou Emperor realm. Even for those of our level, refining it would yield tremendous benefits. Xiaozhe glanced at Yao Ming, surmising that Yao Ming's actions were likely influenced by the soul contract. After coming to terms with reality, Yao Ming did not struggle further. Xiaozhe candidly acknowledged that his earlier silence was to avoid creating rifts with the 9 nether earthly python clan. Yao Ming spoke truthfully, expressing his profound awareness of the strength of the soul contract. Xiaozhe nodded in agreement. When their group departed from the 9 nether yellow springs, he had briefly introduced his situation, which led Yao Ming to realize that Xiaozhe was, in fact, a 9th-rank grandmaster. Could you elaborate on why? I may not be of much assistance to you, warranting the use of your celestial-grade advanced combat techniques. The legacy stone tablets contain remnants of the soul left behind by the Yellow Spring Demon Saint, and the cultivation method of Yellow Spring's wrath is precisely governed by that lingering spirit. My clan, the 9 nether underworld python, despite its longevity and formidable physique, suffers from a frail soul power, a common affliction among magical beasts, and even we cannot escape this fate. Yao Ming, I never anticipated that in your quest to reclaim the position of clan leader, you would relinquish the celestial-grade advanced combat techniques of the 9 nether underworld python to outsiders. This is a betrayal of our clan. Should the Grand Elder fall under your control, the secrets of the 9 nether underworld python would be laid bare before you. It is indeed the renowned combat technique of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint, Yellow Spring's wrath. Subsequently, Yao Ming dispatched an elder to ensure the well-being of Xiaozhe and his companions. As soon as the Qing Lin's thoughts shift to initiate the soul contract, he could instantly bring Yao Ming under his dominion. However, neither Yao Ming nor Xiaozhe displayed any change in demeanor. Yet, now that Yao Ming has broached the subject voluntarily, with no unrelated parties present, there is no longer any need for concealment. Rather than waiting for you, esteemed Xiaozhe, to request it, I shall present it willingly. Through the passage of eons, the external legacy of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint has been nearly eroded by time, leaving only the echoes of its legendary name. He could only hope that Xiaozhe would honor the promise, and under the condition of mutual cooperation, Qing Lin would refrain from activating the soul contract. Thus, ordinary interests could hardly sow discord between the two. Esteemed Xiaozhe, if I am not mistaken, the Grand Elder should also be under your influence, correct? Yet, Xiaozhe did not expend himself in aiding Yao Ming. The origin of this celestial-grade advanced combat technique is not, in fact, a creation of the ancestors of the 9 nether underworld python. Nevertheless, it is understandable, after all. Even I find it hard to resist such an alluring technique. Once renowned throughout the continent of fighting Qi, the Yellow Spring Demon Saint has significant ties to my clan, the 9 nether underworld python. Upon hearing Xiaozhe's agreement, Yao Ming sighed in relief and hastily began to recount the origins of the celestial-grade advanced combat technique, striving to win favor with Xiaozhe wherever possible. At this juncture, Yao Ming shook his head, a resigned smile gracing his face. After concluding his words, he said no more and stood in silence, awaiting Xiaozhe's decision. Thus, I too wish to witness the grandeur of the peak powers from ancient times. Our clan, the 9 nether underworld python, has never had anyone who could meet the challenges set forth by the Yellow Spring Demon Saint, and thus, we have never been able to acquire such techniques. However, he was acutely aware that even a slight misstep in handling interests could create a rift between the two parties. With merely the activation of the soul contract by Qing Lin, he could be entirely subjugated. Before Xiaozhe could respond, Yao Shao Tian, wielding the 9 nether underworld staff, stepped forward with a pained expression. It is said that those who perished at the hands of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint, the combat saint, met their demise primarily due to Yellow Spring's wrath. The wrath of the Yellow Spring has echoed throughout the Duki continent, elevating the Yellow Spring Demon Saint to the status of a renowned pinnacle combat technique. This left him utterly speechless. After careful contemplation, Yao Ming approached Xiaozhe with a request. Accompanied by Yao Shao Tian, Yao Ming returned directly to the depths of the Nine Nether Yellow Spring. With fervor in his voice, Yao Xiaotian spoke, as if he genuinely cared for the interests of the Nine Nether Dark Python clan. Over the years, this clan has made significant advances in their research on the Inheritance Stone Tablet, requiring at least celestial-level soul power to potentially pass the trials set by the remnants of the Demon Saint within the tablet. However, he did not intend to proceed in such a manner, as he remained unaware of the relationship between Xiao Zhe and Yao Xiaotian. Furthermore, there was a prevalent distrust of external high-ranking alchemists within the clan. After all, this esteemed combat technique is well known across the continent. Should news of it leak, the Nine Nether Dark Python clan would find it difficult to safeguard the Yellow Spring's wrath. Xiao Zhe's willingness to assist would undoubtedly prove more reliable than hoping for the emergence of an unparalleled genius in alchemy from the Nine Nether Dark Python clan. Yet, the legacy of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint still resided within the Nine Nether Dark Pythons, manifesting as the Yellow Spring Finger, Yellow Spring Palm, and Yellow Spring Wrath. If Xiao Zhe were to pass the trial, he could obtain the Demon Saint's essence blood preserved within the Inheritance Stone Tablet. Of course, there lingered a hint of selfish desire. Should Xiao Zhe acquire that advanced celestial combat technique, the Nine Nether Dark Python clan would similarly enhance its strength. Yao Xiaotian's calculations were misaligned. The relationship between Yao Ming and Xiao Zhe was one of absolute subordination. A smile of delight appeared on Yao Ming's face. Upon hearing Xiao Zhe's words, a trace of bitterness curled at the corners of his mouth. Without uttering a word, Yao Ming placed his hand upon Yao Xiaotian's throat and, with a slight exertion, crushed it. Indeed, it was the famed Yellow Spring Wrath, yet it lay deep within the legacy stone tablet left by the Yellow Spring Demon Saint. Yao Ming then smiled at Xiao Zhe, saying, "I apologize, Lord Xiao Zhe, for not handling matters properly before. When I have the opportunity, I shall take him to the depths of the Nine Nether Yellow Spring and suppress him. Even at my current level, my soul power remains akin to that of a 7th-tier alchemist." For the exceedingly self-serving Yao Xiaotian, manipulating others through vested interests was second nature. Yao Ming prepared to let Yao Xiaotian experience a fraction of the torment he had endured over the centuries. Chapter 465, The Yellow Spring Stone Tablet. That night, the realm of the Nine Nether Dark Python was far from tranquil. Waves of combat resonated from various directions. Yao Ming was a decisive individual. Once he resolved to act, his methods were as swift as lightning. He swiftly purged the remnants of Yao Xiaotian's loyalists from the entire Nine Nether Dark Python clan. After all, Yao Xiaotian had been sealed within the depths of the Nine Nether Yellow Spring, suffering day and night from the extreme torment of chilling energy. There was no telling what surprises his loyalists might unleash upon him. Even if they lacked such power, those confidants could easily trouble Yao Ming. The thunderous roar seemed to shake the very heavens and earth violently. Was it truly that perilous? Eventually, a solid figure coalesced before Xiao Zhe, mirroring his form precisely. Upon witnessing Xiao Zhe's soul body, Yao Ming speculated that among even the higher-tier alchemists, possessing a soul strength akin to Xiao Zhe's was likely exceedingly rare. After traversing yet another layer of spatial seals, they finally beheld an ancient altar constructed of colossal azure stones. Xiao Zhe had no intention of burdening his subordinates as he opened the palace doors. Should a confrontation arise within the realm of souls, Xiao Zhe would not fear the remnants of the Huangquan Demon Saint. Although my power has ascended to a 2-star dose saint, I sense that should I attempt it again, the outcome may mirror that of years past. As Xiao Zhe made contact with the Huangquan monument, the altar loomed magnificently, and standing atop it, he surveyed the surrounding peaks, feeling as though he commanded the entirety of the mountains. At this juncture, Yao Ming cast a wary glance at the Huangquan monument, his eyes betraying a lingering trepidation. The following day, Yao Ming stood quietly at the entrance of the palace where Xiao Zhe and the others resided, awaiting their arrival. Yet at that time, my soul's power had only just penetrated the Huangquan monument, resulting in a grievous backlash that left me bloodied and defeated, requiring half a year to recuperate. For instance, the news regarding the legacy of the Huangquan Demon Saint's monument. Xiao Zhe nodded silently, his expression grave. The soul pressure emanating from the Huangquan monument alone warranted his utmost attention. Within this monument resided an extraordinarily terrifying soul pressure. Not only could it manifest in human form, perfectly resembling its true self, but it was also remarkably condensed. Boom. It then engulfed Xiao Zhe's soul body. After all, according to the original text, the Huangquan Demon Saint's soul realm had reached the astonishing level of an emperor's soul. Yet, it remained a remnant soul, and after enduring the ravages of time, even the mightiest of souls would inevitably weaken. His soul could dominate the primordial tree, harnessing its power and manifesting it upon his soul. Thus, I yearned to experience the grandeur of the peak powers of ancient times. Within the monument, there existed a separate space. Of course, Xiao possessed his own trump cards. Above, the sky, imbued with an ancient aura, crackled with thunder like a dragon, producing a deafening sound. Even as a remnant soul, its soul realm had attained an astonishing degree. The ability to create such a vast space within the monument indeed attests to the Huangquan demon saint's extraordinary prowess. After approximately 10 minutes, the group arrived at an exceedingly secluded mountain range. At the center of the altar stood an enormous stone tablet, towering 100 feet, exuding a pale yellow hue. After all, the Huangquan demon saint had once been a peak power on the brink of the Dou Emperor level. Xiao nodded slightly to the crowd before dashing towards the Yellow Springs stone tablet. Although their relationship was as it stood, Yao Ming could be considered one of Xiao's subordinates. Perhaps this opportunity would allow him to perceive a higher realm of soul existence, thus advancing his own spiritual realm. Yao Ming solemnly bowed before the Yellow Springs stone tablet, then turned his gaze toward Xiao. It seemed that the peculiar information was indeed the cultivation methods for the Yellow Springs finger and Yellow Springs palm. Yao Ming gazed at the soul entity that mirrored Xiao, his eyes widening in astonishment. An ancient aura emanated from the stone tablet, as if it were a bridge between epochs. This was the legacy stone tablet left by the Yellow Springs demon saint for the 9 Nether Earth Serpent clan, also known as the Yellow Springs stone tablet. Xiao raised his head to regard the Yellow Springs stone tablet, where strange runes flickered faintly. The space twisted, and Xiao's soul entity materialized within this realm. Yao Ming, there is no need for such formality. Although we have a soul contract, rest assured that if you do not actively disrupt our collaboration, I will not compel Qing Lin to utilize the soul contract. The level of spiritual existence was indeed beyond his reach. However, should those enigmatic ancient races be attracted, even Yao Ming would find it challenging to repel them. Standing upon the altar, he could faintly sense the peculiar information radiating from the finger and palm imprints. The soul entity within the tree of origin slowly opened its eyes, and an immense force of soul energy surged forth from Xiao's brow. There existed a colossal chasm between this and his current late-stage heavenly realm. Xiao, esteemed guests, please follow me. We shall proceed to the location of the legacy stone tablet. There was even the possibility of attracting catastrophic doom to the 9 Nether Earth Serpent clan. As the clan leader, Yao Ming could not afford to leave such a significant threat unaddressed. Upon seeing that Xiao had made plans, the little healer Medusa ceased her persuasion. When I approach the Yellow Springs stone tablet, do not allow anyone near. Xiao shook his head, offering them a reassuring glance. At these words, Yao Ming relaxed slightly. Thank you for your understanding, Xiao. I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives. The surface of the stone tablet rippled like water, creating concentric waves. The essence of the demon saint's blood and the Yellow Springs' heavenly fury lay hidden deep within the tablet. Whether they could be revealed depended solely on you. Esteemed Xiao, noticing Yao Ming standing at the palace entrance, Xiao quickly beckoned the little healer Medusa and the others. Under Yao Ming's guidance, they gradually descended upon the altar's summit. Even if they ultimately could not prevail, the protection of the Tree of Origin would ensure his safe escape. Xiao, please exercise utmost caution. In my youth, I too sought to cultivate the Yellow Springs' heavenly fury. After all, some among them are elders of the 9 Nether Earth Serpent clan, privy to many secrets of our lineage. Xiao approached a stone pedestal directly in front of the tablet, slowly settling into a meditative posture as he spoke softly. On the front of the stone tablet, a colossal finger and a profound handprint are intricately carved. Perhaps against the ordinary Dou saints, Yao Ming could prevail. My dear Sir Xiao, this is the Huangquan stone tablet left by the Huangquan demon saint. Alas, I ponder too much, having just embarked on the Dou saint level. How could I dare to compare my spatial power to that of a formidable being who is 1 foot in the Dou Emperor realm? Consequently, in a single night, Yao Ming swiftly eliminated the confidants of Yao Xiaotian with his thunderous methods. At present, the spatial mastery of the Huangquan demon saint is beyond Xiao's reach. The little healer gazed at Xiao with a tinge of concern. Once the external forces become aware, a cascade of troubles is certain to ensue. Xiao silently reassured himself, shaking his head and promptly suppressing the notions that had previously surfaced. Chapter 466, The Remnant Soul of the Huangquan Demon Saint. This realm is particularly extraordinary. The thunder above seems perpetually relentless, akin to a furious dragon roaring, with its echoes reverberating throughout the heavens and earth. After sensing his own strength and confirming that he could still wield the power of the origin tree, Xiao felt a sense of tranquility wash over him as he soared deeper into this domain. With Xiao's movement, the thunder in the sky was drawn by some peculiar force, cascading down towards him as if it were meant solely for him. It appeared as though Xiao stood in opposition to this realm. Raising his gaze towards the thunder, a faint smile played upon Xiao's lips. Before he could make any move, the ground below suddenly split apart, a massive handprint reaching out towards him. How is it that the Huangquan Demon Saint has taken to advising me now? Xiao noted the Demon Saint's words, expressing approval of his innate talent. Upon hearing the third urging from the Huangquan Demon Saint to depart, Xiao felt a stir of emotion. It seemed the Demon Saint truly held high hopes for him. In this moment, his soul, having detached from the physical body, bore no semblance of illusion, resembling a genuine life form. If one truly seeks to inherit my legacy, there is no need for haste, return first. In such circumstances, the Silver Thunder dared not approach Xiao, who wielded such formidable thunderous power. Thunder, too, possesses its hierarchies. The ordinary Silver Thunder, in the presence of the strand of thunder at Xiao's fingertips, resembled a mouse before a cat. Although Xiao's thunderous power had not fully transformed into the black magic thunder, it already contained a hint of its might. After a moment's contemplation, he coalesced a flicker of silver lightning infused with black radiance at his fingertips. Thus, he regarded the torrents of descending thunder with indifference. Achieving such mastery over one's soul typically requires reaching the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, gaining early control over the effects of the next realm. According to the original text, the soul power at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm can contend with the strength of a two-star Do Saint. The endless years of waiting have begun to wear on his patience. Xiao clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, for he had come seeking the legacy of the Yellow Spring Demon Sage, and naturally wished to avoid any unnecessary conflict. Upon hearing his words, the Yellow Spring Demon Sage furrowed his brow slightly, for he indeed held a favorable opinion of Xiao. Suddenly, with a resounding rumble, the ground trembled before him as a mountain erupted from the earth, swiftly rising into the sky, transforming the terrain into a majestic mountain range. Towering before Xiao was this mountain, upon which sat an enormous throne. The once mighty forces of thunder had nearly dissipated, leaving only flickers of lightning in the atmosphere. You possess remarkable talent. At such a young age, you have already attained the rank of a one-star Do Saint and the late stage of the heavenly realm. The Yellow Spring Demon Sage remarked with a hint of regret. He then swiftly formed hand seals, and an aura of extreme danger emanated from him. As a bolt of lightning materialized, the torrential downpour of thunder seemed to recoil as if faced with a formidable adversary. With a few more years of cultivation, once you fully ascend the ranks of the soul realm into the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, you will undoubtedly be able to inherit my legacy. In the original tale, the Yellow Spring Demon Sage and Xiao Yin were known to clash at the slightest provocation. I implore you, esteemed sage, to show yourself. Surely you understand that such tactics cannot intimidate me. The sage regarded Xiao, stating, my trial for you is to withstand a surge of Yellow Spring's wrath and sense the peril within. Thunder, you say? That is precisely to my liking. Xiao pondered, momentarily taken aback by the sage's words. Bound by the trust of others, I cannot retreat due to mere words. Allow me at least the chance to try. Although Xiao had not yet reached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, the power his soul could unleash was formidable. The surrounding energies converged around him, hesitant to draw near. I am Xiao, and I pay my respects to the esteemed Yellow Spring Demon Sage. Remarkably, Xiao was able to manipulate the very forces of thunder, commanding them to rally around him like loyal subjects, forming a dazzling curtain of silver lightning. Under the onslaught of the ferocious thunder, a colossal finger finally shattered. Xiao gazed skyward, recognizing the source of the fierce winds as an enormous, deep yellow finger. The heavenly grade low-tier Do technique, Yellow Spring Finger. With a flick of his fingers, a blend of silver and black lightning shot forth, followed by a torrent of thunderous energy that collided with the immense finger. The surge of lightning was overwhelming. Even the descending finger could not suppress its might. It seemed as though the silver lightning, rather than causing Xiao any trouble, had instead become a source of his strength. After this encounter, with continued cultivation over several years, he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. With the power of his soul at that time, he would easily pass the sage's trial. Yet, upon entering the heart of the origin tree, Xiao's soul was constantly nourished by its essence. Did the Yellow Spring Demon Sage truly believe in his potential, intending to name him as his successor in martial arts? Esteemed elder of the Demon Sage, this humble disciple has come at the behest of the leader of the 9 Nether Underworld Python clan to attempt to pass your esteemed trial. Although Xiao has not truly reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, his unique attributes allow him to contend with a 2-star Do Saint. Thanks to the formidable power of his soul at this moment, you still have one last opportunity. Depart now, and I shall refrain from unleashing the wrath of the Yellow Springs. However, due to Xiao's primordial tree, he is capable of achieving the effects of the perfected celestial realm in the late stages. I am grateful for your kindness, elder. I implore you to allow me a chance to demonstrate my worth. Suddenly, the very fabric of this realm erupted in fury. A layer of pale yellow mist surged forth like lightning, and an immensely powerful gale tore through the heavens, bearing down upon Xiao Zhe with ferocity. Although Xiao Zhe spoke normally, under the influence of his soul-less power, his voice reverberated throughout the vast expanse. Recognizing a promising talent, the elder was reluctant to destroy it easily, hence his gentle admonitions. The gaze of the Yellow Springs demon sage was profound as he observed Xiao Zhe's soul, seemingly penetrating through his form to gaze beyond the stone tablet, resting upon Xiao Zhe's seated physical body. Upon the throne, a figure sat upright, clad in a robe of yellow fur, emanating a terrifying aura that made even the heavens tremble. Very well, given your current soul strength, perhaps you may attempt the trial. However, a test is a test, and even if I hold you in high regard, there shall be no leniency. Xiao Zhe appeared to have anticipated this, unleashing a thunderous burst of dual-colored lightning from his being. Your soul talent is exceptional, though you are yet in the late stages of the celestial realm. You already possess the might of its perfected state. The clash with the colossal palm imprint resulted in its shattering. After effortlessly neutralizing the mid-level Do technique, the Yellow Springs palm, Xiao Zhe spoke nonchalantly. Xiao Zhe clasped his hands in respect and stated that, despite the elder's kind counsel, he would not respond with harsh words. Elder, please proceed with your trial. I possess protective measures, and even should I fail, I shall not be harmed. Hearing Xiao Zhe's words, the Yellow Springs demon sage nodded slightly. No wonder he appeared so composed. It was due to his protective methods. The sage formed seals with his hands, placing them near his mouth, and a surge of soul power erupted forth, enveloping him in an aura of extreme terror. Although he favored Xiao Zhe, a test is a test. The prior 3 attempts to persuade had already granted Xiao Zhe numerous opportunities. Since he wished to accept the trial, the Yellow Springs demon sage would show no mercy. An exceptionally fearsome wave of energy rippled forth, and an ancient-sounding chant resonated from the sage's lips. Due to the soul merging with the primordial tree, the primordial emperor flame would grow alongside him, and once he reached the level of Do Emperor, the primordial emperor flame would naturally possess power akin to that of the ancient emperor Tuashi. Observing that Xiao Zhe's soul remained entirely unscathed, the scene unfolded with anticipation. Is this what Xiao Zhe refers to as the protective method? The cauldron forged from flames, upon colliding with sound waves, emits an extraordinarily piercing sound. The golden fire cauldron trembles violently, and immediately, countless fissures appear upon its surface, reminiscent of lightning striking through the clouds, showcasing its formidable presence. Moo. The cataclysmic sound waves emanating from the demon saint reached the golden fire cauldron in an instant. Cough, cough. As long as one can withstand the wrath of the Yellow Springs, passing the trial is assured, regardless of any clever tricks employed. Fortunately, the roots of the primordial tree, serving as the source of Xiao Zhe's power, are undeniably robust. Once tranquility is restored, the Yellow Springs demon saint surveys the shattered realm before him, and with a mere wave of his hand, everything is swiftly restored to its original state. The primordial tree, as the source of Xiao Zhe's power, is typically summoned only when he is exerting his utmost strength. Xiao Zhe ponders this, realizing that an ordinary fighting saint could not restore the world in the blink of an eye. He does not dwell on this too long. The original text made no mention of this realm, suggesting it holds little significance. A ripple arises beside the Yellow Springs demon saint. These peculiar ripples subtly intertwining to form an immense, intangible figure towering thousands of feet. Alongside the disintegration of the demon saint's true form, this realm crumbles as well. Where the sound waves pass, everything fractures, the clouds, the earth, even the very fabric of space, all obliterated by the sonic assault. Should he venture into the vast worlds and attain a higher realm, stepping into the dominion stage, the primordial emperor flame would accompany him, ascending together into that dominion. Yet, this growth carries its shortcomings. When Xiao Zhe's power remains feeble, the primordial emperor flame cannot serve as a trump card to reverse his fortunes. My gratitude to the esteemed demon saint for such kindness. The primordial emperor flame transforms into a cauldron, enveloping Xiao Zhe's body, concealing his soul. This is not only due to its exalted celestial grade, but also because the wrath of the Yellow Springs is a soul-affecting combat skill. As a note is struck, the intangible true form of the demon saint disintegrates immediately. Bolstered by the power of the soul, the sound waves advance toward the golden fire cauldron at an alarming velocity. Xiao Zhe withdraws the roots of the primordial tree, his gaze fixated upon the golden fire cauldron. The destructive sound waves surge into the cauldron, violently colliding against the roots of the primordial tree. However, apart from quaking violently, the roots do not allow a single trace of the soul-infused sound waves to penetrate. Within the golden fire cauldron, Xiao Zhe summons numerous roots of the primordial tree, encircling his body in layers, creating an impregnable barrier. The true form of the demon saint slowly bows his head, his eyes devoid of emotion, fixating on the golden fire cauldron. Amidst such turbulence, this space shatters instantaneously, as if the apocalypse is upon them. Roots emitting a faint golden light twist and intertwine, surrounding a colossal sphere, impervious to intrusion, a treasure never before encountered. The Huangquan demon sage could naturally discern that it was this peculiar spherical root that obstructed his divine wrath from the netherworld. His gaze, profound and introspective, seemed to penetrate through the golden fire cauldron, glimpsing the circumstances within. The ferocity of the assault was overwhelming, rendering even the golden cauldron composed of primal imperial flame incapable of withstanding it. Thus, it was evident that this realm harbored some secrets. Upon perceiving the situation within the cauldron, a flicker of astonishment crossed the serene countenance of the Huangquan demon sage. He recalled his previous 3 attempts to persuade Xiao to depart, which now left him feeling somewhat awkward. In a fleeting moment, he recognized that this realm was not as simplistic as it initially appeared. Xiao's expression was grave, although he was resolute in enduring the trial. He did not underestimate the wrath of the Huangquan. A resonant clang echoed through the heavens and earth, signaling a surge of energy. A thought crossed Xiao's mind, and he swiftly reconstituted the shattered cauldron into primal imperial flame, securing it once more. Furthermore, the Huangquan demon sage had previously made it clear that he would not hold back, exerting every effort to unleash the wrath of the netherworld. Nevertheless, his gaze did not linger long on this realm, but rather fixated on the fractured golden cauldron. As Xiao regarded the Huangquan demon sage before him, a notion surfaced within him. After a moment's hesitation, he made a decisive choice. At first glance, the towering figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the visage of the Huangquan demon sage. Even though a peak semi-emperor level powerhouse might achieve such a feat, the Huangquan demon sage, now reduced to mere remnants of his soul, was incapable of such prowess. Faced with this corporeal form, an illusion of confronting the entirety of existence enveloped him. Approaching the mountain peak, Xiao clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and spoke. Your current spiritual strength is indeed sufficient to cultivate the wrath of the netherworld. My previous insistence on your departure was solely out of concern for your soul's essence being compromised amidst the onslaught. He had already exerted his utmost to summon the primal imperial flame, yet it remained a formidable challenge to withstand the advanced celestial wrath of the Huangquan. The spiritual essence of the Huangquan demon sage appeared somewhat dimmer than before. The most challenging aspect of sound wave combat techniques lies in their pervasive nature. With the golden cauldron now shattered, Xiao, positioned within it, had undoubtedly endured the assault of the Huangquan's wrath. Even in his current spiritual form, leveraging the primordial tree, Xiao was still capable of employing various methods. The Huangquan demon sage, donning a smile, proclaimed, the wrath of the netherworld is fundamentally a sound wave combat technique. The colossal form I have manifested is, in essence, composed of sound waves. When Xiao Yan was merely a 1-star dose saint, he unleashed the wrath of the netherworld, inflicting significant losses even on the 3 dragon kings of 3-star dose saint rank. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the wrath of the netherworld. Observing this realm, now restored to its original state, Xiao certainly did not underestimate it. The luminescence of his soul flickered in his eyes as the primal imperial flame surged forth. Senior demon sage, it seems I have resorted to clever tactics this time. Might this be deemed as passing the trial? As one of the premier combat techniques in the original narrative, the performance of the wrath of the netherworld was exceptionally remarkable. Perhaps I could elucidate the mysteries surrounding the esteemed Yellow Springs demon sage. In chapter 468, the secrets of the Do Emperor are revealed. Demon sage, in your prime, you had already attained the pinnacle of cultivation. Do you know why you have never been able to break through to the Do Emperor realm? Xiao suddenly inquired, leaving the Yellow Springs demon sage momentarily taken aback. He gazed deeply at Xiao, realizing that a youth of such tender years could reach such admirable cultivation. It was only natural for him to harbor aspirations toward that legendary realm, perhaps even a desire to step into it. I have practiced for millennia, and my soul has reached the legendary imperial realm, yet the final step continues to elude me. The Yellow Springs demon sage declared, rising to his feet, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes revealing a hint of uncharacteristic discontent. This display was indeed rare for a being of such supreme strength. The young lad even sought to comfort him. It appeared that the Duki continent had undergone a significant upheaval. A crucial element necessary for achieving the Do Emperor had vanished entirely. Yet, the ancient emperor remains unparalleled, and no successor has emerged since. One must either possess immense self-confidence, believing themselves capable of accomplishing what previous generations could not, thereby successfully breaking through to the Do Emperor. Or one must already be aware of this matter, resulting in a lack of reaction upon hearing it again. After all, the Yellow Springs demon sage had once reached the imperial level of the soul. Even the soul power at the pinnacle of the heaven realm could discern the thoughts of others. You were already aware of the secrets of the Do Emperor? Murmured the Yellow Springs demon sage, the ancient emperor Tuashi, regarding the secrets of breaking through to the Do Emperor. The ancestors of the Xiao clan had imparted snippets of wisdom. After all, the ancient races were bloodline families of the Do Emperor, and the ancestral legacy afforded Xiao a superior starting point. Speak quickly. It is indeed a significant regret in my life that I have not broken through to the Do Emperor. If you can dispel this doubt for me. Aside from bestowing upon you the Yellow Springs heavenly fury and the essence of the demon sage, I shall grant you another great opportunity. In contrast, despite possessing the cultivation of a Do saint at such a young age, Xiao remained humble and courteous, devoid of arrogance. Thus, another possibility arose. The Yellow Springs demon sage raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling a sense of relief. However, upon hearing the latter part of the discourse, his expression grew serious. The Yellow Springs demon sage understood that this was the crux of the matter. He was momentarily stunned to realize that his future path had become impassable. No one could remain unperturbed in the face of such a revelation. With a hint of trepidation, the Yellow Springs demon sage remarked that the so-called source energy must indeed be the essential item for breaking through to the Do Emperor. He felt a yearning for the ancient Emperor Tuashi and even entertained thoughts of becoming the second Tuashi. Yet ultimately, he had failed to realize that ambition. He remained oblivious to any signs of deception from Xiao. Indeed, the emergence of the Tuashi ancient emperor was abrupt. Prior to his ascension to the realm of Do-Di, not a soul on the continent had even heard of his existence. I, a descendant of the Xiao clan, one of the ancient races, carry the bloodline of my forebears. Yet, even a peak powerhouse like the Yellow Springs demon sage, when confronted with the legendary and seemingly unattainable realm of Do-Di, understands that even among ancient races, attaining the status of a one-star Do Sheng at such a young age is undoubtedly more than a mere consequence of bloodline. The Yellow Springs demon sage gazed into the distance, swiftly suppressing a flicker of discontent, his attention shifting to Xiao as he spoke earnestly. This is only natural. Xiao replied with a respectful gesture, not overly concerned about the great fortunes of the Yellow Springs demon sage. It is evident that a person of such stature can quickly come to understand matters. Source Chi. The rise of the Tuashi ancient emperor was as sudden as his disappearance. With scant records of his existence on the Do-Chi continent until many years ago when the key to the ancient emperor's cave, belonging to Tuashi, unexpectedly surfaced. It would be better to leave it to Xiao Yan, the recognized inheritor of the demon sage's martial arts legacy. Even though the Yellow Springs demon sage's spiritual power has waned, he can still discern whether others speak the truth. However, the Yellow Springs demon sage was somewhat taken aback to see Xiao's countenance remain largely unchanged upon hearing his words. Xiao, your talent is extraordinary. Had you lived in ancient times, you would undoubtedly have become a Do-Di whose brilliance resonates throughout the ages. At least, this was true in the era of the Yellow Springs demon sage, who was uncertain whether there were more tales of the Tuashi ancient emperor circulating in Xiao's current time. A lingering sense of resentment still stirred within him. Reflecting on his interactions with Xiao, he could not conclude that Xiao was excessively self-assured. The younger generation's mention of this matter was merely an attempt to clarify for the elder. The elder's failure to break through to Do-Di was not due to a lack of personal ability, but rather because this realm had lost its source chi. After all, he was on the verge of complete dissolution, leaving behind only opportunities that held little value for him. Is it merely a few words? Upon hearing this, the Yellow Springs demon sage felt a tinge of disappointment. However, upon listening to Xiao, a faint smile graced his lips. He was indeed captivated by Xiao's narrative and harbored great curiosity about the origins of the Tuashi ancient emperor. I hope that in your future endeavors, you may reach a level akin to mine. When facing the threshold of the Do-Di realm, should you find yourself at an impasse despite countless attempts, do not cling too tightly to your aspirations. The younger generation continued. By chance, I came across a remarkably peculiar book that contained records about the Tuashi ancient emperor. The Yellow Springs demon sage spoke with urgency. Not at all. My knowledge of the secrets of Do-Di is indeed related to the last Do-Di of the Do-Chi continent, the Tuashi ancient emperor. How does this peculiar book document the Tuashi ancient emperor? Why was there no mention of him before his ascension to Do-Di? Nor did any families of Do-Di rise thereafter? In the original text, elements that do not appear should not be regarded as significant. To be candid, esteemed elder Yao Shang, I am indeed aware of certain matters regarding the Do-Di. Previously, when Xiao observed the changing expression of the Huang, Quan Yao Shang, He refrained from offering any unsolicited advice. However, in this current era, it is utterly impossible for a being of Do D caliber to emerge anew, let alone an even more extraordinary entity of imperial soul. Elder Huang Quan raised an eyebrow slightly, directing his gaze toward Xiao Zhe. Otherwise, why would the Huang Quan Yao Sheng, having lost his divine blood, not directly bestow that opportunity upon Xiao Yan? Ever since Xiao Zhe mentioned the source energy, the demeanor of Huang Quan Yaosheng shifted from casual to serious and urgent. Yet, I must forewarn you, while I hold you in high regard, should you jest about such matters, I shall not show leniency. Even if I cannot act against you, I would sooner obliterate the Huang Quan Tian Nu and the Yaosheng essence than grant them to you. The ancient emperor thus became the last of the Do Di strongholds. Esteemed elder, in truth, the essence of the ancient emperor is neither human nor beast, but a unique flame born of heaven and earth. Chapter 469, The Essence of the Soul. A unique flame? The expression of Huang Quan Yaosheng was one of astonishment. As a peak powerhouse, he was undoubtedly aware of the unique flame rankings on the continent. He had never underestimated the potency of these flames. Born of heaven and earth, unique flames are the sovereign of all fires. Each flame ranked highly possesses immensely terrifying power, capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, devouring all things, and purifying everything. Even at the pinnacle of his power, Huang Quan Yaosheng had once personally subdued a unique flame for research purposes. Regrettably, by that time, his strength had reached its limit. That unique flame consumed all others before re-emerging after a millennium of cultivation, proclaiming itself as the Emperor Flame. Huang Quan Yaosheng understood the perilous nature of unique flames consuming one another. However, as one who has experienced it, I can tell you with certainty that this step has thwarted many prodigies throughout their lives. Nevertheless, today, allow me to lend you a helping hand, enabling you to kick open the threshold of the great perfection of the heavenly realm. Upon hearing the entirety of the matter, Huang Quan Yaosheng's expression was exceedingly complex. In ancient times, Do Dis were abundant, giving rise to an extraordinarily prosperous era of cultivation. Indeed, I learned of these matters from a peculiar tome. That tome being Dopa. I must now fulfill my previous promise. Your current soul realm is merely a step away from the great perfection of the heavenly realm. In my era, only two unique flames among the dominant ones, the void-devouring flame and the purifying lotus demon flame, reached the Dosheng level. Thank you, Xiao Zhe. You are considerate, helping this old fellow resolve his mental burdens. Once that unique flame consumes the flames on the ranking from weak to strong. Even when facing the dominant flames, the void-devouring flame and the purifying lotus demon flame, it shall be able to subdue and devour them. Indeed, I may have been somewhat unrestrained. Xiao Zhe, utilize this orb of soul essence to transcend to the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. By the time of the ancient emperor Tuashi, the quantity of source energy had dwindled to a mere handful. One fragment was preserved by an ancient emperor as his legacy, while another was refined into an imperial-grade nascent pill, concealed within the depths of the ancient emperor's abode. Senior Yao Sheng, it would be prudent to await the completion of my narrative, as many answers shall naturally unfold. In the depths of his mind, he scoured his memories but could not recall the identity of the first ranked on the Yellow Spring. Yao Sheng revealed a hint of realization. Thus, Tuashi the ancient emperor is indeed the first ranked. Moreover, given that the Yellow Spring Yao Sheng has already ascended to the realm of imperial souls, it would be exceedingly difficult to deceive him. The very fabric of this realm quaked violently, as countless luminous souls permeated from the earth, the clouds, and the very fabric of space. The Yellow Spring Yaosheng speculated, for Xiao Zhe had not explicitly stated the origin of the source energy. Little did he know that the gradual scarcity of was due to the excessive consumption of source energy in ancient times, leaving not a trace to draw upon now. Hiss! The Yellow Spring Yaosheng inhaled sharply, astonished by the convoluted and mysterious origins of the ancient emperor Tuashi. However, such a unique being, born of the very essence of heaven and earth, though inherently noble and of elevated status, required centuries, if not millennia, to cultivate. As his words fell, a terrifying wave of soul energy radiated from the Yellow Spring Yaosheng. In the annals of history, there once existed in, which took a millennium to form, a further millennium to gather spiritual energy, and eons of hidden cultivation to attain certain fortuitous encounters, enabling it to traverse the Earth's veins. As the ages flowed on, 1,000 years slipped by unnoticed, and this continuously devoured other flames, all of which held a ranking on the. Yet, dear Yaosheng, do you know what the first rank truly is? Immediately, the Yellow Spring Yaosheng retracted his inquiry. He was not even aware that upon hearing the name of the ancient emperor Tuashi, a long-buried curiosity had suddenly resurfaced. Returning to reality, The Yellow Spring Yao Sheng spoke with disbelief. Observing the senior's intense concern regarding the identity of Tuo, she the ancient emperoress, Xiao Zhe hastily interjected. Thus, during ancient times, the emergence of was a constant, but as source energy diminished, it became increasingly arduous for cultivators to ascend to the realm of. Alas, I am now but a remnant soul. Otherwise, I too would yearn to contest for the source energy within the ancient emperor's abode. After all, his current soul power allowed him to perceive the thoughts and emotions of others, even in their unconscious state. Each word he spoke was the truth, yet when pieced together, they narrated a tale that was both plausible and elusive. Haha, when I first learned that the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi was indeed I was equally astounded. In that era, the denizens of the Duki continent referred to him as the ancient Emperor Tuo Shi. The Yellow Spring Yao Sheng paused momentarily, then slowly exhaled a breath. After the regrets in his heart dissipated, the Huangquan demon sage seemed to return to the era of his youthful vigor, exclaiming with grandiosity. He was indeed astonished when he first beheld the long-anticipated Tuo Shi ancient emperor, who turned out to be the top-ranked emperor flame on the features 23 supreme flames that transcend all others. Those well-versed in its intricacies could recount each flame as if they were cherished treasures. It is not that I fail to become an emperor. It is simply the decree of fate, he ultimately lamented with a deep sigh, his myriad emotions coalescing into a singular expression of resignation. Xiao Zhe, it is not a matter of disbelief on my part, but rather the sheer incredibility of the situation. After the cataclysmic changes in the world, are humans and even magical beasts unable to cultivate into? Is it only these extraordinary beings born of heaven and earth that can attain the realm? Unless one possesses of the high star tier, it would hold little utility for him. The Huangquan demon sage smiled, a sense of tranquility washing over him as a significant regret in life quietly dissipated. After achieving the realm, he scoured the continent and found only two sources of energy. Under Xiao Zhe's astonished gaze, countless soul lights converged before the Huangquan demon sage, coalescing into a soul essence sphere of immense size. They, being mutually incompatible, entails a perilous struggle should one attempt to devour the other, with a high probability of mutual destruction. Yet now, Xiao Zhe suddenly revealed that the true form of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor was, in fact, a born of heaven and earth, leaving him utterly astonished. It can be said that does not possess a genuine first place. According to the Tuo Shi ancient emperor, at the dawn of creation, a finite number of source energies emerged alongside it, and these energies cannot regenerate. Each utilization diminishes their quantity. Xiao Zhe chuckled softly, acutely aware that fabricating lies in the presence of the Huangquan demon sage was an arduous task. Thus, every word spoken by Xiao Zhe was the unvarnished truth, albeit with many details omitted. Upon hearing Xiao Zhe's query, the Huangquan demon sage instinctively sought to respond, but his words faltered on the brink of utterance. In such circumstances, for the Tuo Shi ancient emperor to emerge victorious from among the 22 was indeed a testament to his profound fortune, the Huangquan demon sage remarked, his soul spirit dimming slightly. Chapter 470, the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. Gazing upon the massive soul sphere before him, an expression of profound astonishment blossomed on Xiao Zhe's face. No wonder this realm could shift with the mere thought of the Huangquan demon sage. It was infused with the essence of his soul. Such formidable soul capabilities could likely only be grasped by those with imperial-level souls. By merging one's own soul with the fabric of the universe, even if the heavens were to fracture, one could restore it instantaneously. However, it is rare for formidable beings to undertake such actions under normal circumstances, as merging one's soul with the cosmos consumes the very essence of that soul. Once the soul essence is depleted, recovery is not easily achieved. I hope you can seize this opportunity to successfully transcend to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. However, as he gazed upon this orb of soul essence, a slight restlessness stirred within his own soul. The combat prowess of the celestial realm's pinnacle is extraordinary. Merely the soul's power can unleash a strength equivalent to that of a 2-star Do Saint. Haha, since I have promised you a significant opportunity, I shall not be stingy. Yao Ming let out a sigh of relief, fearing that Xiao Zhe might seize the opportunity for himself, leaving both the blood of the demon saint and the wrath of the underworld unclaimed. Such a terrifying perceptive ability swiftly discerned the conditions of this realm, where even the minutest changes in the flora and fauna were laid bare to his understanding. Simultaneously, through the golden sapling, he quickly conveyed the details of the situation to the little medical sage, Medusa, and Qing Lin, reassuring them not to worry. Upon the immense throne, the Huangquan demon saint slowly opened his eyes, his gaze resting upon Xiao Zhe suspended in midair. Yao Ming politely clasped his hands in greeting. Yet, in the presence of Yao Ming, the little medical sage chose not to divulge everything. At this moment, Yao Ming's hands naturally fell at his sides. His gaze lowered to the massive azure stone before him, as though the stone bore the celestial techniques he had long desired. This realm, having fused with the essence of the soul over eons, is indeed an exceptional location for soul cultivation. The younger generation naturally trusts the demon saint. I beseech the elder to guide my path. The little medical sage spoke vaguely, while Xiao had already briefed them on the general circumstances. Soon after, the Huangquan demon saint sat upon his grand throne, his eyes gradually closing, as if succumbing to a profound silence. Within the stone tablet's space, desolation reigned, and the passage of time left little trace. Only the increasingly potent soul deep within the void attested to the flow of time. Truly, one cannot deny the peak prowess of an imperial realm soul. The orb of soul essence before Xiao indeed represents a grand opportunity. The three exchanged glances, and then the little medical sage turned to look at Yao Ming, who stood at a distance. At that moment, Xiao soul body shimmered with a crystalline luster, the power of his soul radiating around him. That as well, just as the Huangquan demon saint's words faded, a vast wave of soul energy erupted from Xiao. Yao Ming, the clan leader, Xiao has communicated with us. He has encountered some opportunities within the Huangquan stone tablet, which may grant him a bit more time. The rare treasures capable of healing souls are already precious, let alone those specifically targeting the essence of the soul, which are exceedingly few. I see, may I inquire? Miss Little Medical Sage, has Lord Xiao passed the demon saint's trial? Although Xiao was uncertain how the orb of soul essence before him compared to the one Xiao Yan obtained from the Soul Palace in the original tale, it was evident that Yao Ming had no intention of provoking Medusa and her companions, especially Qing Lin, who held his soul contract. Of course, even if the Huangquan demon saint attempted to manipulate this orb of soul essence, Xiao, possessing the primordial tree, remained utterly unafraid. Beyond the stone tablet of the underworld, the likes of Little Medicine Saint and Medusa were taken aback upon receiving the message from Xiao. Although this realm belonged to the 9 Nether Infernal Python clan, should any unforeseen event arise, Yao Ming could come to their aid in a timely manner. Thus, Yao Ming could not simply depart. He remained at the edge of the altar. Naturally, he left behind a means of communication, for this was a remnant bestowed by the underworld demon saint of the imperial realm. Xiao surmised that it was likely on par with the essence of the soul from the human hall. In a fleeting moment, Xiao grasped the peculiarities of this domain, and he tempered his inner excitement, clasping his hands in respect to the underworld demon saint. The power of the soul surged forth like a tide, swiftly permeating the surroundings, granting him profound insight into the state of the realm. It could be said that should the essence of the soul sustain any damage, the probability of recovery would be exceedingly slim. The underworld demon saint waved his hand, stating that if Xiao placed his trust in him, he could refine his soul here, while the saint would safeguard his spiritual form. The existence of the Tree of Origin was also the fundamental reason Xiao dared to refine the essence of the soul orb in this place. However, he had cautioned others to keep their distance. It seemed they had successfully navigated the situation, once Xiao concluded his matters. The blood of the demon saint and the heavenly wrath of the underworld should be within reach. Observing Xiao seated in the void, directly refining the essence of the soul orb, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in the eyes of the underworld demon saint. Before absorbing the essence of the soul orb, he had already approached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, and after a month of relentless cultivation, he had finally transitioned from mere contact to actual entry. It appeared that the essence of the soul orb might elevate his own spiritual realm to new heights. Each moment felt as if his soul's power was intensifying, a process that persisted for an entire month. Despite their improved rapport, Yao Ming remained mindful of boundaries, striving to keep a distance from Little Medicine Saint, Medusa, and the others. After all, should the trio of Little Medicine Saint, Medusa, and the Azure Scale encounter a genuine fighting saint, they might not endure for long. It was as though the ethereal essence of the soul had materialized, rippling around him like waves. Any misstep on his part could incite dissatisfaction, triggering the soul contract and placing him under the control of the Azure Scale. Prior to absorption, Xiao had sensed the soul essence orb, which was remarkably pure, devoid of any tainted energy. He expressed his gratitude to the esteemed demon saint for this opportunity. As time slipped by, on the following day, Yao Ming excused himself, citing the need to address matters concerning the 9 Nether Infernal Python clan. Xiao clasped his hands in farewell, then seated himself in the void, preparing to commence the absorption of the soul essence orb. Yao Ming's strategy was to maintain distance, ideally avoiding any appearance before them, especially when Xiao's spiritual form entered the underworld stone tablet. Yao Ming retreated to the edge of the altar, claiming it was to guard against potential intruders. In other words, Xiao can now engage in battle solely with the power of his soul, matching the prowess of the demon Ming. However, it is the advancement in his alchemical skills that brings him greater joy compared to his combat capabilities. For Xiao, reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm in terms of soul power signifies that he can now attempt to refine 9th grade profound pills. Chapter 471. Farewell to the Demon Sage. Xiao is somewhat indifferent to the enhancement in his soul combat strength that comes with attaining the pinnacle of the celestial realm. As his innate combat ability is already extraordinary, the soul at this level can manifest as a close-knit battle companion, collaborating seamlessly with his corporeal form, yielding remarkable power. Nevertheless, Xiao has long possessed related combat techniques, combining the thunder body with the roots of the origin tree. Although the synergy may not rival that of a soul entity at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, the sheer number he commands is overwhelmingly superior. Should he choose, a dozen thunder bodies can be manipulated as extensions of his will, demonstrating that quantity can triumph over quality. Given Xiao's current strength, a soul entity at the pinnacle of the celestial realm would undoubtedly be outmatched by multiple entities possessing the roots of the origin tree. Hence, the enhancement in combat strength cannot be deemed a qualitative transformation. It is merely an embellishment. With a slight flutter of his eyelids, Xiao gradually opened his eyes. The essence of his soul, likely rivaling the collective soul essence of 100,000 beings from the human hall, was palpable. Farewell, esteemed demon sage. He sighed deeply as he gazed at the void left by the departed yellow spring sage, offering a final bow. Consequently, he would have to expend a binding slot to connect with a soul-related talent. The blood essence left behind by the half-emperor level yellow spring demon sage harbors an extraordinarily terrifying energy. Even after enduring the erosion of countless ages, it still stirs a yearning within Xiao. Should he elevate his soul power to the imperial level, the implications would be profound. Your talents and abilities merit the impartation of combat techniques. The secrets of the yellow spring are not to be bestowed upon the inept, lest my reputation be tarnished. He glanced at Xiao with a slight smile, opening his right hand. While the known opportunities to enhance soul power, such as the Soul Hall and the Tomb of Souls, remain out of reach for the time being, Xiao holds a different perspective. He perceives the pace of his soul cultivation as rather sluggish. The delicate golden streams gradually converged in the palm of his right hand, swiftly morphing into a golden liquid. Xiao narrowed his eyes as he observed this golden liquid. This breakthrough to the pinnacle of the celestial realm has made him acutely aware of the challenges inherent in advancing his soul. Numerous thoughts swirled in his mind. Yet only a fleeting moment passed in the external world. With a flicker of understanding, Xiao smiled and addressed Xiao Yixian and the others. He did not hesitate to reach out, as a torrent of information surged into his mind, ultimately coalescing into a series of cultivation techniques. Reflecting upon the ancient script that lingers in his mind, a satisfied smile graced Xiao's face. In addition to continually seeking suitable candidates for binding, he could not afford to overlook the extraordinary encounters that awaited him. Presently, the Hades demon saint bestowed upon Xiao the essence of demon blood, while the remnants of its soul, utterly depleted, dissipated into the cosmos. Xiao swiftly assimilated the information coursing through his mind, and upon opening his eyes, he clasped his hands in gratitude towards the Hades demon saint. To his surprise, he found that in Xiao's presence, a significant regret of his had been resolved. As he spread his palms, a faint golden stream emerged from the somewhat ethereal form of the Hades demon saint. Xiao stood still, patiently awaiting the complete dissolution of this realm. As the Hades demon saint finished speaking, its body had become nearly imperceptible. The Zwanking Soul method, which Xiao was currently practicing, was a soul cultivation technique inherited from the ancient age of alchemists, renowned for its superior quality. With a flick of its finger, the Hades demon saint released a wave of soul energy that surged forth and ultimately settled before Xiao. Whether this innate and formidable soul talent could be further enhanced remained an enigma. In a flash of brilliance, Xiao's soul manifested outside the Hades stone tablet, swiftly returning to his corporeal form. Haha, he chuckled. I initially believed that this lingering soul could identify an exceptional successor for my combat techniques, thereby ensuring their legacy. This alone is a considerable achievement. Xiao respectfully bowed to the Hades demon saint. It seemed that future encounters at the level of the combat saint should not be missed. Subsequently, his soul transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the void. Casting a glance at the altar's summit, he noticed the absence of Yao Ming. Although he had successfully attained the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, the fabled imperial soul remained a distant aspiration. After all, the battle prowess of an imperial soul could wield significant influence even at the high level of the combat saint. The Hades demon saint laughed heartily, its form dissolving entirely, leaving behind a resonant echo of mirth. With the Hades demon saint's departure, the colossal throne shattered. and this realm rapidly disintegrated. The Hades demon saint entrusted the golden liquid in its palm to Xiao, its essence gradually becoming ethereal. The longevity of the Hades demon saint's remnant soul was sustained by the demon blood. In the short term, Xiao found himself at a loss for more potent soul cultivation methods. However, apart from the known extraordinary encounters, the one Xiao had just experienced was remarkable, propelling him directly to the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. The Hades demon saint expressed a measure of satisfaction, noting that had Xiao reached this level earlier, he would not have needed to undergo the demon saint's trials to obtain the Hades heavenly fury. The soul power at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm could effortlessly manifest 1,000 thoughts in an instant. Xiao slowly opened his eyes, drawing the immense soul power into his being. It was now time for a final farewell. The sovereign of the Yellow Spring spoke with tremendous authority as he gazed upon the Yellow Spring demon saint. Thank you, esteemed demon saint, for your guidance. I have successfully attained the pinnacle of the celestial realm. He continued, this is the coveted treasure for which you embarked on this journey, the wrath of the Yellow Spring. Well then, it is time to bid farewell. Although these two celestial-level combat techniques may not rival the wrath of the Yellow Spring, they nonetheless represent the lower and mid-tier levels of celestial prowess, enriching Xiao's current combat repertoire. The Yellow Spring demon saint not only imparted the cultivation method for the wrath of the Yellow Spring, but also included the Yellow Spring finger and the Yellow Spring palm. For other formidable beings, investing centuries to elevate their souls from the celestial realm's pinnacle to the imperial realm would undoubtedly elate them. It is important to note that this essence of soul, a luminous orb, was bestowed by the Yellow Spring demon saint, a being of imperial stature. Regrettably, Xiao Ying's innate soul body left Xiao in a quandary. Thank you, esteemed demon saint, for your teachings, he exclaimed, haha, splendid. Although the essence of soul I have condensed is remarkable, your prior connection to the soul power of the celestial realm's pinnacle is equally vital. Given his current pace of soul cultivation, it could take Xiao decades, if not centuries, to attain an imperial soul solely through diligent practice. With utmost seriousness, Xiao carefully stored the golden liquid orb. He now had to contemplate the opportunities at hand, while also reflecting on his own capabilities. Surely, Yaoming must have left some means of contact to inform him that the wrath of the Yellow Spring could now be cultivated. Chapter 472, The Seer's Awareness. While awaiting Yaoming, Xiao recounted to the little medical fairy, Medusa, and the others the events that transpired within the Yellow Spring Monument. Merging one's soul essence with the universe is indeed the hallmark of a peak ancient powerhouse. After all, a being of semi-imperial caliber wields abilities beyond our imagination. Xiao's most significant gain from this experience must be his breakthrough in the realm of the soul to the celestial realm's pinnacle. The little medical fairy and Medusa remarked in unison. Not long after, Yaoming hurriedly arrived at the altar, gazing at the Yellow Spring Monument with evident astonishment. For it had undergone a remarkable transformation since their last encounter. Xiao was quite pleased with Yaoming's response. However, Chief Yaoming, since all are present, the little medical fairy and her companions should also receive a portion of the demon saint's essence blood. You have no objections, I trust? None at all. It is already a fortunate event for me to acquire a share of the demon saint's essence blood. Thank you, Lord Xiao. Every individual present would receive a portion. However, in truth, it remains a legacy of the Yellow Spring demon saint, and not truly a treasure of the 9 Nether Earthly Serpent clan. Yaoming pounded his chest in assurance. Insufficient soul power prevents one from even qualifying to learn the cultivation methods inscribed upon the Yellow Spring Monument. Of course, to obtain the cultivation method for the wrath of the Yellow Spring, one must meet the requisite soul power to gain the monument's acknowledgement. As for how far they can progress within the semi-holy realm, that will depend on their prior accumulation. As soon as they absorb the refined essence of the demon saint's blood, they shall undoubtedly ascend to the semi-holy realm. The venerable demon saint shares a profound connection with the 9 Nether Earthly Serpent clan, having left behind the Hades stone tablet in this very place. Although I have garnered the approval of the demon saint, it would be unseemly for me to hoard all the benefits for myself. According to Yaoming, he once endeavored to undertake the trial of the Hades demon saint. As he gazed at the demon saint's blood descending into his palm, he felt the abundant energy within, a smile of delight gracing his countenance. Although there remains a considerable span of time before the 3 great dragon kings besiege the ancient dragon island, Yaoming has tirelessly sought the cultivation method of the Hades heavenly fury, only to find his soul power greatly diminished instead. To his astonishment, the Tai Su ancient dragon clan has already appointed the next dragon sovereign. While Xiao merely mentioned having some acquaintance with the new dragon sovereign, Yaoming would not take such words at face value. This treasure, of immense significance even to the combat sage, holds even greater allure for the likes of the little medical fairy and her companions. Yao Ming lamented that the requirements for soul power in cultivating the Hades heavenly fury are exceedingly high. In the original text, when the cultivation method appeared on the Hades stone tablet, Yao Ming was the first to attempt its practice. That's well, he mused. The clan leader of Yao Ming is a wise individual. It is often prudent to refrain from entangling oneself in certain matters, as self-preservation frequently ensures one's safety. Oh, the Hades heavenly fury is right here. There will always be opportunities for cultivation, in comparison to the Hades heavenly fury, which remains temporarily out of reach. I imagine the clan leader of Yao Ming is far more intrigued by the demon saint's blood. Hence, Yao Ming is indeed aware of the internal strife within the Tai Su ancient dragon clan. However, after attempting for a considerable time before the Hades stone tablet, no soul impact has yet been elicited from the tablet. A tremendous energy emanated from the golden liquid, captivating Yao Ming's attention, his eyes igniting with fervor. Yet, this new dragon sovereign likely possesses limited strength. Otherwise, the three great dragon kings would not dare to entertain any rebellious thoughts. The little medical fairy Medusa and Qinglin each acquired their share of the demon saint's blood. For instance, Qinglin forcibly contracted the clan's elder of the nine nether earthly serpent using the Bai Shi San Hua Tong. Clan leader Yao Ming. The cultivation method of the Hades heavenly fury has now manifested. There is no need for haste. We shall enhance our soul power before attempting cultivation again. Naturally, the nine nether earthly serpent clan shall not involve itself in the internal conflict of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan. Should there be no pressing matters at that time, I may lend my support to the new dragon sovereign of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan. A new mouth-like pattern appeared on the tablet, an immense stream of peculiar information circulating within. If there were truly only a slight acquaintance, would it be necessary to mention it at this juncture? Lord Xiao, do you intend to share this demon saint's blood with me? Yao Ming spoke with incredulity. Despite the fact that this demon saint's blood is preserved within the nine nether earthly serpent clan. As Xiao spoke, he produced the golden liquid. As the essence of the demon saint materialized, the very realm trembled with restlessness. Although there remains ample time before the three great dragon kings launch their assault on the ancient dragon island. Upon hearing Xiao sudden mention of the ancient dragon clan of Tai Su, Yao Ming's expression shifted with surprise. For quite some time, the three dragon kings had likely not begun their schemes to besiege the ancient dragon island. Yet, a contemplative glimmer flickered in Xiao's eyes. Although he had been imprisoned at the bottom of the nine nether yellow springs for centuries, the Tai Su ancient dragon clan had actually splintered long ago. However, their initial attempts had faltered, leaving them with severely wounded souls that required half a year to recuperate. This indicated that the Yellow Spring Demon Saint was not averse to delivering minor reprimands to those devoid of self-awareness. How splendid! With the essence of the Demon Saint, I am confident I can ascend to the 3-star Do Saint level within 3 years. A fleeting thought crossed Yao Ming's mind, prompting him to smile and speak. Is this ultimately a reflection of my insufficient soul power, which prevented the Yellow Spring Steel from exercising even the slightest punitive measure? He then recalled the possibility of the three Dragon Kings launching an assault on the ancient Dragon Island, especially since Xiao was rescuing Yao Ming 3 to 4 years earlier than depicted in the original tale. However, he was immediately flung beneath the altar, suffering slight damage to his soul, and had even taken a healing elixir from Xiao Yan. Yao Ming respectfully bowed to Xiao before quickly settling before the steel. Eager to attempt cultivating the Yellow Spring's heavenly wrath, a thought flickered in Xiao's mind, and he smiled at Yao Ming. His foundation was evidently deeper than that of the other two. By refining the essence of the Demon Saint, he could potentially reach the advanced half-saint level directly. After dividing the essence of the Demon Saint, Xiao recalled his intention to pay a visit to the ancient Dragon Island. Clan leader Yao Ming. I hold a slight acquaintance with the next Dragon Emperor of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan. Should the three Dragon Kings seek your involvement in their internal conflict, you should know how to proceed, correct? The enhancement of soul power from magical beasts was exceedingly sluggish. Achieving the requisite level to cultivate the Yellow Spring's heavenly wrath seemed a distant prospect. Yao Ming quickly replied, and Xiao, with a faint smile, concentrated, causing the golden liquid in his palm to swiftly divide into 5 portions. Upon hearing this, Yao Ming sighed in dismay. Though he had reached the 2-star Do Saint level, he still lacked the qualification to cultivate. It appeared that the essence of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint had also impacted the Yellow Spring Steel. However, establishing a plan in advance could mitigate future complications. Chapter 473. The Lair of the 7-Colored Sky-Devouring Python. Xiao, accompanied by Xiao Yixian and Qinglin, returned once more to the depths of the 9 nether Yellow Springs. Previously, Xiao had promised Medusa to assist her in locating the lair of the 7-colored sky-devouring python. However, due to the matters concerning Yao Ming, there had been delays. After undergoing trials at the Yellow Spring Steel, A month had elapsed by the time they returned to the depths of the 9 nether yellow springs. Xiao and his companions commenced a meticulous search at the bottom of the 9 nether yellow springs, aiming to enable Medusa's transformation from the 7-colored sky-devouring python to the 9-colored sky-devouring python. Xiao, this 7-colored vortex seems to be calling to me. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, I shall immediately utilize the golden little tree. No matter the distance, I will arrive without delay. Sensing the approach of Medusa, the colorful vortex began to slow, as if welcoming a long-absent kin. It swiftly coalesced into a peculiar, multicolored serpent, darting towards a nearby basin. Although the little healer and Xinlin were not magical beasts, they could still perceive the overwhelming pressure emanating from the bloodline. This deeply affected Medusa, the 7-colored sky-devouring python, casting a shadow upon her emotions. It was hard to fathom that such a mighty creature, possessing immense power, would meet its demise in this very place. After all, having cohabited for several years, the sudden parting felt rather disconcerting. The 7-colored sky-devouring python drew strength from the chilling energy, which was indeed beneficial, especially as the yellow spring-een stone harbored a vast reservoir of this cold power. Had they perhaps encountered a Pique dos Sanus massacre? Medusa gazed at the basin before her, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Generally, the stronger the bloodline of a magical beast, the greater its power. Should time linger too long, Xiao might manifest some traits of the 7-colored sky-devouring python, enhancing their connection. A verdant little flower gradually emerged in Qinglin's eyes. Her expression grave, yet she shook her head. Xiao smiled at Medusa, affirming their sentiments. The two exchanged affirmations, and Xiao cast his gaze upon the colorful vortex, eagerly anticipating Medusa's enhanced strength after her seclusion. 4 high-level cultivators. Each retreat often spans years. It might be a considerable time before they meet again. Little healer sister. This indeed is the ancestral land of the 7-colored sky-devouring python. Yet contrary to your belief, there are no surviving members. Rather, it serves as their burial ground. Should he wish to enter, he would likely face fierce resistance from the colorful vortex. Ultimately, it stemmed from the resonance of bloodline power. The entire clan of the 7-colored sky-devouring python had perished in this calamity. Medusa cast a profound gaze at Xiao, sensing that the time required for this opportunity would not be brief. For now, let her diligently cultivate within the ancestral territory of the 7-colored sky-devouring python. Even the usually resilient Medusa could not suppress a trace of sorrow upon her visage. Subsequently, she must not miss the precious 9-colored original stone at the spatial trading post, which would elevate her to the formidable strength of a 4-star dos saint. However, Xiao felt no sense of summons, and indeed sensed a faint repulsion. As the colorful vortex regained its tranquility, the area transformed once more into a basin scattered with yellow spring-een stones, yet Medusa's figure had vanished without a trace. After all, the formation of the yellow spring-een stone required an immense amount of cold energy. The vortex that enveloped the entire basin eventually crystallized into a resplendent 7-colored whirlpool, exuding a powerful aura of bloodline pressure. The ancestral land of the 7-colored sky-devouring python represented a significant opportunity for Medusa. As the figure of Medusa faded from view, both the little medical sage and Qinglin felt a twinge of reluctance. Fortunately, they had not searched for long at the depths of the 9 nether yellow springs. A period of seclusion might span years, even decades. The vibrant little serpent, transforming into a swirling vortex within the lake, could not sustain itself for long, as it was dissolved into a multitude of colorful energies, merging into the whirlpool. Yet, should it desire, it could metamorphose into a genuine colorful sky-swallowing python. When that time comes, its sensitivity to the ancestral lands of the sky-swallowing python would undoubtedly surpass that of Medusa. Xiao spoke with solemnity. Although Medusa emerged unscathed in the original narrative, unforeseen events could not be ruled out. Clearly, this basin could not naturally cultivate such a terrifying quantity of yellow spring-een stones. It was likely a product of human interference. The 9-color sky-swallowing python represented the true pinnacle of this lineage, seemingly attainable only by the progenitor of the sky-swallowing python. Medusa nodded, raising her hand as colorful energies coalesced. After a determined nod, she cast a final glance at the 3 before turning towards the colorful vortex. As the serpent, imbued with the bloodline power of the 9-color sky-swallowing python, soared into the basin, countless chilling forces surged violently, transforming the 9 nether yellow springs into a complete whirlpool. Even at the depths, only places abundant with frigid energy could refine yellow spring-een stones. Medusa's delicate form stiffened momentarily before she relaxed. At this juncture, Qinglin cast a concerned glance at Medusa. Gazing at the immense colorful vortex, they appeared momentarily stunned. Soon, the originally deep yellow lake water was rapidly tinted by the colorful energies, resembling water tainted with ink. Medusa exchanged parting words with the little medical sage and Qing Lin, ultimately fixing her gaze on Xiao Zhe. With a smile, Xiao Zhe nodded, extending his arms to embrace Medusa. Go, this is what you have long yearned for, is it not? Even without manifesting the beast bloodline, Xiao Zhe would undoubtedly be recognized as a pure human cultivator, even in the presence of a Dou emperor. The uncertainty of how long this separation would last left the little medical sage in awe. Such an environment greatly benefited the cultivation of the nine-color sky-swallowing python. Confronted by the pressure of the bloodline, both the little medical sage and Qing Lin felt a shiver of trepidation. What events transpired in ancient times to lead to the demise of the nine-color sky-swallowing pythons, creatures of such formidable bloodline power? Medusa gazed at the colorful whirlpool, murmuring softly. Of course, it was not akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It primarily relied on Medusa's sensitivity to the sky-swallowing python. Xiao Zhe, when I emerge from seclusion, I may be able to draw closer to you. The presence of these yellow spring-een stones, imbued with terrifyingly chilling energy, was evidently an anomaly. 2 days later, within a basin's terrain, an abundance of yellow spring-een stones lay scattered. Is this the ancestral land of the nine-color sky-swallowing python? Such a terrifying pressure emanating from the bloodline. Could it be that the resplendent rainbow-devouring python has not truly perished, but rather has been in seclusion at the depths of the nine nether yellow springs? Indeed, we must not lag behind too much. Medusa pondered aloud. Is this the ancestral land of the rainbow-devouring python? Let us proceed to the ancient dragon island. Thereafter, we shall absorb and refine the blood essence of the demon saint, thereby enhancing your strength, Medusa suggested, casting a glance at Xiao Zhe, eager to gauge his thoughts. After all, when it comes to the potency of the rainbow-devouring python-esque bloodline, Xiao Zhe may indeed surpass Medusa significantly. As soon as the words were spoken, the trio vanished from their location in an instant. Chapter 474, Late Stage of One-Star Dou Saint. Once Medusa entered the ancestral grounds of the rainbow-devouring python, Xiao Zhe departed with little medical sage and Qing Lin from the headquarters of the nine nether underworld python. They tore through space and dove into the boundless void, heading towards the ancient dragon island, which lay within this infinite expanse. There was little cause for concern regarding Medusa's safety. The nine nether yellow springs is an extremely frigid realm, seldom traversed by formidable beings. Furthermore, it is inherently the sacred ground of the nine nether underworld python. With Xiao Zhe's commission, Yao Ming would also diligently guard the nine nether yellow springs against any external threats. Of course, exceptions like the ancient dragon clan would not be counted among them. At this moment, the height of the source tree had surpassed 190,000 meters, supporting this nascent miniature world. With a brief period of cultivation lasting a month or two, one could truly advance to the rank of two-star Dou Saint. Once assured that no anomalies were present, Xiao Zhe began to unleash the celestial tier Dou technique he had previously acquired. Little medical sage, with a hint of bitterness, remarked, "It is not so simple. At my level, the so-called poisons have no effect whatsoever. After all, the golden sapling remains impervious to the obstructions of spatial storms and barriers." In a pitch-black region of the endless void, a silver thunder battleship, measuring several dozen feet, swiftly traversed the vast emptiness. Previously, to test the might of the celestial tier Dou technique, he had shrouded the space within the battleship with his soul power. Amid their conversation, the thunder battleship reached the ancient dragon island, hovering just outside the silver barrier encasing it. If one were to focus intently in a single direction, even a peak 3-star Dou Saint would sustain severe injuries on the spot, perhaps even face imminent death. Ultimately, should they encounter an insurmountable crisis, the golden sapling could facilitate Xiao Zhe's escape. However, with the understanding of the Dou techniques imparted by the Yellow Springs Demon Saint, his mastery over the three ultimate techniques remains exquisite. In fact, compared to Yao Ming, the power Xiao Zhe wielded through the Yellow Springs finger and Yellow Springs palm was undoubtedly several times greater. After all, irrespective of how successors may comprehend these techniques, it is exceedingly challenging to surpass the originator of the Dou techniques. Qing Lin stepped out of the cabin, her gaze settling upon Xiao Zhe, who seemed to have grown even stronger. "How goes your cultivation, young Master Xiao Zhe?" she inquired. Xiao Zhe wore a peculiar expression. Was this a means of clearing the dangers within the boundless void? Suddenly, sound waves radiated outward from Xiao Zhe, spreading in all directions. Within the confines of the warship, the little medical sage and Qing Lin were engrossed in their cultivation. A single strike dispersed the gathered chaotic void currents, and the residual chaos gradually dissipated, posing no significant threat. His sole perception instantly encompassed a radius of several thousand miles. With a gesture toward the chaotic void ahead, a golden finger swiftly materialized, piercing through the tumultuous void currents that extended for dozens of miles. The little medical sage shook her head, noting that there had not been a remarkable increase in strength. At this stage, achieving significant progress in such a short time was indeed quite challenging. In a sense, it represented a more formidable spatial jade slip. This was merely the result of dispersing my power outward in all directions. Xiao stood at the forefront of the warship. If it were merely ordinary spatial turbulence, he could easily crush through it with the thunder warship. Xiao sensed the primordial tree within the void. His strength had significantly augmented. En route to the ancient dragon island, he had already refined the blood of the demon sage, enhancing his own capabilities. I truly envy you for possessing the unparalleled by Shisan Huatong, the little medical sage remarked with admiration. With the aid of the golden little tree, Xiao could instantly reach the side of its possessor. The vast void was predominantly desolate and devoid of light, concealing countless dangers within its darkness. However, as time progressed, the energy fluctuations emanating from Xiao gradually calmed. Sister little medical sage, there is no need for you to envy me. The potential of your cursed poison body is also exceptionally high. Once you find a source of deadly poison, your advancement will be swift. As Xiao's strength ascended to the level of a doshang, the power of the golden little tree also experienced another enhancement. He transformed the thunder warship back into the might of thunder, retracting it. The legacy left behind by the Yellow Spring Demon Sage was exceedingly precious. It encompassed not only 3 complete cultivation techniques for heavenly-grade combat skills, but also the sage's lifelong insights. His control over the power of thunder and soul energy now enabled him to effortlessly forge such a majestic thunder warship. I can now execute the Yellow Spring Finger with ease. I believe the Yellow Spring Palm is similarly within my grasp. Yet, the boundless void harbored an abundance of demons and monsters, and Xiao dared not guarantee that he would not encounter perilous threats even for a doshang. The aura surrounding him surged like the tumultuous sea before a storm, with waves crashing and fluctuations undulating. He had reached the late phase of a 1-star doshang. Only a few thousand meters in height remained before he could officially step into the realm of a 2-star doshang. Once entering the doshang stage, progress in cultivation was no longer as meteoric. It seemed he needed to find time to refine a 9th-grade precious pill. As for the 9th-grade profound pill, its energy was far too terrifying for him to absorb at this moment. The dangers lurking in the endless void were such that even Dozun experts would not dare to wander recklessly. Consequently, neither the little medical fairy nor the azure scale were aware of the circumstances under which Xiao previously executed the celestial tier combat techniques. Guiding the thunder battleship towards another direction, Xiao soon encountered a tumultuous expanse of scattered stones drifting in the boundless void. A peculiar syllable emanated from that colossal shadow. Although Xiao had yet to unleash any of his 3 ultimate skills, he gradually exhaled a breath of faint golden aura. Generally speaking, only those of the Dozun rank or above are qualified to explore the infinite void, underscoring the perilous nature of such an endeavor. A formidable figure, as robust as an iron tower, stood outside the silver light barrier, respectfully stating his presence. The chaotic currents of the void within a radius of several hundred miles vanished without a trace. Even if one could salvage a life thereafter, the damage to the soul would be of utmost significance. Azure Scale, however, bore a smile. Young Master Xiao, I have ascended another level. After a brief period, Xiao beheld the ancient dragon island enveloped in a silver light barrier. With a swift motion, he struck forth, gathering golden do chi into a massive palm imprint that obliterated the scattered stones into mere dust. Subsequently, Xiao sensed the spatial coordinates of the area, confirming that they were still a considerable distance from the ancient dragon island, ensuring no disruption would befall it. Xiao rapidly formed a seal with his hands, brilliant do chi coalescing around him, manifesting a towering golden figure several hundred feet tall. The elixir capable of significantly enhancing Xiao could only be of the 9th tier variety. Thus, he felt assured leaving Medusa at the bottom of the 9 nether yellow springs. Through the source tree, Xiao communicated with Azure Scale and the little medical fairy, declaring their arrival at the ancient dragon island. Internally, he mused while using his soul power to perceive the surroundings. Xiao was exceedingly satisfied with the might of the Yellow Springs' heavenly wrath. The void within a radius of several hundred miles was enveloped in its grasp. Wherever it passed, whether it be chaotic void currents or scattered debris or other threats, all succumbed to the overwhelming resonance of this terrifying sonic wave, turning to nothingness. Truly, the heavenly tier advanced combat technique, Yellow Springs' heavenly wrath, possessed extraordinary prowess. Lord Xiao, Chapter 475, Returning to the Void Thunderpool. Upon witnessing that familiar figure, a smile graced Xiao's face as he clasped his hands in greeting. Senior Blackqing, it has been a long time. I trust you are well. Haha. I dare not accept your title of senior so readily. Blackqing chuckled, scratching his head. I have heard of the new president of the Pill Tower on ancient Dragon Island, a revered ninth-tier alchemist. I am friends with Ziyin, and as a senior to her, you naturally deserve that respect. Xiao Zhe replied with a grin, leading the little medical fairy and azure scale before Black Qing. Xiao Zhe maintained a smile, refraining from further comment, as that was a matter pertaining to the Thunder Clan itself. Soon, they arrived at the palace where Elder Zhu Li resided, ensuring that the overwhelming energy did not crystallize, preventing Ziyin from becoming an ancient dragon encased in amber. As an elder of the ancient dragon clan, he possesses a long lifespan and has witnessed the zenith of the clan's glory. Taken aback by Mang Tianqi's forthright inquiry, Xiao Zhe was momentarily stunned. It becomes clear now, Ziyin remains in seclusion within the Dragon Palace, yet her situation is stable, and her strength is continuously on the rise. Remarkable, monstrous, prodigious. Mang Tianqi muttered, what level of cultivation have you attained, young lad? In time, you shall embody the Dragon Phoenix bloodline, thereby rightfully ascending to the status of Dragon Emperor of the ancient Dragon Clan. Previously, he was unable to gauge Xiao Zhe's prowess, believing him to be at the same semi-saint level as himself. Only after evading the relentless pursuit of the Black Demon Thunder did Mang Tianqi finally stand before Xiao Zhe, his gaze filled with astonishment. Xiao Zhe transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly vanishing into the void thunder pool. Elder Zhu Li mused inwardly, then hurriedly approached. Of course, this was merely one consideration. Furthermore, during this period in the original narrative, it is likely that other Dragon Kings from Dragon Island would send emissaries to create disturbances, ensuring that He Qing could manage any ensuing turmoil on ancient Dragon Island. My two friends are unable to cultivate within the void thunder pool. Thus they will need to linger on ancient Dragon Island for a while longer. Elder Zhu Li chuckled, his delight at the mention of Ziyin unmistakable. Your current strength, young lad, surpasses not only the younger generation, but even this old fellow cannot compare. Although he jested, Xiao Zhe could not simply stand by and watch Mang Tianqi, the dean, being harried by the Black Demon Thunder. Your assistance to my ancient dragon clan is immeasurable. There is no question of disturbance, esteemed Xiao Zhe. Please, both young ladies, follow me. The last time during the Rock Demon trial, he had sustained severe injuries. Otherwise, he would not have departed hastily without bidding you farewell. He extended his hand, weaving a curtain of silver lightning imbued with black radiance, enveloping Mang Tianqi's figure and shielding him from the onslaught of the Black Demon Thunder. Quickly glancing toward the source of the voice, upon seeing Xiao Zhe's composed demeanor, Mang Tianqi's expression turned incredulous. Elder Zhu Li, I intend to venture once more into the Void Thunder Pool to refine my lightning attributes. Coincidentally passing by ancient Dragon Island, I wish to inquire about Ziyin's condition. Given Xiao Zhe's current speed, traversing the perimeter of the Void Thunder Pool would not consume much time. He undoubtedly has many matters to attend to. If it were not of utmost importance, he would not have made a special trip to ancient Dragon Island. You, young man, upon witnessing the Dean in distress, do not lend a hand. Venturing alone into the Void Thunder Pool, Xiao Zhe was already aware of its spatial coordinates, sparing He Qing any further inconvenience. Esteemed Xiao Zhe has come to ancient Dragon Island for some pressing matter, I presume? He Qing inquired politely, escorting Xiao Zhe and the others into ancient Dragon Island. Elder Zhu Li promptly expressed his agreement. Due to Xiao Zhe's influence, it remains uncertain whether any Dragon Kings have sent individuals to ancient Dragon Island to stir trouble. The Void Thunder Pool. The esteemed director Mang Tianqi remains steadfast in his unyielding, old-fashioned demeanor. No problem, Lord Xiao Zhe, feel free to proceed. Our Gulong Island shall provide the finest cultivation environment for the two ladies. Mang Tianqi remarked with a sense of reflection. Was it rather intrusive to arrive at Gulong Island without prior notice? With the formidable power of thunder coursing through him, the surrounding storms dared not provoke him. The current internal strife within the Tai Su Gulong lineage, leading to its fragmentation, deeply saddened him. After exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Zhe, Zhu Li spoke up. This time, he intended for the thunderous energy within him to undergo a complete transformation into Black Demon Thunder. Xiao Zhe did not linger long on Gulong Island. After ensuring the safety of little medical sage and Qing Lin, he bid farewell to Elder Zhu Li and Senior He Qing. That is good, he mused. For at this moment, the Tai Su Gulong lineage had little to offer in return for Xiao Zhe's assistance. They could only wait for Ziyin to emerge from her seclusion and discuss matters anew. Observing an aged figure swiftly emerging from the depths of the Void Thunder Pool, Xiao Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. With your current cultivation, you could easily be regarded as the foremost among the young generation of ancient races. As he watched Mang Tianqi struck by a bolt of Black Demon Thunder, a grin spread across his face, and he shook his head in amusement. A silver lightning bolt lingered outside the Void Thunder Pool. Haha, you certainly have a way with words. Are you planning to venture deep into the Void Thunder Pool this time? Director, you have now reached the semi-saint level. Stepping into the fighting saint realm is merely a matter of time, he continued, for as the president of the Dan Tower, Xiao held significant power. Yet, he found himself unable to fully discern Xiao's strength. Ziyin, on the other hand, would be able to absorb the energy from the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit more smoothly. Once they united the three great dragon islands and reclaimed the heritage that rightfully belonged to the Tai Su Gulong lineage, they could truly repay Xiao. As the silver world began to hint at a tinge of darkness, Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Little did he expect that Xiao could leap directly from semi-saint to a one-star fighting saint. That was the true essence of a fighting saint. A prodigy, Meng Tianqi exclaimed, stunned for a moment before finally uttering the word. The silver lightning enveloping Xiao was interspersed with flickers of black radiance. Unlike you, those little rascals in the clan truly give me no peace. Should Ziyin succeed in refining the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit and attain the fighting saint realm, that very black radiance would compel the surrounding thunder in the Void Thunder Pool to keep its distance from Xiao. Meng Tianqi's expression turned utterly rigid. Elder Zhu Li stood at the palace's forefront, his gaze fixed upon Xiao, his countenance reflecting mild astonishment. It was only when Xiao spoke that Meng Tianqi became aware of his presence, and his heart leapt in surprise. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Nodding, Xiao decided that he would personally refine the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Returning once more to the Void Thunder Pool, a faint smile graced Xiao's lips. However, it seems that you, Director, are quite enjoying yourself. Previously, I fortuitously broke through, and now my strength has reached the late stage of a one-star Do Sheng. Director, must you provoke the black magic thunder? Indeed, I wish for my own thunderous power to undergo a complete transformation, reaching the level of the black magic thunder. Chapter 476, Transformation. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Meng Tianqi's expression suddenly stiffened. You are already capable of transforming the thunderous power within you into black magic thunder? Meng Tianqi exclaimed in disbelief. Director, did you not witness me unleashing my thunderous power just now? The hint of black radiance within it is the black magic thunder. Xiao explained, somewhat puzzled by Meng Tianqi's astonishment. How did you accomplish this? I have been unable to successfully transform the thunderous power within me into black magic thunder. Despite following the cultivation methods of the Thunder Clan, Meng Tianqi confessed, struggling to contain his curiosity. Director, please be careful. Xiao understood that the methods I practiced might impose higher restrictions. My ability to cultivate does not necessarily extend to others. Haha, actually, Director, you might consider attempting it. Even if you exhaust all your thunderous power, as long as you acquire a hint of black magic thunder, subsequent enhancements will become considerably simpler. Xiao's gaze fell into the depths of the thunder pool, where the environment had grown dim. Indeed, the progress is remarkably smooth. At this rate, in just over a month, I will be able to completely transform my thunderous power into black magic thunder. By consuming vast amounts of thunderous power to wear down the black magic thunder, as long as my thunderous power touches even a trace of black magic thunder, that would be deemed a success. Xiao's response elicited a few dry laughs from Meng Tianqi, who promptly abandoned the idea of practicing according to Xiao's methods. Suddenly, an immense surge of silver thunder erupted from Xiao, creating a realm of thunder spanning 100 zhang in radius. Xiao retracted the thunder and then condensed a pure silver lightning bolt, sending it soaring into the depths of the thunder pool, circling before the formidable black magic thunder. The black magic thunder was relentless, striking directly at Xiao. He specialized in thunder. If he could transform into black magic thunder, his power would experience a significant enhancement. It was a pure silver lightning bolt, as thick as an arm. Even if a moth were to fly into the fire, the remnants of its form could still diminish the potency of the flames. Even as he charged forth like a moth drawn to the flame, he did not falter in the slightest. Given his current physique, without any protection, facing the onslaught of black magic thunder directly would still bring him considerable pain. However, the silver lightning was not unscathed. The might of the black magic thunder was overwhelming. Xiao paid no heed to Meng Tianqi's forthrightness and directly imparted his cultivation method to him. The black magic thunder flickered in the void as the silver lightning danced around it. Xiao clasped his hands in respect to Meng Tianqi before propelling himself towards the depths of the thunder pool. In contrast to the formidable black thunder that surged like a colossal serpent or dragon, a relentless accumulation ultimately extinguishes the flames. Meng Tianqi directly thrust the jade slip into Xiao's hands, then addressed him. By the time it returned to Xiao, the silver thunder had diminished almost entirely. My cultivation of thunderous power lacks any particularly unique methods. I merely forcefully devour the thunder, beginning with absorbing basic thunder, progressing to Dan thunder. and ultimately refining my techniques within the void thunder pool. Enough of this. If you wish to cultivate, hurry along. For I am eager to experiment with your methods as well. Can such a simplistic and brute approach truly transform the thunderous energy within into the black demonic thunder? Suddenly, Mang Tianxi noted the peculiarities in Xiao Zhe's cultivation method, harboring a hint of curiosity as he inquired. After all, the magnitude of thunderous power Xiao Zhe wielded was astonishing. Lasting for 3 days and nights, the once magnificent black demonic thunder had now vanished without a trace. Ahem, I harbor no covetous intentions towards your cultivation techniques. If you are willing to elucidate them to me, I shall gladly share the Thunder Clan's methods with you. Your approach is indeed quite unique. But I fear I may not be able to replicate it, Mang Tianxi confessed, somewhat disheartened. This is the thunder technique I currently practice, Xiao Zhe declared, opening his palm to reveal a surge of thunder, its dark radiance intensifying. As soon as the words left his lips, Mang Tianxi recognized the impropriety of probing into another's cultivation methods and hastily added, black demonic thunder seems to surge forward in a frenzy. As if insulted by the silver thunder, a multitude of black thunders, imbued with a sense of destruction, converged here, resembling massive black dragons gliding through the void. Were it merely that level of thunderous power, I could sustain it without pause for 3 days and nights. Instantly, the black demonic thunder was drawn towards the silver thunder, the hierarchy of the lightning evident and stringent. Mang Tianxi waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to delve deeper into Xiao Zhe's method of cultivation within the thunder pool. After a moment, he produced a jade slip from his storage ring and presented it to Xiao Zhe. The black demonic thunder erupted with countless arcs of lightning, striking directly at the silver thunder. The disparity in their total thunderous energies was likely as vast as the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, one merely needed to gradually transmute the thunderous energy within into black demonic thunder, which was the very reason for my visit to the void thunder pool. No need, Dean. I merely mentioned it in passing, Xiao Zhe replied. Mang Tianxi's expression revealed a flicker of intrigue, as the black demonic thunder was ensnared within. The silver thunder appeared inexhaustible, fiercely tearing at the black demonic thunder. The black demonic thunder exerted an exceptionally terrifying suppression over the ordinary silver thunder. Under Xiao Zhe's command, the silver thunder promptly surged back toward him. After observing for a while and confirming the absence of any anomalies, Xiao Zhe decisively concentrated a bolt of thunderous energy and shot it towards the distance. After listening to Xiao Zhe's cultivation method, Mang Tianxi's eyes displayed a hint of confusion. He understood that the consumption of such a degree of thunderous energy would be exceedingly perilous if ventured deep into the thunder pool. It would indeed be wiser to attract a single black demon thunder and proceed with caution. Little did he know that consuming this solitary silver thunder would lead him to confront countless others thereafter. Time swiftly passed under Xiao Zhe's manipulation, and his aura steadily surged. As the black demon thunder drew within several dozen feet of him, Xiao Zhe even felt a slight tingling sensation coursing through his body. The aura of annihilation seemed capable of obliterating all existence. After a brief period, Xiao Zhe dissipated the thunderous realm. The peculiar sensations within his body did not divert his attention, yet the audacious silver thunder dared to dance before him, akin to a long serpent taunting a mighty dragon. My thunderous power dwarfs that of an ordinary individual, hence I adopted a strategy of exchanging quantity for quality. How does the thunderous energy you previously employed to assist me compare to that within your own being? As the black demon thunder drew ever closer, a sly smile crept upon his lips, akin to that of a predator ensnaring its prey. Take it. I am not one to exploit the young. Fixing his gaze upon the black demon thunder, Xiao Zhe exhibited no trace of fear. A mere flicker of lightning could sever the silver thunder in twain. The darkness coalescing within the thunder grew increasingly pronounced. Chapter 477, a further breakthrough. Deep within the void thunder pool, Xiao Zhe slowly opened his eyes. He stored the jade slip into his spatial ring. The method of cultivating thunderous energy imparted by the Dean indeed possessed many merits. Truly, the ancient race with its long legacy has numerous unique insights into the cultivation of thunderous power. How much of this wisdom has been passed down from the legendary Thunder Emperor? A fleeting curiosity crossed Xiao Zhe's mind before he shifted his focus back to the realm of thunder. The previously vibrant silver thunder realm had now transformed into a predominantly black expanse, with only a few strands of silver lightning intermingling within the darkness. With the consumption of merely a dozen black demon thunders, complete metamorphosis could be achieved. According to the original narrative, Xiao Yin had harnessed a portion of the 9 profound golden thunder's power to refine it into thunder tribulation pills, attaining the rank of a 9th grade profound pill. His own cultivation was also on a continual rise. Mang Tianxi was taken aback by Xiao Zhe's sudden appearance, rolling his eyes in disbelief. How could Xiao Zhe have undergone such a complete transformation in just 1 month's time? Did the thunderous energy within him not require time to recuperate? Mang Tianqi estimated that he himself would need at least a decade to achieve a similar metamorphosis. When he returned to the Void Thunder Pool for the third time, he must witness the legendary 9 profound golden thunder with his own eyes. Once again, deep within the Void Thunder Pool, he absorbed a substantial amount of thunderous energy. This breakthrough came as a natural progression, requiring merely 3 days to successfully ascend to the rank of a 2-star Do Saint. Deep within the Void Thunder Pool, the power of thunder is remarkably abundant. Yet, Xiao Zhe appears entirely unperturbed by such concerns. In merely a month, he has undergone a profound transformation. Realizing this, Mang Tianqi cannot help but shake his head and sigh. After dedicating nearly a month to fully transmuting the thunderous energy into black demon thunder, his efforts have borne bountiful fruit. Stretching lazily, Xiao Zhe retracted this realm of thunder into himself. Rather than dwelling on past uncertainties, he unleashed a dozen silver bolts of lightning that surged towards the depths of the Void Thunder Pool. Mang Tianqi, brimming with excitement, noted that his own strength was at the half-saint level, and thus his thunderous energy was formidable, allowing for the possibility of cultivating Xiao Zhe's lightning techniques. This progress was certainly preferable to the stagnation he had faced in his prior research. Consequently, the timeline unfolded more rapidly than anticipated. Daring not to confront the brilliance emanating from the gathering black demon thunder, Mang Tianqi expressed his concern. Could you refrain from appearing so suddenly? With your enhanced abilities, you have become increasingly elusive. I scarcely sensed your arrival. Have you devised a strategy for addressing your young girlfriend's family? You need not worry about the younger generation. With your current prowess, you can easily overpower them. However, those stubborn elders are not so easily swayed. Xiao Zhe, feeling a surge of energy within him, wore a delighted smile as he acknowledged his ascent to a higher echelon of strength. He had reached a level comparable to a high-star Do Saint. Yet, within the Void Thunder Pool, there resided only a singular 9 Xian Golden Thunder, a force that Xiao Zhe currently could not provoke, as the disparity in their strengths was overwhelmingly vast. Suddenly, Xiao Zhe appeared before Mang Tianqi, smiling and cupping his hands in greeting. Although most of his thunderous energy was devoted to the transmutation into black demon thunder, it ultimately elevated his combat prowess. Xiao Zhe had initially anticipated a period of 1 to 2 months in seclusion to achieve a breakthrough, yet he now sensed the opportunity for advancement. 3 days later, Xiao Zhe slowly opened his eyes. A fleeting golden light shimmered within them, and his aura expanded, becoming more profound. A smile graced his face as he radiated boundless thunder, transforming the space into a realm of lightning. Exhaling a breath of searing energy, he ventured into the depths of the Void Thunder Pool, which he had been immersed in for nearly a month. Meanwhile, Mang Tianqi appeared disheveled, marked by the ravages of lightning, and a thought flickered through his mind. Without further hesitation, Xiao Zhe made his way towards the periphery of the Thunder Pool. His garments lay in tatters, revealing a robust physique that belied his youth. With the sole power of the heavenly realm at its pinnacle, Xiao Zhe easily discerned Mang Tianqi's whereabouts. Gazing into the realm of thunder, he noted that this domain had transformed into a pitch-black expanse. The black demon thunders swirled like colossal dragons of destruction, rampaging through this world. Although, according to your methods, it would take over a decade for you to fully transmute the thunderous energy within into black demon thunder. Xiao Zhe shook his head once more as he cast a final glance at the depths of the thunder pool. It is precisely because he has exhausted the thunderous energy within him that he requires a period of time to fully recover. I have now successfully imbued a trace of the black demon thunder. Once my thunderous energy is restored, I shall be able to continuously elevate my prowess. After consuming it, Xiao Yin directly ascended to the rank of 7-star Do Saint. Thus the power of the 9 Xian Golden Thunder is at least that of a 7-star Do Saint. After all, even when he was merely a 1-star Do Saint, he had already absorbed and refined the blood essence of a demon saint. As the transformation of the Silver Thunder progressed, his speed in absorbing the black demon thunder also increased. Mang Tianqi retrieved a set of garments and casually donned them, offering a cheerful smile to Xiao Zhe. However, transforming the internal thunderous energy into black demon thunder is such a daunting task, having expended so much black demon thunder. One can only wonder what quantity will be required for the transformation into 9 Xian Golden Thunder. I wonder how the Dean is faring with my thunder technique. Xiao Zhe felt a twinge of surprise. Could it be that my current strength as a Do Saint is insufficient for their recognition? Nevertheless, the ship will naturally reach the bridge when it comes to that. Moreover, considering Mang Tianqi's extensive years of immersion in thunder technique cultivation, it is not surprising that he successfully imbued a trace of black demon thunder after a month's time upon learning Xiao Zhe's cultivation method. Xiao Zhe mused internally. Feeling somewhat troubled, for the 9 Xian Golden Thunder only manifests during the refinement of a 9th grade Golden Dan. Dean, I have completed my cultivation and will not linger in the depths of the Thunder Pool. Speaking of which, why are you so leisurely? Your little girlfriend's family is about to hold a coming-of-age ceremony, and one would assume you would be invited. Dean, how goes your cultivation? Any progress? Xiao inquired, showcasing a pure and unparalleled trace of Black Demon Thunder. Xiao, with curiosity, remarked, as he enveloped the dozens of Black Demon Thunders, then slowly closed his eyes, the thunderous energy surging around him. From this alone, one could discern the vast difference between himself and Xiao. While Xiao completed his transformation in a month, it would take him over a decade. After a while, Meng Tianqi recovered and turned to look at Xiao. With Xiao's current strength, encountering a high-ranking Do Saint would leave him unable to escape. The height of the origin tree has reached over 200,000 meters, officially stepping into the early stages of 2-star Do Saint. However, the method you mentioned is indeed effective, albeit requiring a considerable amount of time to cultivate fully. This time, he aims to resolve numerous Black Demon Thunders in one go, achieving a complete metamorphosis. Soon after, the sound of thunder resonated throughout the space, as bolts of Black Demon Thunder, exuding an aura of destruction, struck toward Xiao. By the way, Xiao, how did you emerge? Have you exhausted your thunderous energy? Even a 3-star Do Saint would be compelled to retreat in fear upon witnessing such a scene. I am not certain. Your little girlfriend is the most perfect manifestation of bloodline awakening in the ancient clan for a millennium. If it were merely a 9th grade bloodline, the ancient clan would have been eager to trade for a Do Saint powerhouse, but now it is not so certain. Chapter 478, The Ancient Clan's Coming-of-Age Ceremony. Upon hearing Meng Tianqi's words, Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. In the original narrative, Xiao Yin learns from the youthful ancient Jun that upon reaching the level of Do Shang, one can render the ancient clan indifferent to bloodline distinctions. However, for the aged members of the ancient clan, Xiao Yan's true acceptance hinges upon the nod of Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan possesses an extraordinary level of control over the ancient clan. Once he consents, not a single Do Shang dares to counter his approval. It is precisely because Gu Yuan acknowledges Xiao Yan that the elder Do Shangs of the ancient clan refrained from making things difficult for him. At present, Xiao Zhe is yet to encounter Gu Yuan, leaving him uncertain about whether he can earn the elder's endorsement. After all, Gu Yuan is not only Xuner's father, but also a formidable peak powerhouse at the 9-star Do Shang level. Regardless of the towering mountains that stand before me, I shall not yield. Xiao Zhe shook his head, casting aside his thoughts, and spoke with earnestness. Haha, there is no need for such concern. Given the potential you've displayed, even if those old fogies do not recognize you in the short term, once your strength surpasses theirs, you will deliver a resounding slap to their faces. The only opportunity Xiao Zhe could envision was the heavenly tomb. He inquired about Xuner, who had entered seclusion upon returning to the ancient clan and had not contacted him since. After a moment of reflection, Meng Tianqi responded to Xiao Zhe. Xiao Zhe smiled, not directly answering. He nodded slightly, indeed not feeling overly anxious. Perhaps in 2 months, as the president of the Pill Tower, you will undoubtedly receive an invitation from the ancient clan. The adult ceremony, held once every 20 years by the ancient clan, is a grand occasion. And considering your relationship with your young girlfriend, you might just find a fortuitous opportunity. As a descendant of the Xiao clan, Xiao Zhe's identity was largely unknown in Zhongzhou, with only a few elders in the ancient clan being aware of it. Meng Tianqi spoke with a hint of mystery, as though awaiting Xiao Zhe's inquiry. By the way, Director, do you know when the ancient clan's adult ceremony will take place? It seems your young girlfriend has long harbored intentions of bringing you into the heavenly tomb, which is likely why she informed you about it in advance. Meng Tianqi chuckled. Once you step into the realm of Do Shang, you will be able to disregard the disparities in bloodlines. Yet, there are always some old-timers in the ancient clan who possess an unparalleled obsession with divine bloodlines. After all, reaching the Do Shang level is their foundation of confidence. Divine bloodlines represent future potential, but a true Do Shang is the pinnacle of present strength. Meng Tianqi paused slightly, regaining his composure. He did not connect the dots to surmise that Xiao Zhe was a descendant of the once mighty Xiao clan. As a descendant, Xiao Zhe inherently possessed the qualifications to enter the heavenly tomb. Moreover, based on the original text, those with divine bloodlines wield considerable influence. Director, you must be referring to the heavenly tomb that opens once every 20 years, correct? If Xuner attains a divine bloodline at the adult ceremony, her authority within the ancient clan will ascend dramatically, granting her the right to engage with those elder members on equal footing. Xuner had refrained from discussing the tomb of heaven with him, for she understood that as soon as Xiao Zhe ventured into the ancient realm, he would inevitably gain entry to the tomb. Rest assured, even in the absence of an invitation, I shall escort you. Who would dare refuse us? especially with you being a saint. Even without an invitation, they would welcome you into the ancient realm. Thus, he presumed that Xuner had already conceived a plan to forcefully allow Xiao Zhe to enter the tomb as an outsider. Upon learning about the coming-of-age ceremony of the ancient clan, Xiao Zhe contemplated departing. President, do you intend to remain in the Void Thunder Pool? I need to return to Ancient Dragon Island. Ancient Dragon Island? I shall not accompany you. I've finally grasped the essence of the thunderous power. I must devote my time to cultivation. Mang Tianqi shook his head, displaying little interest in Ancient Dragon Island. Now that Xiao Zhe had truly stepped into the realm of Do Saint, he no longer required protection, rendering it unnecessary for him to act like a shadow trailing behind Xiao Zhe. However, after speaking, Mang Tianqi's gaze suddenly fixed on Xiao Zhe, as if recalling something. By the way, Xiao Zhe, you are a master alchemist, correct? Do you possess any elixirs suitable for my current cultivation? I would be willing to exchange them for the Thunder Clan's martial arts. I do have some, but President, are you truly indifferent to the martial arts of the Thunder Clan? Is that wise? As Xiao Zhe spoke, he produced several vials of elixirs and handed them directly to Mang Tianqi. What's there to fear? They are not inherited martial arts. The Thunder Clan has accumulated a plethora of techniques over the years, Mang Tianqi replied nonchalantly. However, upon examining the quality of the elixirs, his expression shifted. Nevertheless, I cannot present you with inferior techniques in exchange for such high-grade elixirs. After stating this, Mang Tianqi retrieved 3 martial arts tomes and tossed them to Xiao Zhe, then waved his hand, swiftly vanishing from sight. Xiao Zhe inspected the tomes. They were all earth-level martial arts. Although he had mastered numerous heaven-level techniques, this did not diminish the value of lower-tier martial arts. Earth-level techniques were still highly sought after in the central continent, as many influential factions possessed only earth-level inheritance. Though some factions claimed their techniques rivaled heaven-level, none truly compared. This underscored the high value of the martial arts that Mang Tianqi had offered. The president is clearly concerned about my well-being, Xiao Zhe mused, shaking his head as he stored the martial arts away. When he next encountered the president, he would bring him additional elixirs. After all, the transformation of Mang Tianqi's thunderous power would require considerable time, and only elixirs could expedite this metamorphosis. Casting one last glance at the void thunder pool, Xiao Zhe transformed into a streak of black light, swiftly heading towards Ancient Dragon Island. In the pitch-black silence of the void, radiant streams of light suddenly appeared, halting before Ancient Dragon Island, revealing figures of various postures. These figures exuded a formidable aura, most clad in dark golden armor. Upon the armor, a unique forging technique has imbued it with a dragon motif that seems to writhe as if it were alive, exuding an overwhelming and formidable aura of draconic majesty. The unrestrained presence of the newcomer has stirred the guardians within the Ancient Dragon Island. A figure, as imposing as a tower, surged forth like a lightning bolt, followed by numerous powerful presences. He, Black Qing, cast a fierce glare at the leading figure. Xiao, why do you abandon your post at the West Dragon Island and venture to my East Dragon Island? Haha, Black Qing. I come at the behest of the West Dragon King to invite our kin of royal blood to reside at the West Dragon Island. Preposterous. The Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan recognizes only the Dragon Emperor, and you, a mere offshoot of the royal lineage, dare to call yourself a Dragon King? Black Qing retorted fiercely, causing the expression of the opposing figure to darken gradually. Chapter 479, 2 Palms to Kill. The dark golden armor on Xiao pulsated with energy, and his thick brows furrowed slightly. Black Qing, you remain as insufferable as ever. Yet, you seem to forget that in terms of combat strength, the East Dragon Island is the weakest. Moreover, in matters of righteousness, each of the 3 Dragon Islands is led by a rightful Dragon King of royal blood. How can your East Dragon Island, with a yet-to-mature royal lineage, shoulder the weight of a Dragon Island? It would be wiser to return with me to West Dragon Island, where under the care of the West Dragon King, you can achieve the best growth. Spare me your nonsense. Before Xiao could finish, Black Qing interrupted him. You twist the truth with ease. The Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan has always recognized only the Dragon Emperor. The so-called Dragon Kings of the Southwest and Northeast have never held genuine legitimacy. The audacious actions of the 3 Dragon Kings will be met with reckoning upon the return of the Dragon Emperor, and when that time comes, even you subordinates will not escape punishment. With Black Qing pointing an accusing finger at him and delivering such scathing rebukes, Xiao's countenance darkened entirely, extinguishing any desire for verbal negotiation. Elder Zhu Li's gaze focused intently, causing the space around him to warp, revealing a figure. Xiao turned to Elder Zhu Li, sending a final signal. It was imperative to ensure that the 2 ladies entrusted to Lord Xiao Zhe did not encounter danger, and he hastened to notify them. Truly, Elder Zhu Li, even concealed nearby, I could not escape your keen perception. Haha, splendid. Such fearless resolve. Humph. I have merely heard that the Grand Elder and the Second Elder are in secluded cultivation, which has emboldened you to come to East Dragon Island. The Elder wore a smile, clad in simple leather attire, his skin a pale hue. Oh. The West Dragon Island and South Dragon Island truly regard our East Dragon Island highly, even dispatching elite dragon armor troops and barbarian dragon troops. Oh. It is Elder Man Yen, Zhu Li remarked, maintaining a calm demeanor, though his tone conveyed a hint of gravity as he regarded the two elite armies. As the voice of Xiao faded, silhouettes abruptly materialized, their bare torsos revealing remarkably powerful physiques. Since Elder Zhu Li has emerged, I shall reiterate, surrender the royal bloodline of the Donglong Island, and we may avoid a conflict. Zhu Li's gaze shifted to another point in the void, his tone languid. Should a great battle ensue, ensure that Qing Lin and the little medical fairy are evacuated. If you desire war with Donglong Island, we are undaunted. Upon learning of the formidable approach from Shilong Island, he sensed that the situation was dire. Hei Qing, accompanied by numerous formidable beings, emanated a robust aura to counter the newcomers. Zhu Li had also flown forth from the ancient Dragon Island, having previously arranged for Qing Lin and the little medical fairy's safety. Xiao clapped and chuckled. If Donglong Island is confident in contending with my Shilong Island's dragon-armored army, what of the addition of the barbarian dragon army? It seems Donglong Island refuses to surrender that royal bloodline. Thus we must personally extend our invitation. Who leads the barbarian dragon army? There is no need for subterfuge. Yet, Elder Zhu Li maintained his composure, waving his hand as a silver barrier erupted with blinding brilliance. Let your true abilities be revealed. Zhu Li's disinterested demeanor drew a cold snort from Xiao. Dragon-armored army, engage. Bring back that royal bloodline. The dark golden dragon armor adorning Xiao radiated an exquisite golden light, a tempestuous aura sweeping forth as if a storm had been unleashed. Faintly, a dragon's roar seemed to resonate from the dark golden armor. The figures behind Xiao echoed his fervor, their fierce presence surging forth. Elder Man Yen, observing the scene, shook his head slightly, expressing a hint of resignation. If that is the case, let us take action. Upon receiving his command, the muscular figures nodded decisively, their arms transforming dramatically. In the blink of an eye, their arms morphed into dragon claws adorned with pale purple scales. Amidst the tension, a calm voice suddenly reverberated through the space. To my surprise, after a month away, the ancient Dragon Island is bustling with activity. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Elder Zhu Li and the other powerful figures from ancient Dragon Island displayed expressions of joy. Xiao's formidable prowess meant that with his arrival, the current situation was no longer concerning. Xiao materialized at the center of the standoff, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Man Yin and Xiao. Who are you to dare interfere in the affairs of my Taishu ancient dragon clan? Upon seeing Xiao realized he was there to disrupt the proceedings. I have friends within ancient Dragon Island. I cannot stand idly by while you make such a commotion, Xiao replied cheerfully. Despite the impressive display of the two elite armies before him, not one possessed a combat saint-level expert. For Xiao, subduing them would require little effort. And thus he remained unconcerned. It appears you are determined to engage in this matter. Allow me to test your capabilities. Elder Manhwa swiftly transformed his hands into dragon claws adorned with scales, exhibiting a more profound metamorphosis than the soldiers of the barbarian dragon army. His once pale skin rapidly manifested faint purple dragon scales, and in the blink of an eye, he morphed into a being that was half human and half dragon. This dragon man emanated an exceedingly fierce aura, causing the very fabric of the surrounding space to distort. His eyes, filled with malevolence, suddenly fixed on Xiao, and he charged at him with lightning speed. Xiao remained composed, observing the dragon man's assault, his own aura no longer concealed. A vast and profound energy radiated from him, as if he were a force of nature itself, a saint of combat. The deafening silence was broken only by a gasp of astonishment before Xiao effortlessly shattered the skull of his assailant with a single strike. Who gave you the audacity to offend a saint? Xiao, with a calm demeanor, flicked the blood from his hand. His tranquil gaze fell upon the two armies, instantly stalling their momentum. The soldiers of the Dragon Armor Army and the Barbarian Dragon Army looked at Xiao in horror, some trembling at the knees. After all, their commander had been effortlessly dispatched by Xiao. What right did they have to confront him? Xiao stared, aghast, at the headless corpse of Manhwa, his countenance frozen in shock. The aura that once resonated with dragon roars abruptly ceased, and the armor that had exuded a faint glow of power gradually settled into stillness. It is unfair that you remain alive while he has perished. I shall send you to meet him. Xiao spoke with an even tone, instantly appearing before Xiao, delivering a gentle yet decisive strike. However, Xiao, faced with this seemingly effortless blow, was like a mere mortal confronted with lightning, utterly unable to evade. He could only watch helplessly as Xiao Zhe's pale hand descended upon his head, and then his consciousness faded into oblivion. Chapter 480, Surrender or Perish. Outside the ancient Dragon Island, the once palpable atmosphere of bloodshed had vanished without a trace. The elite forces of the two Dragon Islands gazed at Xiao Zhe in terror, fearing that a mere flick of his hand could annihilate them all. After all, their commander had fallen to Xiao Zhe without even enduring a single attack. His skull shattered in an instant. Surrender or die, Xiao Zhe stated blandly. Being of the ancient Void Dragon clan and now possessing absolute dominance, he had no desire to engage in the slaughter of the Xian people. However, should they choose to pledge unwavering loyalty to the Dragon Kings of the other two Dragon Islands, Xiao Zhe would not hesitate to reunite them with their commander. His calm tone was reminiscent of one dealing with mere ants. Yet the Dragon Armor Army and Barbarian Dragon Army felt as though they had received a reprieve. Xiao Zhe's strength as a saint of combat rendered their existence as inconsequential as that of a crushed insect. In the continent of combat, the strong are revered. Those who do not attain the rank of saint are ultimately reduced to the status of mere ants. The ancient clan of the Void Dragon enjoys an extraordinarily lengthy lifespan. Yet their reproductive capacity pales in comparison to that of the human race. Xiao Zhe turned to Elder Zhu Li and expressed his apologies, stating, "I have overstepped my bounds. Please handle these individuals." Elder Zhu Li graciously replied, No, I am grateful for your mercy, Lord Xiao Zhe. While we shall eliminate the leading commander, we must spare these members of the Void Dragon, who are merely following orders and have no autonomy. I extend my sincere thanks to you, Lord Xiao Zhe, great sage. We are willing to surrender. The warriors of the Void Dragon clan hastily declared. However, Elder Zhu Li was not entirely accepting. He was determined to thoroughly investigate these individuals' backgrounds. The warriors of the Void Dragon clan expressed their eagerness to submit. Elder Zhu Li genuinely appreciated Xiao Zhe's intervention. Only by achieving the rank of Doshang can one truly stand at the pinnacle of the Duki continent. We are willing to submit to the Eastern Dragon Island, to shed our blood and sacrifice our lives for the honor of Lord Dragon Emperor. Following the schism within the Void Dragon clan, many powerful elders remained unbound by the three Dragon Kings. Elder Zhu Li solemnly bowed to Xiao Zhe. Yet, while the elders of the Void Dragon had the authority to make decisions, the ordinary clansmen found themselves powerless. Grateful for the mercy of a Doshang, they were naturally reluctant to sacrifice themselves for the Dragon King. Faced with the Dragon King's coercion and intimidation, they had no room for resistance. Thus, they sought refuge in the boundless void, evading the internal strife of the Void Dragon clan. Consequently, among the three great beast clans, the Void Dragon clan has consistently maintained the smallest population. At present, Xiao Zhe chose to show mercy, sparing the clansmen of the Void Dragon clan, unwilling to engage in their internal conflicts. It is hardly surprising, as their strength did not permit them such autonomy. As for these clansmen of the Void Dragon, they lamented, "Great sage, we were previously ensnared by that wretched Dragon King's manipulation. Now that we behold you, we recognize the true royal bloodline of the Dragon clan lies within the ancient Dragon Island. Should any of these individuals have committed acts detrimental to the Eastern Dragon Island, they must face punishment and retribution." Xiao Zhe nodded slightly. En route to the ancient Dragon Island, he had received messages from Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, informing him of an assault on the ancient Dragon Island by another Dragon Island. He hastily returned, fortunate to arrive just before the outbreak of hostilities, thereby avoiding any casualties and allowing for a potential resolution. Had the Dragon Armored Army and the Barbarian Dragon Army engaged in combat with the formidable beings of the Eastern Dragon Island, resulting in significant losses, Xiao Zhe would have offered them no choice but to face immediate execution. Though they belonged to the same Void Dragon clan, there were distinctions, and Xiao Zhe was capable of discerning them clearly. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, but Xiao Zhe chose not to dwell on trivial matters. Recognizing this was an internal issue of the Void Dragon clan, it would be inappropriate for him to offer excessive advice, as that would indeed be overstepping. "Lord Xiao Zhe, please follow me." After arranging for the surrendering clansmen, Elder Zhu Li took Xiao Zhe back into the ancient Dragon Island. They arrived at the palace where the little medical fairy and Qing Lin resided. This time, we owe our gratitude to Lord Xiao Zhe for his timely intervention, which spared the ancient Dragon Island from the ravages of war. I extend my heartfelt thanks to you, Lord Xiao Zhe. There is no need for such formality. Elder Zhu Li, their target is Ziyan, and I cannot stand idly by, Xiao Zhe replied. Moreover, it is crucial that news of the elimination of the two major Dragon Islands remains undisclosed. This will leave them in the dark regarding the true nature of the ancient Dragon Island, thus instilling a sense of caution. Currently, with Ziyan still in seclusion, the strength of the ancient Dragon Island may not withstand an assault from the three major Dragon Islands. so we must buy some time. Even when Ziyin emerges, if her strength does not reach a level capable of confronting the 3 Dragon Kings, it is best to keep a low profile. I understand fully what you mean. My lord, the ancient Dragon Island will enter a state of heightened vigilance, and no information shall escape from it. Elder Zhu Li stated solemnly. If the 3 major Dragon Islands attack, the eastern ancient Dragon Island may face utter annihilation. This matter is of utmost importance, and I shall not allow any laxity or negligence. That is reassuring. I, too, have matters to attend to and cannot remain on the ancient Dragon Island for long. As a friend of Ziyin, I do not wish for her to come to harm. Xiao nodded, hesitating for a moment before producing a golden glowing spatial jade slip. Although Xiao possessed more potent roots of the origin tree, he reserved them for those who were particularly close to him, such as the little medical fairy and Qing Lin. After all, if he were to give the roots of the origin tree to the ancient dragon clan and later found them unnecessary, it would be awkward to reclaim them. However, the spatial jade slip was far more convenient. With just a little time, Xiao could easily create one. Even if it remained unused, there would be no concern, and it could stay with the ancient dragon clan. The roots of the origin tree were different at this stage. Xiao could not afford to part with many of them. After all, they were derived from the origin tree, which served as the source of his power. Giving them away would weaken his own strength. Although he frequently utilized the roots as the control core for his combat technique, Thunder Body, they remained in his possession, allowing him to retrieve them whenever necessary. In the hands of others, however, the situation would be entirely different. Lord Xiao, are you preparing to leave? Elder Zhu Li inquired, glancing at the golden jade slip. Indeed, I must pay a visit to the ancient clan to attend their coming-of-age ceremony, Xiao replied casually. The Tai Su ancient dragon clan is trustworthy, and there is no need for secrecy. Since you have important matters to attend to, I shall not press you further. Please take care, Lord Xiao. Before long, Xiao set forth on the path to the ancient clan, accompanied by Qing Lin and the little medical fairy. There remained just over a month until the ancient clan would convene for the coming-of-age ceremony. This place is the southern region of the central continent, and the journey to the eastern region of the central continent is still quite lengthy. Therefore, setting out early can help prevent unforeseen accidents. Chapter 481, The Eastern Region. The ancient sacred city. Xiao and his companions swiftly traversed through a spatial wormhole, arriving at the central region of the central continent. Although Xiao initially intended to head directly to the eastern region, upon returning to the central region, he found that time was still ample, prompting him to revisit the Pill Tower. After attending to some matters at the Pill Tower, he also acquired an invitation jade slip from the ancient clan. As a prominent force in central continent, the Pill Tower holds considerable weight among the various ancient races. After all, the ancient races have mutually agreed to refrain from causing significant destruction to the Duki continent. Thus, peak experts above the 5-star Do Saint level are prohibited from acting recklessly. Within such constraints, the Pill Tower possesses an ancestor of the 5-star Do Saint level, making it a significant concern even for the ancient races. Of course, if the information regarding the ancient races were updated, it would reveal that the Pill Tower's ancestor has actually reached the 6-star Do Saint level, presenting an even greater threat. Beyond the prowess of the Pill Tower's ancestor, the very nature of the Pill Tower itself fosters amicable relations with the ancient races. Most of the forces in the eastern region can indeed be considered subordinate factions of the ancient clan. Numerous powers have developed here, some of which are even ranked among the top in the central continent. The creators of these medicinal pills are the alchemists who master the formulas. The heritage of the ancient clan is truly extraordinary. Even this simple jade slip possesses unique qualities, hinting at an ancient essence within. Xiao shook his head, storing the invitation jade slip away, and set off for the eastern region with Qing Lin and the little healing immortal. After all, this is a loosely organized group composed of alchemists, posing far less of a threat than other sections. Moreover, forming alliances with alchemists is never disadvantageous. However, to thrive in the eastern region, one must bear the insignia of a subordinate force of the ancient clan. Otherwise, survival here would be challenging. No one can guarantee immunity from injury or that they will never require the medicinal pills that aid in breaking through realms. In such circumstances, the depth of the ancient clan's heritage is evident, possessing vast resources across a large territory. The central continent is immensely vast, roughly divided into 9 major regions in a grid-like pattern. Xiao felt the ancient essence emanating from the black jade slip in his hand. In light of this, whenever the ancient races host significant ceremonies, they invariably extend an invitation to the Pill Tower. Although most leaders of various forces have never even met a member of the ancient clan, the ancient realm, situated in the eastern region of the central continent, stands as a supreme authority akin to an emperor, even though the ancient sacred city forbids the entry of outsiders. it does not diminish its resounding reputation throughout the central continent. Qinglin glanced at the map, estimated the distance, and turned to Xiao Zhe. The three of them sat atop the head of the 9 nether earth demon python. The ancient clan possesses power sufficient to rival the eastern region of the central continent, indicating the profound foundation they have amassed over the years. In the eastern region of the central continent, an immense figure swiftly traverses the skies, stirring a tempest of wind and visible air currents. Young Master Xiao Zhe is but 2 days away from reaching the ancient holy city. Oh, the ancient holy city, Xiao Zhe mused, nodding slightly. Within the central continent, its renown even surpasses that of the sacred Dan city. The central region, home to the Dan Tower, serves as the core of the central continent, yet it is not solely governed by the influence of the Dan Tower. This place is, after all, the entrance to the ancient realm. A city's fame is often determined by the strength of its ruling power, much like how the Tianming city in the northwest region echoes throughout the area, simply because it serves as the headquarters of the Tianming. I wonder how Xuner is faring. It has been a while since we last communicated. She should be nearing the end of her seclusion. As I understand, the ancient clan's coming-of-age ceremony is quite grand. The little medical fairy, brushing her hair aside, remarked with a charming smile, I wonder what Xuner's current strength is? She should be on par with you, if not stronger. Xiao Zhe glanced at the little medical fairy and Qinglin, both having reached the semi-holy level. After refining the blood of the demon sage, they made tremendous strides. After all, the demon sage's blood is potent enough to significantly enhance even someone at the Do sage level, such as Xiao Zhe. Not to mention the little medical fairy and Qinglin, who are at the peak of the Do Zun realm. It has undoubtedly propelled them into the semi-holy level. Though their party consists of only 3 members, each is of the saint level. Even the swift 9 nether earthly python beneath them is the esteemed elder of the 9 nether clan, bonded through a soul contract with Qinglin, boasting a formidable strength of 1-star Do sage. Although it may seem that Do sages are rampant in the latter stages of Do Pa, their numbers remain exceedingly rare. Excluding ancient races, the entirety of the central continent possesses only a handful of factions with Do sage level experts. In truth, only 2 factions are anchored by genuine Do sages, the Dan Tower, which Xiao Zhe belongs to, and the Burning Flame Valley. Thus, the prowess of Xiao Zhe and his companions is truly remarkable. Wherever they traverse, no beast or human cultivator dares to challenge their brilliance, even from a distance. The overwhelming aura they emanate prompts others to conceal themselves, fearing that the owner of such terrifying energy might take notice of them. Even the leaders of various forces in the eastern region of the central continent tremble, relaying messages to the Supreme Emperor, the ancient clan's patriarch. After all, the entrance of a Do sage level expert into the eastern region necessitates a report to the ancient clan. Their journey was remarkably smooth, and 2 days later, Xiao Zhe and his companions arrived at the location of the ancient holy city. Spread across an expansive and boundless grassland, the lush green grass radiates vitality, and upon this prairie stands a colossal city exuding an aura of ancient savagery. Xiao Zhe and his companions did not traverse the ancient clan's spatial wormhole. Instead, they directly summoned the formidable Xiao Demuan, a serpent of the saint level, to journey to the ancient sacred city. Thus, no one accompanied them along the way. Although the invited strong individuals possessed considerable strength, there existed a limit to their prowess, which was significantly inferior when compared to the Xiao Demuan at the saint level. As they neared the ancient sacred city, they concealed the Xiao Demuan and passed by a plaza housing a spatial wormhole. It emanated an overwhelming aura of power. As many strong individuals rushed toward the distant city, and Xiao Zhe chose to join their ranks. Upon finally beholding the ancient city in its entirety, they discovered that the ancient sacred city was enveloped in a thin layer of luminous shield. This veil, albeit delicate, exuded an oppressive force that seemed to originate from the very soul, causing the countenances of all those who arrived to shift. Amongst the powerful who were aware of the city's origins, a hint of reverence surfaced on their faces. Xiao Zhe gazed upon the ancient metropolis, feeling the immense pressure radiating from it, his eyes narrowing slightly. Is this the ancient sacred city, truly worthy of the legacy left by the Do Emperor? Chapter 482, The Favor of the Ancient Clan Elders. Xiao Zhe's gaze rested upon the distant ancient sacred city. Legend has it that this grand city was constructed by a Do Emperor of the ancient clan. The protective shield enveloping the city is said to contain a fragment of the Do Emperor's power, which accounts for the formidable pressure felt by souls. Let us descend, Xiao Zhe said to the little medical fairy and Qinglin, in deference to the Do Emperor's might. Flying is prohibited within 1,000 zhang of the ancient sacred city. The 3 of them swiftly landed on the ground and proceeded on foot. Even without flight, their speed was remarkable. Traversing the 1,000 zhang distance took but a few breaths, and they soon arrived at the outskirts of the ancient sacred city. However, Entry into the city was forbidden for outsiders. Even for the multitude of strong individuals who had been invited, the procedures to gain access were quite intricate. Yet, none among the gathered strong harbored any grievances, for this was the domain of the ancient clan. Even those who might wish to cause trouble would have to reckon with the formidable figures clad in black armor standing sentinel at the city gates. These armored sentinels stood erect on either side of the gate, armed with long spears, their icy gazes fixed upon the approaching strong. A designated individual will guide you to your temporary lodgings. In a few days, our clan will escort you into the ancient realm. After all, this is a 9th-grade alchemy grandmaster, Xiao remarked with a slight smile as he accepted the jade slip, nodding at the soldier. With a flicker of his spatial ring, he presented a black jade slip to the soldier. Although Xiao was indifferent toward these individuals, there were inevitably some who aspired to elevate their status by garnering his favor. After a considerable wait, it was finally their turn to complete the entry procedures. Earlier, Xiao had employed his soul power to obscure the presence of the three of them. Sir, please present the ancient clan's invitation jade slip. A formidable aura emanated from these figures, evoking admiration for the ancient clan's prowess and cultural depth. Xiao, accompanied by the Qinglin little medical sage, gradually moved towards the city gate within the procession. Although such individuals were rare, their presence was undeniable. To avoid unnecessary complications, Xiao preferred not to engage with them. It was the president of the Dan Tower who personally extended an invitation for Sir Xiao to enter the ancient sacred city for rest. The warrior's words immediately stirred the ranks behind Xiao. Among the numerous powerful beings invited, he found himself at the bottom of the hierarchy. Otherwise, with his appearance and the beauty of the little medical sage Qinglin, their mere presence would incite a commotion wherever they went. The leading warrior clad in black armor tightened his expression and clasped his hands in respect toward Xiao. The burly warrior accepted the jade slip, brushed his hand across it, and information surged into his mind, causing his tense demeanor to shift to one of astonishment. A Dozong expert holds a commendable position among first-rate forces across the continent. To their surprise, they found themselves before the legendary president of the Dan Tower. They had failed to notice this earlier, despite Xiao's portrait being widely circulated in Zhongzhou. The invited powerful beings were all at least of the Dozong level. At this moment, as the ancient clan warrior revealed Xiao's identity, several individuals in the ranks behind began to stir restlessly. With Xiao's perfected celestial perception, he effortlessly discerned their emotional fluctuations and intentions. However, in the territory of the ancient clan, they dared not act recklessly. Guided by a designated member of the ancient clan, Xiao entered the ancient sacred city. Upon arriving at a quaint and elegant courtyard, the warrior respectfully addressed Xiao. Sir Xiao, do you find this courtyard satisfactory? Should you have any discontent, feel free to request a change. No need, Xiao replied. This courtyard is already quite splendid. Then please rest well here, Sir Xiao. In a few days, someone from our clan will come to escort you to the ancient realm, the warrior said courteously. Although he belonged to the ancient clan and was competent by the standards of the Doqi continent, he paled in comparison to Xiao. Just the identity of Xiao as a 9th-tier grandmaster alchemist warranted his utmost respect, especially given that this was a direct order from the elder. Recalling how he had received instructions from the elder to treat Xiao with utmost hospitality even before meeting him, the warrior departed, leaving Xiao to enter the courtyard. The designated courtyard was indeed impressive, exuding an aura of antiquity and elegance, adorned with various rare materials that could calm the mind. Moreover, it was inscribed with various formation runes, capable of adjusting the environment to ensure the utmost comfort for its inhabitants. Originally, the ancient clan established a manor specifically to host visitors. However, due to the unique circumstances surrounding Xiao, he was granted accommodation in this particular courtyard under the elder's directive. Young Master Xiao, would you like me to investigate the situation of the ancient clan? Qinglin inquired with a smile. Previously, while Xiao was in seclusion or concocting elixirs at the Pill Tower, Qinglin had diligently gathered information about significant events occurring there. No need, Xiao replied with a gentle smile as he affectionately ruffled Qinglin's hair. With my current spiritual strength, it is far easier for me to discern matters than for you, my dear. At his current pinnacle of heavenly realm, Xiao could effortlessly extend his spiritual perception over a vast expanse of 10,000 miles. Being within the ancient holy city, acquiring intelligence about the ancient clan would pose no challenge for him. Moreover, he already possessed a certain understanding of the clan's circumstances and did not require Qinglin's assistance. Of course, Xiao was cautious. The ancient holy city likely harbored formidable fighters at the Dosheng level. Being overly reckless could provoke their ire. His gaze shifted towards the core area of the ancient holy city, where he sensed an extraordinarily powerful aura, indicative of at least a mid-level Dosheng. It was noteworthy that, according to the original narrative, a meeting had been convened to discuss Xuner's marriage at this time. During that meeting, Xuner had openly revealed all circumstances, which led to Xiao Yan facing hostility and animosity from the younger generation of the ancient clan. Presently, however, Xiao Zhe encountered none of that. Instead, he was afforded preferential treatment with a lavishly appointed courtyard. Could it be that Xuner had been in seclusion and did not attend the elders' meeting? A fleeting thought crossed Xiao Zhe's mind, and he chose to dismiss it. Avoiding unnecessary trouble was certainly a favorable outcome, even though he was not intimidated by such complications at his current strength. In a grand, ancient tower adorned with runic formations within the core area of the ancient holy city, an elderly man with a white beard slowly opened his eyes. Is this the young man the elder Tong Xian spoke of, who harbors intentions towards the young lady? At such a tender age, with such cultivation, his innate talent is indeed alarming. In addition to advancing his Do Qi, his accomplishments in alchemy were equally remarkable. The elder stroked his beard, recalling the last time Elder Tong Xian returned to the ancient clan and spoke of a 9th-grade precious elixir as a parting gift. The world of alchemists is truly astonishing. He muttered with a wry smile, still in disbelief at the news he had initially received. Within the ancient clan, 9th-grade precious elixirs were exceedingly rare. It was precisely due to Xiao Zhe's grand gestures that the majority of elders in the ancient clan now held an ambiguous stance toward him, essentially a state of tacit approval. Once the clan leader gave his nod of consent, they would promptly acknowledge the relationship between Xiao Zhe and the young lady. After all, a youthful 9th-grade master alchemist was enough to stir excitement even among them. After cultivating a closer relationship with Xiao Zhe, it is conceivable that he might be persuaded to concoct a 9th-grade elixir, enabling them to break through the stagnation of their combat prowess that has persisted for years. The elder with the white beard stroked his chin and shook his head. Ultimately, the matter of the young lady's marriage must be decisively resolved by the patriarch. While the opinions of the elders carry some weight, they lack the power to make conclusive decisions. Only with the patriarch's approval can the elders engage with Xiao Zhe. After all, despite Xiao Zhe's current status as a 9th-grade grandmaster alchemist, he has yet to establish a definitive connection with the ancient clan. Once Xiao Zhe solidifies his relationship with Xuner, he will become the son-in-law of the clan leader. It is only then that these obstinate old-timers would lower their pride to interact with Xiao Zhe. These formidable individuals possess great strength, some representing significant factions, and their convergence is indeed a spectacle to behold. In the original narrative, Xiao Yan had achieved the rank of an 8th-grade alchemist and even held the title of champion at the Alchemist Association's competition. It seems we are enjoying special treatment from the ancient clan, as they have arranged a private courtyard for us in the ancient sacred city, a manor specifically designated for hosting outsiders. However, for the elders at the saint level of the ancient clan, this holds little significance. Xiao Zhe stretched lazily and spoke to Qing Lin and the little medical sage. He could not help but shake his head, retracting his spiritual perception and disregarding the exceedingly complex emotional fluctuations of the outside world. Unbeknownst to Xiao Zhe, the parting gift he bestowed upon Xuner had stirred significant ripples among the elders of the ancient clan. What truly captivates their interest is the grandmaster capable of refining 9th-grade elixirs. The disparity between an 8th-grade and a 9th-grade alchemist is immense. Whether seeking collaboration, harboring comparisons, or nursing long-standing grievances, the intricacies of their relationships are manifold. Young Master Xiao Zhe, the guests invited this time should all be gathered at that manor in the ancient sacred city, correct? Subsequently, under Xiao Zhe's guidance, the group swiftly arrived at an expansive manor. The little medical sage tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her face adorned with a hint of intrigued amusement. Very well, we are uncertain of the precise time the ancient realm will open. Remaining in seclusion for cultivation could be interrupted at any moment. So it is better to venture out for a stroll. Qing Lin, with curiosity, remarked, do even those ancient races experience the same? Why then are we afforded such privileges? Since we are here, we might as well settle in. After all, we are quite content with this courtyard, so let us stay for a few days. The area is indeed lively. Shall we explore there? It seems some individuals are engaged in a competition. This is sufficient to tilt the balance in the hearts of these stubborn elders heavily towards Xiao Zhe. If it were not for Gu Yuan's silence, withholding any opinion or stance, the most significant leverage would have already fallen, preventing those elders from taking action. Powerful presences emanated within the manor, a veritable mix of fish and dragons. Xiao Zhe shook his head, casting a glance towards the direction of the core region of the ancient sacred city. A group of individuals ambled along the pathway, pausing intermittently. Though occasional skirmishes erupted, they were swiftly quelled by the black-clad guards. After all, the estate was equipped with designated areas for sparring, and unrestrained combat was strictly prohibited within its confines to prevent any damage to the property. Following the flow of the crowd, Xiao Zhe and his companions arrived at an expansive tavern. Within this establishment, there lay a substantial stone platform specifically allocated for dueling, where two combatants were engaged in a rapid and fierce exchange. As soon as Xiao Zhe and his companions entered the tavern, a beautiful maid approached them, guiding Xiao Zhe to their seats. "Esteemed lords, may I inquire what you wish to dine upon? Please bring us some of your signature dishes, along with some tea," replied Xiao Zhe with a smile as he settled into his seat. "Certainly, esteemed lords, please wait a moment," the maid said respectfully before departing swiftly. The trio's gaze was fixed upon the stone platform, where the combatants displayed formidable skills and a ruthless approach. It appeared that there was some history between them, whether born of personal grudges or entangled affiliations. The spectators, a multitude of powerful figures, expressed their excitement with cheers, reveling in the intensity of the duel, as it posed no threat to them. Little medical fairy and Qing Lin, too, were drawn by curiosity, casting their eyes towards the arena to appreciate the fierce and somewhat bloody confrontation. In a different corner of the tavern, a quartet of individuals sat around a table, their auras subtle yet potent. A faint heat emanated from their presence, and each bore a distinctive flame-like marking upon their foreheads. A burly middle-aged man cast a wary glance toward Xiao Zhe and his group, his expression laden with apprehension. That is indeed the newly appointed president of the Pill Tower. His strength is truly unfathomable. Rumors had circulated that this president might have ties to a certain young lady of the ancient clan. One of the men, with a somewhat mischievous demeanor, remarked, "It would be wise not to place too much credence in such gossip. Observe how none from the younger generation of the ancient clan dare to confront him. It is evident that these are mere rumors, lacking substantial verification." Another man, clad in a white robe and wearing a gentle smile that radiated warmth, nodded in agreement. The playful man shrugged. "That is understandable. After all, she is the cherished jewel of the ancient clan, the most exceptional among the younger generation, pursued by countless admirers. Yet, it is said that many suitors have scarcely encountered her even a handful of times." The final member of the group was a woman, seemingly disinterested in the gossip exchanged by the three men. Her eyes were calm and unwavering, her face partially concealed by a veil. Despite the barrier, one could still discern the beauty and exquisite charm of her features. "Firechild, do you not find this intriguing?" the playful man inquired of her. The fiery youth's bright eyes remained utterly unperturbed as she gently shook her head, expressing her indifference toward such matters. However, upon mentioning the rumors regarding the president of the Dan Tower possessing an unknown and terrifying, a hint of excitement crept into her tone. "I am quite curious to see how his compares to my red lotus flame." The three men accompanying her shared a knowing smile. While the fiery youth exhibited a lack of interest in most things, her fascination with was exceptional. The red lotus flame she possessed was indeed extraordinary, ranking 8th on the list as a legacy of the Flame Clan. Grateful, Xiao Zhe thanked the maid before indulging in the culinary delights alongside the young healer, Qing Lin. While enjoying the spectacle of combat, he paid little heed to the various gazes directed at him, though one particular stare burned with intensity, hinting at an underlying fiery intent. Even without the aid of his soul perception, Xiao Zhe could sense this gaze, filled with profound interest in him. A brief probe revealed it belonged to a descendant of the Flame Clan, which piqued his curiosity but did not warrant further concern. As the clan possessing the most among ancient races, their interest in his was to be expected. Chapter 484. Xuner emerges from seclusion. In the heart of the ancient realm, amidst the towering ancient sacred mountains, a plethora of palatial structures sprawled across the landscape, teeming with abundant celestial energy, an ideal sanctuary for cultivation. Atop one of the peaks, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged forth, transforming into a resplendent golden beam of light. A breathtaking figure emerged from within the fiery column, her eyes ablaze with golden flames. Xuner displayed a touch of regret in her gaze, lamenting her inability to truly step into the realm of the Do Saint. Having reached the advanced semi-saint level, she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet the ancient clan's coming-of-age ceremony demanded her presence, particularly as her brother Xiao Zhe was certain to attend. She needed to advocate for him during the Elder Council, securing him opportunities such as access to the Tomb of Heaven. With her golden flames now subdued, Xuner directed her bright eyes towards another peak. With a delicate touch of her toes, she flickered across the landscape, arriving at the adjacent summit in a flash, where she performed a courteous bow. Alas, one cannot hold on to a woman forever. It is essential to prepare for the ancient clan's coming-of-age ceremony. Xuner bowed in the direction of Gu Yuan as he departed. "Let us take a look. This is his latest intelligence." Although she could leverage her influence during the Elder Council to secure a position for Xiao Zhe, her slender fingers glided over a jade slip, and a torrent of information surged into her mind, leaving her astonished. Gu Yuan had imparted a final instruction before his figure gradually vanished. Xuner felt a tinge of regret for not being able to harness the power of the ninth-grade treasure pill to ascend to the one-star Do Saint level. However, if her father were to personally intercede, the elders of the ancient clan would undoubtedly refrain from voicing any objections. Upon hearing this, Xuner's face instantly radiated with a gleeful smile. Gu Yuan offered a word of consolation, reflecting on how, after many years, the Xiao clan had once again arrived in the ancient realm. With the opening of the heavenly tomb, he should be granted a place to enter. Xuner, astute in her thoughts, inferred from Gu Yuan's words that Xiao Zhe had indeed ascended to the rank of a one-star Do Saint. Nodding slightly, she accepted the jade slip. Although she possessed the golden tree left by Xiao Zhe, allowing her to contact him at any moment, she understood the importance of the information at hand. Overstepping can be as detrimental as falling short. Your current prowess positions you as the foremost among the younger generation of the ancient clan. While you may still fall short of that little fellow from the Xiao clan, it is sufficient grounds for pride. Gu Yuan stood with one hand behind his back, holding a jade slip in the other, inscribed with the intelligence gathered about Xiao Zhe. Father, thank you, esteemed father. Xiao Zhe's rate of advancement remains astonishing. Gu Yuan shook his head with a smile, jesting lightly before passing the jade slip containing information about Xiao Zhe to Xuner. However, it would be ill-advised to inquire into every detail of Xiao Zhe's circumstances. The jade slip from her father was timely, allowing her to gain insight into Xiao Zhe's recent developments. Although the Sacred Heart Glazed Pill is a ninth-grade treasure pill, most of its medicinal properties are aimed at enhancing one's qualifications. To leverage the remaining potency for breaking through to a one-star Do Saint, it still falls short. Within the ancient holy city, Xiao Zhe was also attuned to his surroundings. Aside from the blazing gaze belonging to the representative of the Yin clan, he had yet to encounter other ancient races. According to the narrative, the Ling clan should have already faced calamity. After all, such a monumental opportunity as the Heavenly Tomb was not one to be missed by the younger generation. The Ling clan would certainly not abandon it. As for the other ancient races, they were likely gathered in some corner of the estate. Xiao Zhe did not concern himself too much, as he was quite likely to enter the Heavenly Tomb, where he would inevitably engage with those from ancient races. However, as time passed, Xiao Zhe felt a growing sense of helplessness, noticing that the intense gaze became increasingly frequent, perhaps due to the observer's inability to detect any trace of exotic fire within him. The power Xiao Zhe currently wielded was diverse, capable of functioning without interference, thanks to the branches of the origin tree. Thus, when Xiao Zhe exercised a particular ability, it remained exceptionally pure unless he intentionally mixed it with something else. Unlike Xiao Yan, whose cultivation of infused his Do Qi and even his soul with its characteristics, Xiao Zhe's use of soul power was the most unadulterated form of soul energy. The same applied to his command of thunderous power. It remained devoid of any other aura. Consequently, should Xiao Zhe refrain from employing any specific ability, others would be utterly incapable of discerning the existence of such extraordinary means within him. On the other side, in the territory of the Flame Clan, Huoji furrowed his brow slightly. It was peculiar. Had it not been rumored that he possessed an extraordinarily terrifying? Why then, could I discern no trace of such power within him? Beside him, a man clad in white robes smiled and said, Huoji, spare yourself the effort. With his current strength, he can easily conceal his abilities, and based on your perception, it would be impossible to detect them. However, it was still strange that there were no signs at all. As one who possessed myself, I should have felt something. Huoji was bewildered, and the others, witnessing his confusion, chose not to pursue the subject further. Huoji held a profound interest in, yet their curiosity did not run as deep. Would they truly go so far as to trouble Xiao Zhe just to witness his? In the following days, Xiao Zhe, accompanied by the little doctor and Qing Lin, strolled through some of the more accessible sites of the ancient sacred city. After all, this city had been constructed by a formidable Do emperor, and curiosity filled their hearts. However, the ancient sacred city was vast, and before they could complete their exploration, they received news from the ancient clan. The ancient realm was about to open. In the core area of the ancient sacred city lay an immense lake, its waters remarkably clear, yet infinitely deep, invoking a sense of trepidation. The shores were already crowded with numerous figures, all equally intrigued by the legendary and profoundly mysterious ancient realm. At long last, an opportunity to enter and behold its wonders was at hand. Anticipation filled the air as many gazes converged upon the lake, where silhouettes clad in black armor stood resolute, wielding spears, exuding an aura of formidable strength that deterred any who might consider approaching. An elderly man in a pale yellow robe slowly emerged before the black-armored warriors, emanating a robust presence that caused the expressions of those present to shift. A Do Saint. Some among the crowd were struck by disbelief. Did the ancient clan regard this matter with such gravity? Why, then, had they dispatched a figure of Do Saint caliber. This was particularly puzzling for the ancient races, some of whom had attended the previous adult ceremony of the ancient clan, during which no Do Saint had made an appearance. The elderly man in the pale yellow robe cast a discreet glance at Xiao, were it not for the presence of a genuine Do Saint among the invited experts. The ancient clan would not have gone to the trouble of sending forth a Do Saint. After all, in the presence of a Do Saint, it would seem rather dismissive to dispatch an elder who was merely at the pinnacle of Dozun. Chapter 485. Invitation from the elder of the ancient clan. While others may have overlooked it, Xiao, with his perfected celestial realm, found it exceedingly easy to sense the elder's gaze. Nevertheless, he paid it little mind, for he might very well be the only Do Saint among the invited guests. Receiving the attention of a Do Saint from the ancient clan was, after all, quite natural. Esteemed guests, the ancient realm is on the verge of opening. Its vastness is immense, and should you wander carelessly, you may easily lose your way. Should you inadvertently stumble into a spatial rift, it could spell your demise in the boundless void. Upon entering the ancient realm, I implore you all to refrain from wandering aimlessly, as individuals from the ancient clans will arrive to escort you to the heart of the ancient world, the ancient Saint Mountain Range. The elder's countenance remained tranquil, his voice resonating throughout the entire lake under the influence of combat energy. Furthermore, I must forewarn you that the ancient realm is inhabited by numerous descendants of ancient clans. Please do not disturb them. Should you transgress, the ancient clans will respond with measures commensurate with the severity of the situation, with no limits to their response. As he uttered this final remark, a subtle hint of menace laced his tone, causing the expressions of those present to tighten. Some individuals whispered among themselves, inquiring of those more knowledgeable in the vicinity. What precisely are the descendants of the ancient clans? Asked the young man. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed the spatial door before him, before boldly stepping through. As the murmurs continued, the vast lake began to emanate an exceedingly terrifying spatial fluctuation. With a thunderous sound, Xiao addressed Qing Lin and the little medical sage, urging them to swiftly approach the spatial gateway. The ancient clans boast an abundance of talented youth, many of whom emerge from the ranks of the ancient descendants. With the words of this formidable Do Saint, a multitude of figures surged toward the spatial door. As a powerful spatial force enveloped them, the scenery before their eyes shifted rapidly. The descendants of the ancient clans possess an exceedingly diluted Do Emperor bloodline and are considered the most fundamental tier of the ancient clans. Should their bloodline undergo mutation or be unexpectedly awakened, resulting in a surge of Do Emperor power, they may ascend to become true members of the ancient clans. After countless years of propagation, the Do Emperor bloodline among these descendants has thinned to nearly negligible levels, yet they remain a vital layer of the ancient clans. When the rapidly transforming scene finally solidified, an expansive and boundless expanse of sky and earth came into view. At the pinnacle of the terrifying spatial fluctuations, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the depths of the lake, connecting with the energy barrier enveloping the ancient Saint City. As these two forces converged, a thunderous roar reverberated, and the space above the immense lake suddenly rent apart. Amidst the awestruck gazes, a colossal spatial gate gradually took shape. Let us proceed. Above the endless azure sky, clouds adorned the firmament, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces, revealing a verdant meadow stretching toward the horizon. Thus, they remained oblivious to the significance of the ancient descendants to the ancient clans. Following the explanations from the crowd, those who were previously uninformed nodded in understanding, resolutely deciding not to provoke the ancient descendants. The little medical sage and Qing Lin exchanged astonished glances, as Xuner had not provided them with intricate details about the ancient clans. The spatial door to the ancient realm is now open. Esteemed guests, please enter. What abundant energy of heaven and earth! The energy within the ancient realm surpasses that of the outside world by several folds. The young healer gracefully descended onto the verdant grass, fully immersing herself in the abundant energy of the surrounding world, and could not help but exclaim in awe. Indeed, cultivating within the ancient realm proved to be significantly more rapid than in the outside world. The formidable prowess of the younger generation of the ancient clan is not merely a product of innate talent, but is also closely tied to this exceptional sanctuary for cultivation. Qing Lin inhaled deeply, the scent of fresh grass mingling with the subtle earthy aroma. It was no wonder that the ancient clan's battle saint had cautioned them against recklessly wandering. In such a remarkable place for cultivation, it was inevitable that some might harbor ulterior motives, wishing to prolong their stay in the ancient realm. Just as the onlookers marveled at the uniqueness of the ancient realm, a sudden rumble of distant thunder echoed from afar. Soon, a massive expanse of dark clouds surged toward them. Upon closer inspection, astonishment graced their faces. These were not mere clouds. They were 10 colossal warships. The ships appeared to glide through the clouds, enveloped in thunderous might, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Truly, the ancient clan, regarded as one of the pinnacle races of antiquity, commanded a presence that even the alchemy tower could not rival. Qinglin gazed at the approaching warships and remarked with a sense of admiration. "Ah, esteemed guests, please board the vessels. These ships shall transport you to the heart of the ancient realm, the ancient holy mountain range." The previous battle saint of the ancient clan spoke with a smile, as the clouds surrounding the warships suddenly parted to reveal a passage leading to the immense vessels. Xiao followed the crowd onto the warship, discovering its expansive interior. Black armored warriors wielding long spears were stationed throughout, their defenses impressively formidable. Xiao surmised that these guards were not only there to protect against external threats, but also to ensure that the guests did not succumb to the allure of the ancient realm's cultivation environment and attempt to disembark midway. Hoping to remain within the ancient realm, as all passengers boarded, the elder issued a command, and the warship trembled slightly before the surrounding space rippled. The young healer and Qinglin surveyed their surroundings, their faces reflecting astonishment. This warship was capable of traversing space. Moreover, in terms of speed, it seemed to surpass even the pinnacle of battle sovereigns. Both expressed their astonishment at the vessel's capabilities, acknowledging it as a formidable tool of war, exceptionally convenient for both transportation and combat. Behold, this is the space-transcending vessel, a cherished relic of the ancient clan, capable of traversing space with unparalleled speed. A rarity even across the entire continent of Duki, an aged voice resonated suddenly, catching the attention of the three present. Xiao gaze fell upon the figure. Recognizing it as the ancient clan's battle saint, who had orchestrated everything thus far. "Greetings, esteemed elder," the trio spoke in unison, acknowledging the strength of one who had long attained the rank of battle saint. "There is no need for formalities. Xiao, I wish to converse with you," the elder stated. The elder directly stated his intentions, and after a moment of hesitation, Xiao addressed the little medical fairy and Qinglin. "You two should find a cabin to rest. I shall return shortly." Xiao was also curious about why this ancient clan's Do Saint sought him out. Qinglin and the little medical fairy nodded, and soon the ancient clan's Do Saint smiled and departed with Xiao. What could possibly be the reason for the elder's invitation? It remained unclear, yet it was certain that young Master Xiao would be safe, especially given his connection with Miss Xuner. After their conversation, the two set off in search of a resting place. Meanwhile, Xiao followed the ancient clan's Do Saint to the bow of the warship. He was intrigued by the elder's invitation. What could be of such importance? Chapter 486, Gulan. "May I inquire what matters you wish to discuss, esteemed elder?" Xiao clasped his hands in greeting as he addressed the white-bearded elder. "No need for formality. You have now reached the Do Saint level, and the gap between us is not as vast as you might think. Just call me Gulan," the elder replied with a warm smile. Xiao hesitated, but ultimately addressed him as Elder Gulan. "Ah, it is merely a title. You, Xiao, are the first from the Xiao clan to once again tread upon the ancient realm after so many years." Upon hearing this, Xiao's thoughts stirred. The younger generation of the ancient clan might be unaware of his true identity, yet the elders certainly were. The chosen location of the Xiao clan was, after all, the Heavenly Tomb. Before his demise, Xiao Xian had also opened a random teleportation channel, allowing those clansmen who had lost their bloodline power to escape through the spatial passage. "Ha, very well. Perhaps I have been a tad narrow-minded," he chuckled, noting that the resistance he faced was significantly less than that encountered by Xiao Yan in the original narrative. Otherwise, he would not have shared so much with him, even detailing the ancient conflict between the Xiao and Soul clans. In light of this, the clan leader refrained from forcibly seizing the ancient jade and instead sent Miss Xuner to the Xiao family. With Elder Gulan revealing such insights, Xiao felt a sense of relief and gained more confidence regarding the situation of the ancient clan. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao shook his head. "The ancient jade is not in my possession, and I'm unable to make decisions on such matters. The current clan leader is still my father." His eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing of the battle that led to the Xiao clan's downfall. A surge of loathing and animosity toward the Soul clan welled within him. Xiao Xian's reasoning at the time may have been that if successful in becoming a Do emperor, the ancient jade would be of no use to the Xiao clan. Hearing this, Xiao's eyes narrowed further. Gulan chuckled, aware that he could not expect Xiao to willingly part with the ancient jade based solely on his word. The Heavenly Tomb was originally a shared boundary between the ancient realm and the Xiao realm, and many within the ancient clan had reservations about the Xiao clan attempting to break through to Do emperor status there. After all, Xiao was certainly cognizant that Miss Sun Er's initial purpose for visiting the Xiao family was not purely benevolent. In the past, the patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiao Xian, discerned that the bloodline of the Dou Emperor within the Xiao family was increasingly waning, reaching an irretrievable state. Thus, he resolved to unite the strength of the entire clan to break through to the Dou Emperor level, aiming to reignite the Dou Emperor bloodline of the Xiao clan. Furthermore, regarding the relationship between you and the young lady, your attainment of the Dou Saint rank now meets with little disapproval from the majority of the elders within the ancient clan. It soon became clear that the young lady had likely confided in Xiao beforehand, and a reconciliation had been achieved between the two parties. Yet, why does our clan still possess the Tua, Shi, ancient Emperor Jade? However, fate had its own designs. Xiao Xian's attempt to break through to the Dou Emperor failed, and he was besieged by the Soul Emperor and numerous powerful figures of the Soul clan. As for the few obstinate elders, Xiao found himself at a loss to address their concerns. Alas, this is precisely the contentious issue among the elders regarding the Xiao family. Not only is there no harassment from the younger generation, but even the elders of the ancient clan hold him in considerable esteem. The Tuashi ancient Emperor Jade was also taken away by the remaining members of the Xiao clan. Therefore, Senior Gulan, are you suggesting that some elders within the ancient clan wish to reclaim the Tuashi ancient Emperor Jade? Should they fail, the Xiao clan would further decline. As holding the jade would lead to unwarranted suspicion, better to bestow it upon the ancient clan. Ha ha ha, if Lord Xiao speaks thus, I shall not hold back. Xiao shook his head, noting that the original text did not detail the great conflict between the Xiao and Soul clans extensively. Before Gu Yuan made his stance known, the ancient jade of the Xiao family remained remarkably secure. It is worth mentioning that at your current age, you have already reached the rank of Dou Saint, surpassing even your ancestor Xiao Xian in extraordinary talent. Please, enlighten me, Senior. With a sigh, Gulan continued, although Xiao Xian consented. He imposed one condition. The Tuashi ancient Emperor Jade would be handed over to the ancient clan only after the promotion ceremony. After all, the ancestor Xiao Xian had already pledged to gift it to the ancient clan in exchange for the opportunity to break through within the heavenly tomb. Indeed, at the Dou Saint level, one can disregard the Dou Emperor bloodline. Such a young Dou Saint is indeed a rarity, even within the ancient clan. Rest assured, despite the clamor among some in the ancient clan to forcibly seize the ancient jade of the Xiao family, the opposing voice represented by Miss Xuner is far more formidable. Until the patriarch speaks, the ancient clan will not act against the Xiao family. As Gulan spoke, he cast a glance at Xiao, who remained composed, leaving Gulan momentarily taken aback. Once a pinnacle clan of the continent, the Xiao clan had now fallen to the point where the patriarch was merely a great Dou master. Hearing this, Xiao let out a subtle sigh of relief, recognizing that the current circumstances diverged from those in the original text, inevitably provoking the caution of the elders of the ancient clan, who might act impulsively. Yet, there would always be those who remained stubbornly opinionated. I come this time with no ill intent, merely wishing to discuss the perspectives of the elders within the ancient clan regarding the Xiao family and yourself, Gulan said with a hearty laugh. Before turning to Xiao, although there may be some dissent within the ancient clan, concerned about unforeseen circumstances preventing access to the ancient jade, the clan leader, recognizing the favor that Xiao Xian has bestowed upon the clan, readily acquiesced. Observing Xiao's unwavering demeanor, Gulan let out a gentle sigh and broached the subject of the Xiao family's ancestor, Xiao Xian. Xiao's eyes flickered. It appeared that elevating his strength to the Dosheng level before returning to the ancient clan would indeed yield numerous advantages. However, it was evident that Xuner's influence remained substantial, rivaling even that of the elders advocating for the acquisition of the ancient jade. In the end, Xiao Xian detonated 3 types of and his own corporeal form, vanquishing and gravely wounding many formidable members of the Soul clan. Grateful for Elder Gulan's revelations, Xiao committed them to memory. Shaking his head, he smiled and said, Elder Gulan, please be forthright. My mind is not so frail as to be unable to bear a few words. Likely, as witnesses to the great battle a millennium ago, these elders were well aware of Xuner's journey to the Xiao family, thus possessing a clear understanding of Xiao's lineage. If Elder Gulan was truthful, then the piece of Tuashi ancient Emperor Jade currently held by the Xiao family must indeed belong to the ancient clan. Elder Gulan, you flatter me. My attainment of the Dosheng level is merely a stroke of luck, a far cry from that of our ancestor Xiao Xian. After all, the path to Dosheng becomes increasingly arduous, and perhaps I shall remain at a certain level for the entirety of my life. Xiao, with great discernment, clasped his hands and declared, Elder Gulan, should there be any need for medicinal elixirs, do not hesitate to seek me out. The current Elder Gulan was evidently not among the small faction of obstinate elders. Thus, the clan leader at that time made a pact with Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian would bestow the Tuashi ancient Emperor Jade in the possession of the Xiao family to the ancient clan, and in return, the clan leader would permit Xiao Xian to enter the heavenly tomb to advance to the Do D level. Indeed, the ancient clan has been persistently searching for traces of the Xiao clan over the years, and it was only in recent times that they located the Xiao family in the city of Wutan within the Jaimat Empire. Since you are already aware that Xiao Xian is the ancestor of the Xiao family, how much do you know about the great battle between the Xiao family and the Soul clan back then? After all, he is not a celestial level Do technique, capable of pleasing everyone. Elder Gu Lan expressed his astonishment, realizing that his initial rapport with Xiao Zhe was predicated on this very promise. The allure of being a 9th-grade alchemy grandmaster was indeed immense. By the way, your visit this time should also present an opportunity for you to enter the heavenly tomb. Elder Gu Lan informed Xiao Zhe, though the heavenly tomb lies at the intersection of the ancient realm and the Xiao realm. It is a shared training ground as per the ancient agreements among the 8 clans. Although the Xiao clan has fallen into decay, as long as you possess the bloodline of the Xiao family, you are qualified for entry. Thank you for the information, Elder Gu Lan. Xiao Zhe responded with a respectful gesture. Just a day prior, he had aimed to surprise his elder brother Xiao Zhe. When did you emerge from seclusion? In a delicate cerulean gown, she exuded grace, her long, silken hair cascading down her shoulders, framing a waist so slender it could scarcely be grasped. As a gentle breeze caressed her, her hair danced ethereally, embodying an otherworldly charm. After a brief exchange of words, she leaped into Xiao Zhe's embrace, clinging to him like a fledgling returning to its nest, a pinnacle half-saint. With a mere glance, she could captivate an entire city, and with another, an entire nation. Such beauty could topple kingdoms. Ah, esteemed guests from the ancient clans, you have arrived at the ancient sacred mountains. Please, make yourselves comfortable. The visitors from the ancient clans expressed astonishment, yet the members of the Black Abyss army regarded Xiao Zhe with piercing gazes, sharp as blades. Had their stares been capable of inflicting harm, he would have been left grievously wounded. I was informed of certain secrets regarding the Xiao clan, which was once among the most illustrious Do emperor families on the central continent, adored from afar by countless talented youths of ancient lineages. Yet now finding solace in the embrace of an unfamiliar figure, the assembly turned their attention towards the ancient sacred mountains, where a designated structure awaited the esteemed guests. Xiao Zhe's gaze lingered on that cerulean silhouette, sensing a subtly concealed aura that stirred his heart. It seemed that Miss Sun had likely conveyed the circumstances of the heavenly tomb to him, rendering further explanation unnecessary. Young Master Xiao Zhe, does that elder from the ancient clan seek your audience for some purpose? Her unparalleled beauty dimmed the very essence of the world around her. Her luminous eyes sparkled with an ethereal glow, evoking the profundity of the night sky, leaving an indelible impression upon those who beheld her. Prior to Xiao Zhe's rise, the Xiao family could hardly be deemed a prominent clan. Shortly thereafter, the battleship jolted violently, the spatial ripples surrounding it gradually dissipating, prompting all to emerge from the resting quarters. An unbidden thought crossed the minds of those present. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Sun descended gracefully, finally pausing outside the battleship. In this context, the sudden revelation to Qing Lin and the little medicine fairy that the Xiao family once boasted a lineage of great prominence, even housing peak powers of the continent, was striking. The little medicine fairy and Qing Lin were profoundly moved, reflecting on the capricious nature of fate and gaining a deeper understanding of the Do Emperor bloodline. What cataclysmic events could have led a family of such esteemed heritage to plummet from grace into obscurity? As Gu Lan spoke, he vanished from sight, opting not to elucidate the origins of the heavenly tomb to Xiao Zhe. With the ancient clan's coming-of-age ceremony approaching and his own arrival, did Sun emerge from her seclusion prematurely? Xiao Zhe pondered, while her presence captivated countless youthful members of the ancient clans aboard the 10 battleships. The Black Abyss army, whether ordinary soldiers or commanders, regarded Sun with glimmers of admiration. The threshold to becoming a Star Do Saint seemed merely a step away. It appeared not an insurmountable barrier, but rather a matter of time. Very well, you should take some rest for now. The ancient realm is vast, and even at the speed of the battleship, it will take nearly half a day to reach the core of the ancient sacred mountains. Both of them were acutely aware of the initial circumstances surrounding the Xiao family. Xiao Zhe exchanged a glance with Xuner, a smile gracing their lips. With a subtle push of his toes, he swiftly appeared before her. Meanwhile, a figure clad in azure gracefully descended from the ethereal clouds, her gown fluttering as if she were a celestial being, exuding an air of otherworldly elegance. Stepping out of the cabin, Xiao Zhe gazed into the distance at the ancient sacred mountain range, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sensation, his gaze drawn to a particular peak. The sudden emergence of the woman in blue captivated all eyes aboard the warship, each individual unable to suppress a flicker of awe. As Xiao Zhe sensed the intense emotions emanating from the onlookers, he did not resist Xuner's embrace. Before him lay an endless expanse of mountains. Xiao did not withhold any information and shared what he knew with Qing Lin and the little medical sage. The commanding figures displayed a variety of expressions, some squinting, others breathing heavily, fixated on Xiao's figure. Moments later, Xiao arrived at the cabin where the little medical sage and Qing Lin were resting. Upon hearing that Xiao's ancestor was a pinnacle powerhouse of the continent, astonishment was evident on their faces. In the presence of such a girl, born from the essence of heaven and earth, even the most perfect of men would feel a pang of inadequacy. This girl had emerged from her seclusion without so much as a word to him. How could this elusive celestial maiden suddenly appear here? It was difficult not to be taken aback, for the disparity between them was indeed immense. However, some were aware of the vast gulf that separated them from the celestial daughters of the ancient clans, knowing they could only admire from afar. Xiao understood that this was Xuner publicly declaring their relationship to the ancient clan. He stood lost in thought for a moment before making his way toward the location he sensed from the Tree of Origin. When he encountered Xiao again, it was within the ancient realm, as Xuner aimed to proclaim to the ancient clan that Xiao was her beloved. In that instant, countless astonished gazes were cast upon him. Some held confidence in their own strength, believing they were worthy of approaching him. Yet among the younger generation of the ancient clan, a singular thought emerged collectively. Gulan's voice resonated across the land. On that mist-shrouded peak, a figure dressed in ethereal azure stood quietly atop the mountains. In the city of Wutan within the Gama Empire, they were not the sole overlord, standing alongside two other prominent families, with their clan leader possessing merely the cultivation of a great Dou master. However, upon learning of the Xiao family ancestors' attempt to harness the full power of their bloodline to breach the Dou emperor level and failing, the Xiao family subsequently fell from grace. Countless warriors clad in black armor gripped their long spears tightly, their fists clenched. That was the celestial daughter of the ancient clan, undoubtedly a supreme and revered existence among them. From the intense gaze of emotions exchanged, Xiao realized that it was not Xuner who had divulged his strength and identity to the ancient clan, but rather that no such information had circulated at all. The nature of their relationship was known only among the elders. However, Xiao remained indifferent, for he had already attained the rank of a 2-star Dou saint. How could he possibly concern himself with the challenges posed by the younger generation of the ancient clan? If they were truly consumed by their emotions, Xiao would not hesitate to demonstrate the vast chasm that lay between a Dou Zun and a Dou Saint through his prowess. Chapter 488. A Test? Observing the two as they behaved with such disregard for their surroundings, the reactions of the onlookers varied significantly. The other ancient races exhibited expressions of keen interest. Among the group of the Flame Clan, a young man with an air of arrogance cast his gaze towards the sky. He was taken aback that the ancient clan's most cherished daughter would be enamored with an outsider. This revelation surely unsettled the young talents of the ancient clan. Yet, what could they do about their discontent? They had no choice but to endure it. Another figure shook his head and spoke up. His identity was far from ordinary. As the president of the Alchemist Guild and a 9th-rank grandmaster, his strength remained largely concealed, yet it was likely unfathomable. The masked figure, a fiery maiden, gazed skyward. Even disregarding his status as an alchemist, his current prowess was sufficient to contend for the title of the foremost among the younger generation of ancient races. Although the members of the Flame Clan were aware of Xiao's position as the Alchemist Guild president, his strength had not been publicly acknowledged, and he lacked a reputation for remarkable achievements. Their assessment of Xiao's abilities was limited to their personal impressions. Nevertheless, even so, Xiao's presence was overwhelmingly formidable. Meanwhile, Gu Zhan, the foremost leader among the 8 commanders of the Black Yin army, looked up, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. The disparity in Xuner's treatment of them compared to her demeanor toward Xiao was stark and unmistakable. In such circumstances, Gu Zhan felt he lacked both the strength and the qualification to impede Xiao. Resigned, he relinquished his final flicker of hope, inhaled deeply, and redirected his gaze to the two figures, his emotions settling considerably. In the air, Xiao gently caressed Xuner's head, his fingertips brushing against her silky hair. "Brother Xiao, I shall take you to a place of rest," Xuner said with a soft smile after publicly declaring her relationship with him. "Very well," Xiao replied. Upon receiving his agreement, Xuner turned and led the way, her ethereal figure disappearing into the mist. Xiao glanced back at the warship, and Qing Lin along with Xiao Yixian hurriedly followed suit. However, just as Xiao took a step to follow Xuner towards the ancient sacred mountains, he paused. Surrounded by a multitude of formidable gazes, all attention suddenly fell upon him. The owners of these stairs possessed extraordinary strength, their eyes seemingly imbued with an overwhelming aura of authority. This oppressive force descended upon Xiao, as if the very fabric of space around him had momentarily stilled. Sensing the weight of the gazes directed his way, Xiao slightly arched his brow. For someone of his caliber, a two-star do saint, such pressure felt akin to a gentle breeze brushing against his face, leaving no discernible impact. His current prowess was evident to those stronger than him, while those lesser could only perceive a hazy illusion, potentially leading to significant misjudgments. Thus, it was not unexpected for Xiao to find himself the target of such scrutiny. Surely, these must be the obstinate elders of the ancient clan. After all, as Gulan had mentioned, the majority of the elders within the clan were either neutral or inclined to support him. In such circumstances, it was unlikely they would deliberately seek to trouble him at the periphery of the ancient Saint Mountain range. The only ones bold enough to challenge him at this moment were those unyielding elders. Recognizing their steadfastness, Xiao understood that mere words would not suffice to sway them. Instead, he would demonstrate that he was worthy of Xuner. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and a faint shimmer of black lightning materialized upon his skin. As the black lightning emerged, an unparalleled pressure surged forth, eclipsing the oppressive weight of those gazes. This was no ordinary force. It was the formidable black magic thunder, a force that could only be rivaled by the legendary Nine Xian Golden Thunder. The pressure emanating from the black magic thunder was undeniably extraordinary, merely by manifesting its presence. It released an intensity potent enough to disperse the oppressive gazes surrounding him. Then, with a subtle shift in focus, Xiao unleashed slender strands of black magic thunder, directing them toward the source of the pressure. As they departed from his form, the black lightning flickered and swiftly descended into the surrounding mountains. Instantly, the mountains echoed with muffled groans of disbelief. Witnessing Xiao's predicament, Xuner's expression darkened, but before she could react, Xiao communicated through the golden sapling. "Leave it to me, Xuner. You have borne the weight of the ancient clan's pressure for years. It is now my turn to support you." Upon hearing his words, the shadows in Xuner's eyes dissipated rapidly, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Indeed, her brother Xiao had now attained the rank of do saint. Such tribulations were easily within his capability to manage. Moreover, the warmth of concern in Xiao's tone brought comfort to Xuner's heart. Although their relationship had only recently come to the elder's attention, she had consistently opposed the dealings involving the Tua, Shi, ancient Emperor Jade, and the Xiao clan. Consequently, the divergence between her stance and that of the elders was considerable. Compared to the pressures Xuner faced in the original narrative, her burden was significantly lighter. Yet it still lingered. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Xuner felt an immediate sense of relief, as though a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. After all, Xuner understood that with Xiao's current prowess, such declarations were not mere promises, but rather a testament to his genuine capabilities. The sudden changes surrounding Xiao swiftly captivated the attention of various factions aboard the warship. They no longer rushed towards the ancient clan's hospitality, but instead paused, their gazes filled with keen interest as they scrutinized Xiao. "Esteemed friends of the ancient clan, should you harbor any grievances against me, feel free to voice them openly instead of resorting to clandestine actions," Xiao stated, retracting the dark thunder that had encircled him. Just moments earlier, he had unleashed a thread-thin strand of black magic thunder, mindful not to harm the elders present. Given his current strength as a two-star do saint, utilizing even a fraction more of his power could have gravely injured those elders of 8 or 9-star do Zun rank. However, Xiao felt a modicum of relief that it was merely these lesser-ranked elders who sought to provoke him. Had the ancient clan's supreme elders of the three immortals level targeted him, he would indeed have found himself at a loss. It is all a misunderstanding. It has simply been far too long since the younger generation of the Xiao clan visited the ancient realm. I, in a moment of enthusiasm, sought to test your mettle. With no ill intentions. I hope you, Lord Xiao, will not take it to heart. A robust voice resonated from the mountains after a brief pause. Is it then true that this junior has passed the test of the elders? Xiao remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips, recognizing that the bravado in that voice was feigned. Indeed, Lord Xiao's abilities are unfathomable. It is I who have acted presumptuously, the elder conceded. Observing the elders of the ancient clan yielding, Xiao refrained from being overly aggressive. After all, this was his inaugural visit to the ancient clan, and being excessively domineering might provoke resentment. Xiao inclined his head in acknowledgement towards the source of the voice, exchanging glances with the little medical fairy and Qing Lin, before the three followed Xuner deeper into the mountains. Chapter 489, Perspectives of Various Clans. Xiao's figure receded alongside Xuner, while aboard the warship. Members of the ancient races gazed at the departing silhouette of Xiao, their faces universally marked by disbelief. In the vicinity of the Yin clan, a young man with a nonchalant demeanor gaped in astonishment, his expression one of incredulity. "Surely I misheard. Did the elder of the ancient clan just claim that the president of the Pill Tower is actually a descendant of the Xiao clan? It seems I was not mistaken. Xiao Zhe did not refute this fact. It appears that the once depleted and fallen Xiao clan has produced a formidable force capable of commanding respect across the continent once more. Huixian, clad in a white robe and perpetually adorned with a warm smile, was equally taken aback by the revelation of Xiao Zhe's lineage. Perhaps the Xiao clan, having once plummeted to the depths, could once again ascend to its former glory through Xiao Zhe's singular strength. How could this be? The zenith of the Xiao clan was marked by its dominance over the ancient races, led by legendary figures such as Xiao Xian. The young man, with a somewhat dismissive expression, instinctively retorted. However, Huixian, seemingly indifferent, replied, "What do you think of Xiao Zhe now, compared to his ancestor, Xiao Xian? Do not forget, he is also an alchemist." The young man's countenance stiffened. Even Xiao Xian, the progenitor of the Xiao clan, could not compare to Xiao Zhe at this age. It was not merely a matter of strength, but also a disparity in innate talent. One must recognize that Xiao Zhe's prowess extended far beyond the realm of martial energy. His achievements in alchemy were unparalleled throughout the entire Doqi continent. After all, in the vast expanse of the Doqi continent, ninth-grade alchemists are exceedingly rare. Huiji, her face veiled, remained silent for a while before slowly articulating. Moreover, the mastery he wields over the power of thunder has reached an extraordinary level. Even knowing beforehand that he is a ninth-grade grandmaster, witnessing such a refined control over thunder still evokes awe. Could one individual truly command such vast power? Upon hearing Huiji's words, the others began to realize that Xiao Zhe's greatest strength lay not only in his control over flames. When he had unleashed the power of thunder earlier, the terrifying mastery displayed led one to believe he was an ancient being steeped in the ways of thunder for centuries. Furthermore, it seemed to be the legendary black magic thunder, which could only be summoned through the refinement of ninth-grade elixirs. Huiji furrowed her brow. Observing Xiao Zhe's gradually fading silhouette, there was something she had yet to voice. Xiao Zhe's even more terrifying mastery over flames. Had he not made a move earlier, remaining concealed in his aura, it would have been understandable that she could not detect the presence of his exotic fire. However, since Xiao Zhe had already acted, she still found no trace of it in her perception. This was truly chilling. Being one who wielded herself, she understood its domineering nature all too well. Even in the face of black magic thunder, the dominance of would remain unyielding. The ability to completely conceal the aura of demonstrated the remarkable control Xiao Zhe possessed over such an overwhelmingly powerful force. On another warship, in a secluded corner, cloaked figures shifted uneasily, their auras fluctuating. The leader, with a particularly grim tone, remarked, "The Soul Palace's recruits, despite engaging in numerous battles with the Pill Tower and dealing with that Xiao Zhe, have failed to uncover that he is the cursed descendant of the Xiao clan." Hunyai's gaze, sharp and venomous, followed Xiao Zhe's retreating figure before suddenly breaking into a cold smile. "Humph, this is fortuitous. At last, we have discerned the whereabouts of the Xiao clan, no longer needing to search the entire continent like looking for a needle in a haystack. If memory serves, this so-called president of the Pill Tower hails from the northwestern continent. Relay this message back. Designate the northwestern continent as a slaughter zone. Every individual with the surname Xiao should be captured and subjected to severe interrogation. I look forward to seeing how long these beleaguered members of the Xiao clan can hide." The figure behind Soul Cliff nodded slightly and swiftly retrieved the communication jade slip of the Soul clan, transmitting this crucial intelligence back to the clan. After all, the last remnants of the Xiao clan may possess the ancient imperial jade of Tuo Shi, which is vital to the plans of the Soul clan. However, it has been reported that a dominant force suddenly emerged in the northwest continent a few years ago, unifying the region. Could this potentially hinder our endeavors? Another figure hesitated to voice this concern, but Soul Cliff merely scoffed. A dominant force? Merely a local tyrant reigning over a remote corner of the Doqi continent. Nonetheless, the matter concerning the ancient jade would warrant heightened attention from the clan. Perhaps even a sage would venture to the northwest continent. Soul Cliff remarked with a smile, exuding confidence in conquering the northwest. However, the situation with Xiao Zhe presented a challenge. His strength was exceptionally formidable, and it would be inappropriate to send the clan's Doshing experts into the heavenly tomb. Soul Cliff expressed his doubts, feeling dissatisfied with the incompetence of the Soul Hall for failing to ascertain Xiao Zhe's identity. Yet, at present, he found himself at a loss regarding Xiao Zhe. The sheer power demonstrated by Xiao Zhe was beyond what he could contend with now. A rare flicker of retreat surfaced within Soul Cliff's heart. If Xiao Zhe were to catch him within the heavenly tomb, the outcome would likely be dire. After a moment's hesitation, Soul Cliff resolved to wait until the ancient clan's coming-of-age ceremony before deciding whether to enter the heavenly tomb. After all, within the ancient realm, Xiao Zhe might harbor some trepidation. However, such considerations would vanish within the heavenly tomb. Should Xiao Zhe catch them, the likelihood of survival would be non-existent. While confident, Soulcliff was not foolish enough to court death. Other ancient races regarded Xiao Zhe and the Xiao clan with either shock or trepidation. They were astonished that the bloodline-depleted Xiao clan could produce another figure akin to Xiao Xian. They feared Xiao Zhe's talent, anxious that he might grow to rival Xiao Xian's former prowess, dominating the Doqi continent. Meanwhile, in the mountains, a pale figure stood, his tattered clothes in disarray. Reflecting on the fleeting power of thunder he had previously endured, Gu Qian let out a bitter smile. He was not deluded. He was acutely aware of the vast chasm separating him from Xiao Zhe. Had Xiao Zhe wished to eliminate him, it would have been effortlessly accomplished. His earlier conversation with Xiao Zhe, where he feigned confidence, was merely a facade. Gu Qian shook his head, resigning himself to the fact that such strength genuinely warranted the attention of the young lady. Why should he still be concerned? Soon after, Gu Qian's figure gradually faded from view. On the other side, Xiao Zhe and his companions followed Xuner deep into the mountains. This place is where I cultivate. Seldom does anyone come here. Brother Xiao Zhe, you may reside here, she said. Excellent, Xiao Zhe replied, given the tumult of today. Staying among them would likely attract unwanted attention. The very thought is troublesome. Satisfied, he nodded at the serene surroundings before him. Chapter 490. The ceremony commences. Xiao Zhe gazed upon the palace, simple and unadorned, nestled within the depths of the mountains, which accentuated its tranquil aura. As Xiao Zhe and his companions approached the palace, a sudden distortion in the shadows coalesced into a figure. Esteemed guests, I have the honor of meeting both the young lady and young master Xiao Zhe. Ling Ying emerged from the darkness, his demeanor respectful as he addressed the group. Upon seeing Ling Ying, Xuner's lips curled into a slight smile as she introduced him to Xiao Zhe and the others. Brother Xiao Zhe, this is Qing Lin and Little Medical Sage. And this esteemed individual is Ling Ying, also known as Elder Ling. It was Elder Ling who provided me with protection during my time in the Gam Empire and the Canaan Academy. Though this is our first encounter, I have sensed Elder Ling's presence before. I am grateful for your prior guardianship. Xiao Zhe clasped his hands in respect towards Ling Ying. This was indeed his first meeting with Ling Ying, yet during his time at Canaan Academy, he had felt the latter's existence. Not at all, not at all. Could it be that young Master Xiao Zhe was able to detect my presence back then? Ling Ying humbly replied, taken aback by Xiao Zhe's acknowledgement. After all, as a practitioner of the dark attribute and a Do Huang, his concealment abilities were such that even those of the same rank would find it difficult to detect him. Ling Ying recalled their last encounter at Canaan Academy, pondering whether Xiao Zhe had indeed been aware of him even then. Thank you for your prior protection, Elder Ling. Here are some medicinal pills to aid your cultivation. I hope you will accept them. Xiao Zhe presented several vials of pills to Ling Ying. Ling Ying paused momentarily, then hurriedly shook his head in refusal. This is utterly unacceptable. I was merely following the young lady's orders to provide protection and cannot harbor any further aspirations. Besides, I am old and frail, my vigor diminished, and I am constrained by my talents. It would be a waste to accept these pills. Xiao Zhe turned to Xuner, who smiled softly and said to Ling Ying, Elder Ling, please accept them. This is the sincere intention of Brother Xiao Zhe. Very well then, I thank you. Young Master Xiao Zhe. Ling Ying respectfully bowed and accepted the medicinal pills offered by Xiao Zhe. After a round of pleasantries, Xiao Zhe and his companions followed Xuner into the palace, while Ling Ying once again concealed himself in the shadows, standing guard nearby. As they took their seats, Xuner smiled at Xiao Zhe and remarked, Brother Xiao Zhe, tomorrow is the adult ceremony. Although you are a guest invited from the ancient clan and should be unrelated to the ceremony, given today's events, it is certain that the clansmen will involve you. Is my display of power today not sufficient to deter them? Xiao Zhe asked, yet Xuner shook her head hesitantly. They are all young talents from the ancient clan. Top-tier prodigies, brimming with pride. They will not awaken until they hit a wall. Among the three generals Xiao Zhe had encountered during the rock demon hunt, none posed a significant threat, but the remaining Shura general was the most likely to challenge him. Xiao Zhe raised an eyebrow slightly. During the previous hunt for the rock demon, the three great generals led by Gu Qingyang had sought out Xuner, and he had encountered Gu Qingyang briefly. However, their interaction was limited to a mere glance, devoid of any substantial conversation, while the Shura leader had not even crossed paths with him. This was of little concern. Given his current prowess, even the advanced celestial techniques employed by his adversary would prove futile. Xiao Zhe dismissed the matter from his mind, for the disparity in strength between them was exceedingly vast. Xuner nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his assessment. Her intention in mentioning it was merely to prepare Xiao Zhe psychologically, ensuring he would not be caught off guard come morning. The night was serene, with silvery luminescence cascading over the ancient, untamed mountains, their undulating edifices aglow with vibrant lights, exuding an air of festivity. The palace, nestled deep within the mountains, remained untouched by the revelry. Xiao reclined against the eaves of the palace, his gaze drifting towards the distant, illuminated structures. With his profound soul perception, cultivated to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, he was acutely aware that within those buildings, scenes of joy and sorrow were unfolding. Brother Xiao, is this your first encounter with such a spectacle? Xuner inquired as she settled beside him, leaning into his embrace. Indeed, it appears the ancient clan is conducting a bloodline test, he mused. In a sense, the pressure here is far greater than that of the outside world. The ancient clan thrives on the bloodline of the Dou Emperor, yet it also bears the weight of its melancholy. This ancient holy mountain range served as a sacred ground for all descendants of the ancient clan, drawing countless members every few years to test the bloodlines of their offspring. They yearned for their children to manifest formidable bloodlines, and while surprises occasionally emerged, the overarching sentiment was one of profound disappointment. I have heard many tales, and even witnessed firsthand the anguish of some clan members as they beheld their descendants' bloodlines utterly extinguished, often succumbing to despair and taking their own lives. Xuner lamented, her beautiful eyes reflecting a glimmer of confusion, her tone steeped in deep resignation. Their desire to embody the true essence of the ancient clan was palpable, the greater the hope they harbored in their hearts. The more devastating the disappointment when faced with contrary outcomes. Xiao's gaze lingered on the cluster of buildings. For the descendants of the ancient clan, the bloodline test was akin to a life-altering examination. A powerful bloodline could pave the way to unprecedented heights, elevating one to the status of a true member of the ancient clan. Conversely, a withered bloodline signified a descent into mediocrity. Although the vast resources of the ancient realm could ensure a comfortable existence for those relegated to the ordinary, such a fate was far preferable to the struggles faced by common adventurers toiling for survival in the Duki continent. Yet, the notion of bloodline supremacy flourished within the ancient clan. A depleted bloodline often foretold a future devoid of accomplishment. It was this very ideology that fostered a profound aversion to intermarriage with foreign clans, explaining why even Xiao, having ascended to the level of Dousheng, faced opposition from a small faction of obstinately traditional elders. Subsequently, the two individuals exchanged no further words, instead savoring the tranquility of their shared solitude. Even in silence, time seemed to accelerate as they lingered together. The silver moon descended in the west, while the radiant sun ascended in the east. Xiao lowered his gaze to Xuner, his eyes gently closing as he relinquished all burdens, revealing a countenance as serene and tranquil as that of an infant. With the first light of dawn casting its glow upon the ancient sacred mountains, the mountains soon buzzed with life. Shadows flitted across the sky, accompanied by the jubilant sounds of gongs and drums resonating above the ancient peaks. Xuner's eyelashes fluttered slightly before she slowly opened her eyes, meeting Xiao's gaze. With a languid smile, she cheerfully proclaimed, "Brother Xiao, after today, I shall be an adult. Haha, let us proceed to the ancient clan's coming-of-age ceremony." Chapter 491, the clan emblem of the ancient clan. Xiao playfully curled his fingers, gently brushing Xuner's delicate nose. "All right, it is time to rise. You have weighed upon me the entire night, leaving half my body numb." At his words, Xuner shot him an exasperated glance, as though her weight were 1,000-fold. Nevertheless, she quickly arose, and as Xiao got up, she even adjusted the wrinkled fabric of his clothing. Xiao then took Xuner's cool, jade-like hand and led her before the palace. There, they found the little medicine immortal and Qing Lin already waiting. Xuner cleared her throat softly and quickly straightened her attire before beckoning with her hand. In the distance, a magnificent, snow-white unicorn swiftly approached. With a gentle tap of her toes, Xuner ascended to the unicorn's robust back. Observing this, Xiao followed suit, swiftly appearing beside her. The group mounted the unicorn, soaring toward a sprawling complex of buildings. The unicorn's speed was astounding, and within mere minutes, they arrived at the heart of the architectural wonder, where they began to descend slowly under Xuner's guidance. The unicorn itself was a rare sight, and with Xuner aboard, it drew even more attention. Ignoring the gazes of onlookers, Xuner led Xiao and the others toward an ancient plaza. The vast square was steeped in an aura of antiquity, surrounded by imposing black-armored warriors of the Heiyun army. These soldiers stood tall, brandishing long spears, their keen eyes scanning the throngs of people bustling about. When their gaze fell upon Xiao, a flicker of complexity appeared in their eyes, yet they refrained from any overt actions. Many had already taken their seats around the plaza, and the arrival of Xiao and his companions attracted their attention. Without a moment's hesitation, Xuner intended to guide them toward the center of the square. However, before they could reach it, a figure materialized from the void, slowly appearing with a warm smile directed at the group. Miss Xuner, Lord Xiao, is that you? Senior Gulan. Xiao clasped his hands in greeting, a slight arch of his brow revealing his surprise. The original tale did not feature an esteemed Do Saint such as Gulan presiding over the proceedings. In fact, even Do Saints had not made an appearance. Elder Gulan, what brings you here? Xuner inquired, her expression a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty. Although the ceremony for coming of age in the Gu clan was a grand event held every 20 years, it seemed excessive for a Do Saint elder to be involved. This adult ceremony is indeed exceptional, not only for Miss Xuner, but also due to the formidable strength of Lord Xiao. Without someone of sufficient power to preside, it would be challenging to maintain control over the proceedings, Gulan replied with a smile, their conversation confined to this particular area. Even as the crowd outside the plaza sought to glean information about this segment, Gulan discreetly obstructed their attempts. Seeing Gulan's amiable demeanor, Xuner breathed a sigh of relief, and Xiao respectfully clasped his hands once more, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Gulan. Under Gulan's guidance, the group seamlessly made their way to the center of the plaza. The golden-armored Black Yin soldiers, tasked with guarding the area, immediately paid their respects upon seeing Gulan. Daring not to impede Xiao's passage, Xiao's gaze swept over the individuals in the special area. Some regarded him with friendly eyes, while others displayed indifference. Among them were a few subtle glares of hostility. His sole perception lingered momentarily on those unfriendly gazes before a faint smile graced his lips. It appeared those persistent adversaries had not yet departed. After leading Xiao and his companions to the heart of the plaza, Elder Gulan excused himself to prepare for the ceremony, just as Xiao and the others settled into their seats under Xuner's guidance. A flash of silver lightning darted from beyond the plaza, rushing towards the center with great urgency, directly aimed at Xiao. Upon recognizing the familiar figure, a smile broke across Xiao's face. Dean, why the haste? He inquired. Don't mention it. I spent a while training in the Void Thunder Pool and nearly missed the Gu clan's coming-of-age ceremony, Mang Tianchi replied, his mustache curling with exasperation. He acknowledged Xuner with a nod, having previously met her and being aware of their relationship. Yet, Mang Tianchi still found it somewhat surreal that Xiao had formed such a bond with the renowned daughter of the Gu clan. Dean, are you not joining the Thunder clan over there? Xiao remarked, noticing Mang Tianchi sitting beside his group. Those little rascals? No need to concern ourselves with them. Do they dare to cause trouble on the Gu clan's territory? Mang Tianchi shrugged dismissively. Dong. A resonant, ancient chime echoed through the air, its sound reverberating across the venerable mountains. The hour had come. The ceremony was about to commence. As a calm voice resonated throughout the plaza, an enveloping silence fell upon the crowd. The terrifying pressure emanating from that voice signified the true might of a Do Saint, evoking a collective gasp among many present, deepening their understanding of the Gu clan's formidable strength. As Gulan's voice echoed, 3 elders adorned in elaborate attire rose from their seats and proceeded to the center of the plaza. The coming-of-age ceremony of the Gu clan is an intricate affair, imbued with profound significance. Within the Gu clan, only those who undergo this rite of passage can be regarded as having truly matured. It is only after completing the coming-of-age ceremony that one may be considered a core member of the clan. Even matters of marriage are contingent upon the completion of this ceremony. Xiao observed the commencement of the coming-of-age ceremony, stroking his chin thoughtfully. According to the traditions of the Gu clan, this ceremony occurs every 20 years, yet this does not imply that all participants are necessarily 20 years of age. Many from the previous ceremony, unable to reach the age of 20, must wait for the next occasion, resulting in some participants being over 30. However, those who are able to complete the ceremony on this auspicious day are indeed the cream of the younger generation. Otherwise, with the substantial number of youths within the Gu clan, the process of each individual completing the ceremony would take an excessively long time. Ling Quan, as the first to take the stage, revealed 6 stars on the astrological disc used to test the bloodline power of the Gu clan. The elder presiding over the ceremony announced with a resonant voice, Ling Quan, commander of the 7th Division of the Black Yin Army, possesses the strength of a 1-star Dozuan and a 6-pin bloodline level. By the resolution of the Elder Council, he is bestowed with the Golden Clan mark. Subsequently, Ling Quan knelt on one knee, tilting his head upward to accept the clan mark bestowed by the presiding elder. The elder, wielding a brush that glimmered with golden light, waved his arm, causing radiant gold to flicker, and an intricate symbol emerged upon Ling Quan's forehead. This symbol radiated golden light, enveloped in a unique and powerful energy fluctuation. A look of joy illuminated Ling Quan's face as he heard the envious murmurs from the crowd surrounding the plaza, and he could not suppress a smile. Xuner whispered beside Xiao, Brother Xiao, that is the clan mark of the Gu clan. Chapter 492, Challenge? Xuner meticulously explained the clan mark to Xiao and the little medical fairy. The bloodlines of the Gu clan are classified into 10 grades, with the first grade being the lowest and the 10th the highest. However, typically only those with bloodline levels above the 4th grade are eligible to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony. Ling Quan's achievement of a 6-pin bloodline is commendable. Coupled with his significant contributions to the Black Yin army and his strength reaching the Dozuan level, it is no surprise that he is awarded the Golden Clan Mark. The clan mark is an ancient inheritance of the Gu clan, capable of amplifying the bloodline power of its bearer in times of crisis, thus transforming peril into safety. The clan marks are divided into 4 tiers: silver, gold, purple gold, and rainbow. Ling Quan's attainment of the 3rd-tier Golden Clan Mark reflects a culmination of his bloodline level, current strength, and past merits, ultimately determining the grade of the clan mark bestowed upon him. What a marvelous technique! If one could obtain a clan mark, wouldn't that enable them to challenge opponents of higher tiers? The little medical fairy exclaimed in amazement. Such an inheritance technique surpasses many rare secret methods. Although secret methods can provide a temporary boost in strength, they come with substantial side effects. Either it results in bodily harm, depleting one's potential, or, in more severe cases, it could even consume one's lifespan and soul. In contrast, the enhancement provided by the clan markings appears to be significantly greater, with almost no limitations or side effects. Indeed, it is said that the clan markings were created by an ancestor of the ancient clan who achieved the realm of Do Emperor in ancient times. Xuner nodded and added, after acquiring the clan markings, one must nurture them for over a month before they can be utilized. Nonetheless, it remains a formidable method. Qinglin expressed his astonishment. By the way, I wonder if Miss Xuner will be able to obtain the multicolored clan markings? Faced with Qinglin's inquiry, Xuner smiled gently. Upon my last return, I immediately entered seclusion and did not test my bloodline level. I only emerged a few days ago, intending to test it directly during the coming-of-age ceremony. To obtain the multicolored clan markings, one must possess the highest level of 10th rank bloodline, also known as divine bloodline, which has not been seen in the ancient clan for nearly a millennium. Furthermore, the solitary multicolored clan marking that remains in the ancient clan has been kept in reserve and has never been utilized. Xuner shook her head, clearly lacking absolute confidence in her ability to attain the divine bloodline. Haha. Based on the potential of the ancient clan's bloodline rankings, a 9th rank bloodline grants the potential to contend for the Do Saint realm. As for the divine bloodline, it is likely sufficient to challenge the pinnacle of Do Saint, said Mang Tianqi with a cheerful demeanor, causing both Xiao Yixian and Qinglin to display expressions of utter astonishment. The Do Emperor bloodline is indeed so formidable. Xiao Zhe's gaze appeared contemplative. Although the original text indicated that the Fire Sovereign had stated the Do Emperor bloodline could not assist one in breaking through to Do Saint, and could even become a burden, the Fire Sovereign's understanding and research of the Do Emperor bloodline could not possibly match that of the ancient clan, as he himself was not of an ancient race. Alternatively, the ancient races accessible to the Fire Sovereign at his level may not possess bloodline powers of great strength. Thus, this led to the misconception that the bloodline power might instead become a hindrance to breaking through to Do Saint. However, if the Fire Sovereign were to encounter individuals with higher-tier bloodline powers, he would discover that the bloodline strength remains formidable. The Do Emperor bloodline is still the Do Emperor bloodline, even disregarding Xuner, who ultimately achieves the status of Do Emperor in the original story. Among the current generation of the ancient clan, Gu Qingyang's bloodline power is only surpassed by Xuner and is most likely a 9th rank bloodline. The breakthrough to Do Saint appears to be straightforward, and later, when in contact with Xiao Yan, he had already reached the 2-star Do Saint level. This illustrates the true significance of the Do Emperor bloodline in breaking through to Do Saint. It must be considered in terms of the bloodline rank and cannot be generalized. Just as the group was conversing, the 3 elders of the ancient clan had already bestowed clan markings upon several members of the younger generation. Ancient Demon. As the leading elder of the ancient clan spoke aloud, a cold-faced youth with black and white hair slowly advanced to the center of the square. A chilling aura emanated from him, seemingly capable of affecting the very heavens and the earth. Wherever he passed, a subtle chill enveloped the air. This was the Shura commander, the ancient demon. Xiao Zhe's gaze fell upon the cold silhouette of the ancient demon, whose presence was imbued with a fierce killing intent, truly deserving of the title Shura. The ancient demon slowly stepped forward to the center of the square, bowing respectfully to the 3 elders. He then turned to the venerable elder Gulan seated nearby and offered a solemn bow. Straightening up immediately, he displayed no inclination to kneel. The 3 elders showed no signs of displeasure, although they held esteemed positions as elders of the ancient clan and possessed considerable seniority. The ancient demon's formidable strength and esteemed reputation within the clan rendered his lack of subservience quite acceptable. Exchanging glances, the three elders waved their sleeves, causing a luminous star disk to gracefully float before the ancient demon. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the ancient demon extended his hand, pressing it against the star disk. As his palm made contact, the disk fell momentarily silent before erupting in a dazzling display of light, revealing a cascade of stars. 1, 2, 3, and 8 in total. The emergence of these 8 stars on the disk elicited astonished gasps from the onlookers, even bringing forth expressions of delight from the ancient clan elders. An 8-rank bloodline. The ancient demon was indeed one of the 4 great commanders. It seemed that during the lady's test years ago, she too possessed an 8-rank bloodline. How long ago was that? Since then, the lady had not undergone another bloodline test. One could only wonder about her current status. Whispers circulated among the crowd, and the 3 elders presiding over the event momentarily lost their focus. After a brief pause, they regained their composure, and a flicker of joy quickly graced their serious faces. The ancient demon, one of the 4 great commanders of the Black Yin army, an 8-star Dozun, possessed the power of an 8-rank bloodline, adorned with the purple gold clan symbol. The ancient clan elder spoke with evident delight as he produced a purple gold dragon pen, dense energy gathering at its tip, causing the pen to radiate an exceptionally brilliant light. With graceful movements of his arm, an intricate rune swiftly appeared on the ancient demon's forehead. Drawing such a high-level clan symbol seemed to demand a significant expenditure of Do Qi. After the elder completed the final stroke, he exhaled deeply, beads of sweat forming on his brow. As the pen lifted away, a vivid purple gold clan symbol materialized on the ancient demon's forehead. Finished. The clan symbol has been drawn. Ancient demon, you may descend. The elder began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by the ancient demon's cold voice. Elder, I wish to challenge someone. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and concern. If he were to challenge that particular individual, given the ancient demon's strength, it could result in his own humiliation, could it not? Chapter 493, Guidance. The elder at the forefront quickly interjected, Ancient demon. Although according to the rules of the coming-of-age ceremony, you may challenge any member of the clan. However, if one is not of our kind, it is imperative to obtain the consent of the other party. I understand. The ancient demon nodded, her striking black and white hair standing out as she gazed towards the position of Xiao. Xiao, I challenge you. Cough, cough. Ancient demon, do not be foolish. Lord Xiao is a distinguished guest of our clan and is under no obligation to indulge your whims, interjected the elder Gulan, seated nearby, with a slight frown. It was precisely because he anticipated such a scenario that he had chosen to oversee this adult ceremony. Upon hearing Gulan's words, the ancient demon clenched her fists, a flicker of unwillingness appearing on her otherwise cold visage. Why does even Elder Gulan lean towards him? Xiao, with a playful expression, shook his head from his seat, rejecting her. You lack the qualifications to challenge me. In the original narrative, the ancient demon had prompted Xiao Yin to challenge him. A challenge, in general, signifies a duel against a superior. Clearly, at that time, the ancient demon believed Xiao Yin did not possess the equal standing to confront him. Now, however, the roles had reversed. The ancient demon sought to challenge Xiao, yet found herself devoid of the necessary qualifications. Xiao's simple statement caused the ancient demon's indifferent demeanor to shift dramatically. You believe I lack the qualifications to challenge you? Certainly. I still hold Elder Gulan's counsel in higher regard. Do not engage in foolishness. The ancient demon gritted her teeth, the frustration in her eyes becoming increasingly apparent. She was acutely aware of Xiao's unfathomable strength, yet she was unwilling to concede so easily. She would not relent. At the very least, she wished to challenge Xiao once. In her imagination, Xiao would not refuse her challenge, given his immense prowess. The ancient demon had not even contemplated defeating Xiao. Even inflicting a minor injury upon him would alleviate her discontent. Yet, to her astonishment, as soon as she voiced her challenge, the 3 elders and those present cast skeptical glances in her direction. Even Elder Gulan, whom she had always respected, urged her against such folly. It was as though she were a child, engaging in one last act of mischief at this adult ceremony. This stark contrast left the ancient demon biting her teeth as she declared, "What if I insist on challenging you?" Xiao shrugged, disregarding the ancient demon further and instead turning his gaze towards Elder Gulan. A hint of displeasure crossed Gulan's face. Anyone would feel a twinge of annoyance at being so openly ignored. He looked at the ancient demon, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. This was precisely the state of affairs within the ancient realm, were it in the outside world. A mere 8-star Dozun daring to provoke a Dosheng would have long since met their demise. As the pinnacle of strength in the Duki continent, Doshengs rarely engaged actively on the continent. Yet that did not grant anyone the liberty to challenge or disregard their authority. Upon meeting Xiao's gaze, Gulan could only manage a wry smile. Lord Xiao, might you consider accepting his challenge, merely to guide the younger generation of the ancient clan? Gulan spoke politely, subtly transmitting his thoughts to Xiao. The ancient demon had basked in his youthful arrogance for far too long. Failing to recognize that there are always greater heights and individuals beyond himself, it would do well to temper his pride. Naturally, should this matter conclude favorably, the ancient clan would be prepared to offer a grand token of appreciation for your guidance, esteemed Lord Xiao. Upon hearing Gulan's whispered communication, a faint smile graced Xiao's lips. Undoubtedly, the elder's diplomatic finesse surpassed that of the brash young demon significantly. Very well, if you insist. I shall offer you some guidance, Xiao responded nonchalantly. The young demon's expression darkened, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his agitation. However, it mattered little now. Since Xiao had accepted his challenge, he was determined to leave an impression on the gathered crowd. Regardless of Xiao's unfathomable prowess, he would ensure that a mark was left upon him. The young demon's thoughts flickered to Xuner, who sat beside Xiao, exuding an air of deference as if she were entirely at his command. A surge of jealousy ignited within him. Xuner had always maintained a distant demeanor towards him. Yet here she was, so compliant with Xiao. Rising to his feet, Xiao lightly propelled himself to the center of the plaza. Gulan nodded at him, then waved his hand, conjuring a barrier of battle aura that enveloped the entire square. You may deem me overconfident, but I shall alter your perception. The young demon's countenance swiftly morphed from arrogance to cold indifference, the frigid aura emanating from him intensifying. I await your demonstration, Xiao replied in a calm tone, nearly provoking another shift in the demon's stoic expression. Nevertheless, the young demon suppressed his emotions with a disdainful snort, and like a specter, he surged towards Xiao. The temperature in the vicinity plummeted, turning bitterly cold. Any ordinary individual would have been severely affected by such an atmosphere. Yet, Xiao seemed to bask in a gentle spring breeze, entirely unperturbed. He tilted his head slightly, flicking his finger to the left front, as if foreseeing the impending attack. A slender hand materialized from the void, meeting the young demon's icy, blade-like force head-on. In an instant, the young demon's figure collided violently with the barrier of battle aura. His previously impassive expression now etched with disbelief. He barely registered the suffocating impact before his gaze snapped to Xiao. Your speed is commendable, but your intentions are all too transparent. If you wish to launch a surprise attack, it would be prudent to temper your emotions, Xiao remarked casually. While the onlookers murmured in astonishment, elevating their assessment of his abilities once more. Only the ancient clan's battle sage elders could truly comprehend the depth of Xiao's strength. The guests who have arrived this time do not possess a true combat saint. Thus, their understanding of Xiao's realm is akin to viewing a landscape through a fog. They can only deduce his capabilities through his battles. Weren't you going to challenge me? Why the hesitation? Xiao remarked with a relaxed demeanor, showing a modicum of respect for Gulan by refraining from employing his full strength. Gu Yao gritted his teeth and stood up. What manner of monstrous physique was this fellow endowed with? Upon their first encounter, Gu Yao immediately abandoned any thoughts of engaging Xiao in close combat. Energy surged within him as he swiftly formed hand seals. The mountain opening seal, the sea turning seal, the earth covering seal. Gu Yao waved his hands, creating fleeting shadows as he hastily completed his gestures. Xiao remained still, observing Gu Yao's intricate hand motions. Meanwhile, those gathered outside the energy barrier looked on in astonishment at Gu Yao's sign language. Was this indeed the renowned hand seals of the ancient clan? They were certainly profound and extraordinary. Yet, what appeared to be intricate and mysterious to the onlookers was, in Xiao's eyes, riddled with flaws, not flaws inherent to the imperial seal technique itself, but rather to Gu Yao's execution of it. Chapter 494, The Great Annihilation Technique. The imperial seal technique that Xiao practiced was a tenfold enhancement of the method after Xuner had mastered it. In terms of comprehension and mastery of the imperial seal, Xiao felt that few, even within the ancient clan, could rival him. Therefore, while onlookers deemed Gu Yao's grasp of the imperial seal acceptable, Xiao perceived numerous weaknesses within it. Three seals unite. With Gu Yao's furious roar, a massive palm imprint resembling dark ice surged forth with ferocious intent toward Xiao. As a heritage technique of the ancient clan, the imperial seal does not impose limitations on attributes. Thus, anyone qualified, regardless of their elemental affinity, can cultivate it. This versatility makes it particularly suitable for familial inheritance, as a clan's members are unlikely to possess only a single attribute. At that moment, Gu Yao unleashed a palm imprint of dark ice, and in an instant, the surrounding atmosphere was suffused with a biting chill, forming a layer of dark ice upon the ground. Even the energy barrier meticulously arranged by Gulan began to exhibit a layer of solid ice, rendering the scene within the square hazy and indistinct. As the crowd furrowed their brows, intently observing the developments within the square, they were eager to ascertain whether the imperial seal could affect Xiao. Suddenly, within the protective barrier, a profoundly dark thunderbolt appeared. The black demon thunder manifested, and its destructive aura swiftly swept away the dark ice within the energy barrier, illuminating the scene before the spectators. Then, to their incredulous gazes, the black demon thunder collided with the formidable palm imprint, utterly annihilating it. Xiao's gaze remained tranquil. He had long anticipated the might of the black demon thunder. Such power was to be expected. Otherwise, he would not have sought the transformation of thunderous energy within the void thunder pool. In the original text, when Xiao Yin first confronted the black magic thunder, he unleashed numerous celestial demon puppets that reached the strength of the Dozun, aiming to absorb the power of the thunder to enable those puppets to continue their advancement. However, upon mere contact with the black magic thunder, these Dozun-level celestial demon puppets instantly shattered, unable to withstand even a fraction of its might. Xiao shook his head, addressing the ancient demon, stating that the imperial seal technique of 3 seals combined was indeed commendable, yet the time required for its consolidation was excessively prolonged. In genuine combat, an adversary would never afford such a lengthy preparation time. The ancient demon wore an expression of disbelief. Had he not employed any combat techniques prior and been repelled by Xiao's single strike, he might have justified his defeat. Yet now, even after invoking the inherited combat techniques of his clan, he found himself utterly powerless against Xiao, who effortlessly neutralized his imperial seal technique. Upon hearing Xiao's assessment, the ancient demon's body quivered in response. The seemingly ordinary words struck him like sharp swords. It felt as though he were being told that his elaborate techniques were utterly futile in actual combat. The ancient demon's features twitched slightly as he took a deep breath, retracting his earlier intention to sequentially showcase his combat techniques. Since you wish to instruct me, let us see if you can guide me in executing my celestial tier combat technique. With a fierce countenance, the ancient demon resolved to unleash his most formidable combat technique. With swift movements, the ancient demon conjured a series of afterimages, and as he formed the hand seals, the howling winds in the heavens seemed to come to an abrupt halt. Even the roiling dark clouds above gradually ceased their writhing. A formidable aura of annihilation began to emanate from the ancient demon. His words evoked astonishment among the onlookers. A genuine celestial tier combat technique. Such techniques, exceedingly rare on the continent, were now being witnessed. Xuner, gazing towards the barrier of fighting energy, displayed a grave expression as she explained to Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin. The technique being wielded by the ancient demon is the ancient clan's celestial tier combat technique. The Great Annihilation Technique, possessing the terrifying power to obliterate all life. Will young Master Xiaoze be all right? Xuner gently shook her head, reassured, stating that she had once practiced the Great Annihilation Technique. Although its might was formidable, it was not sufficient to allow a Dozun to injure a Dosheng across such a vast chasm of disparity. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin relaxed. After all, no matter how fearsome the heritage of the ancient clan, it could not bridge the immense gulf between Dozun and Dosheng. Meanwhile, Elder Gulan, positioned near the central area, observed the ancient demon employing the Great Annihilation Technique and shook his head slightly. With a flick of his sleeve, he enveloped the fighting energy barrier with a surging wave of Do Qi to reinforce it, ensuring that the power of the celestial tier technique would not compromise the barrier's integrity. The ancient demon soared into the air, casting a cold smile at the still calm Xiaoze below. Great Annihilation Finger. As the ancient demon pressed forward with a single finger, an overwhelming aura of obliteration surged forth like a tempest, coalescing into a gigantic, jet-black finger stretching 100 zhang. Xiaoze narrowed his eyes slightly. He was well acquainted with the Great Obliteration Technique, having received a tenfold return from his training alongside Xuner. The Great Obliteration Technique, indeed, manifested itself in a formidable manner in the hands of the ancient demon. This technique was not confined to mere physical strikes. As long as one could comprehend the essence of obliteration, it could be executed through any means, be it the Great Obliteration Finger, Great Obliteration Palm, or Great Obliteration Fist. However, in the face of this colossal black finger, Xiaoze merely waved his hand, and the dark thunder enveloping him swiftly transformed into a massive dragon, hundreds of zhang in length. The dragon devoured the black finger, and as its form expanded, a terrifying aura of obliteration permeated its body. Yet it could never extinguish the dragon. Subsequently, as if imbued with sentience, the thunder dragon turned its enormous eyes towards the ancient demon hovering in midair. Under the ancient demon's aghast gaze, the dragon lashed its tail, striking the ancient demon with lightning speed. Instantly, the ancient demon plummeted to the ground like a shooting star. Xiao summoned the thunder dragon back, his gaze settling on the ancient demon amidst the rubble. He had significantly restrained the dragon's power, otherwise, that single lash would have obliterated not only the demon's corporeal form, but also its very soul under the might of the black magic thunder. On the plaza, countless onlookers stared in astonishment at the dark thunder dragon coiling around Xiao. Even the ancient races could not hide their astonishment. How could a celestial tier combat skill be dealt with so effortlessly? 3 strikes, each one a definitive display of Xiao's overwhelming dominance over the ancient demon. As reality settled back in, the crowd collectively exhaled, realizing the outcome was no longer in doubt. This unconventional challenge concluded in a wholly expected manner. Yet within the energy barrier, Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly, for in his line of sight, a dazzling purple-gold light erupted from the center of the ruins. Accompanying it was a surge of formidable bloodline power. After inscribing the clan's markings, one needed a month of nurturing before they could wield the clan's power. However, it was not that the markings could not be used during this period. Rather, forcing their use would adversely affect both the markings and the individual's bloodline power. As Xiao gazed at the purple-gold radiance, he inwardly sighed, wondering if the ancient demon had had enough of this chaos. Chapter 495. Have you had enough? Divine Bloodline. The purple-gold brilliance surged forth, releasing an overwhelming aura that shattered the debris, revealing the ancient demon's form. The crowd collectively gasped. The ancient demon was now crackling with lightning. A faint shroud of dark thunder enveloped its body, leaving it charred and scorched. The once distinct black and white hair of the ancient demon had vanished, leaving it in a pitiful state, while upon its blackened form, a radiant purple-gold clan marking became ever more pronounced. In the depths of the ancient demon's crimson eyes, a tempest of madness surged forth. Beyond the barrier of fighting spirit, Elder Gulen let out a gentle sigh. With matters having escalated to this point, he feared he might truly be compelled to intervene. The ancient demon had been utterly reckless, jesting with its own bloodline power. Once the clan's insignia was inscribed, it would gradually forge a connection with the bloodline power within. Thus, a month of nurturing was required before one could wield the insignia. In such circumstances, to rashly employ the clan's insignia would not only damage it, but could also adversely affect one's own bloodline power. With an 8th grade bloodline, should the ancient demon's rank diminish as a result, it would be an act of sheer folly and short-sightedness. However, before Elder Gulen could act, Xiao stepped forward, altering his previously indifferent tone. Have you had enough of this commotion? His voice, laced with a hint of soul power, resonated with such force that even the reinforced barrier of fighting spirit trembled slightly. The soul energy woven into his words struck the ancient demon, swiftly dispelling the madness from its gaze. In an era devoid of the Dou emperors, the Dou saints undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of the Duki continent, their might beyond imagination. If Xiao harbored murderous intent, a mere hearty laugh could shatter the meridians of a Dou Zong expert. Now, with the infusion of soul power into his voice, it was relatively effortless for him to intimidate the ancient demon. The ancient demon's spirit faltered, staring blankly at Xiao. Without the support of that frenzied emotion, it could no longer forcibly suppress its injuries. Coupled with Xiao's earlier rebuke, which bore considerable weight, the ancient demon promptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Its body slumped as if vitality had been drained away. By the time the ancient demon regained its senses, the echo of Xiao's voice, imbued with soul power, lingered in its mind, and its consciousness gradually blurred. Elder Gulen observed the ancient demon's collapse and shook his head, withdrawing the barrier of fighting spirit. Although the ancient demon was gravely injured, it had at least refrained from forcibly invoking the clan's insignia, mitigating any significant impact on its bloodline power. Once healed, the ancient demon would still be a standout among the younger generation of the ancient clan. However, the blow it had received today would likely take a lifetime to overcome. Elder Gulen found himself at a loss. In this unconventional challenge, Xiao had undoubtedly shown restraint towards the ancient demon. Had Xiao been even slightly more serious, the ancient demon would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Gulen offered a respectful nod to Xiao, expressing gratitude for his mercy, which had salvaged the ancient demon's bloodline power. It was but a trifling effort. However, I must apologize for interrupting the ancient clan's rite of passage. Xiao replied courteously. Elder Gulen nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for the 3 elders to appropriately attend to the ancient demon. Before making his way to the center of the plaza, there, amidst the ruins, he grasped forcefully, causing a multitude of massive stones to surge forth. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, Gulen made the shattered boulders vanish without a trace, leaving behind a flawlessly smooth expanse of ground. The adult ceremony proceeded. and I took the helm. Xuner, it is now your turn. Upon hearing Gulan's words, the elders of the ancient clan were momentarily taken aback, quickly revealing expressions of astonishment as they turned their gaze towards Xuner. Her eyes fell upon Xiao, and only after confirming his safety did she offer him a smile. Gulan's declaration drew the attention of all present to the exquisite silhouette of Xuner. Yet, she remained oblivious to their stares until Xiao nodded at her and cheerfully encouraged, "Do your best." Xuner responded with a gentle smile, her form gliding into the arena like a delicate butterfly, where she bowed slightly to Elder Gulan. After all, Elder Gulan had not placed any obstacles in Xiao's path and had treated him with courtesy. "Haha, Xuner, please come forth," Gulan commanded, and a star disk, measuring about a yard in diameter, floated gracefully before her, shimmering with ethereal starlight. Xuner stepped forward, her jade-like hand resting softly upon the star disk, her beautiful eyes gently closing. As her hand made contact, a faint radiance began to emanate from her palm, illuminating the star disk, which swiftly revealed a multitude of stars. The audience's gaze converged upon the disk, filled with immense curiosity for the renowned bloodline bearer of the ancient clan, whose lineage had thrived for millennia. Each star's emergence sent a ripple of excitement through the hearts of those present. 1, 2, 3, 8 stars. Xuner effortlessly reached the bloodline level of the ancient demon. As the 8th star appeared, the breaths of the crowd grew noticeably heavier. Anticipation filled the air regarding Xuner's potential to attain the 9th grade bloodline. Even in the void above, hidden yet formidable gazes were cast downward. The ancient clan's Dosheng powerhouses regarded Xuner's bloodline level with utmost importance. Following the 8th star's emergence, a surge of brilliant light coalesced, and amidst the collective gasps, yet another star slowly materialized upon the disk. 9 stars. 9th grade bloodline. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, and even the attending elders of the ancient clan found themselves gripping the armrests of their seats, their eyes shimmering with delight and excitement. A 9th grade bloodline signified that the ancient clan had once again gained a member with the potential to ascend to Dosheng. Moreover, the intensity of the 9th star's radiance suggested that its potential would not merely culminate in the early stages of Dosheng, but could very well extend into the mid-stages. A glimmer of surprise also flickered in Gulan's eyes. The brilliance of the 9th star reached its zenith, evidently representing the pinnacle of a 9th grade bloodline. The potential embodied by such a bloodline surpassed even his own. With this level of potential, given sufficient time, she could undoubtedly cultivate yet another Dosheng powerhouse. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Xuner's delicate hand trembled slightly, her arm appearing almost translucent. In the arm, the blood vessels coursed with a swift flow of blood, as glimmers of golden light accompanied its movement, rapidly converging upon the arm that made contact with the astral plate. The gathering of golden radiance enveloped Xuner's arm, bestowing it with a resplendent golden glow, as though it were forged from pure gold. The terrifying power of her bloodline caused the astral plate to tremble slightly. A faint cracking sound echoed, akin to thunder, startling the ancient clan members as they turned their astonished gazes toward the astral plate. What a formidable bloodline power that even the astral plate could scarcely endure. Beyond the 9th star, from the dark fissure of the astral plate, a single point of golden light emerged from the shadows, swiftly expanding to the size of a thumb. Elder Gulan, witnessing the manifestation of this 10th star, felt an intense upheaval within his usually calm demeanor. 10 stars. A divine bloodline. As the 10th star appeared, the astral plate quivered violently before shattering into dust. A brilliant beam of golden light erupted from Xuner's delicate hand, transforming into a golden column that soared toward the heavens. An overwhelming pressure emanated from this column. Under this pressure, the majority of those present were horrified to find that their fighting spirit had come to a complete halt. Even deep within their souls, a sense of reverence spread forth, and awe from the lower beings directed toward their superiors. A divine bloodline. The members of the ancient clan stood agape, unable to conceal their astonishment as they beheld the towering golden column, their voices breaking into exclamations. Sharing the same bloodline as Xuner, they felt the weight of the pressure emanating from the golden column even more acutely. Many among them, unable to withstand the terrifying force, fell to their knees with a thud. Yet, their faces bore no signs of discontent, but rather were filled with fervent admiration. However, the elders of the ancient clan, possessing formidable strength, did not kneel but instead inclined their bodies, their gazes averted from the figure bathed in golden light. Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin exchanged astonished glances, for the oppressive force radiating from the golden column even affected them. Although it did not halt their fighting spirit, it still had a notable impact. Is this the might of a divine bloodline? The pressure hidden within the bloodline is indeed extraordinarily fearsome. Qing Lin's beautiful eyes reflected the golden brilliance as she murmured, contemplating that the true significance lay not merely in the pressure, but in the potential represented by the divine bloodline, an extraordinary potential capable of ascending to the pinnacle of Dosheng. Xiao Yixian gazed at the figure within the golden light, a hint of envy surfacing in her eyes. The potential that Xuner possessed might indeed make her the only one among the women who could one day stand on the same level as Xiao Zhe. Xiao Yixian was acutely aware of her own potential. Reaching the semi-saint level was largely due to the fortunate opportunities she had gained while following Xiao Zhe. As one's cultivation ascends to ever more profound realms, the dependencies multiply: talent, opportunity, and potential. A deficiency in any singular aspect may confine one to a particular state for a lifetime, rendering progress impossible. At this moment, Xuner's extraordinary bloodline signifies that, given sufficient time for growth, she is destined to reach the pinnacle of Dosheng. In comparison to her divine bloodline, her own cursed poison body seems rather trivial. Amidst the varied thoughts of those present, the resplendent golden pillar of light, which had penetrated the heavens and the earth, gradually dissipated after a brief interval. Xuner slowly opened her eyes, having anticipated the silence that followed the shattering of the star disk into dust. Indeed, it is a divine bloodline. My ancient clan shall thrive for ages, Elder Gulan murmured with excitement. As a Dosheng of the ancient clan, he understood profoundly the significance of possessing a formidable peak Dosheng. It could be said that without an adversary of equal caliber, the ancient clan could obliterate any ancient race. Elder Gulan took a deep breath, reining in his exhilaration, and nodded respectfully at Xuner. His expression then turned grave as he extended his hands in reverence and gently grasped the air. As his palm closed, a dragon pen radiating with multicolored brilliance materialized in his grasp. Upon the appearance of the seven-colored dragon pen, the members of the ancient clan displayed expressions of deep respect. Gazing at the resplendent pen, Mang Tianqi exhaled softly, as if to himself or perhaps to introduce it to Xiao Zhe and the others. The seven-colored emperor pen, which had lain dormant for nearly a millennium, was finally brought forth today. Elder Gulan held the seven-colored emperor pen with utmost reverence, his heart brimming with excitement. The pen, sealed for almost 1,000 years, was about to be unsealed. Xuner, Elder Gulan looked towards her, and she nodded slightly, then gently closed her beautiful eyes. Sensing Xuner's readiness, Gulan took a deep breath. An overwhelming aura surged from him as he firmly grasped the seven-colored emperor pen. His arm moved with sudden vigor, inscribing intricate and profound patterns upon Xuner's smooth forehead. The breathtakingly vibrant seven-colored tribal markings gradually emerged on her brow. As he continued to wield the seven-colored emperor pen, Elder Gulan's expression grew increasingly solemn. What a fearsome artifact the seven-colored emperor pen is. It feels as though my Do-Chi is flowing away like water. No wonder no one has been deemed worthy to wield it for a millennium. Such a terrifying consumption of Do-Chi would surely reduce one to a mere husk without the strength of a Dosheng. A fleeting thought crossed Elder Gulan's mind as he meticulously controlled the seven-colored emperor pen, tracing perfect trajectories upon Xuner's forehead. After an extended period of intricate drawing, he finally completed the last stroke, feeling considerable fatigue even with his formidable strength. It is done. Upon hearing Elder Gulan's words, Xuner's eyelids fluttered slightly, and as she slowly opened her eyes, a dazzling seven-colored radiance burst forth from her forehead. Beneath the resplendent hues of light, numerous formidable individuals from ancient clans felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the depths of their souls, causing them to kneel fervently upon the ground. Even the concealed yet powerful gazes in the void appeared to express a hint of joy. The vibrant radiance lingered for but a fleeting moment before Xuner deftly retracted it, transforming it once more into an extraordinarily profound tribal emblem of myriad colors. Under Xuner's mental guidance, the emblem gradually faded away, as its manifestation was entirely at the behest of its master. Xuner performed a respectful gesture towards Elder Gulan before turning gracefully to her seat. The ceremony of adulthood for the ancient clan continued, yet the subsequent proceedings garnered little attention. Instead, numerous veiled glances fell upon the enchanting figure blessed with exquisite beauty. This captivating presence leaned slightly towards Xiao Zhe, softly elucidating the details of the adulthood ceremony, evoking envy from the onlookers towards Xiao Zhe. Conversely, on the opposite side of the square, several cloaked figures bore grim expressions. They discreetly departed from the square, retreating to a sparsely populated area. For millennia, the ancient clan had birthed yet another possessor of divine bloodline. Is there a directive from the clan? The clan demands we discreetly eliminate her. Upon hearing the words of the figures behind him, Hunya could not help but fall into momentary silence. Hunya was engulfed in silence, feeling utterly powerless in the face of the clan's demands. Each possessor of a divine bloodline possesses formidable combat prowess, capable of challenging opponents beyond their level. Under such circumstances, the task of eliminating a divine bloodline bearer is indeed a tall order. Not to mention that beside this divine bloodline bearer stood the even more enigmatic Xiao. However, it seemed the clan had other plans, possibly dispatching a Dosheng expert to intervene. Chapter 497, Gu Yuan. Dosheng. Hunya's brow furrowed slightly. Even a Dosheng expert would find it impossible to reach the ancient realm within a mere 3 days. It was said that an elder happened to be in the eastern region, taking advantage of this opportunity to enter the heavenly tomb and secretly dispose of the divine bloodline bearer. Should she be allowed to grow, it may jeopardize our clan's plans. But do you think the ancient clan is blind? How could a Dosheng expert infiltrate the ancient realm unnoticed and enter the heavenly tomb alongside us under the watchful eyes of numerous powerful beings? It is simply implausible. Precisely because of this, we must venture forth to provide assistance. As the figures conferred, they resolved to leave for the ancient realm. Once the adulthood ceremony concluded, Xiao and the others, under Xuner's guidance, returned to a serene palace, spending the night in silence. Brother Xiao, Qinglin, and little medical sage, please rest here. I will ascertain the quota for entering the heavenly tomb. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the palace, Xuner addressed Xiao and the others. Entering the heavenly tomb offers numerous advantages. It serves not only as an exceptional training ground, but also houses the energy imprints left behind by ancient powerful beings. Within the enigmatic environment of the heavenly tomb, these energy imprints gradually manifest into their former selves. By defeating them, one can acquire these energy imprints. Practitioners who absorb these imprints can swiftly enhance their strength. Remarkably, these energy imprints are akin to high-tier elixirs, and their repeated consumption does not lead to any tolerance, ensuring that their efficacy remains largely intact. Furthermore, the flow of time within the heavenly tomb differs from that of the outside world. 1 day outside equates to 5 days within the tomb. Upon hearing Xuner's introduction, both Qinglin and the little medical sage displayed expressions of astonishment. Such a wondrous place existed in this world, even involving the manipulation of time. They had occasionally heard the term heavenly tomb in dialogues with ancient races, but they were unaware of its specific nature and had not anticipated its extraordinary characteristics. Unfortunately, the rules dictated that only those with bloodlines from the 8 ancient races could enter. Xuner lamented this fact. With 2 days remaining until the tomb's opening, she advised, Brother Xiao, please prepare some elixirs for Qinglin and the little medical sage. If we confirm entry into the heavenly tomb, we may have to remain there for 3 years, equivalent to 6 months in the outside world. After speaking with Xiao, Xuner hurried off to the elder's pavilion. Xiao assessed the situation of Qinglin and the little medical sage. At their level, the effects of ordinary high-tier elixirs were not particularly pronounced, unless they were of the 9th grade, such as the 9-colored Dan or true 9th-tier elixirs. The few he possessed were scarce, if not non-existent. However, there were still ways to procure resources. Previously, Qinglin had forcibly contracted with the elder of the Jiuyo Daiming Python clan, and the resources from that contract had not yet been exhausted, sufficient for her training over the next 6 months. The little medical sage had also gathered various poisons, along with the toxic pills crafted by Xiao. Thus, both would not lack for training resources in the coming half-year. After arranging everything for Qinglin and the little medical sage, Xiao stretched lazily, intending to take a stroll and perhaps encounter a peak powerhouse from the ancient clans. He was curious about the gap in strength between himself and such beings at the pinnacle of Do-Saint. In the original narrative, Xiao Yin would casually encounter Gu Yuan, suggesting that Gu Yuan had sought him out. Xiao, however, had no particular plans and simply wandered about. After all, a 9-star Do-Saint could easily conceal their presence, making it impossible for Xiao, even with his profound soul perception at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, to discern them. The peaks were shrouded in mist, serene and natural, resembling a fairyland. Xiao admired the scenery around him, basking in the rich energy of heaven and earth, observing the wondrous transformations among the flora and fauna. Xiao ascended the mountain path, gradually making his way toward the summit of the verdant peak. Suddenly, he gazed at the end of the trail, where a figure stood with its back to him, hands clasped behind. Observing this silhouette, Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Even within the profound realm of his perfected soul perception, he could not sense the presence of this figure. In his perception, the figure appeared not to exist. Yet, to the naked eye, it was undeniably real. This paradoxical sensation stirred within him. Within the ancient clan, only Xuner's father, Gu Yuan, at the pinnacle of the 9-star Do-Saint, could achieve such a level of concealment. After all, only a soul of imperial realm could elude the scrutiny of a perfected heavenly soul perception. With utmost respect, Xiao Zhe addressed the distant figure, saying, Junior Xiao Zhe pays his respects to the esteemed elder. He then took a step forward, finding himself directly behind the apparition. His actions seemed to surprise the figure, a hint of unexpectedness lacing its voice. Are you not afraid of my making a move against you? My strength far exceeds yours. If I wish to act, you would stand no chance of resistance. Xiao Zhe replied, Moreover, with your cultivation, if you did not wish to encounter me, I could scour the entirety of the ancient realm and still fail to find your trace. He continued, Now that you reveal yourself, it must be to convey something of importance to me. Haha, how amusing. To attain the rank of 2-star Do Saint at such a young age indeed speaks to your astuteness. The figure turned, revealing a gentle smile as it addressed Xiao Zhe. Appearing to be around 40 years of age, he resembled an ordinary middle-aged man, clad in simple linen garments. The faint smile upon his face instilled a sense of inexplicable tranquility within Xiao Zhe. Noticing this unaccountable sense of calm, Xiao Zhe raised an eyebrow. Truly, this was the essence of an imperial soul. Even he, at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, could not remain immune. Gu Yuan did not intentionally wield any power against him. Rather, it was the inherent might emanating from an imperial soul. I am Xuner's father, Gu Yuan. Given the current relationship between you two, it is indeed time for us to meet. He continued. The fact that you emerged as a prodigious Do Emperor bloodline after the Xiao clan's lineage was entirely forsaken renders the Do Emperor bloodline before you somewhat inconsequential. Gu Yuan's words momentarily stunned Xiao Zhe. Prior to meeting him, a hint of trepidation lingered within. After all, Gu Yuan stood as a pinnacle existence in this realm. Though Xiao Zhe held confidence in his abilities, the distance between them and such an apex was indeed vast. Receiving such a high appraisal from Gu Yuan brought a flicker of joy to Xiao Zhe's heart. To have the Do Emperor bloodline deemed insignificant in his presence was undoubtedly a remarkable commendation. Chapter 498, A Conversation. Xiao Zhe respectfully clasped his hands and said, You flatter me, clan leader Gu Yuan. There is no need for modesty. Given your remarkable accomplishments, even the elder generations of formidable individuals might feel a twinge of embarrassment in your presence, Gu Yuan remarked softly. However, my visit today is not solely to commend your prodigious talents. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhe's expression grew serious, realizing that Gu Yuan was about to discuss matters of significance. Since Xuner has taken a liking to you, I shall not impose my will upon her. Moreover, as the sole bearer of the divine bloodline in the ancient clan for millennia, her voice holds considerable weight within our ranks. Should she resolutely choose to be with you, the elders of the clan would find themselves at a loss. Xiao Zhe raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering why the elders could do nothing about Xuner, yet felt compelled to trouble him instead. Gu Yuan, noticing Xiao Zhe's expression, understood that he had grasped the underlying implications of his words. You are not mistaken. Even before your influence reached the ancient clan, the elders had already deduced your relationship through subtle hints. However, as the situation had yet to solidify, they believed it might change, which is why they refrained from causing you any trouble. Xiao Zhe swiftly perceived the deeper meaning in Gu Yuan's words. My influence? The Sacred Heart glazed pill, Gu Yuan hinted. Even according to tradition, offering a 9th-grade treasure pill as a betrothal gift is indeed a grand gesture. After all, even among ancient races, a 9th-grade treasure pill is exceedingly rare. Although the elders of the ancient clan were aware of your information at that time, it remained somewhat nebulous, lacking clarity. However, following Xuner's return from her excursion with a 9th-grade treasure pill, the perspectives of the majority of the elders in the clan underwent a profound transformation. Xiao Zhe nodded thoughtfully, realizing that 9th-grade alchemists were exceedingly scarce. The original text clearly indicated that the number of 9th-grade alchemists did not exceed a mere handful, most of whom belonged to the medicinal, soul, and pill clans, with only one hermit, the elder Xuner, among them. None of the other ancient races possessed a 9th-grade alchemist. Although Xiao Zhe had yet to break through to the Dosheng level at that time, his extraordinary talent, combined with the resources of the ancient clan, was more than sufficient to propel him to that esteemed rank. This would naturally facilitate the union between Xiao Zhe and Xuner, allowing the ancient clan to once again acquire a Dosheng powerhouse and a 9th-grade alchemist, all while preserving Xuner's divine bloodline. A win-win situation. This was the prevailing sentiment among the majority of the elders of the ancient clan at that time. Unexpectedly, when Xiao Zhe personally arrived at the ancient clan, they were astonished to discover that he had already achieved the Dosheng rank. Even Gu Yuan was greatly impressed by Xiao Zhe's talents and strength. If he had a standard for selecting a son-in-law, Xiao Zhe would undoubtedly surpass it by far. Naturally, there remained a handful of obstinate elders, and the difficulties you faced upon your arrival in the ancient realm were instigated by that faction. However, it cannot truly be considered as harassment, Xiao Zhe stated softly. Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head with a smile. This time, those venerable elders did not intervene. It was merely a few ordinary elders of the ancient clan who took action. For Xiao, it certainly does not pose a challenge. Nor can it be deemed a test. These are merely circumstances easily resolved. Naturally, setting aside his identity as the clan leader of the ancient tribe and considering his role as Xuner's father, if Xuner is willing to accept you, I too shall undoubtedly accept you. I hold a considerable degree of satisfaction regarding you, in light of your prodigious talent. The status of the Dou Di bloodline has become inconsequential. Perhaps, years hence, you may ascend to the heights of Xiao Xian and endeavor to breach the realm of Dou Di. Receiving the affirmation from Gu Yuan, a smile of delight illuminated Xiao Zai's face, not solely due to his position as the clan leader, but also because Gu Yuan is Xuner's father. I deeply appreciate the recognition from clan leader Gu Yuan. I shall treat Xuner with utmost care, Xiao Zai declared with a respectful bow. Yet Gu Yuan merely shook his head. As for the matters concerning your generation, I shall refrain from intervening, provided that Xuner is willing to accept. Gu Yuan's words were laden with deeper meaning, prompting a faint blush of embarrassment to surface on Xiao Zai's face. Clearly, with the resources of the ancient clan, it would be impossible not to be aware of the circumstances surrounding Xiao Zai's companions, the little medical sage, Qing Lin, Medusa, and Ziyin. The realization that so many exceptional women accompany the suitor of his own daughter left Gu Yuan somewhat exasperated. However, he did not wish to intrude upon Xuner's emotional affairs, thus he could only subtly remind Xiao Zai. Whether Xuner ultimately accepts him is a matter for Xiao Zai to contemplate. Regardless of the decision Xuner makes, Gu Yuan will support her. Moreover, I hope you can accede to one request of mine, Gu Yuan stated calmly, his gaze drifting beyond Qing Feng, seemingly sensing something. Xiao Zai was momentarily taken aback, then promptly replied, Clan leader Gu Yuan, please feel free to command. I shall fulfill any request within my capacity. I wish for Xuner's bloodline to remain stable until she reaches the Dosheng realm, Gu Yuan continued. Young people are often impulsive, and should a moment of rashness jeopardize her potential and future, it would be a grave loss. Xiao Zai cleared his throat and solemnly addressed Gu Yuan, rest assured. Clan leader Gu Yuan, I will never act impulsively in a manner that could harm Xuner. Upon hearing Xiao Zai's assurance, Gu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, Xuner had already attained the status of a high-level half-saint, and her bloodline was gradually stabilizing. Once she genuinely reaches the Dosheng realm, the power of her bloodline will be firmly established, with Xuner merely a step away from Dosheng. Gu Yuan was confident that Xiao Zai would not rush into matters of fleeting impulse. As for the ancient Dou Emperor jade that the Xiao family possesses, you may keep it for now, Gu Yuan mentioned casually, leaving Xiao Zai momentarily stunned. In the original narrative, Gu Yuan had inquired whether Xiao Yan had any intentions of entrusting the Dou Emperor jade to the ancient clan for safekeeping. However, after Xiao Yan's refusal, Gu Yuan did not press the issue. Now, without even soliciting an inquiry, Gu Yuan made a decisive resolution, primarily a result of Xiao Zai's Dosheng level prowess. If Xiao Zai were merely a Dozun now, Gu Yuan would have raised inquiries. However, Xiao Zai has already attained the strength of a Dou Saint, a pinnacle power within the entire Dou Qi continent. He is more than capable of countering the schemes of the Soul Clan, thus not appearing utterly defenseless. Given Gu Clan's attention on Xiao Zai, the Soul Clan could not possibly dispatch a high-ranked Dou Saint to confront him. As for ordinary Dou Saints, Xiao Zai's current combat prowess is sufficient to handle them. Even if he cannot secure victory, escaping would be effortlessly achievable. Therefore, in light of this consideration, Gu Yuan dismissed the proposal from the Elder Council, allowing Xiao Zai to continue safeguarding the Tua Shi ancient Emperor Jade. I understand. Thank you for your trust. Clan leader Gu, take good care of Xuner. Gu Yuan left behind this light-hearted remark before vanishing in an instant. Moments later, a graceful figure rushed onto the Qingfeng Peak. Brother Xiao Zai, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, Xuner's voice echoed simultaneously. Xiao Zai turned around to see Xuner swiftly approaching, her delicate face tense. Beautiful eyes revealing a hint of concern, prompting a smile to grace his face. Brother Xiao Zai, did my father give you any trouble? Xuner asked nervously. No, clan leader Gu has no intention of meddling in our affairs. He merely conveyed the Elder Council's opinions regarding me. Upon hearing this, Xuner sighed in relief, lightly patting her chest. Does that mean my father does not oppose us? That's truly wonderful. A joyful smile illuminated her face. As the leader of the Gu clan and a pinnacle power within the Dou Qi continent, Gu Yuan possesses nearly absolute authority within the clan. If even Gu Yuan were unwilling to accept their relationship, the pressure Xuner would face would be unimaginable. However, clan leader Gu did mention a request, Xiao Zai added. A flicker of curiosity appeared in Xuner's eyes as she tilted her head to glance at him. Xiao Zai smirked, leaning in to whisper in her ear. Clan leader Gu hopes that you can maintain your purity until you reach Do Saint. At his words, Xuner's exquisite face quickly flushed crimson, and she shot him a playful glare. How could my father say such things to you? There's no helping it. Your bloodline is still unstable. And he fears we might act impulsively, Xiao replied with a smile. He took Xuner's delicate hand, cherishing the moments they could spend together atop the Qingfeng Peak. Meanwhile, outside the Gu realm, the figures of Hunya and others stood before a shadow concealed within black mist. Greetings, Elder Hun Duan. They all spoke in unison. Previously, the younger generation of the Soul Clan, known for their mysterious demeanor within the Gu realm, now appeared particularly respectful in the presence of this figure shrouded in darkness. How unexpected! The Gu clan has produced a bearer of divine bloodline. If allowed to grow, this could significantly impact the plans of the Soul Clan. The shadow cackled ominously. Amidst the dense black mist, an exceedingly hoarse and unpleasant laughter echoed, reminiscent of the wails of ghosts and wolves. How infuriating it was that a descendant of the Xiao clan, once thought to be entirely devoid of vitality, had unexpectedly given rise to such a prodigy. This occasion, a venture into the celestial tomb, would serve as the perfect opportunity to transform them into a pair of fated lovers in peril. As the voice of the Elder of Souls resonated, the enveloping black mist surged violently. It was as if the mist was drawn by an unseen force, rushing towards the Cliff of Souls in an instant. A chilling, corrosive sound reverberated throughout the space, causing the younger generation of the Soul Clan, aside from those at the cliff, to shiver with dread. Yet, none dared to utter a sound. The expression on the face of the Soul Cliff was one of terror. Mouth agape, yet no sound escaped his lips. He could only watch helplessly as the black mist continuously infiltrated his being. The Soul Cliff had utterly lost control over his body, devoid of even the slightest sensation, rendering him oblivious to the transformations occurring within. The sheer helplessness of his situation intensified his terror. Ultimately, the black mist fully permeated his form, and the so-called Elder of Souls vanished without a trace. Moments later, the Soul Cliff slowly opened his eyes, now infused with an ominous black aura, exuding an eerie malevolence. Ah, this youthful body feels rather pleasant, he spoke. Though the voice was not his own, it belonged to the Elder of Souls. The figures behind the Soul Cliff trembled slightly, akin to chaff in the wind. Such a bizarre scene was rare, even among the Soul Clan. While they excelled in the manipulation and enslavement of souls, the current scenario left them profoundly unsettled, particularly given that the Elder of Souls had shown no hesitation in targeting a member of the younger generation. Solely, you and the Soul Cliff were the chosen ones for this venture into the celestial tomb, correct? A gulp echoed as Solely answered hastily, yes, Elder of Souls. Having slain numerous formidable beings of the ancient clans in battle, Solely felt an innate fear towards the Elder of Souls, especially given the latter's blatant disregard for the identities of the Soul Clan members when he decided to act. Solely was anxious that any delay in his response could lead to his own demise at the hands of the Elder. Excellent. According to past occurrences, the high-ranking Star Do Saints of the ancient clans do not partake in the opening of the celestial tomb, typically leaving it to ordinary elders. The shell technique should allow for a seamless deception, mused the Elder of Souls, contemplating the ease with which he could navigate the tomb once inside. 2 days later, Xiao and his companions swiftly mounted the back of the unicorn, soaring deep into the ancient sacred mountains. The entrance to the celestial tomb lay within the depths of these mountains, a forbidden zone of the ancient clan, typically sealed off from outsiders, only permitting entry when the celestial tomb was opened. Xuner softly introduced to Xiao and the others that the heavenly tomb is divided into 3 layers. The energy entities in the first layer predominantly possess strength beneath the 3-star Do-Zun level and wander in a state of unconsciousness. The second layer houses energy entities with power ranging from 3-star to 8-star Do-Zun, presenting a more formidable challenge. In contrast, the third layer contains energy entities that have reached the pinnacle of Do-Zun, with some having achieved the peak strength of Do-Sheng during their lifetimes. These energy entities not only possess intelligence, but also retain memories, combat experience, and techniques from their past lives, making them exceedingly difficult to confront. Brother Xiao, the tomb of our ancestor, Xiao Xian, is located deep within the third layer, filled with formidable energy entities. Even among our clan, few dare to venture into that realm. Xuner remarked. After her thorough introduction, Xiao nodded, filled with anticipation for the journey into the heavenly tomb. With his soul realm having reached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, he wondered if this opportunity might allow him to touch upon the imperial realm of the soul. As they conversed, the unicorn flew deep into the ancient sacred mountains, during which Xiao sensed the presence of other ancient races. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, the unicorn finally halted at a perilous mountain range. Xiao Zhe's gaze fell upon numerous powerful beings from ancient races. He exchanged a greeting with M-N-T-N-C-H, returning the smile. However, when his eyes landed on the soul race, they narrowed slightly. The figures from the soul race hovered in the void, emanating an aura that discouraged any approach. The chilling and eerie presence around them caused many powerful beings to steer clear. Within Xiao Zhe's perception of the soul at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, the leader of the soul race, Soul Cliff, exhibited a peculiar aura. Although the soul fluctuations were still those of Soul Cliff, Xiao Zhe harbored doubts. Had someone else taken his place beneath the cloak? In the 500th chapter of the Heavenly Tomb, Xuner, does that Soul Cliff from the soul race seem somewhat unusual? Xiao Zhe communicated with Xuner through the golden tree. Xuner was momentarily taken aback, casting a subtle glance toward the location of the soul race. Indeed, it appeared somewhat different from what she had observed during the coming-of-age ceremony a few days prior. This slight anomaly is akin to a dark star in the cosmos. Had it not been for Xiao Zhe's hint, I might have overlooked it, mistaking it for an illusion, she mused thoughtfully. Could it be that the soul race is plotting something within the heavenly tomb? Perhaps a strategy from their higher-ups? That is possible, but given this is the heavenly tomb, if they resort to extreme measures, the elders of their clan would not remain indifferent. Regardless, the changes surrounding Soul Cliff warranted attention. Through their communication via the golden tree, both harbored a degree of caution regarding Soul Cliff. The arrival of Xiao Zhe and his companions drew the attention of those present. The ancient clan members were particularly intrigued. During the ancient clan's coming-of-age ceremony, Xiao Zhe had indeed stolen the spotlight, standing out as the most memorable figure aside from Xuner, having overwhelmingly defeated the outstanding young prodigy, Gu Yao, of the ancient clan. The younger generation of the ancient clan entering the Tomb of Heaven is led by Gu Qingyang. Upon catching sight of Xiao Zhe, Gu Qingyang offered him a gentle smile. In return, Xiao Zhe reciprocated with a smile of his own, acknowledging the goodwill conveyed by Gu Qingyang. The other ancient races regarded Xiao Zhe with a mix of indifference, curiosity, and a hint of benevolence. Amidst the diverse thoughts of those present, the very fabric of this realm suddenly quaked violently, as an ancient and primal aura gradually emerged from the void. Beneath this raw and ancient essence, a sense of reverence surged within the souls of all present. The Tomb of Heaven was about to unveil itself. Xuner, gazing at the abruptly darkened sky, turned to Xiao Zhe and spoke. With a thunderous crash, the moment Xuner finished her words, the heavens erupted with a deafening roar. A colossal rift, spanning thousands of feet, slowly unfurled from the sky. At the heart of this rift, a silvery radiance began to manifest, ultimately transforming into a grand spatial gate towering 100 feet high. The ancient and wild aura they had sensed emanated from this very portal. The gate of the Tomb of Heaven. As the spatial gate loomed above, awe filled the hearts of the onlookers. As soon as the gate of the Tomb of Heaven appeared, Elder Gulan materialized in midair, his aged voice reverberating around them. Esteemed guests, I trust you are all aware of the rules for entering the tomb. Each clan is allotted 2 slots. Upon hearing Elder Gulan's words, everyone nodded slightly. The regulations of the tomb had been established by various ancient races in primordial times, remaining unchanged to this day. Naturally, the ancient clan, as guardians of the tomb, received additional privileges, allowing them 4 slots. Brother Xiao Zhe, let us enter together. Entering separately would result in random teleportation, Xuner said, playfully grasping Xiao Zhe's hand. Her smile enchanting. Though Xiao Zhe had a general understanding of the tomb's circumstances, he knew that Xuner possessed far more specific insights. After all, the ancient clan, being the custodians of the tomb, had explored it countless times, granting them significant advantages over other ancient races. With a resounding rumble from above, the spatial gate gradually swung open, blinding light bursting forth to illuminate the realm. Elder Gulan's expression became serious as he spoke. If the clans have arranged their slots, you may now proceed. You may remain within the tomb for 3 years. After that, the tomb will automatically expel you. As Elder Gulan's words fell, several swift figures sliced through the forest, darting toward the gate of the Tomb of Heaven. Leading the charge was Gu Qingyang. Observing the 4 members of the ancient clan vanish into the portal, the others hesitated no longer and rushed toward the heavenly gate. Elder Gulan narrowed his eyes, watching the 2 souls of the Soul clan disappear within the gate, sensing an unusual aura surrounding the leading figure of their group. However, Gulan recalled that those from the ancient clan who entered the celestial tomb possessed items for urgent communication, which eased her apprehension significantly. If the Soul clan truly intended to instigate trouble within the celestial tomb, the elders of the ancient clan at the saint level were certainly not mere decorations. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhe turned his gaze toward the little medical fairy and Xinglan. For the next 6 months, you will be cultivating in the ancient realm. Should any matters arise, you can seek assistance from Elder Gulan. Rest assured, While our strength may not match yours, we are not entirely defenseless. Young Master Xiao and Miss Xuner are advised to exercise caution during your exploration of the celestial tomb. After bidding farewell, Xiao took Xuner's hand and soared towards the celestial portal suspended in midair. As the last figure vanished into the blinding light of the celestial tomb, the portal trembled. It then gradually became ethereal until it completely disappeared. In this misty and enigmatic land, fleeting glimmers of flame occasionally flickered, enveloped in a profound silence, reminiscent of death itself. Amidst the eternal stillness of the earth, a faint tearing sound suddenly pierced the air. Subsequently, a spatial passage began to take shape, and two figures emerged hand in hand. Almost instantaneously, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy permeated the surroundings, surveying a radius of 100 miles. The celestial tomb was extraordinarily vast, and despite Xiao's immediate insight into the area, he sensed no presence of other ancient races. There was no unusual activity nearby, only some mindless energy entities aimlessly drifting about. Xiao explained the situation to Xuner, then opened his palm, allowing the rich energies of heaven and earth to gather spontaneously upon it. The concentration of celestial energy was remarkable, even more potent than that of the ancient realm. Xiao closed his fingers slightly, trapping a wisp of mist within his grasp. This mist contained an exceptionally dense and pure energy of heaven and earth, which could be absorbed directly without much refinement. No wonder the ancient races regarded this location as a training ground for the younger generation. It truly was a rare sanctum for cultivation. Merely spending 3 years here would yield significant advancements in strength. Such cultivation resources, let alone possessing them, were likely unheard of in the outside world. The ancient races indeed possessed numerous advantages over practitioners from the outside realm. Brother Xiao, shall we proceed directly to the third layer? Naturally, with our current strength. The energy cores produced by the energy entities in the first 2 layers hold little significance for us. As Xiao spoke, he reached forward with a swift motion, and a series of explosive sounds erupted, causing luminous energy cores to fall into his hands. He rubbed them casually, absorbing the rich energy within until they turned to dust, cascading from his fingertips. The energy contained in the cores of the first layer is indeed but a drop in the bucket for us. Let us go. Chapter 501, The Ancient Grudge. Xiao followed Xuner directly to the third level of the heavenly tomb. Although he remained vigilant against the Soul Clan's tactics, he merely kept it in the back of his mind rather than scouring the tomb in search of the 2 individuals from the Soul Clan. Such behavior would be excessively counterproductive, as the primary focus within the heavenly tomb should be on enhancing one's own strength. Once his power reached a level sufficient to counter the Soul Clan's schemes, their so-called strategies would be rendered utterly ineffective. Additionally, hastening his arrival at the third level bore its own advantages. The third level of the heavenly tomb was, in fact, the resting place of Xiao. Should the Soul Clan dare to employ their methods there, they would likely find themselves obliterated by Xiao's lingering spirit. After all, an irreconcilable blood feud existed between the Soul Clan and the Xiao clan. Thus, Xiao and Xuner hurried onward to the third level, collecting energy cores from the energy entities they encountered along the way. However, they did not actively seek out these entities. They simply seized the energy cores as they came across them. The 2 were currently so powerful that they effortlessly overwhelmed the energy entities of the first and second levels of the tomb. Xuner was but a step away from truly becoming a 1-star Do Saint, while Xiao had already attained the status of a 2-star Do Saint. Even the combined strength of all energy entities in the first level would likely be unable to withstand a single strike of Xiao's yellow spring heavenly fury. Before reaching the limit of their numbers, ordinary Dozun would find it challenging to pose a threat to those of Do Saint caliber. After all, Do Saints could harness the energies of heaven and earth, and in a place as saturated with such energies as the heavenly tomb, battling against those below Do Saint was akin to a fish returning to water. A month later, in the second level of the heavenly tomb, Xiao effortlessly crushed an energy entity at the 8-star Dozun level. A crystal-clear energy core, emitting a mist of energy, fell into his hands. The energy cores from the second level finally proved to be somewhat useful. Xiao casually tossed the 8-star energy core to Xuner, who was merely a step away from becoming a 1-star Do Saint and required a significant amount of energy to bridge that gap. Her advancement to 1-star Do Saint would greatly enhance the strength of their duo. Thus, Xiao prioritized her use of the energy core. Of course, Xiao's cultivation speed was commendable as well. The primordial tree absorbed the energies of heaven and earth at a rate even surpassing that of lower-tier energy cores. In a sense, Xiao relied more heavily on the cultivation sanctum. Such places, abundant in the energies of heaven and earth, were particularly beneficial for him. The speed at which the primordial tree devoured these energies was unmatched even by celestial-grade techniques. In truth, Once Xiao Zhe could summon the roots of the primordial tree, the grade of his techniques held little significance for him. The roots were capable of achieving an effect comparable to celestial grade techniques in terms of energy absorption, and even exceeded them in strength. After entering the heavenly tomb, his cultivation speed accelerated significantly, and he was now nearing the mid-stage of the 2-star Do Saint realm. The disparity in levels among the Do Saints is immensely significant. Without the aid of rare treasures or high-grade elixirs, one can only rely on the passage of time for gradual accumulation to achieve a breakthrough. It has been some time since Xiao Zhe approached the 2nd star of Do Saint, and coupled with the training environment of the ancient tomb, he is on the verge of reaching the mid-stage of the 2nd star. As the two hasten towards the 3rd layer, they can currently gather energy cores to enhance their strength. Meanwhile, the soul abyss is shrouded in a dark mist, effortlessly vanquishing an energy entity of the 8-star Do Zone. The black mist quickly envelopes the energy core, voraciously absorbing its essence. Haha, my strength has been restored to some extent. Indeed, the ancient tomb is a splendid place. Elder Soul Severance cackled to himself. Having chosen not to accompany Soul Li, as a formidable Do Saint who once besieged Xiaoxian, he harbors considerable trepidation towards Xiaoxian. Even though the latter now exists merely as a remnant spirit, the recollection of Xiaoxian ignites a flicker of hatred in Elder Soul Severance's eyes. Years ago, Xiaoxian's self-detonation severely injured the clan leader and inflicted devastating losses upon the Soul clan, of which he was a significant part. At that time, his strength had already reached the mid-stage of Do Saint, yet he was rendered nearly powerless in the face of a 9-star Do Saint's explosion. His body was gravely injured and on the brink of death, leading him to adopt the soul transition technique, resulting in his current ghastly state. Once my strength is restored to the late stage of the 3-star Do Saint, I shall slay that descendant of the Xiao clan. It would be best to do so before he enters the 3rd layer, lest Xiaoxian's remnant soul become a troublesome factor. Elder Soul Severance, utilizing secret methods to inhabit the body of the soul abyss, has diminished his own strength in the process. Hence, upon entering the ancient tomb, he hastily made his way to the 2nd layer, intent on regaining his power. Only then would he possess absolute certainty in subduing the descendant of the Xiao clan. Although his hatred propels him to hasten towards Xiao Zhe's demise, he is acutely aware of the formidable challenge posed by a Do Saint. From his perception, Xiao Zhe's strength should lie between the late 1st star and early 2nd star of Do Saint. To avoid drawing Xiao Zhe's attention, he refrained from probing too deeply. Yet it was highly unlikely to exceed this range. Within the realm of Do Saints, even a single star's difference is monumental, unless one possesses extraordinary combat prowess. Crossing a star in battle is exceedingly difficult. Thus, Elder Soul Severance intends to restore his strength to the late stage of the 3-star Do Saint before seeking trouble with Xiao Zhe. How is it possible? How have they arrived at the 2nd layer so swiftly? Elder Soul Severance exclaimed in surprise. As the mist swirled, 2 streaks of light pierced through the dense fog. The information relayed back through his soul perception caused Xiao Zhe to raise an eyebrow slightly. Xuner, the Soul clan has indeed made a bold move by dispatching a 3-star Do Saint. Xiao Zhe remarked suddenly to his companion, Xuner, knowing that if Elder Soul Severance could sense him, he too could be sensed. A 3-star Do Saint. Has the Soul clan lost their mind? Xuner gasped in astonishment upon hearing Xiao Zhe's words. In the realm of ancient races, the prowess of a Do Saint is unequivocally regarded as elite combat strength. The audacity of the Soul clan to dispatch a 3-star Do Saint into the Tomb of Heaven is astonishing. Should the ancient clan discover this, they would undoubtedly not hesitate to eliminate him. After all, the relationship among ancient races is fraught with both conflict and collaboration. Particularly between the ancient clan and the Soul clan, there have been numerous confrontations, with each side suffering losses at the hands of the other. The slaying of an opponent as Do Saint would inflict considerable anguish upon them. It appears that the target of the 3-star Do Saint is us. Xiao Zhe nodded thoughtfully, gazing into the distance. It seems that the revelation of the Xiao clan's identity has prompted the Soul clan to take action. Additionally, your divine bloodline has instilled a sense of trepidation within the Soul clan, compelling them to dispatch a Do Saint to preemptively eradicate the threat. What should Brother Xiao Zhe do now? Should we hasten to the 3rd level in hopes of seeking assistance from Senior Xiaoxian? A hint of concern flickered in Xuner's eyes, though she harbored little fear. Xiao Zhe's combat prowess was already formidable, even when facing a 3-star Do Saint. He could hold his own for quite some time. Of course, should he be able to enlist the aid of Xiaoxian, swiftly overpowering the adversary would be ideal. No need, I can manage. Chapter 502, The Clutches of the 10,000 Souls. Within the 2nd layer of the Tomb of Heaven, the Soul Breaker sensed the presence of Xiao Zhe and his companion, and a wave of alarm surged within him. However, being a decisive individual, he wasted no time and rapidly approached the duo. Dark mist swirled around him, as colossal energy began to erode the corporeal form of the soul cliff. Previously, this guise served to conceal his existence, but now that he had entered the tomb of heaven, this physical form had lost its utility. The black mist seeped from every pore of the soul cliff, and in the blink of an eye, his figure was once again shrouded in darkness. If one could pierce through the veil of the mist, they would find that the body of the soul cliff had entirely vanished, leaving behind a rather peculiar skeleton. The essence of the soul mingled with the black mist, seemingly replenishing the skeleton with a strange semblance of flesh. Xiao also discerned the oddity surrounding this soul clan Do saint. However, in the vast expanse of the Do-Chi continent, a plethora of extraordinary secret techniques abound, making the transformation of this soul clan Do saint somewhat reasonable. After all, no matter how varied one's form may be, it ultimately pertains to the cultivation realm of Do-Chi. Even if one were to become an entity, neither human nor ghost, should their strength fall short of that of a Do saint, they would remain merely a target for the true Do saint warriors. The enigmatic and miraculous existence of the, known as the King of 10,000 Fires, would also succumb to being forcibly subdued if its own power was insufficient against a Do saint. Nevertheless, the soul clan Do saint before them was indeed formidable, possessing strength at the mid-tier of 3-star Do saints. Xuner's Do-Chi surged, enveloping her in a magnificent aura of energy. In her enchanting eyes, a fervent golden flame blazed, enveloped by an aura of searing heat, as if she were poised to erupt with terrifying energy like a volcano. Here it comes. As Xiao's voice faded, Xuner witnessed the mist ahead surging tumultuously. The hazy realm abruptly split apart, revealing a colossal hand of black mist, towering hundreds of feet, hurtling towards the two of them. Upon that shadowy hand, anguished and vengeful faces of souls manifested, as if the torment they had endured sought to inflict the same suffering upon the world. The visages screamed in agony, their cries melding into a cacophony that seemed to shake the very fabric of existence. Xuner gazed upon the black mist hand, her body tensed, her beautiful eyes reflecting deep gravity. Although she stood merely a step away from becoming a 1-star Do saint, the chasm between levels in the Do saint realm was akin to an insurmountable abyss. Moreover, this particular soul clan Do saint was at the mid-level of 3-star, a staggering disparity of 3 stars in strength, rendering her utterly incapable of withstanding this single attack. A lethal aura pervaded the air, and the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame surged forth within her, enveloping her form in a protective embrace. As she beheld the black mist hand, reminiscent of a realm of spirits descending upon them, the emerald gold light in Xiao's eyes flickered slightly. Through the dark mist, the 3-flowered serpent's gaze discerned the skeletal figure cloaked in black mist and soul energy. The obscuring haze made it impossible to perceive his expression, yet his crimson eyes radiated boundless hatred, as if deeply intertwined with Xiao's fate. Xiao was certain he had not provoked this soul clan Do saint, yet the intensity of the animosity directed at him must stem from the actions of his ancestors. This soul clan Do saint sought to settle a score with him, a descendant of the Xiao clan. Perhaps the peculiar state of this soul clan Do saint was also a consequence of the Xiao clan's forebears. A fleeting thought crossed Xiao's mind, and an aura of formidable black lightning erupted from him. As the black demon thunder manifested, an overwhelming pressure swept across a 100-mile radius, its formidable essence permeating the very atmosphere. Those nascent sentient energy entities gazed up at the sky in a panic, fearing that a cataclysmic bolt of destruction might descend upon them at any moment. Throughout the entirety of the Do-Chi continent, the black demon thunder, released from Xiao's hands, held an esteemed rank and could effortlessly influence the surrounding realm. With a tremendous roar, the thunder resonated, and the black demon thunder surged forth like a dragon, directly confronting the ominous black mist hand. An aura of annihilation filled the atmosphere. The power of the black demon thunder that Xiao unleashed now was worlds apart from the might he displayed in his battle against the ancient demon. Should the ancient demon have faced this black demon thunder, the mere discharge of its lightning would suffice to obliterate him entirely. The thunderous roar masked the cries of the wretched souls, as the black demon thunder unleashed its devastating force along its path, causing even the fabric of space to rupture under its overwhelming might. The moment the colossal hand of black mist made contact with the black demon thunder, the anguished souls it harbored had yet to utter a sound before being utterly obliterated by the thunder's destructive power. Upon their collision, an infinite surge of energy erupted, unleashing a terrifying storm that swept away the fog for miles around. In an instant, the area brightened significantly, prompting Xuner to raise her delicate hand to shield her eyes, her beautiful gaze narrowing as she peered towards the heart of the tempest, eager to discern the outcome of this fierce clash. After a few breaths, Both the black demon thunder and the gigantic hand of black mist were expended completely. Each possessed immense destructive force, and their collision resulted in an explosive confrontation devoid of any stalemate. Soul Severance was taken aback to witness his 10,000 souls demon claw being thwarted by the black demon thunder. A shock gripped his heart. Through the memories etched in the soul abyss, he was aware of Xiao Zai's capability to wield the black demon thunder. Yet, compared to the black demon thunder he recalled from the soul abyss, the current manifestation was akin to a mere trifle. Seeing both forces dissipate, Xuner exhaled in relief, simultaneously deepening her understanding of Xiao Zai's formidable prowess. Just as she intended to converse with him, a figure began to emerge slowly from the eye of the storm. The terrifying energy tempest raged around him, yet was effortlessly deflected by a shroud of black mist. The storm, capable of rending space asunder, appeared as a gentle breeze in the presence of this figure. "Ah, I concede, I indeed underestimated you. I did not anticipate you would withstand my 10,000 souls demon claw. You embody the impression I have of the Soul Clan, arriving with an attack before your presence is felt, and employing exceedingly treacherous techniques," said the figure, his voice imbued with an ominous calm as he regarded the one emerging from the energy tempest. Xuner furrowed her brow slightly. She possessed some knowledge of the Soul Clan's intelligence. However, this combat saint had not appeared in any records of the ancient clans, suggesting he was a hidden powerhouse of the Soul Clan. "If my strength were fully restored, do you truly believe, young one, that you could withstand my techniques?" Upon hearing these words, Xiao Zai shook his head, chuckling lightly. After so long in cultivation, how could he utter such nonsensical remarks? Could one truly assert their might with hypotheticals in the midst of battle? Then allow me to say, if I were to attain the realm of a 9-star combat saint, I could easily sweat you down with a mere slap. Chapter 503, Slaying the 3-star combat saint. Xiao Zai's words pierced like a sharp blade, striking deep into Soul Severance's very essence, evoking memories of years past when he faced the 9-star combat saint, Xiao Xian, and the helplessness that ensued. The crimson light within the eye sockets of the skeleton flickered intensely. Indeed, a cunning little demon. Had it not been for that Xiao Xian, he would not have met such a fate. Xiao Zai raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed that the enmity brought forth by the ancestors of the Xiao clan lingered still. Do not boast so foolishly. With your meager abilities, how could you possibly survive in the presence of the esteemed ancestor Xiao Xian? Xiao Zai, without a hint of exaggeration, remarked casually. To my knowledge, ancestor Xiao Xian was one of the continent's preeminent powerhouses in his time. As I previously mentioned, his prowess equaled that of a 9-star dose saint, and he could likely dispatch you with but a mere slap. Xiao Zai understood that the Soul Clan dose saint before him had likely participated in the siege against Xiao Xian long ago, and by mere chance had survived, which explained the profound hatred he bore towards the descendants of the Xiao clan. The crimson light in Hun Duan's eyes flared ominously as he spoke in a chilling tone. "I have indeed committed a grave error, allowing you, a mere whelp with sharp teeth, to prattle on. Back in my day, I was a mid-level dose saint, and dealing with a trifling 2-star dose saint such as yourself would require little effort." "Oh, and what of now?" Xiao Zai inquired with a faint smile gracing his lips. "At present, it would require no significant exertion to subdue you." Hun Duan, with a fierce roar, entirely abandoned any pretense of conversation with Xiao Zai. Intense spatial fluctuations erupted in the void, and countless ebony chains manifested from the ether. Upon these chains, countless tormented souls emitted wails of anguish as they surged toward Xiao Zai and his companion. Hundreds, if not thousands, of dark chains seemed intent on saturating the very fabric of this realm. The soul hook chains were weapons that Hun Duan had refined over many years, possessing a unique lethality against souls. Any ordinary cultivator struck by these chains would find their spirit shaken or even forcibly extracted from their corporeal form. Moreover, for members of the Soul Clan, dealing with soul entities was akin to a walk in the park. Alas, they were now confronted by Xiao Zai. The multitude of chains piercing the void collided head-on with the boundless destructive force of the black magic thunder. Upon contact, the souls within the chains were instantaneously obliterated, and the sheer might of the black magic thunder even shattered the dark chains to pieces. Xiao Zai conjured a sphere of pitch-black lightning, unleashing the thunder realm through the black magic thunder, a force formidable enough that even a 3-star dose saint would find it exceedingly arduous to withstand. Whoosh! A subtle sound of air being ruptured, nearly imperceptible amidst the cacophony of thunder, stealthily hurtled towards Hun Duan. Yet Hun Duan, with his extensive combat experience, sensed the imminent threat posed by the lightning sphere and immediately invoked the 10,000 souls demon claw to seize it. The lightning sphere erupted with boundless black magic thunder, but ultimately failed to ensnare Hun Duan. Gazing at the sphere transformed into a realm of thunder, Hun Duan was taken aback. astonished that Xiao possessed such a combat technique. Huh, is this the means you rely upon? Hardly impressive. Hun Duan scoffed, swiftly retreating to evade the encroaching Thunder Realm. Once the Thunder Realm was unleashed, its expansion rate was not particularly swift. Thus, unless the lightning sphere were fortuitously positioned at the enemy's location, it could not instantaneously envelop them. Otherwise, to expand indefinitely and ensnare the adversary was practically impossible. The intensity of the Thunder World would be significantly diminished, allowing the enemy to effortlessly breach its confinement. Upon witnessing the Soul Severer's early detection of the Thunderball, skillfully evading the Thunder World's grasp, Xiao felt a pang of regret. However, if the Thunderball could be evaded, it remained uncertain whether the subsequent Hell's Fury could be withstood. With a surge of fighting spirit coursing through him and his soul power fluctuating, Xiao transformed into a towering soul apparition, reaching heights of 1,000 zhang. He formed intricate seals with his hands, producing a peculiar gesture placed near his lips. Hell's Fury. The immense soul apparition slightly parted its mouth, emitting an ancient and unique sound. A chilling resonance erupted, unleashing terrifying sound waves that rippled outward with the speed of lightning, fracturing the surrounding space into myriad shards. Dark fissures permeating the realm. The Soul Severer's soul-binding chains disintegrated inch by inch, consumed by the abyssal crevices, vanishing without a trace. The overwhelming sound waves merged with the dread of the soul, coalescing into a colossal force that surged towards the Soul Severer like a cataclysmic tide. The fearsome might shattered the Thunder World from the outside, transforming it into countless swirling black, demonic lightning. Under Xiao's command, the black demonic lightning melded seamlessly with the sound waves. The confluence of sound waves, black demonic lightning, and soul power resembled a cataclysmic wave, embodying the potential to obliterate the heavens and earth, crashing directly towards the Soul Severer. A high-tier celestial technique. How is this possible? The red light in the Soul Severer's eyes blazed with disbelief. Yet, his reaction was swift. He rapidly condensed the black mist around his body, forming a cocoon-like shield for protection. Boom. The sound waves expanded, turning the ground for miles around upside down. Countless energy entities detonated upon contact with the sound waves, leaving behind only crystalline energy cores. As the direct recipient of Hell's Fury, the Soul Severer was hurled nearly 100 miles away. In Xiao's soul perception, the black mist enveloping the Soul Severer had completely dissipated, leaving behind a shattered skeletal frame. The crimson glow in its eye sockets dimmed almost to extinction. Xiao flashed forward towards the Soul Severer's location, seizing the opportunity to strike while he was vulnerable. Xuner remained in place, gazing from the heights above. As the aftermath of Hell's Fury spread, creating a basin of several dozen miles in diameter around their position. The direction in which Hell's Fury was unleashed extended nearly 100 miles. It resembled a colossal giant wielding a massive hammer, leaving behind this extraordinary terrain. From afar, powerful energy fluctuations echoed as thunder raged, transforming the realm into a world of lightning. Moments later, Xiao reappeared, his expression relaxed. All sorted. Xuner wore a faint smile of resignation, noting the increasing distance between them. Even a mid-tier 3-star Soul Clan powerhouse couldn't withstand for long against my brother Xiao, she remarked, disbelief coloring her tone. Xiao reached out to gently caress Xuner's small head and inquired, "What are you pondering?" "Whether I unleash your black magic thunder or the Yellow Springs Wrath, both are exceedingly rare in this world. Heavenly-level advanced combat techniques are scarcely found throughout the entire Dochi continent, so is it not quite natural to be capable of slaying a 3-star Do Saint? Once your soul's realm reaches the pinnacle of the heavenly stage, you too shall learn the Yellow Springs Wrath, enabling you to challenge those beyond your current level even among the Do Saints." "Yellow Springs Wrath? I can cultivate that too?" Xuner's attention was captivated by Xiao's words. Having witnessed the terrifying manifestation of the Yellow Springs Wrath, her curiosity was piqued. "Of course. Once your soul realm reaches the latter stages of the heavenly realm or attains complete perfection, I shall teach you," he replied. As they conversed, Xiao casually collected the energy cores left behind by the energy entities that fell to the residual waves of the Yellow Springs Wrath. And then he led Xuner towards the third layer of the heavenly tomb. Chapter 504. The Ancient Devouring Insect. After Xiao and Xuner departed, the ancient beings lingering in the second layer of the heavenly tomb sensed the ebbing of the battle's turbulence, emboldening some to approach the vicinity of the battlefield. For figures emerged in a suddenly formed basin, the leader clad in a blue robe, handsome in appearance, exuding a restrained yet formidable aura. Gu Qingyang surveyed the basin, attuning himself to the lingering energies and remnants of presence within. Unable to resist, he reached out into the void, and a faint spark of lightning manifested. striking his fingertips with a tingling sensation that caused a slight smirk to form at the corner of his mouth. This thunderous essence indeed belongs to him. It was unimaginable to possess such talent, achieving the status of a true Do Saint at such a young age. And it seemed he had been at this level for quite some time. "Brother, can you discern how many stars he has attained as a Do Saint?" inquired a man in silver robes, feeling the lingering, terrifying aura of the area, unable to suppress his curiosity towards Xiao's strength. At the query from the silver-robed man, the other two could not help but show signs of intrigue regarding Xiao's prowess. From the earlier fluctuations sensed during the battle, it was evident he was at least above a 2-star Do Saint. However, compared to the elders of the mid-Do Saint rank within their clan, there appeared to be some disparity, suggesting he had not yet reached 4-star Do Saint. Gu Qingyang furrowed his brow, speaking gravely, above 2-star Do Saint. As the progression within the Do Saint ranks becomes increasingly arduous, if his current strength already surpasses that level, it implies that Xiao's true ascension to Do Saint must have occurred much earlier. The silver-robed man couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Before entering the heavenly tomb, Elder Gulan had instructed us to ensure Xuner's safety. It appears that if she remains by Xiao's side, she may still encounter peril. Even if the 4 of us join forces, we would merely serve as a distraction. His words echoed around them, plunging everyone into silence. After a moment, Gu Qingyang finally rallied his spirits and addressed them. "In light of this, we must strive to enhance our capabilities. The attainment of such heights by others is undoubtedly a result of not only innate talent, but also relentless effort. Even in the face of the Xiao clan's dwindling lineage, reaching the level of a fighting saint requires an intricate balance of talent, opportunity, and hard work. With the advantage of our fighting emperor bloodline, we possess a greater likelihood of bridging the gap compared to others. The opportunity to enter the heavenly tomb is a rare chance that should not be squandered." Gu Qingyang articulated a lengthy discourse, perceiving the profound disheartenment among those present. Such a sentiment is exceedingly rare among ancient races, who traditionally consider themselves to be at the pinnacle of the Duki continent, having always looked down upon ordinary individuals. Now, the tides have turned, forcing them to gaze upward at those without the fighting emperor bloodline. Nonetheless, the reality is undeniable, and acceptance is imperative, no matter how difficult it may be. Others present could not help but offer a wry smile upon hearing Gu Qingyang's words. "Brother, you underestimate us. We have not lost our resolve to grow stronger simply because others are extraordinary," a man clad in silver robes remarked with a smile. Gu Qingyang shook his head, asserting that it would be best to acknowledge the existence of others beyond oneself. Such monsters are not to be compared with. Subsequently, the group deliberated and made their way towards the 3rd level, anticipating a superior cultivation environment than that of the 2nd. Initially, they had planned to linger on the 2nd level, hoping to hunt down some solitary 9-star Dozuan energy bodies. However, it now seemed prudent to advance to the 3rd level, where potentially better conditions awaited. Meanwhile, Han Li arrived at the site of Han Duan's demise. Gazing at the ravaged landscape, he could not suppress a gulp. Even the elder Han Duan was unable to contend with Xiao. Just how formidable is that individual? At this moment, Han Li found himself beset by indecision. While he was aware that the 3rd level housed the Soul Clan's fighting saint energy bodies, it remained uncertain whether they could indeed confront Xiao. Known for his ferocity, Han Li felt a flicker of trepidation as he surveyed the battered ground. When faced with an adversary whose disparity was so vast it instilled despair, even someone as ruthlessly fierce as Han Li could not help but feel fear. For he was fierce, yet not devoid of wisdom. To confront Xiao with his own strength, even at the cost of his life, would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, ultimately futile. Han Li lingered in place, caught in a web of uncertainty. In truth, the moment he hesitated to venture decisively to the 3rd level in search of the Soul Clan's fighting saint energy bodies, he had already made a choice. Deep within the heavenly tomb's 3rd level, an ancient tombstone stood silently in the darkness, resonating with boisterous and hearty laughter. "Ha! Excellent. The Xiao clan has once again produced an unparalleled prodigy. In a fierce clash, a 2-star Do Saint battled against a 3-star Do Saint, and astonishingly, at such a young age, a figure clad in a pale blue garment laughed heartily, his voice brimming with joy and satisfaction. Since Xiao entered the celestial tomb, he had sensed a remarkable change, and Xiao's prowess far exceeded his expectations. Such strength was something he himself could not compare to, even in his prime. It is worth noting that he once possessed the bloodline of a Do Emperor, allowing him to cultivate at an astonishing pace before reaching the Do Saint level. Compared to ordinary individuals, his ascent to Do Saint was significantly expedited, yet even under such circumstances, he could not match Xiao's achievements. Previously, upon sensing the presence of the Soul Clan's 3-star Do Saint, He had anticipated a forced breakthrough against the celestial tomb's constraints to rescue a descendant of the Xiao clan from the second layer. However, the outcome was far beyond his expectations, and he now eagerly anticipated meeting that descendant of the Xiao clan. Even the formidable black magic thunder, which even those saints feared, seemed to be under his command. One cannot help but express curiosity about his journey of empowerment. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhe and Xuner had arrived at the entrance of the third layer, gazing at the tangible energy curtain that emanated a terrifying pressure. Brother Xiao Zhe, this is the entrance to the third layer. Since the ancient races discovered the celestial tomb, this entrance has always been materialized, which is quite peculiar, Xuner explained. Noticing the curiosity on Xiao Zhe's face, Xiao Zhe extended his hand and pressed it against the tangible energy curtain. He was intrigued by the ancient devouring insect, a unique ancient beast capable of consuming everything and secreting pure energy. If utilized wisely, it could be considered a remarkable beast clan, serving as an intermediary for the transformation of celestial energy. However, as with all things, there are pros and cons. Unchecked consumption often leads to destruction. In Chapter 505, Insect Queen, Xiao Zhe recalled the ancient devouring insect queen, which had been crafted into the ancient insect emperor robe by Xiao Xian. According to Xiao Xian, this extraordinary defensive dough technique was highly sought after in ancient times. The significance of the insect queen to the ancient devouring insects is self-evident. Without the insect queen, the entire clan would likely face gradual decline. During the ancient era, a time of flourishing cultivation, numerous top-tier experts existed. The hunting that such a clan would endure, capable of being forged into defensive dough techniques, would be unimaginable. After all, while those elite powers might not require such defensive skills, there are always some strong individuals with descendants for whom such techniques would serve as one of the best means of survival. Thus, it is reasonable to conclude that the gradual disappearance of the ancient devouring insects makes sense. Xiao Zhe, with his perfected soul perception, delved into the depths of the situation. However, soul power is not infallible. Often, it can be obscured by exceedingly complex circumstances. For instance, the energy storms generated during battles between top-tier experts are realms that ordinary alchemists would not dare to probe with their soul power. Otherwise, they would easily be shattered, resulting in a needless loss of their soul strength. If the power of the soul were to reach the level of an emperor, it would indeed be a different matter altogether. At this moment, with his soul force at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, Xiao Zhe faced the ancient devouring insect race, which was merely at the half-saint level, and thus he was unstoppable. A soul force at the peak of the celestial realm corresponds to the combat prowess of a 2-star dough saint. He effortlessly sensed within the substantial energy barrier the presence of countless ancient devouring insects. The sheer number of these creatures caused Xiao Zhe to involuntarily release his grip, feeling a chill run down his spine. "What's wrong, Brother Xiao Zhe?" Xuner inquired, noticing the peculiar expression that had suddenly crossed his face. Could there be something amiss with this substantial energy barrier? "This energy barrier is anything but ordinary," Xiao Zhe murmured to Xuner, before reaching out toward a specific point in the energy barrier. Instantly, a fragment of the barrier shattered, revealing an energy crystal the size of a human head, which floated above Xiao Zhe's palm. Curiosity piqued, Xuner's gaze fell upon the crystal in Xiao Zhe's hand, and her expression shifted dramatically. Within this crystal, countless tiny white insects were densely packed. It seemed that Xiao Zhe's actions had disturbed these white insects, causing them to begin writhing within the energy crystal. They secreted a peculiar liquid that covered the breach, and in the blink of an eye, a new layer of energy crystal began to form. Xuner's face also reflected a hint of dread as she exclaimed, "It's the ancient devouring insects." Indeed, they are renowned for their ability to devour everything and excrete pure energy, Xiao Zhe confirmed with a nod. Recalling descriptions of the ancient devouring insects he had encountered in the ancient texts of the Dan Tower, the extinction of the ancient devouring insects was attributed not only to the fact that their queen could be fashioned into defensive combat techniques, but also due to their terrifying destructive power. If left unchecked, they would consume anything in their path, whether it be celestial materials or rare mineral veins. Before these peculiar insects, everything would merely serve as sustenance. Currently, the Tomb of the Heavens must be imposing restrictions on the ancient devouring insects. Otherwise, they would not be content to remain within the energy barrier between the second and third layers. In the original tale, when Xiao Yan retrieved a dormant half-saint insect and exited the energy barrier of the third layer, a massive swarm of ancient devouring insects attempted to surge forth to reclaim their queen. The result was catastrophic, as the moment the ancient devouring insects left the energy barrier, they perished instantly, their corpses piling up like mountains. Xiao Zhe summoned the black magic thunder, obliterating the energy crystal into nothingness. Xuner gazed at the colossal energy barrier connecting heaven and earth, struggling to fathom the sheer number of ancient devouring insects contained within. Brother Xiao, shall we charge straight in? Naturally, Xiao replied, nodding to Xuner. Though numerous, they are ultimately just insects and pose little threat. With that, the vast black magic thunder enveloped him, swiftly coalescing into a dark lightning dragon under his command. The thunder dragon roared at the energy barrier before charging forth with great ferocity. The destructive power of the dark thunder was such that even this seemingly indomitable energy screen could be easily breached. Let us proceed, said Xiao to Xuner, as they followed the thunder dragon deeper into the energy barrier. After traversing several dozen zhong, the thunder dragon finally exhausted its strength, prompting Xiao to summon another thunder dragon to continue breaking through the barrier. In the original tale, it required the united effort of ancient races to pierce this energy barrier. Yet with Xiao's current prowess, he could dismantle it with ease. The aura of destruction permeated the energy barrier, awakening numerous ancient devourers. Sensing a disturbance, Xuner suddenly turned to look behind her, only to find that the passageway was beginning to heal itself slowly. She surveyed her surroundings gravely, and soon began to secrete the peculiar liquid she had witnessed earlier, which solidified into tangible energy crystals in the blink of an eye. Brother Xiao, if these ancient devourers swarm us, it could become quite troublesome, she remarked. Indeed. Let us hasten our escape, Xiao replied, unleashing a surge of potent fighting spirit that invigorated the thunder dragon and significantly increased its speed. The two closely followed the thunder dragon as they raced towards the third level. Perhaps it was the formidable display of strength by Xiao and Xuner that instilled fear in the ancient devourers, for they merely repaired the passage without attempting to engulf the duo. Alternatively, it might be that the ancient devourer's queen remained in a dormant state, with many of the creatures still asleep. Without the queen's command, they could not unleash the terrifying devouring abilities chronicled in legends. Nevertheless, to avoid combat within the nest of the swarm, the pair pressed on towards the third level. We are nearing our goal, Xiao's voice pierced through the roaring thunder, urging Xuner to maintain her focus ahead. The obsidian thunder dragon shattered layer upon layer of energy crystals, while the surrounding crystals deepened in hue, resembling emeralds. Within these energy crystals, countless ancient devourers were attempting to hinder the thunder dragon's relentless advance. Yet, against the destructive might of the dark thunder, the ancient devourer's struggles were futile. At that moment, Xiao finally discerned the location of the ancient devourer's queen, a smile gracing his lips, his gaze fixed on a particular spot, as if he could see through the layers of energy crystals to a red glowing round cocoon. Without hesitation, Xiao directed the thunder dragon towards that target. Observing the sudden change in direction, a hint of confusion flickered in Xuner's eyes, though she refrained from questioning him. She knew her brother would convey his intentions when the time was right. Moments later, from the body of the thunder dragon, a pale red round cocoon was ejected. Xiao, enveloped in the dense aura of dark thunder, lifted it with care. At long last, I have acquired the ancient devouring insect's queen. Chapter 506, the third layer of the heavenly tomb. As Xiao grasped the chrysalis of the insect, a surge of black magic thunder erupted violently, enveloping the two figures. In the next instant, the cacophony of relentless gnawing and biting sounds drowned out even the thunderous roars, sending chills down one's spine. Although the deep hue of the black magic thunder obscured the external scene, one could still imagine the nature of the assault occurring outside. After all, Xiao now held in his hands the queen of the ancient devouring insects. Brother Xiao, is this truly the queen of the ancient devouring insects? Xuner asked, her gaze fixed upon the chrysalis radiating a crimson glow, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Though it appeared unremarkable, she could sense the immense vitality contained within. The queen of the ancient devouring insects was indeed renowned in ancient times, capable of commanding countless ancient devouring insects. Moreover, what truly immortalized the queen was the legendary defensive technique known as the ancient insect emperor's garb. Indeed, it was fortunate to have acquired it so effortlessly, as the queen was currently in a dormant state. After all, it remained a being of semi-saintly caliber, and even with Xiao's intervention, subduing it would not have been such an effortless task, while Xiao could easily slay it. The ease with which he now held it was solely due to its slumber. The black magic thunder in Xiao's grasp rapidly transformed, conjuring intricate and profound runes. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of these runes materialized, shrinking to dust-like particles that settled upon the chrysalis. The runes exuded an aura of annihilation. Even if the queen attempted to break free from the thunderous seal, she would have to endure the backlash of destructive force. Moments later, countless dust-like runes interconnected, ultimately forming a layer of black luminescent barrier enveloping the chrysalis, akin to a protective casing that concealed the vibrant crimson glow. This queen was indeed peculiar, and warranted careful preservation to prevent any mishaps. After sealing the queen, Xiao placed her into his spatial ring. The ancient devouring insects were undeniably frenzied. Within a mere moment, it was likely that casualties numbered in the millions. Xuner could not help but gaze at the gently oscillating barrier of black magic thunder. The relentless sounds of gnawing from outside had not ceased, suggesting that the ancient devouring insects had yet to abandon their assault. Indeed, Xiao's gaze turned toward the realm beyond the black magic thunder barrier. The ancient devouring insects were notorious for their boundless numbers, which had even incited several catastrophic upheavals in ancient times. It was only after some peak experts targeted the ancient devouring insects and vanquished a few queens that they devised the renowned defensive techniques tailored to counter them. Xuner shook her head in lamentation, recognizing that the absence of restrictions had led to a rapid proliferation, ultimately resulting in devastation. It is precisely due to this reason that the emergence of the ancient insect emperor's attire came to fruition. One could surmise that the gradual decline of the ancient devouring insects can be attributed both to the presence of formidable adversaries and to their own unrestrained, unchecked reproduction, which has incited catastrophic consequences. Indeed, Xiao nodded in agreement and turned to Xuner, saying, "Let us depart. Remaining here serves no purpose, and it is uncertain how far the ancient devouring insects must go before they relent." Xiao divided a portion of the dark magic thunder, transforming it once more into a thunder dragon, leading the way ahead. He and Xuner followed closely behind the thunder dragon, hastening towards the third layer. As they vacated the area, the surroundings revealed a charred expanse, with heaps of dark dust accumulating like mountains. The remnants of the ancient devouring insects lingered solely because the full might of the dark magic thunder had yet to be unleashed. The ancient devouring insects in the forefront had long since been obliterated into nothingness by the dark magic thunder. Crack! Accompanied by the shattering of the final layer of energy crystals, Xiao and Xuner plunged directly into the third layer. The snow-white tiny insects surged forth like a tidal wave, following the silhouettes of Xiao and Xuner. However, in the instant they departed from the energy barrier, they dissipated with a soft puff into white powder, gently descending. An immense pile of ancient devouring insect corpses lay beyond the energy barrier, forming a small mountain. Xuner gazed at the fearless snow-white insects, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Previously obscured by the dark magic thunder, she could not discern the frenzy of the snow-white insects, but now she had witnessed the sheer madness of the ancient devouring insects. Remembering that she had remained unscathed amidst such a frenzied onslaught, Xuner instinctively drew closer to Xiao. How terrifying are the ancient devouring insects, so voracious in their consumption. Even ordinary formidable beings would likely struggle to endure against such a relentless tide for long. "Xiao, are you all right?" Xiao cast his gaze upon the chaotic swarm of insects and slowly shook his head. Indeed, resisting the ancient devouring insects exacts a tremendous toll. After all, vanquishing a single minuscule ancient devouring insect incurs negligible consumption of the dark magic thunder, but what of hundreds, thousands, or even millions? Even a peak combat sage, ensnared in such a tide, would likely find it difficult to persist for long before being entirely consumed. The two stood suspended in the void, observing the snow-white swarm. After a moment, it seemed that the futility of their efforts dawned upon the ancient devouring insects, and their assault finally began to wane. Ultimately, they came to a complete halt, writhing frantically only within the confines of the energy barrier, clearly having surrendered. After all, the moment they ventured beyond the barrier, they would be reduced to mere dust. Even if all the ancient devouring insects were to converge, it would scarcely bridge the distance between them and Xiao. Faced with hopelessness, they ultimately yielded. Upon witnessing the ancient devouring insects relent, Xuner seized the opportunity to survey her surroundings. Her initial impression was that the celestial energy here was far denser than in the second layer. Once they touched down, Xuner could not help but display a joyful smile, as the celestial energy surged directly into their bodies from their palms without requiring any conscious absorption. "Brother Xiao," Xuner remarked after acclimatizing, according to ancient texts, "the tomb of our esteemed ancestor Xiao Xian should lie within the deepest recesses of the heavenly tomb." Xiao nodded slightly, guiding Xuner further into the depths of the third layer of the heavenly tomb. Along the way, Xiao sensed numerous energy presences at the Dosheng level. Yet, despite their formidable nature, they paled in comparison to his own perception. Thus, Xiao was able to detect the locations of these Dosheng energy entities in advance, skillfully avoiding them. Having reached the third layer, their immediate priority was to pay homage at the tomb of their ancestor Xiao Xian. Engaging with these Dosheng energy entities would be a waste of precious time. Some were even challenging enough to trouble Xiao. Moreover, these were merely the entities that revealed their presence. Should they choose to conceal their auras, Locating them would be no easy feat after all, in the original text. It was noted that Xiao Xian would cleanse the third layer every 10 years upon leaving his tomb. Given Xiao Xian's deep-seated animosity towards the Soul Clan, it was inconceivable that the two one-star Do Sheng from that clan would remain behind. Clearly, they were intent on hiding their presence, making it exceedingly difficult for even Xiao Xian to detect them, especially since he faced immense suppression from the Heavenly Tomb. Although Xiaoza was uncertain of the extent of the disparity between himself and the suppressed Xiao Xian, the latter's inability to fully perceive the entirety of the third layer indicated that further effort on Xiaoza's part would be futile. Chapter 507, Xiao Xian. The movements of Xiaoza and Su Nuo, while capable of eluding the attention of some ordinary Do Sheng energy entities, could not escape the notice of the exceptionally powerful ones. However, upon sensing a familiar aura emanating from Xiaoza, they hesitated, opting instead to continue concealing their presence. Though uncertain, the risk of offending a formidable force due to a momentary impulse was deemed unwise. After all, this formidable entity left its tomb every decade to instigate a thorough cleansing of the third layer of the Heavenly Tomb. Should that entity harbor a grudge, even 10 lives would not suffice to atone for the offense. Consequently, the ordinary Do Sheng energy entities that failed to detect Xiaoza allowed him to evade them, while those capable of sensing his movements refrained from attacking out of fear of the powerful entity lurking in the depths. Thus, Xiaoza's journey proceeded remarkably smoothly, far more so than his experiences in the first and second layers. A faint mist wafted over the vast, gray-brown earth, and as they ventured deeper, the surrounding energy grew increasingly dense. Suddenly, Xiaoza halted with Su Nuo, surveying their surroundings. At this moment, the environment transformed into an inky blackness. The light around them dimmed to an extreme degree. Standing in this place felt akin to existing within a void, an overwhelming sense of desolation pressing upon the heart. Any ordinary strong individual arriving here would likely be engulfed by confusion and panic. Brother Xiaoza, this is indeed the deepest part of the Heavenly Tomb. Xuner softly addressed Xiaoze, her voice resonating through this peculiar space, momentarily dispelling the sense of desolation that enveloped them. Xiaoze gazed into the inky darkness, where the most striking feature was an ancient stone tablet. This solitary monument stood alone in the obsidian void, isolated and forlorn, yet it seemed to possess an eternal presence. Even after countless ages, an indescribable aura emanated from the stone, subtle yet evoking an irresistible tremor within the soul. Exchanging a glance with Xuner, Xiaoze clasped her hand, and together they approached the mausoleum of Xiao Xian. Before he could make a move, a figure clad in pale blue garments slowly materialized before the ancient stone. The apparition's emergence did not stir any extraordinary phenomena, yet a shared sensation subtly blossomed in the hearts of Xiaoze and Xuner. This realm seemed utterly feeble in the presence of this figure. The visage of the apparition, though not extraordinarily handsome, exuded a unique allure, framed by cascading black hair. Its obsidian eyes, akin to bottomless abysses, were profound and suffused with an unusual wisdom, emanating an intoxicating charm. As the figure appeared, Xiaoze's body quivered slightly, a peculiar ripple coursing through his veins, filling his heart with an overwhelming familiarity. Descendant of the Xiao clan, Xiaoze pays his respects to ancestor Xiao Xian. Xiaoze bowed deeply, performing a grand gesture of reverence customary to the Xiao family. The man in the azure robe stood upon the void, approaching Xiaoze and lifting him up, scrutinizing him with evident satisfaction. Good, good, good. It seems my Xiao clan has not declined. We still have talents like you, exclaimed Xiao Xian. Xiaoze, a splendid name indeed. His tone conveyed immense satisfaction, repeating good thrice, a testament to his approval of Xiaoze. Previously, he had only sensed Xiaoze's prowess vaguely, but upon witnessing him now, he grasped the extent of his achievements. The mid-stage of the second star Do Saint rank, a soul realm at the pinnacle of the heavenly level, and a physique that far surpassed even the most formidable beasts of the same rank. Most importantly, Xiaoze was still in his youth, not yet having reached his 30s. Such a prodigy, if allowed to continue his ascent, would undoubtedly attain the peak of the 9-star Do Saint. Hence, Xiao Xian's remarks about Xiaoze and the Xiao clan. With his existence alone, the lineage of the Xiao clan could endure and flourish once more. Xiao Xian patted Xiaoze on the shoulder, saying, I sensed your presence upon entering the heavenly tomb. Your performance thus far has been commendable. Thank you, Ancestor Xiao Xian. But I still have many shortcomings, Xiaoze replied modestly. Haha, there is no need for humility. Given your current accomplishments, it is unlikely that you would find many throughout history who could rival you. At this moment, Xuner also bowed, her face betraying a hint of trepidation. As Xiao Xian was Xiaoze's ancestor, she naturally sought his recognition as well. The bloodline coursing through your veins bears a striking resemblance to that of the ancient Yuan, who happens to be my father. Indeed, It is remarkable that there exists such a connection between the Gu clan and the Xiao clan. Xiao Xian chuckled heartily, his gaze flitting between Xiao Zhe and Xuner. Despite your divine bloodline, Xiao Zhe's talent is unparalleled in this era. Coupled with your mutual affection, you two are exceedingly well matched. Xiao Xian said with a jovial tone, fully aware that before arriving at the ancient stone tablet, Xiao Zhe had been holding Xuner's hand, indicating their extraordinary bond. Upon hearing this, a blush graced Xuner's exquisite visage. However, she did not refute the implication, merely nodding slightly. Being recognized by Xiao Zhe's elder brought her immense joy. Very well, let us first enter my mausoleum. You must have some questions regarding the sudden decline of the Xiao clan. Xiao Xian remarked after indulging in light banter with Xiao Zhe. Indeed, Xiao Zhe replied with a respectful gesture. Xiao Xian nodded slightly before approaching the stone tablet. As his palm made contact, his figure gradually faded, ultimately vanishing before the stone monument. Xuner, let us proceed. Xiao Zhe extended his hand towards Xuner, who without a moment's hesitation placed her delicate hand within his grasp. They exchanged a knowing smile before Xiao Zhe led Xuner to the stone tablet, extending his hand to gently touch its surface. Instantly, a sensation of bloodline connection surged forth from within the stone, and a soft luminescence emanated, enveloping the couple in its embrace. When the radiance dissipated, their forms had vanished from the spot. Before them, the scenery shifted, the light gradually fading, as Xiao Zhe and Xuner slowly opened their eyes to behold the ancient hall, with Xuner appearing momentarily lost in thought. In the center of the grand chamber stood Xiao Xian, hands clasped behind his back. Before him lay a crystal-clear pool, adorned with floating azure lotuses exuding a subtle fragrance. Xiao Xian turned slowly, letting out a soft sigh as he addressed Xiao Zhe. Xiao Zhe, could you enlighten me about the current state of the Xiao clan? Although Xiao Zhe's innate talent filled Xiao Xian with astonishment, he remained rational, acutely aware that the Xiao clan, suffering from a depleted bloodline, would likely endure hardships for a long time following his demise. Xiao Zhe paused momentarily to gather his thoughts before responding. Chapter 508. Fulfill the promise of our ancestors. Ancestor. The Xiao clan has fallen into complete decline, with the Dou Emperor bloodline entirely exhausted, leaving only one Xiao family. Before I achieved any significant accomplishments in my cultivation, the Xiao family was merely a small clan within a remote empire in the northwest continent, with the clan leader, my father, possessing only the cultivation of a great Dou master. As Xiao Zhe spoke, Xiao Xian's eyes flickered with emotion, and he let out a gentle sigh. Yet, he did not interrupt Xiao Zhe's narration. Instead, he continued to listen intently as Xiao Zhe recounted the affairs of the Xiao family. Since achieving notable success at Canaan Academy, I sought the assistance of the esteemed elders within the institution, leveraging my identity as an alchemist to protect the Xiao family. As Xiao Zhe recounted the tale, Xiao Xian's eyes glimmered with a hint of brightness. It can be said that the Xiao clan had reached a nadir before Xiao Zhe's emergence, yet as he gradually flourished, the clan began to prosper, benefiting from his support and steadily rising from the depths of the Black Corner domain. Though their resurgence remained concealed from the public eye, it nevertheless allowed the family to thrive. Presently, they are affiliated with the dominant power of the Northwest continent, the Heavenly Alliance. Although they have yet to regain their former glory, they are undeniably on an upward trajectory. Ah, it seems your name is quite apt. Zhe indeed benefits the Xiao clan, flourishing because of you. Xiao Xian chuckled heartily. Despite the clan's past decline, with Xiao Zhe's formidable ascent, the Xiao lineage is gradually experiencing a renaissance, overall moving towards a more favorable future. Regrettably, I am but a lingering spirit. Once I depart from the heavenly tomb, my soul shall dissipate in an instant, preventing me from witnessing the current state of the Xiao clan. Xiao Xian lamented, alas, let me share with you tales of yore, though they may seem tedious to you. As a descendant of the Xiao clan, Xiao Zhe ought to remember the legacy of his ancestors, understanding his origins. With reverence, he clasped his hands before Xiao Xian, curiosity evident in his gaze. From the lips of one who had experienced the fierce conflict between the Xiao and Soul clans, he hoped to uncover more insights into that tumultuous era. In those days, the Xiao clan's bloodline was perilously close to depletion, with the younger generation unable to carry on the legacy. Consequently, it would not be long before the clan's adversaries, whom they had wronged over the years, would strike them down. The only recourse was for another emperor of battle to emerge from within the clan, reigniting the dormant bloodline power. At that time, I was at the pinnacle of my cultivation. After deliberation, the clan resolved that I should endeavor to break through to the emperor of battle. If we delayed until the peak passed, there would be no hope left. Looking back, I realized that I was rather arrogant, believing I would not be thwarted at the threshold of the emperor of battle. Within the celestial realm, I harnessed a secret technique to consolidate the entire clan's bloodline power within myself, attempting to transcend to the emperor of battle. I understood that this was the collective hope of all Xiao clan members, yet I ultimately found myself barred at that threshold. Xiao Xian inhaled deeply, a flicker of anguish crossing his features. He felt he had let down the aspirations of all the Xiao people. My failure to ascend to the Emperor of Battle resulted in an assault from the Soul Clan, leaving me gravely injured and leading to the demise or escape of the Xiao clan members. Hearing Xiao Xian's self-reproachful sigh, Xiao Zhe fell into a moment of silence before responding with clasped hands. At that time, the Xiao clan found itself in a dire predicament. Retreat meant death, and advancing also led to demise. It was better to grasp at a thread of hope. Achieving the Emperor of Battle is an arduous endeavor that takes millennia. No one would lay blame upon you for this. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Xian smiled faintly. The departed have left this world, and any further discourse would serve no purpose. Even he remained merely a remnant of his former soul, awaiting the potential arrival of a descendant from the Xiao clan. The emergence of Xiao Zhe now confirmed that his wait had not been in vain. You must have entered the heavenly tomb and witnessed the coming-of-age ceremony of our ancient clan, have you not? Have you not yearned to possess such powerful clan markings? Xiao Xian spoke softly. The clan markings of the Xiao clan are not bestowed by others, but are rather cultivated through one's own endeavors. With a gentle motion of his right hand, a scroll adorned with fiery patterns materialized, which he extended toward Xiao Zhe. This is the 3 transformations of heavenly fire, a secret cultivation method I devised specifically for those of the fire attribute within our clan. As an alchemist, this technique should suit you well. Gazing at the scroll radiating a formidable aura of flames, Xiao Zhe's gaze sharpened as he accepted it. According to Xiao Xian, aside from the 3 transformations of heavenly fire, the Xiao clan presumably possessed other cultivation methods for clan markings. These could be akin to the ancient clan's inherited combat techniques, unrestricted by elemental attributes. Every member of the Xiao clan, regardless of their inherent attribute, could practice these clan marking cultivation methods. After all, the Xiao clan's legacy is ancient, and Xiao Xian himself was merely one of its exceptional talents from a certain generation. Before he created the 3 transformations of heavenly fire, were there not other members of the Xiao clan capable of wielding clan markings? Senior Xiao Xian, as you mentioned, the bloodline of the Xiao clan has been completely depleted. Even if brother Xiao Zhe can cultivate the clan markings, it seems to bear little significance. Xuner remarked with some confusion. As a member of an ancient race, she understood well that the essence of clan markings lies in the power of the bloodline. Indeed, even if one successfully cultivates the clan markings, without the bloodline power as a source, it would merely be a castle in the air, splendid, yet insubstantial. Xiao Xian did not refute Xuner's concerns, but merely nodded slightly. He took a step forward, approaching the clear waters of the pool, and with a graceful motion of his hand, the water began to swirl gently. As the waters rotated, layers of blood light emanated from Xiao Xian,
eventually merging into the pool. As the blood light infused into the once crystalline waters, they transformed into a deep crimson hue, resembling a pool of blood. The blood light,
having left Xiao Xian's body, caused his once raven locks to gradually turn white, and even his visage took on an aged appearance. Xiao Zhe had just raised his hand to speak, but Xiao Xian interrupted with a warm smile. I have waited in the heavenly tomb for thousands of years, solely for the arrival of a descendant of the Xiao clan. In my time, I spared no effort to preserve a fragment of the Emperor's bloodline and employed various secret methods to safeguard it, all to ensure that the Xiao clan could once again see the emergence of a wielder of bloodline power. Ultimately, I am but a remnant soul bound to the heavenly tomb, unable to shield the Xiao clan, let alone restore its former glory. Allow me to contribute a fragment of my strength for the resurgence of the Xiao clan. Observing Xiao Xian's aging form, yet softening gaze, Xiao Zhe fell into a moment of silence before nodding slightly. He understood. He would not betray the hopes of his ancestors and would strive to revitalize the Xiao clan. Haha, within these powers of bloodline, some energies sealed by me in the past should enable you to advance further in the Saint combat stage, Xiao Zhe. I hope that the promise I made to the Xiao clan can be fulfilled through you. Under the gentle and kind gaze of Xiao Xian, Xiao Zhe nodded earnestly. Chapter 509. The Bloodline Power of the Xiao Clan. Xiao Zhe's heart grew heavy. For thousands of years, Xiao Xian had waited for a descendant of the Xiao clan to inherit the bloodline power of the Dou Emperor within the heavenly tomb. Although only a millennium may have passed in the outside world, the flow of time within the tomb is vastly different. 1,000 years outside equates to a full 6,000 years within the tomb. Such an interminable wait has subjected Xiao Xian to immense torment. Before Xiao Zhe arrived, Xiao Xian had no certainty that his wait was meaningful. Had the Xiao clan been utterly extinguished? Was there any trace of their bloodline left? Even if some bloodline remained, without the Dou Emperor's lineage, could anyone from the Xiao clan reach the level of ancient races and gain the acknowledgement of the ancient tribes to enter the heavenly tomb? So many uncertainties loomed over him. For 6,000 years, Xiao Xian endured this torment, and today he finally welcomed a descendant of the Xiao clan. The gaze of Xiao Xian towards Xiao Zhe was filled not only with anticipation, but also a hint of relief. Under such scrutiny, Xiao Zhe felt the weight upon his shoulders. Approaching the edge of the pool, once clear and transparent, the water transformed into a crimson pool, suffused with a bloody aura as the bloodline power merged within. Simultaneously, a peculiar energy fluctuation circulated, emanating an extreme and terrifying pressure. Confronted by this formidable force, Xiao Zhe felt no discomfort. Instead, a sense of familiarity arose within him. The bloodline within him surged swiftly, and he could faintly hear an exuberant voice of intense longing. Xiao Zhe, enter the blood pool and inherit the last bloodline of the Dou Emperor from the Xiao clan. As the sealed bloodline power within him completely merged into the pool, Xiao Xian's once youthful visage transformed entirely, revealing the signs of age. His hair turned completely white. His features became weathered, and his voice carried a hint of hoarseness and frailty. Yet beneath this aging exterior lay a glimmer of hope. A hope that a senior harbors for his descendants. The Xiao clan had not reached the depths of despair after all. Xiao Zhe was the only hope for the Xiao clan. Even without the Dou Emperor's bloodline, the Xiao Zhe before him far surpassed his own past self. For in his time, Xiao Xian may have been able to rival Xiao Zhe in cultivation, yet he lacked the mastery of alchemy. Conversely, Xiao Zhe had not only mastered alchemy, but had elevated it to the pinnacle of contemporary standards. This was indeed formidable. While advancing in the realm of Douqi, he simultaneously perfected alchemy to the highest level of the age. In any aspect, placed upon any individual, they would undeniably be regarded as exceptional prodigies. Yet, astonishingly, these qualities converge in a single person. It is precisely for this reason that Xiao Xian holds immense hope for Xiao Zhe. Years ago, he failed to fulfill his promise to the members of the Xiao clan, but now, Xiao Xian firmly believes that Xiao Zhe will undoubtedly accomplish this vow. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Zhe solemnly bows to Xiao Xian, expressing gratitude to the ancestors for their unwavering concern for the Xiao clan. He vows to exert every effort, determined not to disappoint the lofty expectations of his forebears. Brother Xiao Zhe, do your utmost. The power of our bloodline is perilous, so please exercise caution. Xuner cautions with concern. Fear not. I have navigated numerous dangers along this journey unscathed. Xiao Zhe reassures Xuner with a smile before resolutely stepping into the blood pool. As Xiao Zhe enters the blood pool, it begins to churn violently, and strands of crimson energy, as fine as silk, pierce into his body like needles. Observing this, Xiao Xian hastily remarks, "It may be painful at first. The power of the bloodline must first purge the ordinary blood within you. Only then can the bloodline power of the Battle Emperor be infused into your body, marking the first step of the inheritance, blood transformation." However, as Xiao Xian hastily concludes, he notices Xiao Ze's expression remains calm as he sits cross-legged in the blood pool, seemingly unfazed by the overwhelming sensation of tearing coursing through him. This sight astonishes even Xiao Xian, revealing an unwavering spirit of remarkable resilience. Although Xiao Xian speaks lightly of the ordeal, the pain it entails is far from trivial, yet Xiao Zhe endures it with an unflinching demeanor. Xiao Zhe feels the bloodline power of the blood pool forcefully expel his original blood, an intense sensation of tearing enveloping his entire being. Yet, he does not react excessively to this suffering. The initial rewards tied to his binding, particularly the hundredfold feedback effect, continue to confer boundless benefits upon him even at this level. However, the loss of blood rapidly drains Xiao Ze's complexion, rendering him pallid and devoid of color. Simultaneously, as his blood diminishes, an overwhelming sense of weakness begins to surface. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, he has seldom experienced such frailty. Now, feeling this weakness anew, Xiao Zhe finds it rather intriguing. Yet, regardless of the searing pain or the debilitating weakness he endures, Xiao Zhe remains steadfast, his will unyielding. Witnessing Xiao Ze's extraordinary composure, Xiao Xian cannot help but nod slightly in approval. To face the agony of blood transformation without flinching, and to withstand the torment of blood loss while remaining resolute, exceeds his expectations by far, nearing perfection. This is the first time Xuner has seen Xiao Ze's face so pale, a portrait of utter weakness, prompting her to clench her delicate hands in worry. Observing her concern, Xiao Xian smiles gently, wishing to prevent any impulsive actions on her part. Do not fret, his will is exceedingly resilient. The challenges he currently faces are merely trifles for Xiao Zhe. Moreover, his foundation is profoundly formidable. Even if his inheritance fails, his physical essence remains unscathed. At this juncture, Xiao Xian expressed his astonishment. Despite Xiao Zhe being of the Xiao clan's bloodline and an ordinary human cultivator, How could he possess such an extraordinary physical foundation? Such a corporeal essence would likely surpass even the most elite of magical beasts. Is what the esteemed Xiao Xian stated indeed true? Xuner felt a twinge of concern and inquired. Haha, you underestimate your young suitor, Xiao Xian replied. Xiao Zhe's physical foundation is extraordinarily deep, rivaling that of the finest magical beasts. Even I have never encountered a human cultivator with such profound corporeal essence. I remain perplexed as to how he has amassed such depth. Noticing Xuner's confusion, Xiao Xian smiled and elaborated, to put it succinctly. Should an ordinary person encounter a failure in inheritance, the best-case scenario would be a significant loss of bloodline, resulting in foundational damage. However, with Xiao Zhe's physical constitution, even in the worst-case scenario of inheritance failure, he would merely require a few days of recuperation to fully recover, without any risk to his foundational essence. Xiao Xian expressed his delight, as the surprises Xiao Zhe presented upon commencing his inheritance were somewhat beyond his expectations. Xuner then sighed in relief and softly remarked, "Then we can only await patiently." Chapter 510, Successful Blood Exchange. Within the sanctum, Xiao Zhe sat cross-legged in the blood pool, enduring the onslaught of the bloodline power, gradually purging the ordinary bloodline from within him. Xiao Xian's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Zhe, with the talent he displayed. He was undoubtedly the sole hope of the Xiao clan. Should anything go awry under his watch, resulting in damage to Xiao Zhe's innate gifts, he would be deemed a sinner of the clan. Thus, although Xiao Xian appeared composed on the surface, he was deeply concerned about Xiao Zhe's condition. Xuner, with her delicate hands clenched, observed Xiao Zhe's increasingly gaunt visage, feeling immense heartache. Though informed by the esteemed Xiao Xian that Xiao Zhe was not in any mortal danger, witnessing her beloved endure such suffering was unbearable for her. Yet, she felt powerless to assist him, relegated to merely monitoring his condition. Even when Xiao Xian urged her to practice, assuring her of his vigilance, she politely declined, steadfastly remaining by the poolside to observe Xiao Zhe. Catching a glimpse of Xuner out of the corner of his eye, Xiao Xian marveled at how, despite Xiao Zhe's unparalleled talent, he had managed to captivate Xuner's heart. As the patriarch of the Xiao clan, he understood that members of ancient races with divine bloodlines often developed perfect minds as they aged, rendering them devoid of any peculiar thoughts regarding the opposite sex. Xiao Xian discerned the worry in Xuner's eyes clearly, which left him somewhat astonished. At the moment when Xiao Xian was momentarily distracted, a sudden stir emerged from the blood pool. A faint sound, akin to the beating of a heart, resonated, delicate and weak, as if the heart itself lacked the vital essence of blood, evoking an intense sense of emptiness. Upon hearing this sound, Xiao Xian promptly regained his focus, a glimmer of relief surfacing in his eyes. At long last, after a month of anticipation, the blood transfer was finally successful. The endeavor to completely cleanse Xiao Zhe of the blood of the battle saint was far more arduous than he had initially surmised. Xiao Xian had expected the process to take no more than a fortnight. He never anticipated it would extend to an entire month. As time progressed, the tension within him only intensified, and now, witnessing Xiao Zhe's successful blood transformation, Xiao Xian felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Next, he merely needed to infuse the bloodline power of the Xiao clan into Xiao Zhe, and the latter would once again possess the bloodline of the Battle Emperor. With hands moving like lightning, Xiao Xian formed a series of hand seals, a crimson radiance blossoming from his palms and plunging into the blood pool. As the sanguine glow immersed itself within the pool, it began to bubble and froth, countless blood bubbles rising to the surface. Simultaneously, strands of a mysterious crimson liquid separated from the pool, silently ascending and infiltrating Xiao Zhe's body. As these uniquely potent blood liquids entered Xiao Zhe's being, his previously pallid visage gradually began to take on a hint of color. Senior Xiao Xian, Xuner inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Xiao Zhe within the blood pool, her concern easing as she observed his improving condition. Among the bloodline powers of the Xiao clan, do some of the energies you sealed hold the potential to elevate Brother Xiao Zhe's strength even to the level of the battle saint? Xiao Xian pondered for a moment, gazing at Xiao Zhe who was absorbing the bloodline power, before he slowly shook his head. It is unlikely, if I am not mistaken. Xiao Zhe only broke through to the mid-stage of the two-star battle saint after entering the heavenly tomb, and he still has a considerable distance to the late stage. The energies I sealed can indeed propel one swiftly through the level of battle venerable, yet they are somewhat trivial when it comes to the battle saint realm, where even a single stage breakthrough becomes challenging. Xiao Xin estimated, reflecting on the original narrative where the energies he had left behind enabled Xiao Yin to ascend from a 6-star battle venerable directly to a 9-star battle venerable, ultimately stabilizing at the pinnacle of the 8-star battle venerable level. This illustrates the vastness of the energy Xiao Xian had bequeathed. However, when it came to the battle saint realm, it was rather insufficient. He could not guarantee whether those energies could elevate Xiao Zhe's prowess from mid-stage to late stage of the 2-star battle saint. Having once reached the pinnacle of the 9-star battle saint himself, he was acutely aware of the immense energy required at the battle saint level. Upon hearing this, Xuner shook her head with a hint of regret. Although she was acutely aware of the widening gap between herself and Xiao Zhe, she would unhesitatingly grant him any opportunity to enhance his strength. This current chance was no exception. She sincerely hoped that Xiao Zhe could experience a significant surge in power during this bloodline transformation. Even if the ancient clan elder had not revealed Xiao Zhe's identity as a member of the Xiao clan, his entrance into the heavenly tomb would inevitably disclose this fact. After all, the ancient clans could not ignore the objections from all ancient races, permitting a non-ancient individual to enter the heavenly tomb. To facilitate Xiao Zhe's entry, it was essential to publicly acknowledge his Xiao clan bloodline. Xiao Zhe had maintained the secrecy of his lineage with utmost perfection, but this could only be upheld to a certain extent, unless he was willing to forsake the opportunity of entering the heavenly tomb. Such a decision would expose the Xiao family to the gaze of the Soul Clan, whose ambitions Xuner was acutely aware of. The Soul Clan had set their sights firmly on the Tua, Shi, ancient Emperor Jade. Although the high-ranking Star Dose Saint of the Soul Clan was constrained by the ancient clan's agreements, preventing those above the 5-star Dose Saint from intervening at will, any Dose Saint below that level could act against the Xiao family. Xiao Zhe would undoubtedly confront the Dose Saint of the Soul Clan directly, should they take action. Thus, an increase in his strength would provide an additional layer of security, while Xuner could request the assistance of a Dose Saint from her clan. Reliance on others was fraught with uncertainties. Possessing formidable strength herself was far more reassuring. A fleeting thought crossed Xuner's mind as she continued to monitor Xiao Zhe's condition. All right, little girl, she mused. Xiao Zhe has successfully undergone blood transfusion. There should be no further danger. You are merely a step away from becoming a Dose Saint, and perhaps you may succeed in breaking through here. Xiao Xian, with his hands clasped behind his back, remarked to Xuner. When Xiao Zhe awakens and sees your successful ascension to Dose Saint, he will surely be overjoyed. Xuner gazed at Xiao Zhe, who was steadily improving, and nodded slightly. Addressing Xiao Xian, Senior Xiao Xian, if anything happens to Brother Xiao Zhe, please be sure to alert me. That is a given, he assured her, but keep a distance. Do not let your breakthrough energy fluctuations disturb Xiao Zhe. With Xiao Xian's affirming response, Xuner lightly tapped her toes and made her way outside the hall. Though outside, the celestial energy here was exceptionally abundant, undeniably the most potent location within the entire heavenly tomb. After all, this was Xiao Xian's burial site. Xuner retrieved the energy core she had previously acquired, along with the elixirs gifted by Xiao Zhe, and gradually seated herself in the void. Closing her eyes and entering a state of cultivation, ready to embark on her breakthrough to Dose Saint. Chapter 511. A Mutual Breakthrough. Time in cultivation knows no bounds, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed since entering the heavenly tomb, leaving only 2 years until departure. Members of other ancient races struggled throughout the heavenly tomb, striving to hunt high-level energy entities and acquire energy cores to enhance their own strength. In the deepest recesses of the 3rd layer of the heavenly tomb, within an ancient stone tablet, a peculiar wave of energy radiated outward, casting a faint golden flame that illuminated the void. In the sanctum, Xiao Xian waved his hand, enveloping the temple in a delicate energy barrier to isolate this unusual wave, ensuring that it would not disturb Xiao Zhe. During this transformation of his bloodline, Xiao Zhe did not passively endure the infusion of bloodline power. Rather, he actively absorbed it. Additionally, he inherited the energy sealed by Xiao Xian, which extended the duration of this phase compared to the original narrative. Essentially, he synchronized the absorption of bloodline power with the reception of inherited energy. This young lady possessed a remarkable bloodline talent. Although she had previously been merely a step away from the Dose Saint stage, to everyone's surprise, she truly broke through in less than a year. Xiao Xian glanced towards the exterior of the temple, where Xuner sat cross-legged in the void. At that moment, a resplendent golden flame enveloped her, seemingly capable of incinerating all things, even the heavens and the earth themselves. The might of the golden flame surged through the void, and Xuner's aura rose, becoming increasingly unfathomable. Just then, Xiao Xian sensed a fluctuation in the blood pool, indicating a change in Xiao Zhe's aura, prompting a gasp of astonishment from him. Turning his gaze towards the pool, he noted that it had become entirely clear. A faint crimson energy emerged from it, flowing into Xiao Zhe's body as if the blood energy had been completely drained. To his astonishment, it was indeed possible to utilize the energy he had left behind to break through to the late stage of the 2-star Dose Saint. Xiao Xian nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Although it was unexpected, it was ultimately a positive development. He had no concerns that Xiao Zhe would aim too high and force a breakthrough. Given Xiao Zhe's previous displays of foundation, it was evident that each realm he had traversed was approached with steadfastness, solidifying his foundation to an unassailable degree. Thus, at the Do Saint level, he possessed an extraordinarily formidable foundation, evident in both his Do Qi realm and physical strength. Sensing the absence of any unusual energies from the outside, Xiao Zhe successfully broke through to the late stage of the 2-star Do Saint and ceased to push further. At this moment, within the void, the height of the origin tree had reached over 260,000 meters. As the height of the origin tree continued to rise, the size of the void also expanded accordingly. The special reward from Xuner's breakthrough at the Dozun stage lent an additional sense of reality to the void, further influencing its entirety as Xiao Zhe's strength grew. Witnessing the void evolve in alignment with his expectations, Xiao Zhe felt a surge of confidence. Perhaps in the future, this void would transform into a true plane of existence. At that time, Xiao Zhe would no longer need to seek source energy, for he would possess an entire realm, making his ascent to the Do Emperor stage remarkably effortless. However, Xiao Zhe remained uncertain whether attaining the level of 9-star Do Sage would enable the void space to genuinely evolve into a dimension, or if it required Xuner's unique rewards for reaching the Do Sage tier. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and as he felt a slight tremor in his eyes, he gradually opened them. Before him was the gaze of Xiao Xian, filled with immense satisfaction. "Ancestor, I have not failed your expectations. I have gained the bloodline power of the Xiao clan," he exclaimed. "Haha, splendid. Perhaps you are the last member of the Xiao clan to possess this bloodline power," Xiao Xian declared with a joyous laugh. He then dissipated the barrier of light, as Xiao Zhe had already succeeded, and there was no need to conceal the fluctuations any longer. Feeling the bloodline power coursing through him, Xiao Zhe nodded slightly. Although he possessed 100-fold feedback from the multicolored devouring python, the original tree defined the essence, allowing him to masterfully control every fragment of his abilities. He could be a pure human cultivator, an ancient race with the bloodline of the Do Emperor, or even a pure multicolored devouring python. Xiao Zhe turned his gaze towards the outside of the hall, where golden flames illuminated the void, and a smile graced his lips. "It seems we share a profound connection." Just as Xiao Zhe finished speaking, the golden flames suddenly retracted, and a graceful figure, stepping on the void, gradually appeared within the hall. "Brother Xiao Zhe, can you guess what my current realm is?" Xuner inquired with a playful smile, her aura subdued yet enchanting. With a slight mental shift, Xiao Zhe observed the information materializing on the panel. "Xuner has successfully broken through to 1-star Do Sage. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 10-fold feedback." Although the energy left by Xiao Xian was insufficient for Xiao Zhe to advance to the late stage of 2-star Do Sage, the 10-fold feedback he possessed made all the difference. Xiao Zhe rarely absorbed all the 10-fold feedback in one go, thus retaining a substantial amount. At this critical moment, he drew upon a portion of it, enabling his successful breakthrough. "Need I say? It is undoubtedly 1-star Do Sage," Xiao Zhe replied with a gentle smile, reaching out to ruffle Xuner's hair. "The gap between us is narrowing." However, Xuner gave him a playful eye roll in response. Despite her current attainment of 1-star Do Sage, she knew the disparity between them had not diminished significantly. Now that she had genuinely stepped into the realm of Do Sage, she understood all too well the arduous nature of advancement at this stage. "Congratulations to both of you for your breakthroughs. At such a young age, achieving this is a feat worthy of pride among the younger generation," Xiao Xian remarked with a smile. "Next, let us focus on cultivating the 3 mysteries of heavenly fire, striving to master the clan's insignia before departing from the heavenly tomb. Senior Xiao Xian, if my understanding of the 3 mysteries of heavenly fire is correct, does its practice not require 3 unique flames?" Xuner voiced her concern. Though Brother Xiao Zhe is an alchemist, he possesses only one type of. Even if I could share some of my original fire seeds with him, it would still fall short of 1 flame. Xiao Xian furrowed his brow as he gazed at Xiao Zhe. Under normal circumstances, possessing 3 unique fires would make the cultivation of the heavenly fire's 3 mysteries exceedingly advantageous. However, as a secondary option, employing other extraordinary flames, such as beast fire, could also prove viable. As an alchemist, you must have gathered materials capable of cultivating beast fire, right? Xiao Xian expressed his concerns, admitting he had not previously contemplated this issue. In his past endeavors to cultivate the heavenly fire's 3 mysteries, he had forcibly subdued 3 distinct unique fires, achieving remarkable results. Yet, within the confines of the celestial tomb, where could one possibly find another unique fire for Xiao Zhe to cultivate? Thus, he could only hope that Xiao Zhe had indeed collected materials suitable for the cultivation of extraordinary flames. 3 different unique fires? That is quite the simplest task. Xiao Zhe replied with a faint smile. Although possessing the Source Emperor Flame endowed him with the ability to merge with other feedback capabilities, he had seldom utilized it. Was this not the perfect opportunity to do so? Chapter 512. 3 Unique Fires? Xiao Zhe's words momentarily stunned both Xiao Xian and Xuner, yet they refrained from voicing any objections. After all, when it came to knowledge of flames, the esteemed alchemist Xiao Zhe undoubtedly surpassed them significantly. Perhaps he had indeed prepared materials capable of cultivating other extraordinary flames. Without further ado, Xiao Zhe opened his palm and summoned the Source Emperor flame. The resplendent golden fire seemed to harbor a myriad of colors, radiating a brilliance imbued with an air of supreme majesty. Upon witnessing the Source Emperor flame, Xiao Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, as memories of unique fires rushed through his mind. However, despite scouring his recollections, he could not find any fire resembling the one in Xiao Zhe's grasp. This revelation left Xiao Xian astonished. It was indeed a completely new unique fire, unrecorded on the list of unique flames. At first glance, its predominant golden hue bore a resemblance to the Golden Emperor's flame possessed by the young girl, as well as the 7th-ranked 9 Nether Golden Ancestor fire. However, the new unique fire summoned by Xiao Zhe was far more magnificent, containing a multitude of colors within its golden brilliance. Xuner, possessing some understanding of the unique fire in Xiao Zhe's mastery, was not overly surprised. Yet, she did notice something intriguing. Initially, when Xiao Zhe displayed this peculiar unique fire, her own Golden Emperor flame did not react significantly. Yet, as Xiao Zhe's strength grew, each time he summoned this extraordinary fire, her internal Golden Emperor flame responded more vigorously. It appeared that the primordial seed of this unique fire intensified alongside Xiao Zhe's burgeoning power. This phenomenon was nothing short of astonishing. For instance, once Xiao Zhe summoned this golden flame, Xuner felt her Golden Emperor flame's operation falter, even retracting within her body. Faced with Xiao Zhe's flame, the Golden Emperor flame seemed to regard it as a supreme monarch, daring not to show any sign of defiance. The Golden Emperor's blazing flame, esteemed as the 4th-ranked extraordinary fire on the list, is only capable of evoking such fear in the presence of those flames that surpass it. Above the Golden Emperor's blazing flame on this list, there exist merely 3 others: the purifying Lotus Demon Fire, the Void-Devouring Flame, and the most enigmatic 1st-ranked fire. A hint of speculation flickered in Xuner's eyes, yet she refrained from voicing it. Since Brother Xiao Zhe had not explicitly disclosed it to her, there must be a reason behind his silence. Xuner would not pry further. However, this speculation took root in her heart, leading her to perceive the extraordinary fire in Xiao Zhe's possession as exceptionally unique. Upon summoning the Origin Emperor flame, Xiao Zhe immediately employed it in conjunction with his feedback abilities. After careful consideration, he opted for the 2 powers he was most familiar with, the Calamity Poison Body and the Origin power of the Azure Serpent's 3 Flowers Eyes. Raising his other hand, a more resplendent flame emerged from his grasp. While it retained a golden hue, the colors it harbored transformed into a spectrum of brilliance. Although the variety of colors had diminished, the sense of impending peril intensified significantly. Xiao Xian and Xuner's gazes converged upon this new extraordinary fire. Indeed, in their perception, it was a completely novel flame. How could this be? Xiao Xian could not restrain himself from exclaiming. The extraordinary fire summoned by Xiao Zhe initially exuded an unparalleled majesty, commanding all flames. Yet the current flame imparted a sense of lethality, reminiscent of a fire that could devastate all living things. This is one of my abilities, allowing this extraordinary fire to merge with my other powers, thereby altering its very essence, Xiao Zhe remarked casually, leaving Xiao Xian momentarily speechless. Altering the extraordinary fire itself. The extraordinary fire, as the king of all flames, reigns supreme over myriad fires, whether they are mundane flames, the battle energy flames cultivated by practitioners, or beast flames. The dominance of extraordinary fire is evident. Yet this exceedingly dominant fire could indeed combine with Xiao Zhe's abilities, transforming its very nature. Regaining his composure, Xiao Xian's eyes sparkled as he gazed intently at Xiao Zhe, realizing how little he truly understood this descendant of the Xiao clan. What Xiao Zhe had revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet, the more astonishing his abilities appeared, the greater Xiao Xian's delight became. For the more hidden cards Xiao Zhe possessed, the more it indicated the astonishing nature of his innate talent. With such remarkable talent, perhaps Xiao Zhe could indeed approach that threshold, even crossing it to become the first battle emperor in millennia. Xuner watched the extraordinary fire radiating a lethal aura, her eyes subtly shifting. She had not forgotten that Xiao Zhe possessed the ability of the Calamity Poison Body. To her surprise, he was capable of merging this ability with the extraordinary fire, thereby altering its inherent characteristics. The ethereal flame has amalgamated the lethal potency of the cursed poison body with the terrifying prowess of the exotic fire. Xiao Zhe placed these 2 extraordinary flames in the void, and as he clasped his hands together, a resplendent flame of jade and gold manifested within his palms. This jade-golden flame emanated peculiar waves of energy. Even a mere glance from an ordinary strongman would likely leave them in a daze. This phenomenon is the result of Xiao Zhe merging the primordial power of the Jade Serpent's three-flower pupil with the Imperial Flame, resulting in formidable mental interference capable of inducing confusion with just a fleeting look. Should Xiao Zhe refrain from suppressing its might and allow it to unleash its full potential, the mere presence of this jade-golden flame hovering over a large city would incite chaos among its inhabitants. Xiao Xian and Xuner gazed at the flame pulsating with strange waves, their expressions betraying a hint of numbness. The exotic fire that countless individuals yearned for seemed to be effortlessly conjured by Xiao Zhe. Xuner felt the trepidation of the Golden Emperor's blazing flame within her, and could not help but wear a wry smile. Even though Xiao Zhe's capabilities had transformed the exotic fire, it did not alter the fact that it still surpassed the Golden Emperor's blazing flame. Should these two flames be recorded on the list of exotic fires, the ranking of the Golden Emperor's blazing flame would undoubtedly plummet to 6th place. After demonstrating his prowess to Xiao Xian and Xuner, instilling in them the conviction of his ability to cultivate the heavenly fire's 3 mystical transformations, Xiao Zhe subsequently tucked it away. He then produced a scroll detailing the complete method of the heavenly fire's 3 mystical transformations, placing it upon his brow, whereupon a torrent of information surged into his mind. As this was his inaugural attempt at cultivation, Xiao Zhe needed to acclimate himself. The heavenly fire's 3 mystical transformations is an exceptionally advanced secret technique, ultimately capable of yielding the clan's insignia, and the difficulty of its cultivation is not to be underestimated. Fortunately, Xiao Zhe's innate talent is commendable, and coupled with Xuner's prior consumption of the Sacred Heart glazed pill, which granted a 10-fold enhancement in talent, his own aptitude has significantly improved, suggesting that he would not require an excessive amount of time. Chapter 513. Accelerated Cultivation of the Heavenly Fire's 3 Mystical Transformations. Observing Xiao Zhe delve into the cultivation method of the Heavenly Fire's 3 mystical transformations, Xiao Xian exhaled slowly. This little fellow has brought me an abundance of surprises, Xiao Xian remarked, a blend of astonishment and delight evident in his tone. Xuner slightly shook her head, saying, "This is the first time I have heard of such abilities from my brother Xiao Zhe. It feels as though his secrets are emerging one after another, inexhaustible in their unfolding. That is of no consequence. Every cultivator harbors their own mysteries. The more methods one conceals, the less comprehensible one's true capabilities become to an adversary, thereby enhancing one's security," Xiao Xian replied with a smile. The requirements for cultivating the Heavenly Fire's 3 mystical transformations are indeed met, and with less than 2 years remaining, it is ample time for Xiao Zhe to cultivate the clan's insignia. Given his speed in mastering combat techniques, I sense it will not be long before he achieves this. Xuner reflected on Xiao Zhe's pace of cultivation, prompting her to speak. Is that so? I find myself eagerly anticipating the challenge of cultivating the Heavenly Fire Tri-Transformation. The difficulty of this technique is not trivial. In the past, among the Xiao clan, only a select few could successfully master it. Xiao Xian is also keenly interested in Xiao Zhe's performance. After the creation of the Heavenly Fire Tri-Transformation, the number of individuals capable of practicing it within the clan was exceedingly limited. The mere prerequisites of mastering 3 unique flames deterred many aspirants, while Xiao Xian, with his formidable strength, could forcibly suppress the 3 distinct fires. Not everyone possesses such prowess, even if one were to resort to the alternative of utilizing 3 beastly flames. Gathering them proves to be a formidable task. Moreover, the 3 beastly flames are mutually exclusive, further testing one's fire control abilities. Thus, despite Xiao Xian's innovation of the Heavenly Fire Tri-Transformation, the number of successful practitioners remains scarce, with the majority opting for the ancient lineage's secret techniques. During that time, apart from myself, the creator, even the fastest cultivators in the Xiao clan required several months to fully comprehend the complete form of the Heavenly Fire Tri-Transformation. After a brief period, Xiao Zhe slowly opened his eyes, his hands moving with the swiftness of lightning to form seals, yet no energy was stirred. After repeating this process several dozen times, he finally exhaled, having fully grasped the essence of the Heavenly Fire Tri-Transformation seals. Observing Xiao Zhe's initial attempt, Xiao Xian was momentarily taken aback by his rapid sealing speed. As Xiao Zhe became increasingly adept after numerous repetitions, mastering the sealing method to an extraordinary degree, Xiao Xian fell into a deep silence. At this rate, would it truly take months to fully master the Heavenly Fire Tri-Transformation? Mere days. With a bolt of speed, Xiao Zhe formed the seals once more, this time unleashing a torrent of energy. A violent wave of flames erupted around him, infusing him with a fierce fiery power that augmented his aura. Boom! The explosive energy radiated from Xiao Zhe, shattering the equilibrium, and a torrent of energy surged forth. Xiao Xian's expression shifted slightly as he raised his hand to suppress the raging energy, quickly turning his gaze to Xiao Zhe. Upon confirming Xiao Zhe's safety, he breathed a sigh of relief and advised, Xiao Zhe, there is no need to rush. Time is on our side. Once you are thoroughly familiar, only then should you wield the power of the Yu command is exceedingly potent, which means the energy generated from using it in the heavenly fire tri-transformation could become excessively volatile, potentially leading to harm. At this moment, Xiao Zhe slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of enlightenment shining within. Ancestor, I understand. In the path of cultivation, haste leads to stagnation. An excessive pursuit of speed may ultimately result in self-harm. With a smile, Xiao Zhe continued, however, I feel confident in my abilities, which is why I decided to attempt it. In my recent endeavors, I have gained further insights. Xiao Xian fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Zhe, and upon sensing his confidence, he nodded slightly. Haha, since you feel assured, then feel free to experiment. This tomb is yours to explore. After receiving Xiao Xian's affirmative response, Xiao Zhe calmed his mind and meticulously recalled the previous circumstances. He was certain that he had thoroughly comprehended the cultivation method of the 3 transformations of heavenly fire. However, executing it still posed certain challenges. Nevertheless, after one attempt, Xiao Zhe began to attain a degree of enlightenment. The first transformation of the 3 transformations of heavenly fire. With lightning speed, Xiao Zhe formed hand seals, unleashing a tempest of fiery power that enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, his aura surged to the pinnacle of a 2-star Do Saint. Slowly opening his eyes, which blazed with flames, every movement radiated explosive power. Truly, the 3 transformations of heavenly fire allowed for such remarkable enhancement even at the Do Saint stage. Clenching his fist and feeling the tumultuous strength within, Xiao Zhe expressed his satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian couldn't help but shake his head and elucidate. It is not the prowess of the 3 transformations of heavenly fire that is impressive, but rather the formidable nature of the you possess. The disparity at the Do Saint level is immense. Even if you successfully activate the clan's totem and draw upon your bloodline power, it would likely only elevate you to the initial stage of a 3-star Do Saint. Yet now, merely by employing the first transformation of the 3 transformations of heavenly fire, you have ascended to the peak of a 2-star Do Saint, which is still attributable to your. Xiao Zhe nodded in understanding. Indeed, the might of the primordial Emperor Flame was extraordinary. Once he mastered the first transformation, he quickly progressed to the second and third transformations. Although he encountered a few failures along the way, they were inconsequential, and ultimately, he was able to fully execute the 3 transformations of heavenly fire. The first transformation, the second transformation, the third transformation. Xiao Zhe's aura surged violently, skyrocketing from the late stage of a 2-star Do Saint to the initial stage of a 3-star Do Saint in an instant. The ferocious flames emanating from him caused the temperature of the surrounding void to multiply several times over. Yours is exceedingly powerful. Simply invoking the 3 transformations of heavenly fire is sufficient to rival the enhancement brought about by activating the clan's totem, Xiao Xian remarked in awe, unable to contain his astonishment. What left him even more speechless was that Xiao Zhe completed the cultivation of the 3 transformations of heavenly fire in less than a day. Compared to the prodigies of the ancient Xiao clan, Xiao Zhe was nothing short of overwhelming, having successfully cultivated the 3 transformations of heavenly fire. The next step was to harness its searing power to draw upon his bloodline strength and converge it at his brow, utilizing the bloodline power to outline the clan's totem. Xiao Xian's expression turned serious. The forthcoming moments were of utmost importance. Cultivating the clan's totem requires immense amounts of Do Qi with each stroke, and it demands an exceptionally refined control over the Do Qi within the practitioner. This is the most challenging aspect of inscribing the totem for the Xiao clan. While others may not need to draw the totem, achieving it oneself presents a significantly greater difficulty. After all, high-level totem strokes are numerous, consume vast quantities of Do Qi, and necessitate exquisite control over the Do Qi. Even the intricate designs of the ancient clan's totems require the skilled hands of a Do Saint-level master for their creation. One can only imagine the formidable difficulty faced by the members of the Xiao clan when attempting to cultivate these totems themselves. In Chapter 514, an unexpected turn, within the sacred hall, Xiao Zhe did not hasten to sketch the clan's totem, but instead reflected upon the final steps of mastering the heavenly fire transformation. The totem of the Xiao clan exists within one's very being, yet it necessitates activation by its bearer. The process of inscribing the totem demands an immense reservoir of fighting spirit and unparalleled control. As Xiao Zhe recalled the techniques required for his cultivation, he sought to gain confidence. The raging and searing fighting spirit within him surged rapidly, and as it coursed through his body, the power of his bloodline was gradually drawn forth. Following the flow of the heavenly fire transformation, the bloodline energy began to converge at his brow. With the formidable sensitivity of his soul, Xiao could easily perceive the state of his bloodline power. Just as this energy was being drawn to his brow, outside, Xiao and Xuner observed a faint radiance emanating from that very spot. A pattern, seemingly born of nature itself, slowly materialized on Xiao's forehead. As the first exquisite design emerged, a second followed closely behind, prompting Xiao to watch with bated breath. An array of strange patterns appeared, shimmering in hues of gold and crimson, guided by the primal imperial flame, naturally influencing Xiao's clan totem. However, as the sixth stroke of the totem was inscribed, it abruptly trembled, the brilliance receding, and the golden red hues gradually dimmed. Sensing the bloodline power returning to calm, Xiao slowly opened his eyes. It appeared that completing the totem in one continuous effort was indeed a challenge. Upon witnessing Xiao's unsuccessful attempt, Xiao felt a surge of relief. Had Xiao succeeded on his first try, it might have rendered his own role insignificant. Recognizing his own sentiments, Xiao was met with a tinge of bitterness. He had anticipated being able to provide substantial guidance to his descendants, only to discover that their innate talent was so formidable that his own contributions seemed almost superfluous. Now, witnessing Xiao's setback, Xiao promptly encouraged him, saying, "Xiao, do not be disheartened. The clan's totem consists of 9 strokes. You have already managed to inscribe 6 on your first attempt, a feat that ranks you among the foremost of all Xiao clan members throughout history. Should any doubts linger, do not hesitate to express them. Thank you for your comforting words, ancestor. I do have a question. When I inscribe the totem, I cannot shake the feeling that the bloodline power is not in a position of dominance." Rising to his feet, Xiao gradually reigned in the tempestuous flames, the heavenly fire transformation dissipating, leaving a sense of weakness in its wake. Nevertheless, given his robust physique, the impact was minimal. Upon hearing Xiao's perplexity, Xiao furrowed his brow in contemplation. The drawing of clan patterns, with the power of bloodlines inherently dominating, was a concept he found perplexing. After all, how could it be called a clan pattern otherwise? Please elaborate, he urged, for in the past, when the members of the Xiao clan practiced their clan patterns, such an occurrence had never been witnessed. Logically, the power of bloodlines should maintain absolute supremacy. It indeed began with the bloodline power as the primary force, Xiao explained. But as time progressed, the strange fire I have come to master began to exert its influence over the bloodline power. Initially, I managed to maintain a balance between both forces. However, upon completing the 6th stroke of the drawing, I reached its zenith of influence, entirely seizing control. It was at that moment I hesitated, uncertain whether to continue with the drawing. That fleeting doubt ultimately prevented the completion of the clan pattern. Hiss! Xiao gasped, unable to suppress his astonishment upon hearing Xiao's account. Such a situation was indeed unprecedented in his experience. It was no wonder that the color of Xiao's clan pattern differed from the traditional hues of the Xiao clan. The clan patterns were typically a deep crimson, yet Xiao's displayed a golden red hue. Initially, he had speculated that this was due to the influence of Xiao's, but he had not anticipated such a profound effect. I have never encountered a situation quite like this. Are you able to control to prevent it from affecting the bloodline power? After all, with the in a dominant position during the drawing of clan patterns, the potential for side effects remains uncertain. Very well, I shall give it a try, Xiao replied, nodding earnestly. He then employed the technique of Heavenly Fire 3 Mystic Transformations, seating himself cross-legged to recommence the drawing of the clan pattern. Xiao opened his mouth to speak, but, sensing Xiao's robust fighting spirit, refrained from interjecting. With the experience from his first attempt, Xiao's speed in drawing the clan pattern was significantly enhanced this time. As he suppressed However, as time passed, both Xiao and Xuner began to frown slightly. They observed that the clan pattern on Xiao's forehead had once again transformed to a golden red color. When the 7th stroke was finally completed, Xiao voluntarily relinquished the drawing of the clan pattern, dispelling and slowly opening his eyes. Ancestor, my previous expression may have been somewhat inaccurate. It is not that influences the bloodline power. Rather, it is the bloodline power that willingly relinquishes its dominance. Xiao remarked, a hint of resignation in his voice. His mastery over the was beyond question. Previously overlooked, this time, with Xiao reminder, he had consciously aimed to suppress this influence over the bloodline power. However, as he continued to draw the clan pattern, he discovered that it was indeed the bloodline power that actively embraced yielding its dominant position. Upon hearing this, a contemplative expression emerged in Xiao's eyes. Although the bloodline of the Xiao clan had been thoroughly depleted, the remaining fragments could hardly be deemed particularly formidable. It was ultimately the bloodline of a Dou emperor, to compel the Dou emperor bloodline to willingly cede its dominance. What on earth was that Xiao Zhe commanded? After a period of contemplation, Xiao Xian ultimately decided. Since the bloodline power has voluntarily relinquished its dominant position, let us heed its guidance. Allowing the power of the to take the lead, with the bloodline power serving as an auxiliary force. Xiao Zhe nodded slightly, for his understanding of the bloodline power pales in comparison to that of this esteemed ancestor. From the original text, it is evident that Xiao Xian made numerous efforts to rescue the dwindling bloodline power of the Xiao clan, even attempting the audacious fusion of two emperor-level bloodlines. This demonstrates Xiao Xian's profound research into the bloodline power. Furthermore, sketching the clan's totem with the primal imperial flame as the chief element poses no detriment to Xiao Zhe. He possesses remarkable control over the primal imperial flame, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he can disperse the totem. Heavenly Fire S3 transformations. A surge of power erupted once more from Xiao Zhe, as the primal imperial flame intertwined with the bloodline power, converging towards his brow. This time, Xiao Zhe refrained from imposing any influence, allowing the primal imperial flame and bloodline power to evolve autonomously. Radiance once again blossomed from his brow, as intricate golden and crimson patterns emerged, exuding a subtle aura of authority. Chapter 515, The Imperial Flame Clan Totem. Upon witnessing the golden and crimson totems materializing on Xiao Zhe's brow, a weight lifted from Xiao Xian's heart. The situation Xiao Zhe faced was unprecedented in both his own experience and the entire history of the Xiao clan. The assistance he could offer Xiao Zhe appeared insignificant. Moreover, according to the guidance of the bloodline power, with the at the helm, he could not ascertain whether there would be any hidden dangers. Should any peril arise, Xiao Xian would exhaust all his soul energy to help Xiao Zhe reforge his bloodline power. Xiao Zhe, however, harbored little concern. As the power of the primal tree, the primal imperial flame commanded a formidable level of control. Even if the totem carried risks, Xiao Zhe could manipulate the primal imperial flame to dissipate it. As the primary force behind the totem was indeed the primal imperial flame. As the totem's design grew more complete, the aura of authority emanating from Xiao Zhe intensified. Xuner furrowed her brow and turned to gaze at Xiao Xian. Senior Xiao Xian, will the sketching of the Xiao clan's totem enhance the bloodline power within? Xiao Xian regarded Xiao Zhe with a grave expression, fully aware of the source of Xuner's concern. The bloodline pressure emanating from Xiao Zhe was already sufficient to affect Xuner, who possessed a divine-grade bloodline. Xiao Xian knew well that the portion of Xiao Zhe's bloodline power he had preserved could not compare to that of the ancient clan's divine-grade bloodline holders. The sketching of the Xiao clan's totem could not possibly elevate the bloodline power. Xiao Xian shook his head in negation. The root cause likely lies within that Xiao Zhe commands. Xuner nodded thoughtfully. Is that ranks first in the list? Even if it is, the ability to alter an emperor-level bloodline seems rather implausible. Regardless, the current situation of Xiao Zhe is evolving positively. Xiao Xian offered a word of comfort to Xuner, yet the worry in his eyes remained unabated. Until a conclusion is reached, Xiao Xian could not guarantee that such changes would indeed benefit Xiao Zhe. Golden red lines began to manifest on Xiao Zhe's forehead. Disregarding the alterations between the source emperor flame and the bloodline power, managing the consumption of fighting spirit was remarkably effortless for him. Had it not been for the unexpected changes in the bloodline power and the source emperor flame, Xiao Zhe would have been able to inscribe the Xiao clan's emblem on his first attempt, even after 2 consecutive failures. The depletion of Xiao Zhe's fighting spirit did not reach a level that warranted Xiao Xian's concern. The fighting spirit within him flowed away like water, and the 8th drawing of the clan emblem was completed, the final stroke gradually emerging. Like an invisible brush, it inscribed a profound and extraordinary pattern on Xiao Zhe's forehead. Slow yet resolute, there was not a moment's pause, creating an aesthetic flow akin to drifting clouds and flowing water. Xiao Xian and Xuner were filled with both anxiety and anticipation. Upon the completion of the last stroke, an immensely profound golden-red clan emblem appeared on Xiao Zhe's forehead. The authority radiating from him surged to its zenith, as though he were the supreme ruler of the world. In the instant the Xiao clan emblem was finalized, the flow of blood within Xiao Zhe quickened abruptly. Faintly, it seemed to resonate with the sounds of joyous exultation. Xiao Zhe slowly opened his eyes, the enigmatic clan emblem on his forehead gradually fading, set to re-emerge when needed. He touched his forehead, sensing something within. The clan emblem, guided by the source Emperor Flame, would henceforth be referred to as the Emperor Flame clan emblem. The infusion of the source Emperor Flame's power within the emblem was not a detriment. Each usage would further influence the bloodline power, rendering it more pure. This was an unexpectedly beneficial outcome, as the enhancement of bloodline power was inherently challenging. Beyond the rank of the bloodline itself, the purer and stronger the bloodline power, the better. As time passed, with each invocation of the clan emblem, Xiao could refine his bloodline power further. Accumulated over time, it might even elevate his bloodline to a divine grade. This revelation astonished Xiao. The fusion of the Source Emperor Flame and bloodline power yielded such remarkable effects. Xiao, how do you fare? Xiao Xian inquired with concern. The successful cultivation of the Xiao clan emblem was indeed a moment of great joy, yet the emergence of such unexpected circumstances was troubling. There are no hidden dangers. Rather, there are substantial benefits, Xiao replied with a smile. If my intuition serves me correctly, the emblem cultivated under the influence of the meaning-strange fire seems to inversely affect my own bloodline power. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Xian and Xuner exchanged grave glances, realizing the implications of impacting the bloodline power itself. Every time I utilize the clan's mark, it allows the power of it to influence the bloodline strength, thereby rendering it even more pure. Even the slightest enhancement proves to be immensely beneficial. Xiao Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never heard of any capable of purifying the bloodline of a Dou Emperor. Only the direct descendants of a Dou Emperor, namely their offspring, could enjoy the utmost elevation of bloodline power. For other ancient races possessing the Dou Emperor bloodline, cultivating their bloodline merely serves to enhance its purity. For these ancient races, a purer bloodline translates to greater potential and strength. Marvelous. Though I remain uncertain of the origin of it is evident that matters are progressing favorably. Xiao Xian burst into hearty laughter, overwhelmed by the multitude of surprises Xiao Zhe had bestowed upon him. As long as Xiao Zhe continues to thrive, the revival and prosperity of the Xiao clan is surely imminent. I must express my gratitude to our ancestors. This substantial gain is indeed thanks to their generosity. Haha, no need for such formalities. You are the sole hope of the Xiao clan, and I would never wish for its bloodline to be forever entombed in this celestial tomb. Xiao Xian replied, a smile gracing his face. He glanced at Xiao Zhe, contemplating what further assistance he could offer, when suddenly an idea struck him. Xiao Zhe, did you not acquire the ancient devouring insects queen at the energy light screen on the 3rd level? Indeed, Xiao Zhe nodded, revealing the queen that he had meticulously sealed away. Do you possess the method for refining the ancient insect emperor's attire? Xiao Xian, aware of Xiao Zhe's knowledge regarding the ancient devouring insect queen, posed the question directly. While I have some understanding of the ancient devouring insect from ancient texts, they do not document the refining method for the ancient insect emperor's attire. However, I do possess the technique and shall impart it to you. Xiao Xian nodded, gently touching Xiao Zhe's forehead with his fingertip, a torrent of information flooding into Xiao Zhe's mind. As a high-tier alchemist, you should find this process far more manageable than I. I shall refrain from embarrassing myself. Thank you for the ancestral teachings. Chapter 516, Trials. As Xiao Zhe absorbed the vast information within his mind, his eyes gleamed with newfound clarity after a while. The method for refining the ancient insect emperor's attire was indeed relatively straightforward for him. In terms of difficulty, it would roughly equate to that of an 8th grade elixir. For the time being, you both should cultivate on the 3rd level of the celestial tomb. Although it may be monotonous, it is quite beneficial for your training. Xiao Xian remarked with a smile to Xiao Zhe and Xuner. I have no concerns about Xiao Zhe's combat prowess, but you, the young lady from the ancient clan, having just broken through to the Dou Saint realm, should also seek out the Dou Saints residing on the 3rd level for some sparring. While the Dou Saints on the 3rd level are few, their cumulative experience from ancient times will provide ample opportunity for both of you to hone your skills. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Xiao Xian, Xuner said, offering a slight bow. Haha, you may arrange your own affairs from here on, for you have already reached the pinnacle of power on the continent, and there is no need for me to dictate your training. With a casual wave of his hand, Xiao Xian vanished from sight, evidently choosing to grant these two young individuals the space they required. Having fulfilled his duty of passing on the bloodline power of the Xiao clan to its descendants, he felt a sense of liberation from the burdens of his past. He understood that he was, after all, a figure from a millennium ago. Remaining in the company of Xiao Zhe and Sun Er might induce a sense of discomfort or restraint in them. Thus, it was wiser to leave them in solitude. Upon Xiao Xian's return to the hall, Xiao Zhe respectfully saluted the space around him. Xiao Zhe, what shall we do next? Let us explore the 3rd level as advised by our ancestors, seeking formidable fighters at the Saint level for some rigorous training. If we could acquire their energy cores, it would be splendid. A commanding shout resonated across the misty, earthy expanse, as an immense hand of energy surged forth, colliding fiercely with a blade of azure wind that seemed to cleave the very heavens. The ensuing shockwave fractured the surrounding space, while golden flames intertwined with the azure gusts, rending the ground into a myriad of fissures. The elderly figure clad in white robes grunted, retreating several hundred feet. With a flick of his sleeve, A tempestuous gale dispelled the encroaching golden flames, his eyes betraying a deep-seated wariness. Truly, the Golden Emperor's celestial fire ranked fourth on the extraordinary fire list. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder, but I humbly request your guidance. Xuner's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes ablaze with golden flames. Her aura surging with vigor. Golden Emperor's celestial slash. The golden flames erupted from Xuner, coalescing into a beam of light nearly 1,000 feet long, striking down upon the elder in white robes. The elder, witnessing the earth-shattering golden beam, inwardly lamented, although he held a slight advantage in power over Xuner. The might of the Golden Emperor's celestial fire placed him at a distinct disadvantage. After all, the Golden Emperor's celestial fire possessed the terrifying ability to consume even fighting spirit. The azure winds, which he took great pride in, faltered against the might of the Golden Emperor's celestial fire. A flicker of resignation crossed the elder's eyes. Yet he refrained from meeting the golden beam head-on. As a practitioner of wind attributes who had attained the saint level, his speed surpassed that of his peers. With a flash of azure light, he instantly appeared thousands of feet away. However, the golden beam seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing the elder's form. Damn it, he cursed, witnessing the persistent golden beam closing in on him. Suddenly, a series of azure winds tore through the fabric of space, racing towards the golden beam in an attempt to diminish its formidable power. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of energy explosions reverberated throughout the realm. As the azure winds struck, unleashing a torrent of golden flames. The golden flames surged, causing the temperature of the surroundings to soar dramatically. The mists, infused with pure celestial energy, were reduced to nothingness by the consuming fire. Although the potency of the golden beam was considerably weakened, it relentlessly approached the elder in white robes, whose eyes glimmered with determination. With both hands, he condensed a colossal sphere of wind, within which countless violent azure winds churned. As if anything that fell within would be annihilated, the white-robed elder forcefully propelled the enormous wind sphere towards the golden beam. As the energy collision drew near, he inevitably became tainted by the encroaching golden flames. These flames clung to him like a persistent pest, exceedingly difficult to shake off once they made contact. The elder decisively severed that portion of energy, evading it as if it were a plague, and retreated into the earthy embrace of the gray-brown ground. Xiao's figure appeared at the epicenter of the energy collision, and with a gentle sweep of his right hand, the tumultuous energy gradually subsided. Even the rifts in space began to heal swiftly under the influence of spatial power. Xuner soon joined Xiao's side, her expression one of astonishment as she remarked, "Brother Xiao, I can no longer sense his presence." This was likely a unique ability of the celestial tomb's energy body, allowing it to conceal itself to the utmost degree within the earth of the tomb. Xiao also sensed no trace of the elder in white, shaking his head in response. According to the accounts of the Do Saint energy bodies, their ancestor, Xiao, occasionally cleared the field within the celestial canopy, suggesting that the capabilities of these Do Saint-level entities to evade formidable foes were not to be underestimated. Upon hearing this, Xuner covered her mouth and giggled. I never expected that even among the pinnacle powers of the entire Do Chi continent, life in the third layer of the celestial tomb is not as comfortable. In this third layer, even a one-star Do Saint energy body could not claim dominance. Xiao's soul power, at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, expanded outward, sensing the presence of the Do Saint-level energy bodies. After ascending to the Do Saint rank, this was his first encounter with a foe of the same caliber, and his mastery over power had significantly improved. His senior, Xiao, was indeed correct. Growth accelerated in the crucible of battle. Xuner, brimming with eagerness, declared, "If I can experience another battle of this intensity, I will fully grasp the power of the Do Saint level. Haha, I have discovered two worthy adversaries." Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, smiling at Xuner. Worthy adversaries? If my senses are correct, the owners of those two auras must have been of the soul race in their former lives. A contemplative expression flickered in Xiao's eyes. In the original text, it is suggested that the two Soul Clan Do Saints were invited by Soul Cliff to eliminate both Xiao Yin and the members of the ancient clan on the third level. However, at a crucial moment, the projection of Xiao Xian descended, effortlessly slaying the energy bodies of these two Soul Clan Do Saints. Since they have been sensed, they cannot be allowed to escape easily. Chapter 517, Slaying the Dual Saints. Upon a perilous black mountain, two expressionless elders clad in gray gazed intently into a specific direction. Although these elders appeared outwardly like ordinary individuals, their eyes betrayed a chilling indifference, reminiscent of decisive killers. Yet, all entities capable of surviving within this celestial tomb were, without exception, energy bodies. Some of these energy bodies had been severely affected by the souls of the celestial tomb, their minds consumed by the desire to devour one another. The energy bodies at the Do Saint level were less influenced by the tomb's souls, allowing them to exhibit more human-like traits. Nevertheless, despite their human-like demeanor, they could not alter the essence of their being as energy bodies, remnants of souls born from the celestial tomb. In that direction, a battle of Do Saint magnitude erupted. One side felt remarkably familiar to me. I too sensed that annihilating aura, strikingly similar to the ancient clan's inherited, exotic fire. The combination of inherited and Do Saint level power signified a crucial figure from the ancient clan. Should we intervene? Indeed, the two gray-robed elders, with stern expressions, swiftly reached a consensus, deciding to join forces to eliminate that particular ancient clan Do Saint. Their confidence was not born of arrogance, but rather derived from their prior engagements, which had revealed that this ancient clan Do Saint had only just attained the Do Saint level. His control over his power was far from perfected, a clear sign of a novice in the Do Saint realm. Moreover, as energy bodies of the celestial tomb, they could harness the tomb's earth to conceal their presence. With a calculated approach, they believed a surprise attack on the ancient clan Do Saint could severely injure him. When the time came to slay him, it was imperative to obliterate his soul entirely to prevent the emergence of another ancient clan energy body within the third level of the celestial tomb. This was certain. Had it not been for that accursed Xiao, the energy bodies of my soul clan would not be limited to just the two of us. Just as the two gray-robed elders prepared to advance towards the location of the ancient clan Do Saint, a formidable and searing wave of energy surged from the heavens above. A golden beam of light, piercing through the sky, descended with force upon the treacherous Black Mountain, obliterating the peak in an instant. The incinerating golden flames danced upon the rocks, consuming everything it touched in an instant. The two gray-robed elders scrambled desperately from the sea of flames, their bodies enveloped in swirling black mist, shielding themselves from the terrifying power of the golden fire. However, the black mist was continuously consumed into nothingness until two gray-robed elders emerged from the sea of flames, completely dispelling the golden fire. With somber expressions, the two elders gazed skyward as a figure gracefully descended, wearing a faint smile. Weren't you two claiming you would utterly obliterate my soul? How come you appear so disheveled? Xuner's carefree voice echoed around, her form slowly descending before the fiery sea. Against the backdrop of the golden inferno, Xuner seemed like the queen of fire, exuding an unparalleled nobility. It turned out she was the bearer of the ancient clan's divine bloodline. One gray-robed elder, observing the faintly visible multicolored clan pattern on Xuner's brow, revealed a smirk of disdain. You seem to believe you can secure our defeat. Isn't that so? Xuner replied with a soft smile. Alone, she might not be able to entirely subdue the two one-star Do Saints, for they were entities of energy capable of concealing themselves within the earth in the celestial tomb, rendering her senses ineffective. If these two one-star Do Saints were determined to flee, Xuner might indeed find it impossible to detain them. Yet, the current circumstances were different. Having learned from her prior encounter with the white-robed elder, Xiao lurked in the shadows, setting traps that would render their escape through the earth exceedingly difficult. It could be said that these two Soul Clan Do Saints, failing to conceal themselves beneath the ground before Xiao and Xuner arrived, were already destined for an inescapable fate. The two gray-robed elders, feeling belittled by this younger member of the ancient clan, could no longer mask their inner fury with indifference and snorted in anger. Arrogant, let us strike together and eliminate her. At once, an astonishing surge of energy erupted from both of them. Their mouths opened wide, releasing a dense black mist that surged forth, ultimately coalescing into two massive black pythons, each hundreds of feet long. The colossal serpents roared, charging towards Xuner with terrifying might, causing the surrounding space to shatter under their immense pressure. A hint of seriousness flickered in Xuner's eyes, facing the full force of these two Do Saints. Her golden flames surged even more fiercely. At that moment, a message from the golden sapling reached her. It's done. Hearing this, Xuner breathed a sigh of relief, and in the next instant, thunder erupted from the heavens. The sudden turn of events compelled the two elders to glance skyward as dark bolts of lightning descended from above. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xuner unleashed the vast golden flames enveloping her, forming golden fire dragons to confront the two massive black pythons. The thunder ignited the earth's fire, instantly transforming the realm into a domain of thunder and flame. Both the black lightning and the golden fire were formidable forces, saturating the atmosphere with lethal intent. The rampant energy wreaked havoc, annihilating the two enormous pythons into countless wisps of black mist within mere moments. Witnessing their full force strike falter in just a few breaths was beyond their comprehension. The two elderly men clad in gray robes exhibited a marked change in their expressions. It was evident that, aside from this ancient clan's battle saint, there were likely other formidable forces lurking in the shadows, being so powerful that even they could not perceive their presence. Instantly, a sense of retreat began to take hold of them. The two elders exchanged a knowing glance, fully comprehending each other's intentions. Abandoning any semblance of pride befitting a powerful entity, they were engulfed in a swirling miasma, attempting to burrow directly into the earth beneath them. Suddenly, a thunderous impact reverberated, causing the very ground to tremble beneath their feet. The elderly men gazed in horror at the earth below, sensing an extraordinarily intense force that obstructed their descent into the ground. They were indeed astute enough to recognize the precariousness of their situation and sought to escape. However, having orchestrated events to such an extent, allowing their escape would render my efforts utterly futile. Xiao's figure gradually materialized, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes. As if in perfect synchrony, upon the utterance of his words, Xuner and Xiao unleashed an overwhelming torrent of battle energy. Golden flames and black lightning enveloped the realm. The dark miasma writhed in the embrace of the golden flames, yet was swiftly subdued by the black lightning. After a brief struggle, the miasma gradually succumbed to defeat. With the piercing screams of the two Soul Clan battle saints drowned beneath the thunderous roar of the tempest, their auras dissipated entirely. In the realm of chaos where lightning and fire raged, the golden flames flickered serenely in the void. The remnants of the black miasma, upon contact with the golden flames, were reduced to nothingness. The black magic lightning exuded a destructive aura as its dark tendrils vanished into the fissures of the void, leaving no trace behind. The peculiar energies of black and gold transformed this locale into a veritable dead zone. Any entity daring to intrude would provoke the ferocious wrath of the lightning and fire. Even the residual energy was sufficient to instill trepidation in those at the pinnacle of battle sovereign. Xiao surveyed the domain of thunder and fire, a nod of approval gracing his countenance, satisfied with the ambush he had executed. As a late-stage 2-star battle saint, had it not been for the concern of the two Soul Clan battle saints burrowing into the earth, eliminating them would have merely required a modicum of time. However, with adequate preparation to thwart their escape, coupled with Xuner's Golden Emperor burning sky flame, ensnaring the two Soul Clan battle saints became an assured triumph. Xiao's gaze sharpened as he focused on the realm of lightning and fire, taking a deliberate step forward into its embrace. The tempestuous energies of the realm showed no sign of agitation at his arrival. It was as if, upon his entrance, the two most tempestuous forces in existence had transformed into a gentle breeze and warm sunlight. With a wave of his hand, Xiao summoned a torrent of energy that dispersed the surrounding black miasma, unveiling two radiant energy cores that pulsed with intense light. It appeared that the brilliance of the light served as a distinguishing criterion for the strength of the energy cores in the original text. Lower-tier energy cores were described as emitting a soft glow. In regard to the energy cores at the 9-star level, they are aptly described as resplendent. However, the two energy cores before me, each the size of a fist, transcend such a description. Their brilliance is so blinding that gazing upon them feels akin to staring directly at the sun. The energy encapsulated within these two cores is vastly superior to that of the energy cores at the Dozun level, resembling the stark contrast between the radiance of a full moon and the flicker of a firefly. Xiao, with curiosity, held the two Dosheng level energy cores in his hands. In the original narrative, when Xiao first entered the heavenly tomb, his level was merely that of a 5-star Dozun. Following a series of fortuitous encounters, he barely reached the pinnacle of an 8-star Dozun, rendering him unqualified to even approach the Dosheng level energy cores. Upon returning to the heavenly tomb, Xiao had ascended to the mid-stage of a 6-star Dosheng, which diminished his need for the Dosheng energy cores within. Even should he consume all the Dosheng level energy cores, the enhancement to his capabilities would likely be insufficient to induce a qualitative transformation. Thus, the Dosheng level energy cores exist in a state of inadequacy. They are too lowly to absorb and yet too lofty to regard. Brother Xiao, is this truly an energy core of the Dosheng level? Xuner inquired, her gaze fixed in awe upon the energy core radiating solar-like brilliance from Xiao's hand. Even she had never beheld a Dosheng energy core. For the younger generation of the ancient clan seldom ventured into the third layer of the heavenly tomb, much less vanquished energy entities of the Dosheng level. Xiao tossed one of the cores to Xuner, noting the abundant energy it contained, likely nearing the quality of a 9th-grade medicinal pill. You have just broken through to a 1-star Dosheng. This is the perfect time to solidify your foundation. Refining it may yield significant improvement. All right, Xuner nodded, accepting the core without hesitation, recognizing that Xiao was not claiming both for himself. but rather that they would share equally. After some time spent outside, it was prudent to return to the ancestral tomb to report to their forebears and refine the Dosheng energy cores there. The two figures hastened toward the deepest recesses of the heavenly tomb, where the realm of thunder and fire gradually calmed under the tomb's suppression, returning to tranquility. Xiao took Xuner's hand, navigating effortlessly through the ancient stone tablet to enter the tomb of their ancestor, Xiao. Hee. You two have gathered quite a bounty on this journey, Xiao remarked, standing before the grand hall with his hands clasped behind his back. Smiling at Xiao and Xuner, I did not anticipate the presence of Soul Clan energy entities within this heavenly tomb. I had intended to intervene personally to prevent them from evading capture. Well done, given the peerless power of their ancestor. Had it not been for the constraints of the heavenly tomb, the two one-star Dosheng level Soul Clan energy entities would surely have fallen under his scrutiny. This time, it was merely a fortunate coincidence for the two of us. Xiao bowed respectfully to Xiao, eliciting hearty laughter from the elder, his expression showing a hint of delight. If any other energy entity within the heavenly tomb had uttered such words to him, Xiao would have remained unfazed. However, it is now as Xiao has expressed, and Xiao finds great satisfaction in this, not only due to Xiao's extraordinary talent, but also because he is the sole hope of the Xiao clan in the present day. After all, it is rare for a remarkably gifted descendant to hold such admiration for him, making it difficult for anyone to overlook it. This display of respect from the younger generation further reassures Xiao that his years of waiting have not been in vain. Very well. I shall not delay you any longer. This place is where the energy of the heavenly tomb is most concentrated. Feel free to cultivate here. With a wave of his hand, Xiao returned to the palace, leaving only Xiao and Xuner in the void. The two exchanged a smile, sharing no further words, and each sought a spot to begin their cultivation. Soon, two massive whirlpools of energy emerged in the void. In less than 2 hours, Xiao slowly opened his eyes, his fingers rubbing together as the energy core, now refined, crumbled into dust, flowing through his fingers. He glanced at Xuner, noting that her whirlpool of energy remained potent. Seizing this moment, he decided to complete the forging of the ancient insect emperor's garment. Withdrawing the sealed ancient devouring insect queen, he manifested black magic lightning upon his fingertips, effortlessly dissolving the seals he had placed. As the one who enacted the seal, breaking it was a trivial task for Xiao. The golden flames coalesced into a fiery cauldron, into which he cast the ancient devouring insect queen. Almost immediately, the cauldron trembled slightly, as though something terrifying within was struggling fiercely. Clearly, this insect queen was no benign entity, though it lay dormant. Should it awaken in the hands of one lacking strength, it would silently burrow into the holder's body, devouring their fighting spirit entirely. Unless a fighter at the saint level intervened, it would go unnoticed. The imminent forging of the ancient insect emperor's garment had roused the insect queen from its slumber. However, given its semi-saint level of power, it could hardly stir any significant turmoil. Xiao's spiritual energy surged into the golden cauldron, causing the primordial imperial flame within to swell in might once more. The cauldron gradually calmed, and Xiao procured various materials to commence the refining process. Chapter 519, Resonance of the Spirit, a Moment of Spring Night. In the void, the golden cauldron slowly dissipated, leaving a dark object imbued with a faint warmth resting in the palm of Xiao's hand. The ancient insect emperor's garment, imbued with a subtle warmth from its refinement, felt as smooth and delicate as silk against his touch. To the unknowing observer, it would be unfathomable that such a silken garment was crafted from the ancient devouring insect queen. Casting a glance at Xuner, Xiao noticed that the energy core she held, now riddled with cracks, indicated that its energy had been thoroughly absorbed and refined. Such a rate of refinement is indeed considered normal, as the energy core at the Do Saint level harbors an immense amount of energy. According to Xiao's estimations, the energy contained within exceeds that of the 9-colored Dan Lei 8th grade elixir, being merely a step away from the 9th grade elixir. Given Xuner's prowess, such a refinement speed is relatively standard. Xiao's ability to refine the Do Saint level energy core within the span of merely 2 hours is primarily attributed to his exceptionally rapid refinement speed, surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. Before long, the colossal energy vortex gradually dissipated, and Xuner scattered the crystalline powder from her hands, meeting Xiao's gaze with a radiant smile. Rising to stand before him, she sensed the lingering warmth and fixed her eyes upon Xiao's hands. Is this the renowned ancient insect emperor's garment from ancient times? It appears quite extraordinary. Xuner reached out to caress the ancient insect emperor's garment, feeling its silky and delicate texture, which made it difficult for her to associate it with the ancient devouring insect queen. Xiao casually placed the ancient insect emperor's garment into Xuner's hands. Brother Xiao, what is this? Xuner inquired. Xuner, you should wear this ancient insect emperor's garment. No, this is something you obtained, Brother Xiao, and its effects are quite remarkable. Being within the ancient clan, I am unlikely to encounter any danger. It is better suited for you, Brother Xiao. Xuner quickly shook her head in refusal, believing that the ancient insect emperor's garment was more essential for Xiao. This ancient insect emperor's garment was crafted by a half-saint level insect queen. It can only withstand attacks at the half-saint level, which renders it of limited use to me. Xiao expressed his helplessness, stating that if the garment's level were to rise, he would certainly not mind accepting it. After all, aside from its protective capabilities, the transformative abilities of the ancient insect emperor's garment are quite intriguing, allowing it to change its style at the owner's whim. The ability to resist half-saint level attacks, for me, is akin to donning a thin veil over steel. Its utility is minimal, merely better than nothing. Upon hearing this, Xuner recalled Xiao's formidable physique, and indeed, for others, the sought-after ancient insect emperor's garment might be a treasure, but for Brother Xiao, it seems somewhat superfluous. Then I shall express my gratitude to Brother Xiao, Xuner said with a charming smile, her delicate hands cradling the dark object. Yet her fair face revealed a hint of confusion. Noticing her perplexity, Xiao chuckled. You simply need to drop a drop of blood upon the ancient insect emperor's garment, and it can be absorbed into your body. This item can be stored within your body and can manifest as regular clothing on the surface, allowing you to remain vigilant against any covert attacks. It will, however, continually consume do qi, but compared to the protection it offers, the consumption is negligible. As Xiao elucidated, Xuner pressed a drop of fresh blood from her delicate finger onto the dark object. Subsequently, the dark object began to dissolve slowly into her palm like liquid. As Xuner's heart stirred gently, a delicate light blue gown materialized around her. Her charming face revealed a touch of surprise as she reached out to caress the fabric. Though it appeared to be an ordinary garment, its resilience was extraordinary, capable of withstanding attacks at the half-saint level. Although it consumed fighting energy, Xuner's own cultivation technique was of the heavenly tier, rendering such consumption negligible. Overjoyed, she twirled around, inviting Xiao to admire her splendid new attire. Brother Xiao, do I look beautiful? She asked, her hands clasped behind her back, reminiscent of the days when she had tested her fighting spirit beneath the shade of trees, playfully leaning forward to greet him. Seeing Xuner in such a playful and adorable demeanor momentarily lost Xiao in nostalgia, transporting him back to the days in Wutan City with the Xiao clan. Unable to resist, he enveloped her slender form in his embrace. Beautiful, he exclaimed, holding Xuner close, her delicate body seeming almost weightless against his chest, stirring a ripple of emotions within his usually tranquil heart. Although Xiao possessed a formidable resistance to desire due to a special reward that amplified his abilities, this influence was not immutable. It depended on whether he wished to repel his desires. He could face myriad temptations while steadfastly adhering to his principles. Like a monk in deep meditation, immovable. Yet, he could also willingly embrace his desires, allowing them to sprout within him without resistance. As he relinquished the notion of resistance, the desires within him surged forth like wild grass, causing his breath to quicken. Xuner, resting against his chest, noticed the rapid rhythm of his heartbeat and felt a flicker of curiosity. Soon after, she heard Xiao's slightly hoarse voice. Xuner, you are now truly a dosheng. Upon hearing Xiao mention her attainment of the dosheng status, she paused in surprise, recalling his previous words and her father's expectations of him. Before she could genuinely reach the first star of dosheng, she was to maintain her purity. Now that Xiao had brought it up, her previously calm face flushed crimson, igniting with warmth. Despite her flushed cheeks, Xuner exhibited no resistance, remaining nestled in Xiao's embrace, embodying a sense of surrender. Their heartbeats gradually quickened, synchronizing as if they were merging into a singular rhythm. As their hearts beat closer together, Xiao leaned down, drawing nearer to Xuner's enchanting face. Feeling the weight of his breath, Xuner's eyelids fluttered, and she slowly closed her eyes. The distance between them vanished. Xiao felt the warmth of Xuner's soft lips, and he could no longer contain his breath. Countless golden roots of the primordial tree emerged around Xiao, sealing off the space entirely, rendering them impervious to any external perception. Within the temple, Xiao Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. He had no intention of prying into the affairs of the younger generation. However, he was suddenly unable to sense Xiao's presence. To his surprise, this young lad possessed such capabilities. Indeed, his previous assessment had not been erroneous. What lay before me was merely the tip of the iceberg. Xiao Xian stepped outside the temple, gazing at the golden sphere formed by entwined tree roots. Recognizing the roots and Xiao Zhe's power emanated from the same source, he ceased his concern. Within the primordial tree roots, a resonance of the spirit occurred. Such a fleeting moment was worth a fortune. After a short while, a bashful voice of Xuner echoed from within the roots, transforming the ancient insect emperor's attire into such modest garments. Brother Xiao Zhe. Chapter 520. The 9th rank mysterious pill as a gift. In the tomb of Xiao Xian, amidst the void, the space enveloped by the primordial tree roots appeared to isolate itself from the world, rendering any existence incapable of perceiving what transpired within. Inside the primordial tree roots, it seemed as though Xiao Zhe had recreated a small world. Without his permission, no one else could penetrate that realm. Gradually, the primordial tree roots receded, revealing the two figures, seemingly unchanged from before. Xuner still donned a pale blue gown, her 3,000 strands of hair cascading down, and her skin, appearing as delicate as porcelain, radiated a charming brilliance. Xiao Zhe stretched lazily, maintaining the same attire as before. If not for the significant passage of time, one might think that nothing had transpired between them. Xuner cast a somewhat guilty glance around, her eyes landing on the temple above. Upon noticing Xiao Xian's absence, she breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Xiao Zhe, were we too impulsive, intruding upon the tomb of Senior Xiao Xian? Xuner hesitated, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she shot Xiao Zhe a playful glare. Strictly speaking, the realm isolated by the primordial tree roots, a world unto itself, should not disturb their ancestors. Xiao Zhe voiced his uncertainty. If we were to be held accountable, the golden sphere crafted from the primordial tree roots remains within Xiao Xian's tomb. I cannot entirely absolve myself. Reflecting on it now, he indeed felt somewhat reckless. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Xiao Zhe's face, and he communicated with Xuner through the golden little tree. If that is the case, let us first venture to the 3rd level for some trials, then return. If the ancestor has not mentioned this matter, we shall act as though nothing occurred and turn the page on this chapter. Xuner hesitated briefly, then nodded. The absence of Senior Xiao Xian should also be to avoid awkwardness between them. She initiated a passageway, departing the tomb. Xiao Zhe bowed respectfully towards the temple as an apology before leaving. As the void settled back into tranquility, Xiao Xian's figure gradually materialized, chuckling softly. This lad, why does he treat me as an outsider? I would rather the descendants of the Xiao clan thrive, especially yours, young one. The more, the merrier. Although the peculiar golden orb isolated Xiao Xian's perception, leaving him unaware of the interactions between Xiao Zhe and Xuner, it was evident that their relationship had grown increasingly harmonious since their appearance. In a fleeting moment, the subtle changes exhibited by the pair confirmed Xiao Xian's suspicions. Xiao Zhe and Xuner had taken the final step in their bond. Reflecting on Xuner's identity, a smile crept across Xiao Xian's face. Gu Yuan, who would have thought that our connection could deepen in such a manner? Recalling his close friend, Xiao Xian realized that he had suddenly become a generation older than Gu Yuan, prompting a bemused shake of his head. It was best to maintain some distance for now. When they met again, the awkwardness would be lessened. Xiao Xian was no fool. He understood the temporary avoidance signaled by Xiao Zhe and Xuner. In the end, Xiao Zhe bowed in the direction of the hall, clearly aware of Xiao Xian's attention upon them. Xiao Xian wholeheartedly agreed with Xiao Zhe's assessment. That golden orb was indeed extraordinary. Though this place was his burial ground, the orb contained a world of its own. It was as if they had retreated into Xiao Zhe's little realm. Could he really cross boundaries to hold them accountable? Meanwhile, waiting 1,000 feet away at the stone tablet, Xuner beamed upon seeing Xiao Zhe emerge. What was the need to go so far? With a single step, Xiao Zhe stood beside her. Xuner naturally entwined her arm with his, saying, now that we are akin to a married couple, I can't help but feel a bit reserved in the presence of Senior Xiao Xian, worried that he might hold some reservations against me. Fear not, Xiao Zhe reassured her. Our esteemed ancestor is magnanimous and should not harbor any grievances towards us. He gently caressed Xuner's silken hair. Once we leave the heavenly tomb, I shall formally propose to the Gu clan. Whatever demands or trials the clan leader presents, I will endeavor to fulfill them. Brother Xiao Zhe, Xuner nestled closer to him. Your support is more than enough. Given the tumultuous times and the exposure of Xiao Zhe's identity as a member of the Xiao clan, it was inevitable that they might face scrutiny from the Soul clan. If it becomes too perilous, we can always postpone our marriage. Hearing Xuner's tender words, Xiao Zhe could not resist pulling her closer. Thank you, Xuner. The revelation of my Xiao clan identity will indeed invite challenges, perhaps even obstacles. Yet I promise you that I will orchestrate the most splendid wedding. As they whispered softly, their bond deepened further, becoming inseparable, yearning to remain together at all times. By the way, my spiritual realm has now reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, sufficient for refining a 9th-grade profound pill. Once we leave the heavenly tomb, I cannot merely speak of my proposal to the clan leader. Instead, while still within the tomb, I should refine a 9th grade profound pill as a token of my intent. Upon hearing about the 9th grade profound pill, Xuner was momentarily taken aback before hastily declining. The 9th grade profound pill is indeed a rarity even among ancient clans. And not even the esteemed elders of the 3 immortals of the ancient clans are deemed worthy of partaking in its benefits. Since the golden age of alchemists in ancient times, no 9th-grade golden pills have emerged. The 9th-grade profound pill stands as the pinnacle of medicinal concoctions in the present Duki continent. Such a drug is beyond the reach of even the ancient clans, which have a lineage as profound as that of the Dou emperors. This highlights the rarity of the 9th-grade profound pill. Brother Xiao, the 9th-grade profound pill is exceedingly precious and would greatly benefit you. Rather than offering it as a betrothal gift to the ancient clan, it would be far more advantageous for you to consume and refine it yourself, thus enhancing your strength. Upon hearing Xuner's words, Xiao could not help but smile. To have someone who considers his well-being so deeply is a true blessing. Haha, worry not. As a betrothal gift, the clan leader Gu Yuan would certainly not allow it to be consumed by other members of the ancient clan, and it would ultimately be for you, Xuner, to refine. For me, whether I refine the 9th-grade profound pill myself or you do it, the difference is negligible. Furthermore, the significance of the 9th-grade profound pill would bolster our standing in the eyes of the ancient clan and lend credibility to our relationship, alleviating some of the pressure you bear. At his words, Xuner beamed with a sweet smile, tightening her grip on Xiao's arm as if to merge it with her embrace. Since you have considered everything so thoroughly, let it be your decision. Brother Xiao estimated his success rate for refining the 9th-grade profound pill to be around 50%. Though the odds are balanced, this is still a remarkably high probability. After all, being able to refine the 9th-grade profound pill, especially in an era where golden pill masters have become extinct, places him at the apex of the alchemical realm on the Duki continent. Chapter 521. Xiao Xian's Considerations. After reaching an agreement with Xuner, Xiao began to recall the 9th-grade formulas he had mastered. As an extraordinary treasure rivaling the celestial-level combat techniques, the 9th-grade formulas are scarce, and even Xiao possesses only a limited number. While there are a few formulas at the 9th-grade level, those for the 9th-grade profound pill are exceedingly few, nearly non-existent. One such formula is the highly versatile Thunder Calamity pill obtained from the Alchemy Tower, which varies in quality based on the strength of the thunder. The pinnacle performance of the Thunder Calamity pill in its original text was achieved using the 9 profound golden thunder as the primary material to create the 9th-grade profound pill. This particular 9th-grade profound pill enabled Xiao Yan to traverse the immense chasm between the mid and late stages of Dousheng. He ascended from a 6-star Dousheng to a 7-star Dousheng, coupled with a divine soul, thus gaining the capability to engage in battles among peak powerhouses. However, Xiao is yet to come into contact with the 9 profound golden thunder. Even if he were to refine all the black demon thunder he has collected into Thunder Calamity pills, it would be challenging to reach the level of the 9th-grade profound pill. The qualitative gap between the black demon thunder and the 9 profound golden thunder is substantial, making it difficult to bridge through sheer quantity. Subsequently, Xiao acquired another 9th-grade profound pill formula from the Alchemy Tower. The Dan Tower unequivocally possesses the alchemical formula for the 9th-grade mysterious elixir, particularly as the current patriarch of the Dan Tower is a variant of the 9th-grade mysterious elixir. After ascending to the position of president of the Dan Tower, Xiao is now qualified to access this particular formula, which he intends to utilize for concocting the 9th-grade mysterious elixir. In the original narrative, despite Yaohan's esteemed reputation as the foremost alchemist in Zhongzhou, he could only acquire 2 volumes of formulas pertaining to the 9th-grade precious elixirs. The formulas for the 9th-grade mysterious elixirs are exceedingly rare, attainable only by someone of Xiao's elevated status, significantly surpassing that of Yaohan. Although Yaohan once held the title of the top alchemist, he was ultimately merely a medicine venerable, falling short of the rank of medicine saint. In contrast, Xiao is an authentic medicine saint, and with his leadership of the Dan Tower, the resources at his disposal are overwhelmingly formidable, far beyond what a mere first-rate alchemist like Yaohan could command. Consequently, Xiao not only possesses the formula for the 9th-grade mysterious elixir, but has also meticulously gathered the thousands of heavenly materials required, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to commence the refining process. Presently, within the confines of the celestial tomb, he finds himself with both the time and necessity to undertake this endeavor. Fortunately, there remains ample time before departing the celestial tomb, over a year, sufficient for him to attempt the refinement twice. The crafting of the 9th-grade mysterious elixir necessitates an extraordinary location, ideally in proximity to the tomb of Xiao Xian, for which he will need to consult the ancestors. Due to prior circumstances, Xiao must first address the energy disturbances emanating from those at the Do Saint level, with plans to return to the tomb afterwards. Boom. Sensing the terrifying fluctuations from afar, an elderly man clad in a blue robe, hidden beneath the earth, could not help but shake his head. He felt immensely fortunate for having previously sensed the impending danger and consequently burrowed underground to escape. Unbeknownst to him, in addition to the Do Saint powerhouse wielding the Golden Emperor's fiery destruction, there existed another Do Saint, seemingly a descendant of the esteemed Xiao, whose power was even more formidable, having already instigated several battles on the third level of the Celestial Tomb. The earlier display of thunder and fire was still vividly etched in his memory. The two Do Saints of comparable strength to him had not endured long within that realm of thunder and fire, ultimately meeting their demise. Although there were Do Saint energy entities within the Celestial Tomb capable of suppressing them, who would dare to act against one bearing the lineage of Xiao? These two Do Saints were not only formidable, but also aware of the peril that came with provoking such a terrifying force. If they were to truly incite the wrath of this harbinger of doom, there would be no escape, as even the spirit of the Celestial Tomb regarded this powerhouse with trepidation. The extent of his capabilities could very well surpass the collective might of all the Do Saint energy entities within the tomb. Shortly thereafter, Xiao returned to Xiao's tomb with Xuner. The heightened perceptive abilities of the Do Saint level powerhouses were remarkably acute, especially in the wake of the demise of the two first-star Do Saint soul race entities, causing the remaining Do Saint energy beings to apprehensively retreat. During this period, Xiao has gained very little, and the few battles he has experienced cannot truly be deemed as such. Those energy entities at the Dosheng level would rather endure several attacks than confront Xiao and his companions, opting instead to burrow into the earth. Left with no alternative, Xiao took Xuner and returned to the tomb of Xiao. Upon arriving before the ancient stone tablet, Xuner hesitated, nervously clutching Xiao's hand. "Fear not, I am here," Xiao reassured her with a smile, allowing her to gradually relax. Placing his palm upon the stone tablet, a radiant light enveloped the two, and in an instant, they found themselves within the tomb. "Ah, not much to show for your efforts, I see," remarked Xiao, observing the pair returning almost empty-handed. Those Dosheng-level energy entities possess high intelligence. Their survival in the third layer hinges on their ability to seek advantage and avoid danger. Noting that Xiao did not mention previous matters, both Xiao and Xuner exhaled with relief. Indeed, once those Dosheng entities concealed their presence and burrowed beneath the surface of the heavenly tomb, even the sole power of the pinnacle realm could not perceive them. Xiao expressed his own sense of helplessness. "Do you require my assistance? Although the heavenly tomb exerts a strong suppression upon me, dealing with a few Dosheng would be well within my capabilities. I would not trouble my ancestor," Xiao replied with a courteous bow. "I intend to refine a 9th grade Xiandan, and the gains from this period should suffice for Xuner's cultivation." Xiao raised an eyebrow. Even in his era, a Xiandan master was among the most elite of alchemists. If Xiao could indeed concoct a 9th grade Xiandan, it would signify that he had reached the pinnacle of alchemy in this age. Sensing Xiao's soul realm, he hesitated momentarily, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Despite Xiao currently attaining the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, Xiao observed that his soul power had not stagnated. Rather, it was in a phase of rapid advancement. Matters concerning the soul should not be taken lightly. Any opportunity to avoid stunting growth must be seized. When Xiao's soul realm eventually encounters a bottleneck, it may be wiser to utilize the soul essence of the heavenly tomb to assist him in taking that final step. After all, considering the relationship between Xiao and Xuner, requesting Gu Yuan to allow another entry into the heavenly tomb should not pose a significant challenge. Unbeknownst to Xiao, myriad thoughts flickered through Xiao's mind in a brief moment. He bowed respectfully and inquired, "Ancestor, I wish to refine the 9th grade Xiandan here. I wonder if it would disturb you?" "Not at all. I too am eager to witness the birth of a 9th grade Xiandan." Chapter 522, 1,000 Miles of Desolation. Near the tomb of Xiao, a massive golden fire cauldron floated in the void, exuding a grand and majestic aura. Xiao stood before the fire cauldron, contemplating the extraordinary power of the black demon thunder that would be summoned upon the successful refinement of the 9th rank mysterious pill. It was unwise to conduct the refining within the ancestral tomb of Xiao. Thus, he opted for a location nearby. Xuner and the projection of Xiao stood a short distance away, vigilant against unforeseen occurrences. As Xiao deftly poured a myriad of precious materials into the cauldron, Xiao nodded in approval. At his level of cultivation, Xiao had long possessed the qualification to perceive the nuances of various techniques. Additionally, having forcibly subdued 3 distinct flames in his past, he had dabbled in alchemy. He He was naturally aware that what Xiao Zhe exhibited, though seemingly ordinary, was a fluidity and grace that most alchemists could scarcely achieve. Even seasoned alchemists, despite enduring countless practices, could not attain such seamless execution. Any imitation would merely capture the form without the essence. To reach such a level required an intimate familiarity with the myriad characteristics of the materials and an effortless command of alchemical techniques. Based on Xiao Xian's extensive travels across the majority of the Duqi continent, he estimated that those alchemists capable of achieving the fluidity demonstrated by Xiao Zhe could be counted on one hand. Xiao Zhe maintained a tranquil demeanor. Although the success rate for refining the 9th rank mysterious pill was a mere 50%, he was neither despondent nor elated, remaining remarkably composed. With the influence of his soul power, a vibrant dragon-patterned jade grass soared into the golden fire cauldron, where the primordial emperor flame immediately enveloped it. The terrifying temperature swiftly incinerated all impurities of the dragon-patterned jade grass into nothingness, leaving behind a thumb-sized essence of medicinal liquid. Given Xiao Zhe's current mastery over fire control, it was unlikely that anyone across the Duqi continent could rival him, let alone surpass him. Coupled with the formidable heat of the primordial emperor flame, the speed of extracting precious materials was astonishing. Within just a few days, he had completed the refinement of over 1,000 rare materials. Observing the various medicinal liquids and powders floating within the golden fire cauldron, Xiao Zhe took a deep breath and began the meticulous process of condensation. However, unlike other pills, the refinement of the 9th rank mysterious pill involved an additional step. It required the convergence of the power of heaven and earth to forge the mysterious pill. From this stage onward, the gathering of celestial energy was imperative to the creation of the 9th rank mysterious pill. Xiao Zhe's hand gesture shifted, and his soul power surged forth, summoning the energies of the surrounding 10,000 miles to converge upon the golden fire cauldron. The cauldron erupted with a terrifying force akin to a black hole, voraciously consuming the immense celestial energy. The sudden influx of energy resulted in a colossal energy storm above the cauldron, reaching thousands of feet in height, continuously infusing the golden fire cauldron with celestial energy. Was this truly the process of refining the 9th rank mysterious pill? The requirement to condense the power of heaven and earth was astonishing. Xuner slightly narrowed her beautiful eyes, momentarily alleviating the discomfort brought about by the energy storm's gusts. The process of refining the 9th grade Xiandan is exceedingly arduous, with the most crucial step being the condensation of the power of heaven and earth. Xiao Xian's projection remained unaffected, his gaze intensely fixed upon Xiao Zhe at the heart of the energy storm. The required power of heaven and earth is formidable. In regions where such energy is scarce, even gathering the energy from a radius of 10,000 miles may fail to meet the demands for the 9th grade Xiandan. It is precisely due to these stringent conditions that the 9th grade Xiandan is so rare, enough to entice even the mighty Do saints. Upon hearing this, Xuner nodded slightly, her tone still tinged with astonishment. No wonder the ancient texts described the 9th grade Xiandan in such fantastical terms, leaving one incredulous. When the Xiandan emerges, the land is rendered barren for 1,000 miles, at the rate of devouring the energy of heaven and earth. The actual refining of the 9th grade Xiandan would likely deplete the energy in a radius of 1,000 miles to an extreme scarcity. If Xuner and Xiao Xian were astonished, the other energy entities within the 3rd layer of the heavenly tomb were thrown into a state of panic, fearing that Xiao Xian was forcefully breaking through the limitations of the tomb and preparing for another great purge. Such a tremendous commotion mobilized the energy of heaven and earth within a 10,000-mile radius, alarming the energy entities and compelling them to gaze deeper into the tomb. Some Do saint-level energy entities, upon witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, furrowed their brows in contemplation, eventually recalling related records from ancient memories. Is this the refining phenomenon of the 9th grade Xiandan? I have not heard that this calamity star is also a pharmacist. No, it must be those 2 foreign Do saints who have recently stirred up a storm. One of those fellows is actually a 9th grade pharmacist. Could it be that he is the Do saint who wields the Golden Emperor's flame? Numerous energy entities, from their respective domains, gaze towards the depths of the 3rd layer of the heavenly tomb. Those who recognized the refining phenomenon of the 9th grade Xiandan felt a spark of interest in the pharmacist responsible for its creation. After all, such high-level pharmacists are exceedingly rare, often taking centuries to emerge. However, they also harbored apprehension towards Xiao Xian, refraining from venturing deeper into the 3rd layer. Meanwhile, the less knowledgeable energy entities stared uneasily at the phenomenon in the depths, as the extraordinary sight exceeded their understanding, shrouding them in uncertainty. The unknown often harbors danger, which heightened their unease. A single act of alchemy tugged at the hearts of many energy entities within the 3rd layer of the heavenly tomb. Yet, Xiao paid no heed to them, utilizing the soul power from the perfected realm of heavenly insight to continuously draw in the energy of heaven and earth from a 10,000-mile radius, transforming this energy into the foundation for crafting the 9th grade Xiandan. Xiao's endeavor to refine the 9th grade Xiandan and condense the energy of heaven and earth proceeded quite smoothly. After all, unlike the original narrative, he was not in competition with 3 other Xiandan masters for the energy of heaven and earth. This relentless consumption of heavenly energy persisted for several days, resulting in a significant depletion of the energy within the depths of the heavenly tomb. Fortunately, the energy of heaven and earth within the depths of this tomb is exceedingly abundant. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to meet the energy requirements for the 9th grade Xiandan. Absorbing such formidable energies, the golden flames seemed to be gestating some monstrous entity, quivering ever so slightly. Within Xiao's soulful perception, a glimmer slowly emerged from the medicinal liquid within the golden cauldron. The moment that light manifested within the elixir, the sky transformed dramatically, with storm clouds swirling ominously. Originally, due to Xiao's absorption of the earthly energies, this misty realm had regained clarity. Now, however, the rapidly forming storm clouds enveloped the surroundings, darkening the skies to the point where one could barely see a hand in front of them. The destructive power brewing above the thunderclouds felt akin to the onset of an apocalyptic event. Xiao lifted his gaze slightly. He had never encountered such terrifying storm clouds before. Was this the thundercloud of the 9th grade Xiandan? How fearsome it was. Chapter 523. The rain of pills falls. The Xiandan emerges. Xiao extended his hand to grasp, gathering the energies of heaven and earth within a radius of several dozen zhang, forming a slender thread of thin energy. Indeed, the 9th grade Xiandan lived up to its illustrious reputation. Wherever the Xiandan was born, the land lay desolate for miles. Had it not been for the profound desolation at the tomb's depths, devoid of any medicinal herbs, otherwise, under such a terrifying capacity for absorption, the energies within those herbs would surely have been entirely consumed. Xuner nodded in agreement, acknowledging the overwhelming capacity for absorption that even impacted her slightly. Were one merely an ordinary cultivator, their internal fighting spirit would likely be drawn forth, ultimately merging into the 9th grade Xiandan. As the two reflected on this, the energy storm subsided, replaced by an instant blanket of dark clouds in the sky. Within that pitch-black expanse, lightning flickered, emanating an unparalleled destructive force. It seemed as though this realm would not allow such a fearsome pill to emerge, necessitating the invocation of destruction to obliterate it. Sensing the terrifying energy contained within the golden cauldron, a slight smile graced Xiao's lips. With a wave of his sleeve, the lid of the golden cauldron was effortlessly lifted. Instantly, an incredibly rich aroma of medicinal essence wafted from the massive cauldron. As the fragrance spread, the lightning above flickered ever more intensely, as if it were poised to unleash its fury at any moment. As time progressed, the intensely rich aroma coalesced into glimmering orbs of various lusters. Countless beads cascaded from the heavens, resembling a magnificent rain of pills. Witnessing this miraculous spectacle, Xuner could not help but extend her hand to catch the falling orbs. Such pure energy. While it was not a pill, this level of purity would undoubtedly offer immense benefits to any cultivator who consumed it. Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Even he had never witnessed such a grand and mystical scene. The rain of pills fell, and the Xiandan emerged. In the art of alchemy, reaching this level was indeed the pinnacle of mastery. The crafting of a 9th grade Xiandan summoned frequent manifestations of heavenly wonders. Xiao remarked with a hint of astonishment. The 9th grade Xiandan possesses such formidable grandeur. One cannot help but wonder what extraordinary phenomena the legendary 9th grade golden elixir, which has not graced the world for millennia, would manifest. Before the golden fire cauldron, Xiao grasped a pill radiating a soft azure glow. Although this was a mere condensation of medicinal fragrance rather than a true elixir, the energy it harbored was remarkably abundant. In fact, even some ordinary elixirs, when compared to the energy encapsulated within this singular pill, paled in significance. With a subtle pressure from his fingers, Xiao crushed the pill, absorbing its pure energy. However, for me in my current state, it holds little value. As Xiao's words lingered in the air, thunder rumbled ominously above. The heavy clouds seemed to press down upon the heavens, imparting an oppressive sensation. Within the dense, dark clouds, tendrils of black lightning, akin to colossal dragons, wove through the layers of vapor. Such fierce and overwhelming celestial might caused even the energy entities, accustomed to violence, to tremble. This was a fear that emanated from the depths of their souls. This celestial power nearly epitomized the most terrifying forces of nature. All beings instinctively felt an innate dread in the face of such overwhelming authority. as the multitude of energy entities quaked in fear. The golden fire cauldron before Xiao Zhe suddenly shuddered, and a resplendent beam of golden light surged skyward. Within this luminous column, one could vaguely discern a glowing orb resembling an egg. The brilliant radiance shot into the heavens, piercing through the oppressive clouds, instantly stirring the winds and clouds into a tempest. The thunderclouds roiled violently, and the black lightning unleashed a furious roar. The dense bolts of dark lightning surged toward the golden beam, striking fiercely at the orb within, as if they were relentless in their mission to obliterate it. Under such earth-shattering bombardments, it felt as though even the celestial tomb itself began to quiver. All energy entities within the tomb sensed the terrifying might of nature. Under the pressure of this destructive force, whether from the third layer or the preceding two layers, the energy entities prostrated themselves in abject fear. Lacking sentience, they could only obey the instinctual commands from their very souls, revealing a posture of submission in the face of nature's most fearsome power. Other ancient races that had entered the celestial tomb also gazed in astonishment at the tumult of the third layer of the tomb. They were bewildered by the events unfolding, which had provoked such tremendous upheaval. Observing the seemingly world-destroying black lightning, Xiao Zhe furrowed his brow slightly. The might of these dark demonic thunders was indeed a formidable challenge for him. Alas, Xiao Zhe found himself unable to intervene at present. The ninth grade Xiandan, being excessively powerful, had coalesced from the energies of heaven and earth, and upon its emergence, it heralded desolation for miles around. In such circumstances, once the ninth grade mysterious Dan is birthed, it possesses an exceptionally high level of spiritual intelligence. Thus the trials it must face are exceedingly arduous. Unlike other elixirs, which can rely on the assistance of others to navigate through the tribulations of thunder, the ninth grade Mysterious Dan must endure the thunderstorm alone to emerge and attain the esteemed title of Mysterious Dan. At this tier of elixirs, achieving perfection necessitates harnessing the primal forces of thunder that emanate from the heavens and the earth. Only the power encapsulated within the thunder can render it truly flawless. Under the anxious gaze of Xiao Zhe, the orb resembling an embryonic sac did not shatter under the onslaught of the black magic thunder. Rather, its radiance intensified, sparkling with brilliance. The thunder's assault persisted for over 10 minutes before showing signs of abating. Yet the orb grew ever more resplendent, enveloped by tendrils of pitch-black lightning. With a crack, a sound of shattering resonated, echoing in the hearts of those present, overpowering the thunderous roars. Xiao Zhe held his breath, his focus unwavering upon the embryonic sac. As anticipated, a minuscule crack began to unfurl upon its surface, gradually spreading until it covered the entire orb. At that moment, the sky coalesced into one final bolt of black magic thunder, striking fiercely upon the sac. The orb trembled violently, and then shattered completely. In that instant of destruction, an overwhelming fragrance of medicinal essence surged forth, swirling and coalescing into various celestial materials and earthly treasures that blanketed the sky. To the observer, it appeared as if countless divine treasures were cascading from the heavens, a sight most extraordinary. Amidst the phenomena of the medicinal materials, a streak of light darted away like lightning into the distance. Xiao Zhe's lips curled into a subtle smile as he clasped his hands towards Xiao Xian, requesting assistance. "I humbly beseech my ancestor for aid," he implored. This level of Mysterious Dan was not beyond Xiao Zhe's capabilities, yet managing it proved quite troublesome. "Indeed, I have witnessed a grand alchemical spectacle," Xiao Xian replied, and as the words left his mouth, the retreating streak of light abruptly halted, as if intercepted by some unseen force, unable to move. Chapter 524, At the Moment of Farewell. Deep within the abyss of the heavenly tomb, Xiao Xian gestured with his hand. The streak of light that had fled to the horizon swiftly returned before him, regardless of the tumultuous energy within that light. It could not escape Xiao Xian's grasp. Perhaps after numerous attempts to break free and failing, the streak ceased its struggles, transforming into a delicate girl with exquisitely sculpted features, gazing at Xiao Xian with a pitiable expression. Yet, Xiao Xian disregarded her gaze entirely, turning his attention to the descending Xiao Zhe. "Will you seal it?" he inquired. Xiao Zhe nodded slightly, looking at the exquisitely carved girl, his fingertip lightly touching her. The illusion of the girl quietly dissipated, reverting to a crystalline Mysterious Dan that radiated boundless energy. The spiritual intelligence of the ninth grade Mysterious Dan was exceedingly high. If left unsealed, it might escape at any moment if not carefully monitored. Golden flames danced, transforming into an array of profound and arcane runes. These minute runes, delicate as dust, coalesced in Xiao Zhe's hands into a vast net, gradually enveloping the mysterious pill. Perhaps sensing the inevitability of capture beneath this net, the pill erupted once more with astonishing energy, yet all struggles seemed futile under Xiao Xian's suppression. Ultimately, the pale golden rune net enveloped the pill, with the runes intertwining to form an indomitable seal. Upon witnessing the completion of the seal, Xiao Xian withdrew his suppression of the pill. Xiao Zhe beckoned to the pill, retrieving a high-quality potion vial, and placed the perfectly sealed pill within it before applying an additional powerful seal atop the vial. With a sigh of relief, he felt a sense of accomplishment. The successful refinement was largely due to the abundant energy found deep within the celestial tomb. Holding the 9th-grade mysterious pill in his hand, Xiao Zhe exhaled deeply and bowed to Xiao Xian, expressing his gratitude for the ancestral assistance. There is no need for such formalities. On the contrary, I am fortunate to witness the refinement process of the mysterious pill even after becoming a remnant soul, Xiao Xian remarked with a hint of nostalgia. In my youth, I once stumbled upon a legendary 9th-grade mysterious pill in an ancient ruin, which significantly enhanced my cultivation. Who would have imagined that this pill, for which I once fought so fiercely, would now be refined by you? He added, visibly moved. At this moment, Xuner approached Xiao Zhe, though she refrained from overly intimate gestures in the presence of her elder. Instead, she slightly nodded to Xiao Zhe. Congratulations, brother Xiao Zhe, on successfully refining the 9th-grade mysterious pill. Her curious gaze fell upon the potion vial in Xiao Zhe's hand, sensing the terrifying energy contained within. Even through the 2 layers of powerful seals, Xiao Zhe placed the vial gently into Xuner's hands, and she was momentarily taken aback. Brother Xiao Zhe, please keep it safe, he urged. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Xuner's lips, her tone tinged with happiness, yet she shook her head in refusal. It is better if you keep it, brother Xiao Zhe. I wish for you to hand it to me in front of the ancient clan members. She took Xiao Zhe's hand and gently placed it back in his palm. Very well, Xiao Zhe acquiesced. Observing their exchange, Xiao Xian chuckled lightly. You two truly act as though I am invisible. Very well, I shall not linger here. Without waiting for a response from Xiao Zhe and Xuner, he vanished from sight. As Xiao Xian's teasing words echoed in her ears, a blush crept onto Xuner's face. However, once the elder had departed, she promptly moved closer to Xiao Zhe, wrapping her arm around his. Xuner understood that once they left the celestial tomb, many distractions might arise to challenge their bond. Thus, she cherishes the moments spent with Xiao Zhe in the celestial tomb immensely. Xiao Zhe gently pinched Xuner's delicate nose. Having completed the refinement of the 9th-grade profound elixir, the next step is to diligently cultivate within the celestial dome, awaiting the moment of departure. Before leaving the celestial tomb, Xiao Zhe and Xuner devoted themselves to rigorous training in the 3rd layer of the tomb, occasionally hunting energy entities to expedite their cultivation. Simultaneously, Xiao Zhe frequently visited Xiao Xian's mausoleum to absorb his teachings. As the patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiao Xian possessed an abundance of martial techniques and skills. Given Xiao Zhe's current prowess, he had long since outgrown basic techniques, yet martial skills remained invaluable. He often sought Xiao Xian's wisdom regarding the ancient mysteries, enriching his understanding of the continent of fighting spirit, particularly concerning entities he might encounter in the future, such as the Bodhi ancient tree or the endless river in the boundless void. Currently, Xiao Zhe's root of the source tree retained a droplet of water from that endless river. What instilled trepidation in him was the realization that even at the level of a fighting saint, facing the endless river seemed to offer no promise of victory. In Xiao Zhe's mind, he equated the endless river with the 9 Xian golden thunder in the void thunder pool, though he remained uncertain about the distance to the Bodhi ancient tree. From Xiao Xian, Xiao Zhe gained further insight into the Bodhi ancient tree. Yet even Xiao Xian possessed scant knowledge about the endless river, deepening Xiao Zhe's apprehension. After all, the Xiao clan has a long-standing heritage that has documented various phenomena on the continent of fighting spirit. Even in the boundless void, some intelligence exists. But the endless river remains an exception. With a dearth of information regarding the endless river, Xiao Zhe resolved to maintain a respectful distance. After all, the true strength of such a mysterious existence dwelling in the endless void remains an enigma. Of course, during this time, Xiao Zhe and Xuner often retreated to their own small world, reveling in their exclusive realm of togetherness. Time swiftly passed, and the day of departure from the celestial tomb drew near. Deep within the tomb, Xiao Zhe, seated in the void, slowly opened his eyes. The fighting spirit within him flowed ceaselessly, akin to an unwearied river, continuously surging forth. As he sensed the state of the source space within him, at its center stood a world tree soaring to a height of 300,000 meters. The elevation of the source tree surpassing 300,000 meters signified that Xiao Zhe's strength had officially ascended to the level of a 3-star fighting saint. Having spent 3 years in the celestial tomb, his advancement from a 2-star to a 3-star fighting saint during this phase of cultivation is indeed remarkable. This expedition to the celestial tomb can be deemed a resounding success. even though he did not manage to elevate his soul realm to the Emperor Soul level. Nevertheless, Xiao Zhe harbored no disappointment, for if he truly wished to leverage the soul essence of the Celestial Tomb to break through to the Emperor's soul realm, it is imperative that Xiao Xian ignites his own soul, for only then is it conceivable to extract the essence of the soul of the Celestial Tomb. However, we have yet to reach a point of utter despair. Thus, such drastic measures are unwarranted. Xiao Zhe, accompanied by Xuner, arrived at Xiao Xian's mausoleum, prepared to bid a final farewell. In chapter 525, a proposal with mysterious elixir, Xiao Zhe stood before the figure clad in azure robes, bowing respectfully, his expression tinged with a hint of reluctance. During this period, although primarily focused on cultivation, Xiao Zhe frequently sought the wisdom of Xiao Xian, greatly admiring his extraordinary talent. Indeed, it is no small feat to ascend to the pinnacle of the Duqi continent during an era when the Xiao clan's bloodline is gradually waning. Xiao Xian regarded Xiao Zhe with profound satisfaction. After this period of interaction, he found great contentment in this descendant. Xiao Zhe, I hope the Xiao clan flourishes anew under your stewardship. If so, even in my complete dissolution, I shall harbor no regrets. Xiao Zhe pressed his lips together and nodded solemnly, vowing to honor his ancestors' trust and to fully embrace the Xiao blood coursing through his veins. Excellent. Truly. Even in an age of complete desolation for the Xiao bloodline, a peerless prodigy has emerged. Xiao Xian exclaimed with a hearty laugh, gently patting Xiao Zhe's shoulder, his eyes brimming with anticipation and hope. After exchanging heartfelt farewells, both Xiao Zhe and Xuner suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of repulsion. Observing this, Xiao Xian hastily added, Before we part, I have one final message. Your current soul realm resides at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, yet it continues to evolve. Your soul talent is undoubtedly remarkable. Should you encounter insurmountable obstacles in the future, seek out Gu Yuan, and you may once again enter the celestial tomb. In terms of your soul realm, I can assist you once more, granting you a tremendous opportunity. As soon as Xiao Xian's words faded, the figures of Xiao Zhe and Xuner vanished from the spot. Gazing at the empty, dark expanse, Xiao Xian shook his head. The silence returned, yet this time, the power of the Xiao bloodline would endure. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhe felt an immensely powerful repulsive force resisting his continued presence in the celestial tomb. It was as if the entire celestial canopy itself opposed his lingering. He did not resist this force, reflecting on Xiao Xian's final words. It seemed that his soul power continued to elevate, leading his ancestor to believe his soul potential remained abundant, not wishing to hasten growth prematurely. Yet, Xiao Zhe pondered. While Xiao Xian's judgment was slightly flawed, his soul power was indeed on the rise, but it was primarily due to his prior bond with Dan Chen's soul talent. Until he reached an insurmountable threshold, he could rely on this devouring soul power talent to continually enhance his soul strength. Furthermore, after his soul took residence in the Tree of Origin, a myriad of profound and wondrous transformations occurred, one of which enabled him to perpetually operate the mysterious clear soul technique. This transformation is akin to Xiao Zhe perpetually honing his soul techniques, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his spiritual power. The confluence of these factors has led to Xiao Xian perceiving that Xiao Zhe's soul strength is advancing by leaps and bounds. However, Xiao Zhe felt no disappointment in not elevating his soul realm to the level of an emperor's soul. After all, breaking through to an emperor's soul through the hands of Xiao Xian's ancestor would inevitably require the sacrifice of the remnants of his ancestor's spirit, unless absolutely necessary. In times of desperation, Xiao Zhe would not wish to pursue such a path. During his time spent with Xiao Xian, he developed a deep admiration for him and was naturally reluctant to allow Xiao Xian to sacrifice himself for his own advancement. The initial intentions upon entering the celestial tomb had naturally transformed. Even if Xiao Xian's ancestor offered to assist him in breaking through to an emperor's soul, Xiao Zhe would resolutely decline. A fleeting thought crossed Xiao Zhe's mind, and the scenery before him shifted once more, revealing the ancient realm. Although only half a year had passed in the ancient realm, Xiao Zhe and Xuner had spent a full 3 years within the celestial tomb. Upon witnessing the sights of the ancient realm again, a sense of dislocation washed over both of them. The elder Gulan, upon seeing Xiao Zhe, could not help but display a look of astonishment. The disparity in Xiao Zhe's strength compared to when he entered the celestial tomb was nothing short of significant. Sensing the elder Gulan's scrutiny, Xiao Zhe smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Glancing around, he noted that the other ancient races had emerged, with only one casualty from the soul race. The remaining ancient races that had entered the celestial tomb were all safe and sound, their auras showing varying degrees of enhancement. Though they paled in comparison to Xiao Zhe's progress, the remaining members of the soul race gathered together, casting wary glances at Xiao Zhe, yet they dared not provoke him. After all, the soul race's Doshing elder had gained no advantage against Xiao Zhe. Did they expect a few Do Zun-level individuals to avenge the Doshing Elder? Haha. Congratulations to all for safely exiting the Celestial Tomb and enhancing your strengths. It seems none of you have embarked on this journey in vain. Elder Gulan cheerfully addressed the assembly, his gaze settling on Xiao Zhe and Xuner. The greatest beneficiaries of this expedition were undoubtedly the two of them. Xiao Zhe's strength had soared, while Xuner had officially attained the rank of a one-star Dosheng. If there are no further matters, the ancient clan will arrange for your departure from the ancient realm, Elder Gulan stated politely. Xiao Zhe slowly raised his hand, his calm voice resonating clearly throughout the surroundings. Esteemed guests, I kindly ask you to wait a moment. With all the ancient races gathered here, I wish to announce something to you. Upon hearing Xiao Zhe's words, the departing members of various ancient races turned their attention toward him, especially the members of the Haiyan army. Noticing the collective gaze directed at him, Xiao Zhe, without any hesitation, took Sun Er's hand. In another hand, a 9-rank profound pill was produced, and as the seal upon it was slightly loosened, an overwhelming surge of medicinal energy erupted skyward, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The members of the medicinal clan instantly recognized the formidable power emanating from the 9-rank profound pill, exclaiming in astonishment. Upon hearing their cries, the other ancient races displayed expressions of surprise. Today, I, Xiao, stand here to seize this opportunity and, with the 9-rank profound pill as my offering, formally proposed to the ancient clan. Xiao Zhe spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his words resonated like a colossal stone, stirring up tumultuous waves. To propose marriage with a 9-rank profound pill, when did such a treasure become so undervalued? This thought surged collectively within the minds of the onlookers, their faces betraying a sense of bewilderment, especially among the medicinal clan. Even those ancient elders hidden in the void, drawn by the pill's aura, cast incredulous glances toward Xiao Zhe. Subsequently, the gazes of those concealed elders shifted entirely, now filled with fervor, making even Xiao Zhe feel somewhat uneasy. While the elders of the ancient clan were captivated by Xiao Zhe, the attention of others was fixated on the 9-rank profound pill, their eyes brimming with desire and avarice. Chapter 526. A crisis unfolds, the Xiao family in peril. In the void, a myriad of obscure yet potent gazes descended upon this area, instilling a sense of gravity among the inhabitants. The ancient elders behind those gazes regarded Xiao Zhe with intense fervor. A master alchemist. Even the most venerable elders of the ancient races treated with utmost respect. A single 9-rank profound pill had the potential to elevate their stagnated cultivation once more. The 9-rank profound pill that Xiao Zhe presented, irrespective of the outcome, held no bearing on them. If successful, this invaluable pill would undoubtedly be entrusted to Xuner. Should he fail, Xiao Zhe would likely not offer such a precious pill for trade. Instead, he might opt to consume and refine it himself. After all, with Xiao Zhe's current prowess, absorbing a 9-rank profound pill could enhance his strength by 1 or 2 stars. Only after Xiao Zhe had consumed a 9-rank profound pill and developed a resistance to its effects did he find himself no longer in need of it, thereby granting them a chance to procure one from him. Alternatively, they might directly implore Xiao Zhe to concoct another 9-rank profound pill. If Xiao Zhe and Xuner solidified their relationship, these ancient elders would likely disregard any semblance of pride and humbly seek to befriend him. At the pinnacle of such formidable strength, matters of pride pale in comparison to the pursuit of greater power. Nonetheless, despite the intense focus of these ancient elders on this locale, none dared to speak first. In the midst of this gathering, Xiao Zhe held Xuner's hand, his breath steadying as he awaited the decision-maker. Elder Gulan, standing nearby, lowered his gaze, aware that the clan leader was undoubtedly monitoring this situation closely. Before the patriarch expressed a clear intention, he dared not recklessly involve himself in the matter. Amidst an inexplicable silence, a faint voice emanated from the distant void. However, as this ethereal sound resonated, the palpable pressure in the atmosphere quietly dissipated. Xiao Zhe let out a subtle sigh of relief, while Xuner grasped his hand tightly, her eyes brimming with joy. The other ancient races regarded Xiao Zhe with a mixture of intrigue and confusion. The members of the medicine clan were particularly affected, as a man adorned with a gourd pattern on his forehead wore an expression of disbelief, murmuring to himself, "Impossible. An external alchemist could never reach such heights." The ancient alchemical techniques of the medicine clan are the most formidable. A strikingly voluptuous woman beside him cast a glance his way, prompting him to acknowledge the truth. He is a master alchemist, even among the medicine clan, the most powerful. Her light, airy words caused the man's body to tremble, as if shattering the pride he had clung to for so long. Aside from the medicine clan, which clung stubbornly to its arrogance, the other ancient races cast benevolent glances toward Xiao Zhe. The Thunder clan, under the leadership of Mang Tianqi, approached Xiao Zhe to offer their congratulations. Holding Xuner's hand, Xiao Zhe wore a smile as he engaged in conversation with Meng Tianxi and the other elders of the ancient clans. Even those ancient races that had shown him goodwill were met with his warmth and smiles. As for the Soul Clan, once adversarial, they had long since disappeared from the scene unnoticed. On the outskirts, Little Medical Fairy and Qing Lin held hands, seemingly providing each other with solace, exchanging bittersweet glances. Though they were both acutely aware of their respective roles beside Xiao Zhe, Little Medical Fairy as a follower and friend, and Qing Lin as his devoted maid, the sight of Xiao Zhe publicly announcing their relationship with a 9th grade still left a tinge of bitterness in their hearts. Meanwhile, on a distant green peak, a middle-aged man clad in coarse garments gazed into the horizon. This little fellow is quite extravagant, presenting a 9th grade. Those old geezers in the clan will surely abandon their pride now. Gu Yuan chuckled to himself, his gaze oddly focused on the distance, as if the miles between them were non-existent. Indeed, the youth are prone to impulsiveness. These two little ones vowed to maintain their pristine status until reaching the Saint of Combat, yet upon achieving it, they are so eager. With his cultivation level, Gu Yuan could not be oblivious to Sun Er's situation. Could it be that Xiao Zhe fears I might cause him trouble? Has he hastily offered a 9th grade as a token of divorce immediately after leaving the heavenly tomb? Gu Yuan shook his head, observing Sun Er's endearing demeanor, unable to suppress a smile. Alas, given the circumstances, the two individuals have indeed found a mutual affinity, and it is not within my purview to intervene. Presenting the 9-tiered profound pill as a token of goodwill will likely garner the approval of the vast majority within the ancient clan, thereby diminishing dissenting voices. The situation has been handled quite satisfactorily. A fleeting thought crossed Gu Yuan's mind, and suddenly, he furrowed his brow slightly, for within his perception, it appeared that Xiao Zhe had received some urgent information, his expression transforming abruptly. Deep within the ancient Saint Mountain range, Xiao Zhe had been adeptly managing the congratulatory gestures from various factions. Yet at this moment, he sensed a disturbance. The branches of the primordial tree quivered slightly, and a message surged into Xiao Zhe's consciousness. Zaire, the Xiao clan is in peril, return swiftly. The onlookers noticed the sudden change in Xiao Zhe's demeanor, their confusion palpable. Esteemed guests, I apologize, but I have received news that my kin may be in grave danger. I must return at once, Xiao Zhe declared hastily, bowing his hands in respect. The others were momentarily taken aback, but soon, a flicker of realization ignited in their minds as they recalled Xiao Zhe's lineage. To act against the Xiao clan at this juncture could only indicate the involvement of the Soul clan. These two ancient races have harbored animosity for ages. Should the Soul clan obtain intelligence regarding the Xiao clan, their actions would be far from lenient. It was evident that the Xiao clan's situation was exceedingly dire. Given that Master Xiao has pressing matters to attend to, we shall refrain from further disturbance, the other ancient races remarked in unison, yet none offered assistance. Although a master of the 9-tiered profound pill such as Xiao Zhe was worthy of camaraderie, they were unwilling to confront the Soul clan on his behalf. The Soul clan's power was overwhelming, and even among the ancient races, none dared to assert their ability to face them directly. Fostering a relationship with Xiao Zhe was intended to procure greater benefits and bolster their own power, yet confronting the Soul clan could very well lead to their own annihilation. Such a straightforward dilemma was one they would not misjudge. Xuner grasped Xiao Zhe's hand firmly, her tone resolute. Brother Xiao Zhe, I shall accompany you on your return. Chapter 527. Return to the Northwest Continent. Before Xiao Zhe could utter a word, Gulan gently shook his head. Xuner, you have just emerged from the heavenly tomb and may not be fully aware. Not long ago, news arrived that the Spirit Clan has abruptly sealed the entrance to the Spirit Realm, completely severing all communication with the outside world. We are amidst tumultuous times, and as a bearer of the divine bloodline of our ancient clan, it would be unwise for you to venture into danger. We must await the ancient clan's investigation into the reasons behind the sudden closure of the Spirit Realm before making any further plans. Upon hearing the news of the Spirit Clan's closure, Xuner's countenance shifted, knowing that ancient races seldom took such measures unless prompted by significant events. She recognized the gravity of the situation, yet she yearned to persist, when suddenly, a voice echoed in her ears. Xuner, it would be best for you to remain in the ancient realm. Please give a copy of the spatial jade slip I bequeath to you to Xiao Zhe. I can ensure his safety. Upon hearing her father's words, Xuner furrowed her brow slightly, but ultimately nodded in agreement. She turned to glance at Xiao Zhe, her lips parting as if to explain, yet Xiao Zhe spoke first. Xuner, you should stay in the ancient realm and focus on your cultivation. I will handle the matters concerning the Xiao family. A faint smile graced Xiao Zhe's lips. The situation was fraught with uncertainty, and it was prudent to wait for the ancient clan's investigation to clarify matters before taking action. As for the enemies bold enough to target the Xiao family, a cold smile crossed his face, a murderous intent igniting in his eyes. I shall ensure they return from whence they came without success. Xuner nodded firmly. I trust you. Brother Xiao. With a flick of her wrist, she produced a scroll emanating powerful spatial fluctuations. Compared to the spatial jade slips Xiao had seen before, this one radiated an even more formidable spatial energy. Brother Xiao, this is the spatial jade slip my father left for me. Keep it on your person, just in case. Elder Gulan, standing nearby, appeared taken aback and was about to voice his objections when he recalled something. Without the clan leader's permission, Xuner should not be able to give this spatial jade slip to Xiao. This thought flickered through his mind, and he restrained his actions, remaining silent. Very well. Thank you, clan leader Gu Yuan. Xiao accepted the unique spatial jade slip and stored it within his spatial ring. He then turned to the little medicine immortal and Qing Lin, noticing their improved cultivation, and gestured for them to approach. Little medicine immortal, Qing Lin, this time I shall venture forth alone. You two should return to the pill tower. Both the little medicine immortal and Qing Lin nodded gravely, acquiescing to Xiao's orders without further insistence. Shortly thereafter, Xiao departed the ancient realm with the little medicine immortal and Qing Lin, returning to the ancient holy city. During the journey, Xiao maintained contact with Xiao Zhan and others in the northwest continent through the origin tree. Upon confirming that the Heavenly Alliance had merely faced a formidable adversary without any threat to the Xiao family, Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, according to the intelligence gathered, the enemy's forces were directly targeting the headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance, the Alliance City, indicating ill intentions. After the enemy demonstrated overwhelming power, the Heavenly Alliance tightened its defenses and promptly contacted Xiao, refraining from acting recklessly. Xiao was quite satisfied with how the Heavenly Alliance managed the situation. If it truly were the Soul Clan attacking, the Heavenly Alliance would be unable to withstand the onslaught, and it would be wiser to retreat to the Alliance City. After leading Qing Lin and the Little Medicine Immortal away from the ancient holy city, he paused atop a verdant peak. In response to the puzzled gazes of the Little Medicine Immortal and Qing Lin, Xiao smiled. Did you forget that when I departed from the northwest continent, I left behind a manifestation of my source power for the Xiao family? Initially, both the Little Medicine Immortal and Qing Lin had worn tense expressions, filled with concern. Upon hearing Xiao's words, the two were momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly recall the extraordinary nature of his source of power. Young Master Xiao, are you implying that you can directly return to the northwest continent? Indeed. Splendid. Xiao, let us not delay, we must return at once, exclaimed the little medicine sage in delight. The journey back to the northwest continent would entail traversing an immensely vast distance, necessitating the endurance of unimaginable pressure, rendering it impossible to bring both of you along. Wait, my source of power will remain here. You shall take it back to the Dan Tower. With that, without further hesitation, Xiao produced the root of the source from his possession. The distance to be crossed was exceedingly great, and opening a passage to the northwest continent within the ancient realm would only exacerbate the pressure. After all, the spatial intensity of the Do-Chi continent cannot be compared to that of the ancient realm. Even with Xiao's current strength, it would be a formidable challenge to create a spatial passage within the ancient realm. The spatial strength there has been fortified over millennia by the powerful Do saints of ancient clans, capable of withstanding the battles of two peak 9-star powerhouses. In Xiao's hands, the source root rapidly transformed into a small golden tree, about the length of a forearm, with branches sprawling out and peculiar golden flames adorning it. The golden tree emanated an overwhelming spatial fluctuation, seemingly establishing a connection with another root of the source. Once the spatial fluctuation stabilized, Xiao tossed the golden tree forward, and it expanded magnificently in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it grew from the length of a forearm to several zhang in height, thick enough for several people to embrace. A formidable spatial force coalesced around the trunk, forming a dazzling golden portal. Xiao nodded to the little medicine sage and Qing Lin, then stepped into the portal. A terrifying pressure descended upon him. The distance to the northwest continent was nothing short of millions of miles. To reach it swiftly, he had no choice but to endure the corresponding pressure. Fortunately, Xiao's physique was extraordinarily robust. Even in the face of such pressure, he remained steadfast. In fact, under this trial of pressure, his body would experience a corresponding enhancement. Xiao's figure completely vanished within the golden portal. The golden tree trembled slightly as the potent spatial fluctuations gradually subsided, ultimately reverting to a small tree the size of a forearm. The little medicine sage approached and cradled the golden tree that hovered in the void with both hands. The moment the golden tree made contact with her, it triggered the one on the back of her hand, and the two forces drew upon each other, allowing the golden tree to transform back into the source root. The little medicine sage stored the source root and, following Xiao's instructions, quickly returned to the Dan Tower with Qing Lin. The northwest continent, home to the most prosperous city of the Heavenly Alliance, was now shrouded in an ominous atmosphere. As if a storm were brewing, the acting leader of the Heavenly Alliance, Greenheart, gazed gravely towards the darkened expanse at the horizon, letting out a sigh within. My lord, should you receive any news, please return promptly. The enemies faced by the Heavenly Alliance this time are far beyond what we can withstand. Chapter 528, Vice Master of the Soul Palace. In the heart of the Heavenly Alliance city, within the headquarters, Xiao Yin sat cross-legged on a chair. His right shoulder bandaged, faint traces of blood discernible through the fabric. In the room, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and Elder Yao anxiously gazed at Xiao Yin. Elder Yao, having revived, now possessed an immense surge in strength, reaching the level of a high semi-saint. His aura fluctuating as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Xiao Yin exhaled slowly, a warm mist mingled with faint black energy escaping his lips, and his previously pallid visage gradually regained a healthy hue. Observing this, Elder Yao let out a sigh of relief. As long as the sinister energy within him was dispelled, he would face no further complications. How are you faring, Xuner? Xiao Zhan inquired, concern etched upon his face. Meeting Xiao Zhan's worried gaze, Xiao Yin offered a reassuring smile and shook his head. There is no significant issue. The injury on my shoulder is merely superficial. However, with the Tianshan fortress breached, we must now prepare to confront the Soul Palace here in Heavenly Alliance City. A hint of anxiety flickered in his eyes as he spoke. During his adventures in the Central State, Xiao Yin had stumbled upon a treasure map leading to an ancient relic. This map contained information regarding the legendary, strange fire. Valuing greatly, he could not let such an opportunity slip away. He promptly followed the map's guidance and returned to the Northwest continent. With the support of the Heavenly Alliance, a dominant force in the Northwest, Xiao Yan's return to seek the ancient relic proceeded without incident, allowing him to enter the relic with ease. Regrettably, the he discovered was the lowly Xian Huang Yin, which did not significantly enhance his prowess. Just as he returned to the headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance to reunite with his family, the Soul Palace launched a sudden invasion. As the alliance founded by Xiao Zhe, which also protected the Xiao family, Xiao Yin could not remain idle. However, the scale of the Soul Palace's forces exceeded his expectations. Even with his peak Dozun strength, he found himself in perilous circumstances. During the battle at Tianshan Fortress, Xiao Yin was compelled to shatter the spatial jade slip, summoning Elder Yao's assistance, which ultimately saved his life. Notably, Elder Yao accompanied Xiao Yin back to the northwest and out of caution towards the Soul Palace. He did not return to the Starfall Pavilion. During this unexpected invasion, Elder Yao took residence at the headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance. Initially, Xiao Yin believed that the Soul Palace would not exert great effort against a single alliance, and his involvement would suffice as a deterrent. If it had not been for Elder Yao's intervention, Xiao Yin might have perished at the hands of a Soul Palace semi-saint. Defeat, for Xiao Yin, is inconsequential. His adventures over the years have not been without their share of setbacks. These setbacks cannot possibly dishearten Xiao Yin. Rather, they will only embolden him further. However, the current situation cannot be resolved merely through reckless bravery. Master, with the current strength of the Heavenly Alliance, can we withstand the assault from the Soul Palace? Yao Lao also sensed the glimmer of hope in Xiao Yan's eyes, yet he shook his head. The forces mobilized by the Soul Palace this time are extraordinary. To confront a hegemonic force from the Northwest continent, they have even deployed semi-holy level warriors. It is unclear what has drawn the attention of the Soul Palace. My greater concern is that if the siege persists without success, it may very well attract the true holy fighters of the Soul Palace. Master, when I clashed with that semi-holy from the Soul Palace, it seemed that the Bone Ghost was particularly concerned about my identity as a member of the Xiao family. Xiao Yin pondered, a hint of confusion in his tone. The Xiao family? Yao Lao wore a puzzled expression. The Xiao family was merely a third-rate clan in a remote empire of the Northwest continent. What merit could they possess to provoke such a colossal entity as the Soul Palace? Old Senior, I may have some insight into this matter. Xiao Zhan hesitated briefly before speaking. Do you recall the reason why Zaire relocated our Xiao family to the Black Corner region? It was due to the forces that our ancestors had provoked. Are you suggesting that the force our Xiao family angered back then was the Soul Palace? Yao Lao responded, astonished. That cannot be right. Father, if it were merely a quest for vengeance, the Soul Palace would not go to such lengths, Xiao Yin reflected, continuing. Moreover, when I engaged with that Bone Ghost, his initial intent was not to kill me, but rather to use me to locate something. In fact, after Zaire had established the Heavenly Alliance for some time, I once inquired whether the Xiao family should continue to change its name. After all, at that time, the Heavenly Alliance had already become a dominant force on the Northwest continent, capable of protecting the Xiao family. His response remained consistent, and he subtly indicated that the ancestral Xiao family was once among the most prestigious clans across the entire Doqi continent. Upon hearing this, The room filled with expressions of astonishment. Yao Lao furrowed his brow, having come from the medicinal clan. If Xiao Zhe indeed comprehended the hidden truths of the Xiao family and possessed profound knowledge of the continent's powers, then the implications of his statement would be utterly terrifying. The Xiao family, Yao Lao mused over this term, a sudden insight illuminating his mind. The ancestors of the Xiao family were once part of an ancient race. Hiss. Yao Lao recalled the ancient race that had suddenly fallen into decline a millennium ago, the Xiao clan. His knowledge of the Xiao clan was derived solely from ancient texts. For by the time he began to remember, the clan had already been officially extinguished, removed from the ranks of the 8 ancient races. Thus, it was understandable that Yao Lao found it challenging to connect the Xiao family with the Xiao clan, given his understanding that the Xiao clan had been entirely eradicated. How could a remnant of a clan that was believed to be extinct suddenly emerge from such a remote corner of the Northwest? Had it not been for Xiao Zhan's words, which revealed that the Xiao family's ancestors once reached the pinnacle of the Doqi continent, Master Yao would not have associated it with the Xiao clan. Master, do you have any clues? Xiao Yan inquired, observing the dramatic change in Master Yao's expression. If my speculation is correct, as Master Yao eloquently recounted the tale, the others came to an unequivocal understanding of the Xiao family's origins. Their faces etched with disbelief. The Xiao family is indeed an ancient race possessing the bloodline of a Dou Di. Once they regained their composure, Xiao Ding abruptly turned to Xiao Zhan, saying, Father, it might truly be time to contact our 4th brother. If the Xiao family is indeed an ancient race, the enemies we have attracted this time are likely beyond imagination. We must ensure our 4th brother is aware. Understood. Xiao Zhan quickly retrieved the jade pendant left to him by Xiao Zhe, which bore a delicate golden tree, and began to connect with Xiao Zhe. Outside Tianming City, dark fog surged, stretching for hundreds of miles. The sheer magnitude of this spectacle was enough to weaken one's legs at a mere glance. Behind the black mist, the Bone Spectre hesitated for a long while before ultimately shattering the spatial jade slip. The slip transformed into a deep spatial passage, from which a figure slowly emerged. The Bone Spectre bowed deeply, greeting the Vice Hall Master with utmost respect. Bone Spectre, do not tell me that with your semi-saint strength, you cannot subdue a mere force in the Northwest continent? The Vice Hall Master's gaze was chilling, suggesting that if Bone Spectre failed to provide a satisfactory answer, he would face severe consequences for his ineptitude. Vice Hall Master, please allow me to explain. Chapter 529, City Slaughter? Vice Hall Master. This task was not hindered by Bone Spectre, but rather due to unforeseen circumstances. The adversaries we faced in Zhongzhou, Yao Chun and Xiao Yan, unexpectedly returned to the Northwest continent. With Yao Chen's advanced semi-saint strength, I truly found myself at a loss against him. Moreover, the item held by the Xiao family is of utmost importance. I feared potential mishaps, which is why I implored you to come personally. The dark mist surrounding the Vice Hall Master gradually settled, and he nodded slightly. Very well, since Yao Chun is also here, let us finally resolve the matters that were overlooked in the past, including the resurrection method he possesses. The Vice Hall Master spoke in a cold tone. Yao Chen's resurrection had caused quite a stir throughout Zhongzhou. However, due to the complex dynamics of Zhongzhou's powers, the Soul Hall could not act with impunity. This place, being the Northwest continent, provided an opportunity to deal with the remnants of the Xiao family while simultaneously addressing Yao Chun. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed swiftly. The Vice Hall Master's gaze darkened as he looked toward the immense city. Although grand, it lacked any substantial foundation. Merely a facade of prosperity built upon the multitude of inhabitants. Compared to the ancient holy city, even the more formidable cities of Zhongzhou paled in comparison, as those cities were fortified with protective arrays capable of withstanding attacks from powerful beings. The Vice Hall Master revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Indeed, it was a remote region in the Northwest, where even the headquarters of the so-called hegemonic power lacked any profound heritage. Shall I take the lead then? Guyu respectfully inquired of the Vice Hall Master, who pondered for a moment before giving a slight nod. Guyu's figure flickered as he approached the black mist, his fighting spirit surging as he conjured an enormous crystalline hand, hundreds of feet in size, which reached directly for the city gates of the Alliance of Heaven. Confronted with this oppressive crystalline hand that seemed to dominate the very heavens, the figures atop the city walls displayed expressions of horror. Their internal fighting spirit surged wildly as they attempted to block this formidable hand. However, before they could unleash their skills, an ancient figure quietly materialized before the Alliance of Heaven. With a mere wave of his hand, he too formed a colossal crystalline palm imprint, colliding with the ominous hand. The two forces shattered with a thunderous roar, and the overwhelming energy transformed into a tempest of power that swept across the vicinity. Under the terrifying impact of such energy, the city walls of the Alliance of Heaven trembled precariously, prompting the powerful figures to hastily employ their abilities to stabilize the structure. Although they managed to hold the walls, the look of astonishment in their eyes remained unabated. The mere residual force of such a casual display was utterly terrifying. They had previously harbored the delusion that they could withstand it. Had it not been for the intervention of this elder, they would have likely met with annihilation. With this thought, they gazed at the figure of Yao Lao with deep gratitude. Yao Chun, the Soul Palace does not seek trouble with you. Yet you have delivered yourself right to their doorstep. This time, luck shall not be on your side. Your soul, the Soul Palace, shall surely claim. Haha, Guyu. Be careful not to trip over your own tongue. The previous battle ended in a stalemate. Yao Lao chuckled heartily, dismissing Guyu's words. What he truly feared was the genuine Dosheng powerhouse dispatched by the Soul Palace, not the mere Guyu before him. Noticing Yao Lao's demeanor, a mocking expression appeared on Guyu's face. What if these words were to come from the Hall Master himself? Suddenly, a figure shrouded in swirling black mist appeared beside Guyu. The raspy voice caused Yao Lao to momentarily falter. However, sensing the extremely terrifying aura emanating from that figure, Yao Lao's expression grew grave. His earlier concerns had indeed come to fruition. You are the Hall Master of the Soul Palace. Haha. Perhaps it is more appropriate to refer to me as the Vice Hall Master. As the Vice Hall Master stepped forward, his final word transformed into a resounding wave of sound that surged forward. Seeing this, Yao Chen's countenance drastically altered as his fighting spirit erupted, colliding with the approaching sound wave. Every movement of a Dosheng powerhouse possesses immense power, if imbued with killing intent. Even a mere laugh could shatter the meridians of a Dozong powerhouse. At this moment, the Vice Hall Master had caught them off guard, and had Yao Chen not intervened in time, it was likely that the path of destruction wrought by the Vice Hall Master's voice would have inflicted grave casualties upon the Alliance of Heaven. After all, within the city of the Heavenly Alliance, there are predominantly cultivators beneath the Dozong level, with some being mere ordinary folk. Despicable, Elder Yao exclaimed in anger. Even though he managed to block the attack in time, the residual energy that spread out caused those closest to the city wall to feel a surge of blood and discomfort. Those who could barely protect themselves still had the audacity to meddle in others' affairs. The Vice Lord of the Soul Hall disregarded Elder Yao's fury. The clanking of iron chains resonated as they surged forward, infused with overwhelming Do Qi, aimed directly at Elder Yao. Due to the previous delay, Elder Yao had no means to evade the lightning-fast chains. Channeling his Do Qi, he transformed it into a medicinal cauldron, fiercely striking towards the chains. Boom! The collision between the chains and the cauldron was devoid of suspense, utterly devastating. The chains shattered the cauldron into fragments. After obliterating the medicinal cauldron, the chains retained their momentum, striking Elder Yao. Uft! Master! Xiao Yan's eyes widened in alarm as he rushed forward to catch Elder Yao's staggering form. Even though the power of the chains had diminished significantly, it still forced Elder Yao to spit out a mouthful of blood. His complexion pale as he gazed at the Vice Lord of the Soul Hall, a flicker of despair rising within him. The disparity was far too immense, at least a 3-star Dosheng. The Vice Lord strolled through the void, surveying the vast city. There were indeed many people. Should they all be slain, it would yield an unknown number of soul bodies. Yao Chun, previously obscure in death, would transform into a soul body, lingering in agony. This time, I shall ensure your demise is grander. Everyone in this city will accompany you to the grave. Upon hearing the Vice Lord's words, the entire Heavenly Alliance city erupted in chaos. Though they recognized the formidable enemy they had provoked, even that legendary Dosheng, the sheer magnitude of the threat filled them with horror, their hearts consumed by dread. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan supported Elder Yao's frail body. With his soul perception, he could clearly sense the severity of Elder Yao's injuries. Hearing the Vice Lord's maniacal declarations ignited a fierce glint in his eyes. Despite the overwhelming gap that seemed insurmountable, allowing himself to succumb without a fight was utterly inconceivable. Even with such a vast disparity, Xiao Yan would not surrender. Even if self-detonation could only inflict a minor wound upon the enemy, that would suffice. Xiao Yan understood that, under such circumstances, he had no chance to conjure the Fire Lotus. The only hope of inflicting even a modicum of damage upon the enemy lay in self-detonation. At that moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth from the center of Heavenly Alliance City. A small golden tree shot up into the sky, swelling in size, transforming in the blink of an eye into a massive golden tree dozens of zhang tall. Chapter 530, The Battle of Dosheng, Slaughter. The golden tree radiates a resplendent golden light, hovering above the city of the Celestial Alliance, resembling a great sun that scatters its brilliance across the mortal realm. In this domain, shrouded in lingering spirits and suffused with dark mist, a brand new world emerges. Beneath the embrace of the golden radiance, All inhabitants of the city of the Celestial Alliance feel a warmth that dispels the previous chill. They sense a comforting heat, akin to sunlight cascading upon their skin, prompting them to gaze upwards with hearts brimming with hope. Could this golden tree be the flickering flame amidst the shadows of death cast by their foes? Beyond the city, the deputy of the Soul Hall furrows his brow, observing the suddenly materialized golden tree. How peculiar! I find myself unable to fathom its depths. No sooner had the deputy's words left his lips than a spatial passage began to form upon the trunk of the golden tree. A tremendous force of spatial energy enveloped it, and a figure stepped forth, tall and upright, clad in simple attire, with a visage both handsome and striking. His eyes sparkled like stars, emanating an extraordinary aura that instilled a profound pressure upon those who dared to meet his gaze. "Lord Alliance Leader," exclaimed Greenheart. Perched upon the city walls of the Celestial Alliance, his voice filled with fervor at the sudden appearance of Xiao. Though Greenheart had followed Xiao for a relatively brief period, he had witnessed countless adversaries effortlessly dispatched by him during their time in the Celestial Alliance. That invincible demeanor commanded respect and admiration. While uncertain of Xiao's current strength, Greenheart harbored an unwavering belief that he could vanquish any foe that dared to approach. As long as the Alliance leader stood firm, the Celestial Alliance would remain unscathed and resilient. Other veteran members of the Celestial Alliance, upon sighting Xiao, were equally stirred, erupting into cheers of Lord Alliance Leader. Their voices resonated throughout the vicinity, causing the surrounding dark mist to tremble in response. Upon his arrival, Xiao swiftly utilized his spiritual perception to assess the situation. Though the city bore some damage, fortunately, there were no fatalities. He scanned the familiar faces adorned in the Celestial Alliance garb, as well as many unfamiliar ones. His gaze finally settled on the deputy of the Soul Hall beyond the city's borders. While there were no deaths within the city, the number of injured was staggering. Someone must be held accountable for this. With a single step, Xiao entered the space outside the city of the Celestial Alliance, observing the deputy enveloped in dark mist. He flicked his fingers, questioning, do the denizens of the Soul Hall always prefer to hide in the shadows? In an instant, a vast force of thunder coalesced into a roaring thunder dragon, swelling to hundreds of feet in size, charging directly at the deputy of the Soul Hall. Humph, you are quite well informed, having just emerged from the heavenly tomb, yet able to return to the northwestern continent so swiftly. The deputy of the Soul Hall dismissed Xiao's words, unfazed. Although Xiao had attained the strength of a 3-star Do Saint, the deputy had already reached the late stage of the same rank. Despite the Soul Clan's intelligence indicating Xiao's formidable combat prowess, the deputy remained unperturbed. Yet, despite the vast disparity in power, even if he were unable to prevail, he possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation. The clanking sound of iron chains resonated as countless links pierced through the void, intertwining to form a lethal snare, as though seeking to strangle the thunderous dragon charging towards him. Enveloped in that chilling aura of fighting spirit, the chains, forged from a special material, truly began to erode some of the dark magic thunder. However, the visage of the Vice Hall Master, shrouded in black mist, bore a grim expression. The current situation diverged significantly from his expectations. The ferocity of this thunderous power was somewhat beyond his anticipation. Not only did he fail to vanquish the Thunder Dragon, but in the process of diminishing its force, he also depleted many of his iron chains. Humph! The Vice Hall Master scoffed coldly, channeling the immense fighting spirit within him into the chains. Each iron chain possessed the terrifying might to shatter mountains and split the earth, and with that, he managed to tear the surging Thunder Dragon into countless streaks of lightning. Crackle! As the Thunder Dragon dissipated, the residual power transformed into tiny lightning sparks that flickered in the void, emitting crackling sounds as they swept past the Vice Hall Master. The destructive radiance of the lightning effortlessly dispelled the black mist surrounding him, revealing his pallid visage, which seemed almost unnatural. Upon sensing the dispersal of the dark mist from his face, the Vice Hall Master's expression darkened significantly. Within mere breaths of conflict, he found himself at a disadvantage. And what troubled him further was that Xiao's strike appeared to be merely casual. Behind Xiao, Xiao Yin and Yao Lao stood in stunned silence. The power that erupted from Xiao had left them breathless. Initially, they had harbored concerns that Xiao might struggle against such a formidable foe. However, before they could voice their worries, Xiao's nonchalant strike had forced the Vice Hall Master of the Soul Hall into a precarious position. Witnessing Xiao's overwhelming strength against their adversary, Xiao Yin and Yao Lao exhaled deeply in relief. The Vice Hall Master's mind raced as he glanced at Xiao once more, observing his calm demeanor, which ignited a flicker of retreat within him. How could it be that a dignified Vice Hall Master of the Soul Hall was such a timid and cowardly individual? Xiao, perceiving the Vice Hall Master's inclination to retreat, raised an eyebrow, and remarked playfully. Yet this Alliance City is not a place one can simply enter and exit at will. Since you have come here, be prepared to remain. With its picturesque scenery, Alliance City ought to witness the fall of a Doshing powerhouse. As Xiao Zai's words echoed, the power of space surged around him. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared near the Vice Hall Master. The ferocious might of thunder erupted forth from Xiao Zai, the realm of thunder. In the next instant, this expanse transformed entirely into a world of thunder, where countless dark bolts of lightning, sinuous as dragons, emanated a devastating aura. By the time the Vice Hall Master of the Soul Hall comprehended the situation, he had already found himself with no avenue of escape. As he felt the surrounding atmosphere teeming with the essence of destruction, the Vice Hall Master's complexion shifted dramatically. Wait, Xiao Zai, should you take my life? The Soul Hall shall not rest until retribution is exacted. Even the Hall Master would intervene personally. With your current strength, ending my existence may seem effortless. Yet if the Hall Master were to engage directly, your demise would be assured. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zai raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you truly believe I am naive enough to refrain from acting against you, thereby avoiding the ire of the Hall Master? If I choose not to eliminate you, the Hall Master will inevitably seek me out for trouble. Thus, it would be far more prudent to dispatch you first, and then devise a strategy to confront the Hall Master. Xiao Zai's voice was drowned out by the thunderous roars of the tempest. The Vice Hall Master's internal energy surged forth, shaking the very realm of thunder. As overwhelming energy tore through the abyssal storm. Yet, in an instant, the inky darkness of the storm enveloped once more, as if the thunder of this world were inexhaustible. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Zai dispersed the storm, a figure resembling tattered cloth falling upon the plains outside the Alliance City, devoid of any presence. The Vice Hall Master, Guyu, gazed at that figure, disbelief etched across his face. Chapter 531, The Whole Truth. The blood of a battle saint spilled upon this land, inducing peculiar transformations within the earth. The fall of the Vice Hall Master plunged Guyu, the orchestrator of this endeavor, into a stupor, let alone the minions of the Soul Hall. If even the mightiest Vice Hall Master was crushed by Xiao Zai's overwhelming force, what hope did they, the less formidable, possess? Xiao Zai's gaze settled upon Guyu. Aside from him, the other powerful beings dispatched by the Soul Hall posed little threat. With a single step, the power of space warped, and Xiao Zai appeared before Guyu, his mastery over spatial energy now more refined than ever. Compared to mere speed, his control over spatial forces allowed him to achieve effects akin to teleportation. This was the fundamental reason he could unexpectedly arrive near the Vice Hall Master. By invoking the thunderous realm in close proximity to the Vice Hall Master, he rendered him incapable of reaction, ultimately leading to his downfall. At present, dealing with a mere half-saint, Xiao Zai deemed it unnecessary to employ battle techniques. With a swift motion, he unleashed a force potent enough to shatter the earth entirely upon Guyu. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed from Guyu. His eyes wide with bloodshot disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Zai, mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. Should one possess the ability to peer within Guyu's body, they would see the extent of his injuries. The fact that he could still maintain his human form was solely due to the residual strength of his soul, barely holding his body together. A flash of golden flame surged forth, and in an instant, Guyu's figure vanished from Xiao Zai's sight. Within a mere moment, the two strongest individuals on his side had perished at Xiao Zai's hands, prompting the black mist not far away to begin swirling ominously. Numerous figures cloaked in that black mist fled rapidly into the distance. Xiao Zai narrowed his eyes slightly, his immense soul energy effortlessly discerning the circumstances surrounding the guardians and esteemed ones of the Soul Hall. Every individual is ensnared by lingering shadows, their souls bearing expressions of profound anguish, mouths agape, as if silently unleashing a torrent of vengeful and bitter howls. The Soul Palace is indeed a wretched force. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Zai erupted with an unimaginable tempest of thunder, radiating an aura of unparalleled devastation, hurtling forth into the distance. Thereafter, he paid no heed to the members of the Soul Palace. The might of the black magic thunder was indisputable, not to mention these guardians of the Dozone level and the esteemed elders of the Dozone tier. Even a half-saint would not dare to treat the black magic thunder lightly. Xiao Zai turned and soared back beyond the Heavenly Alliance City, a cacophony of thunder resonating behind him, as if heralding his return with a fervent drumroll. As his figure materialized just outside the Heavenly Alliance City, the sound of roaring applause surged skyward. We welcome our esteemed leader. We thank our leader for saving our lives. Countless faces lit up with fervor as they gazed upon Xiao Zai, and members of the Heavenly Alliance promptly knelt on one knee, honoring Xiao Zai's return. The Heavenly Alliance's encounter with such peril was not what I wished to witness. The Soul Palace poses a malignant threat to the entire Do-Chi continent. The Heavenly Alliance could not simply laugh off this invasion by the Soul Palace. In my capacity as the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, I hereby declare that the Heavenly Alliance and the Soul Palace are irreconcilable foes. Furthermore, for every member of the Heavenly Alliance who sacrificed their life during this incursion, their relatives shall be cared for by the Alliance, and anyone who dares to bully them shall be regarded as a provocation against the Heavenly Alliance. Additionally, those not affiliated with the Heavenly Alliance who were injured in this battle may come to the Alliance's stronghold to receive healing elixirs free of charge. With a wave of his hand, Xiao pronounced this declaration with grandeur. Instantly, a deafening roar erupted, echoing for miles around, as countless individuals strained their voices, even at the cost of their throats, to shout Xiao's name. Previously, when the Vice Palace Master had threatened to bury the entire Slaughter City alongside Yao Chun, that frigid killing intent permeated their hearts, as if death hovered ominously above them. The constant threat of demise instilled a sense of despair until Xiao appeared, vanquishing the Vice Palace Master of the Soul Palace with an unstoppable force, and subsequently pledging such promises, inciting wild jubilation among the people of Heavenly Alliance City. Greenheart approached, half kneeling in the void, respectfully bowing. I pay my respects to our esteemed leader. Xiao appraised Greenheart, patting him on the shoulder. Your strength has indeed progressed. It seems the Heavenly Alliance has flourished under your stewardship during this time. Thank you for your affirmation, esteemed leader. Greenheart replied, his expression brimming with excitement. Attend to the matters of the Heavenly Alliance first. I shall seek you out later to discuss the developments of the Alliance over the years. Understood. After instructing Greenheart, Xiao turned with a smile towards Xiao Yin and Elder Yao. Third brother, Elder Yao, I trust you are both well. I have heard of your adventures in the Central State over the years. You have certainly made quite a name for yourself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin rubbed his nose and revealed a faint smile tinged with bitterness. Compared to my fourth brother, you still have a long way to go. The Vice Master of the Soul Palace can kill at will. Alas, circumstances compel us. And the identity of the Xiao clan determines that we cannot coexist peacefully with the Soul Palace. At these words, Yao Lao's gaze sharpened, for it was evident that the Xiao family indeed belonged to the ancient race of the Xiao clan. As the three engaged in conversation, they returned to the headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance. The three members of the Xiao family had long awaited their arrival and were filled with joy upon seeing Xiao and his companions. The blood coursing through their veins, even after a long separation, left no room for estrangement. Xiao greeted his father and elder brothers with a bow, smilingly addressing Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. It is wonderful to be back, truly wonderful, said Xiao Zhan, looking at Xiao with immense satisfaction. The prosperity of the Xiao family today owes much to Xiao's contributions. After reminiscing, Xiao laid everything bare before them. Given the circumstances, further concealment would yield no benefits. As you may have heard from the esteemed Elder Yao, the Xiao family is indeed an ancient lineage. During my time in the ancient realm's heavenly tomb, I encountered our ancestor, Xiao Xian. Xiao recounted his tale, evoking a sense of nostalgia among the others. Although they had previously speculated about the Xiao family's ancient roots, the confirmation brought a poignant reflection on the vicissitudes of life. Even the most illustrious ancient clans of the Do-Chi continent can plummet to the depths in a single day. The totem of the Xiao clan is the coveted item of the Soul Palace, the Tua Shi ancient Emperor Jade, linked to the last Do Emperor of the Do-Chi continent, Tua Shi. Xiao Zhan, somewhat bewildered, produced the Tua Shi ancient Emperor Jade. Although he had previously learned from Xiao of the Jade's mysterious origins, he had not anticipated its extraordinary significance, entwined with the legendary Do Emperor. The onlookers gazed curiously at the Tua Shi ancient Emperor Jade in Xiao Zhan's hand. Yet after a moment of scrutiny, they could discern nothing remarkable. Zaire, this Tua Shi ancient Emperor Jade is indeed of immense importance. It would be prudent for you to keep it safe. Should the Xiao family face any misfortune due to the Soul Palace, we cannot allow them to achieve their desires. Chapter 532, Seeking Strength Externally. Faced with the Tua Shi ancient Emperor Jade presented by Xiao Zhan, Xiao hesitated momentarily before accepting it. Analyzing the events from the original narrative, any oversight could lead to calamity for the Xiao family. However, as long as the Tua Shi ancient Emperor Jade remained out of the Soul Clan's grasp, they would not dare to harm the Xiao family. The Tua Shi ancient Emperor Jade serves as an excellent means of restraint. Naturally, possessing it would also bring considerable troubles, should the Soul Clan become aware of it. The attempts on Xiao's life would be relentless. Xiao sensed the spatial jade slip that Xuner had entrusted to him within his spatial ring, and his resolve solidified. This was a spatial jade slip crafted by the ancient Yuan, significantly enhancing its security. Presently, my strength is quite adequate. I shall take on the responsibility of safeguarding the Tua Shi ancient Emperor Jade. The members of the Xiao family expressed no dissent, for Xiao Zhe's current prowess had reached the pinnacle of the entire continent. Entrusting the matter to him was undeniably safer than retaining it themselves. Xiao Zhan hesitated for a moment, then contemplatively remarked, Zaire, the Tua Shigu Di Jade is akin to a hot potato. If the Soul Clan becomes aware of it, it may invite ferocious hunting. It would be prudent to entrust it to the ancient clan for safekeeping. Xiao Li furrowed his brows, expressing his reluctance. Father, must we truly relinquish such a precious item to the ancient clan? Xiao Ding and Xiao Yan, however, seemed contemplative, refraining from hastily countering Xiao Zhan's words. Meanwhile, Elder Yao stroked his beard, his eyes glimmering with wisdom, yet he chose not to interject in the family affairs of the Xiaos. Alas, as per Zaire's account, our ancestor Xiao Xian had already promised to bestow the Tuo Shigu Di Jade to the ancient clan, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the promise remained unfulfilled. If the Jade were to incite the Soul Clan to pursue Zaire, it would be a grave misfortune. Zaire's safety is far more precious to the Xiao family than the Tuo Shigu Di Jade. Xiao Li suddenly realized the depth of his father's considerations, acknowledging his own shortcomings. At this juncture, Xiao Zhan fixed an unwavering gaze upon Xiao Zhe, filled with trust. Zaire, in comparison to the Tuo Shigu Di Jade left by the Dou Emperor, do you possess the secret to achieving the Dou Emperor's realm? I firmly believe that with your innate talent, you might just touch upon that legendary domain. Seeing Xiao Zhan's unwavering faith in him, Xiao Zhe felt a twinge of surprise. Yet he shook his head with a smile, responding, the realm of the Dou Emperor is too ethereal. I can only strive to do my utmost. The family, having been apart for so long, had much to share, and it wasn't until the sun gave way to the moon that they found themselves still yearning for more conversation. The adventures and experiences of Xiao Zhe and Xiao Yin in the central continent left the others in awe. It was astonishing to learn that beyond the northwest continent lay such a vast and tumultuous world, accommodating countless prodigies. In the following days, Xiao Zhe did not rush back to the central continent. Instead, he remained in Tianming City to manage the affairs of the alliance. Simultaneously, he began to mentor some of the younger members of the Xiao family. The return of Xiao Zhe and Xiao Yin brought immense joy to the entire Xiao clan. Even the clan leader and elders sent messages urging the family members residing elsewhere to hasten their return to Tianming City for a heartfelt reunion. It is noteworthy that since the establishment of the alliance, although the Xiao clan members outside still bore different names, they no longer had to risk their lives for cultivation resources. After all, with the formidable might of the alliance, even a slight surplus of resources would suffice to sustain those without the strength of a Dou Wang within the Xiao family. However, aside from a few exceptionally talented individuals and those close to Xiao Zhe, the overall strength of the Xiao family remained rather weak. After all, it had not been long since Xiao Zhe's rise. A family could fall from its zenith in an instant, yet it would take generations, even dozens of generations, to rise from obscurity. Certainly, should a member of the family ascend to the status of a Dou Emperor, the narrative would shift entirely. The bloodline of a Dou Emperor is extraordinarily formidable, bestowing blessings upon the family for generations to come. The activation of this bloodline can, in an instant, forge a family of unparalleled prominence within the continent. Over the years, Greenheart has managed the Heavenly Alliance with remarkable diligence. Aside from a few lingering issues that are beyond his personal capabilities to resolve, the management can be deemed nearly flawless. With Xiao Zhe's return, the previously insurmountable challenges due to insufficient strength are no longer formidable obstacles. After all, no matter how exaggerated the difficulties in the northwest continent may be, they cannot be beyond the reach of a Dou Saint. As Xiao Zhe perused the detailed intelligence regarding the recent incursion by the Soul Palace, he stroked his chin, realizing that the Heavenly Alliance's defensive posture would require a strategic shift. The Xiao family had now come under the gaze of the Soul Clan, and a continuous series of actions targeting the Xiao family was imminent. Xiao Zhe, of course, would not indulge in any illusions that the Soul Palace, having faced setbacks this time, would refrain from further actions. However, he could not remain stationed at the Heavenly Alliance indefinitely, as he had numerous matters demanding his attention. Opportunities awaited him in the space trading fair, the wild ancient domain, and the void thunder pool, all of which he could not afford to overlook. Once he commenced his quest for these opportunities, he could not guarantee his immediate return to assist the Xiao family in times of peril. Thus, the pressing priority was to bolster the strength of the Heavenly Alliance, which had already attained the status of a dominant power within the northwest continent. A qualitative breakthrough was not feasible in the short term, necessitating the search for external assistance. Given the intricate dynamics of power, even the Soul Palace must tread carefully in the central continent, making it the optimal choice for seeking alliances. With the original text as a reference, Xiao Zhe felt relatively at ease, able to make selections with due consideration. He was now the president of the Dan Tower, wielding significant influence within its ranks. Essentially, the decisions he wished to implement would not face opposition from the other two presidents, unless they genuinely threatened to plunge the Dan Tower into peril. Moreover, the Grand Elder of the small Dan Tower held him in high regard, suggesting that fostering an alliance should not pose significant challenges. The Dan Tower had also actively engaged with other prominent forces in the central continent in recent years. Thus, should Xiao Zhe initiate the resolution for an alliance, considerable resistance was unlikely. While Xiao Zhe contemplated these matters, Greenheart entered with a solemn expression. "My lord, in your return battle, you vanquished a Do Saint. As per your instructions, we have preserved its remains and erected an altar for them, serving as a deterrent for any who approach." Xiao Zhe nodded. The presence of a Do Saint's remains displayed outside the Heavenly Alliance city would sufficiently intimidate any visitors, compelling them to conduct themselves with decorum and refrain from causing disturbances, thus rendering the Soul Palace's deputy lord's last vestige of utility. "Is there a matter of concern?" he inquired. "Your directives have all been executed. Yet we find ourselves at an impasse regarding the naming of this place." Greenheart replied, cupping his hands respectfully. The former plane was merely an ordinary area outside the Heavenly Alliance city, lacking any distinctive name. Now, due to the extraordinary abilities of the Alliance leader, the situation has become unusual, leaving me unable to make a definitive decision. I humbly request the Alliance leader to bestow a name. Xiao Zhe observed the solemn demeanor of Greenheart and fell into a momentary silence. Although eliminating the Vice Hall Master posed little challenge to him, it was a matter of great significance for the entire Heavenly Alliance. Perhaps it would be fitting to call it the Fallen Saint Plane. It is important to note that the additional setting of the Tua Shi Ancient Emperor Jade belongs to the ancient clan, derived from the official side story of Do Pat Song Qiong, specifically the chapter concerning Xiao Xian and the Soul Emperor. Xiao Xian agreed to use the Tua Shi Ancient Emperor Jade as a bargaining chip to enter the Heavenly Tomb, with the stipulation that it would only be handed over to the ancient clan after his breakthrough. The author has incorporated certain elements of the side story that do not contradict the main narrative of Do Pat Song Qiong. Any elements that conflict with the main story, such as the Soul Emperor and Xiao Xian being aware of the existence of the Imperial-grade budding elixirs and source energy within the Tua Shi Ancient Emperor's cave, will be disregarded in favor of the canon. Chapter 533, Seeking Alliances. The Fallen Saint Plane is the site of a fallen Do Saint, a name that is blunt and devoid of elaborate connotations, yet the term saint embodies profound significance. In this era, where the Do Emperors have vanished, Do Saints represent the pinnacle of power on the Do Chi continent, towering above all beings. The very notion that such an existence could fall here is staggering. Greenheart pondered the name and nodded in agreement. The Fallen Saint Plane, while simple, carries an air of majesty, as it is intrinsically linked to the exalted Do Saint. Xiao Zhe chuckled and shook his head. "Are you subtly praising me?" He laughed heartily, adding, "The might of the Alliance leader requires no embellishment from you. The entire Heavenly Alliance is well aware that it is your presence that allows us to stand firm and stable as a mountain." Upon hearing this, Greenheart did not mince words, directly stating, "Your words are quite agreeable, yet I cannot remain in the Heavenly Alliance at all times. Thus, we must seek external assistance." Xiao Zhe casually remarked, not taking Greenheart's praise to heart. He had encountered too many such commendations on his journey and had grown immune to them. Greenheart paused briefly, then realized that the individuals from the Soul Palace who had previously attacked were likely not the entirety of their forces. It might be an exaggeration to call it merely the tip of the iceberg, but the Soul Palace undoubtedly possesses even more formidable entities. Is the Alliance leader suggesting an alliance with the forces of Zhongzhou? Greenheart naturally thought of Zhongzhou, considering that Xiao Zhe had built his foundation in the northwest continent and had also ventured into Zhongzhou over the years. "Indeed, come with me. There is a powerful faction leader worth courting," Xiao Zhe responded, rising and gesturing for Greenheart to follow. He then stepped forward, and Greenheart hurriedly trailed behind him, remaining silent as they made their way to the depths of the Heavenly Alliance, arriving at the Xiao family's meeting hall, where several key figures of the Xiao family were gathered. Upon encountering Xiao Zhe accompanied by Greenheart, the others were momentarily taken aback, but soon engaged in cordial pleasantries with Greenheart, who had shown considerable care for the Xiao family over the years. Xiao Zhe glanced around and noted the presence of the three Xiao brothers and Elder Yao, yet the absence of Xiao Zhan was conspicuous. Noticing Xiao Zhe's look of confusion, Xiao Ding chuckled and explained, "Father has retreated for seclusion. The elixirs you provided him have facilitated a breakthrough in his cultivation." "Ah, I see," Xiao Zhe replied. "I have come seeking Elder Yao for a matter of some importance." "Me?" Elder Yao, seated comfortably, was taken aback by Xiao Zhe's sudden attention. The Xiao family had enjoyed the protection of the Heavenly Alliance, remaining unscathed in the northwest continent as long as they were not exposed to the prying eyes of the Soul Palace. Xiao wasted no time in getting to the heart of the matter. However, the situation has changed. Although the Heavenly Alliance holds dominion over the northwest, managing it like a fortified bastion, this bastion can easily be shattered when facing the Soul Palace. I, too, have pressing matters to attend to and find myself stretched thin. Thus, it is imperative to strengthen the Heavenly Alliance. Yet, in the short term, we cannot reach a level capable of resisting the Soul Palace. Therefore, I seek the assistance of the foremost powers in Zhongzhou to form a mutual alliance of support. Elder Yao, you have deep ties with the Falling Star Pavilion. I wonder if you could lend your aid. Upon hearing Xiao Zhe's words, Xiao Yan gazed at Elder Yao with a hint of hopeful anticipation. Elder Yao met Xiao Yan's gaze and smiled. As your mentor, I am naturally inclined to support the Xiao family with all my strength. Xiao Zhe, I can represent the Falling Star Pavilion in deciding to ally with the Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Yan sighed in relief upon hearing this. After all, Elder Yao had previously hesitated to return to the Falling Star Pavilion, not wishing to drag his old friends into the potential wrath of the Soul Palace. Yet now, in order to protect the Xiao family, Elder Yao was willing to take charge within the Falling Star Pavilion again, filling Xiao Yan's heart with warmth and gratitude as he looked at his mentor. Master Hehe, in truth, this alliance would be mutually beneficial for both of us. Elder Yao said with a grin. If we can indeed form this alliance to confront the Soul Palace, we need not live in hiding any longer. The Soul Palace would think twice before attempting to make a move against us. Regardless, Elder Yao, you have rendered me immense assistance, and I express my heartfelt gratitude. Xiao Zhe said, cupping his hands in respect. As the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, Xiao Zhe had the authority to forge an alliance with the foremost powers of Zhongzhou. However, he could not represent the Dan Tower. Although he was the president, he was still far from being able to single-handedly decide the major affairs of the entire organization. Only the ancestral master of the Dan Tower, a true six-star Do Saint, possessed that level of authority. With the ancestral master wandering abroad, the significant matters of the Dan Tower were primarily determined by the Elder Council of the small Dan Tower. The Elder Council consisted of 10 seats, and as the president, Xiao Zhe naturally held one of those seats, enjoying the right to cast a vote. According to Xiao Zhe's estimation, striving for this should not prove overly challenging, as he maintains amicable relations with the other two presidents and is esteemed by the Grand Elder of the Dan Tower. The Grand Elder wields considerable influence within the Elder Council. Provided the Grand Elder consents, it is unlikely that the other elders will oppose, thereby securing a majority of the votes. In light of the need to confront the Soul Palace, one cannot afford to be negligent. The might of the Soul Palace is formidable, especially considering the ancient Soul clan that stands behind it. Old Yao stroked his beard, his expression solemn as he remarked that the combined strength of the Heavenly Alliance and the Starfall Pavilion is far from sufficient to contend with the Soul Palace. The younger generation can return to the Dan Tower to negotiate, and it is highly probable that an alliance can be forged. At that point, there would be a coalition of 3 factions, and the other top powers in the Central Continent could also be considered. I can lend my assistance in this matter. I have some acquaintances among the top powers in the Central Continent, Old Yao mused before smiling. This indeed places a burden on you, Elder Yao. In truth, your status as a genuine 9th-rank pill refining grandmaster carries far more weight than mine, he replied. That is not quite the same. You, Elder Yao, have previously established rapport with them, facilitating better communication. If the alliance is formed purely for profit, it may lead to its dissolution over time. Upon hearing these words, Old Yao nodded thoughtfully. Currently, the top forces worthy of pursuit are the Burning Flame Valley and the Flower Sect, both of which are commendable choices. The other factions have, over the years, incurred enmity due to Xiao Yan's ventures. Xiao Yan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed about his youthful recklessness. That is of little concern. With the combined might of the Dan Tower, Burning Flame Valley, Starfall Pavilion, and Flower Sect, we would be sufficiently capable of opposing the Soul Palace. Xiao Zhe shook his head, dismissing the thought. As long as we can forge the alliance and demonstrate formidable strength, countless powerful individuals and factions will be inclined to join us. After all, it is advantageous to be sheltered by a formidable tree. Thus, the preliminary arrangements for the alliance were established, and they would subsequently strive to engage other leading powers. Chapter 534, The Space Trading Conference. Following the establishment of the alliance with Old Yao, Xiao Zhe began preparing for his return to the Central Continent. The depth of resources in the northwestern continent pales in comparison to that of the Central Continent, where the opportunities he seeks are predominantly concentrated. This ensures that Xiao Zhe cannot remain in the northwestern continent for an extended period. Deep within the headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance in Tianming City, Xiao Zhe constructed a spatial wormhole. Upon his return to the Central Continent, he would be able to establish another wormhole, connecting the northwestern routes to the Central Continent. Such a spatial wormhole, capable of traversing vast distances, can only be constructed by those of Doshin caliber. Xiao Zhe gazed at the spatial wormhole radiating a potent force of spatial energy and said to the nearby green heart, "This spatial wormhole should not be opened to the outside. It must be maintained by trusted Dozun experts regularly, as this concerns the safety of the Heavenly Alliance and must not be taken lightly." "Understood, my lord," Greenheart promptly replied, expressing that had it not been for the measures left by the Alliance Lord within the family and his timely return, the entire Heavenly Alliance would have faced obliteration. This incident heightened Greenheart's regard for the spatial wormhole to the extent that he contemplated personally overseeing its maintenance, provided there were no pressing matters at hand. Just then, Xiao Zhe received a communication from the little medicinal fairy. "Xiao Zhe, I have news regarding the spatial trading conference you asked me to keep an eye on. Is there anything urgent from the Heavenly Alliance? If you cannot return in time, I can attend the conference on your behalf." "No need. I shall return to Central Continent shortly," Xiao Zhe communicated through the source tree, knowing he merely needed to wrap things up before utilizing the roots of the source tree to return. The spatial trading conference was a destination Xiao Zhe deemed essential. He was not overly concerned about the fragmented map of the pure lotus demon fire. What truly benefited him was the 9-colored origin stone. The bloodline of Medusa's 7-colored sky-eating python required this 9-colored origin stone for its elevation to the legendary 9-colored sky-eating python. The power of that bloodline could rival that of the ancient void dragon and the ancient heavenly phoenix. Such a profound amplification of feedback would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for Xiao Zhe. Previously, he had instructed the little medicinal fairy and Qing Lin to return to the alchemy tower ahead of him, mindful of gathering intelligence on the spatial trading conference. This conference, obscure to most on the Duki continent, was known only among the elite forces and formidable individuals. Without proper channels, one might remain oblivious to its existence. However, the alchemy tower, being the most prominent force in Central Continent, was naturally privy to the knowledge of the spatial trading conference, even receiving invitations directly. Whether the alchemy tower chose to attend was another matter entirely. After all, it was home to a plethora of alchemists, including many high-ranking ones. Even in the most prestigious of trading gatherings, high-ranking alchemists were exceptionally powerful patrons. In many respects, high-grade medicinal pills were more sought after among top-tier practitioners. After all, those who had reached such levels of strength had formidable cultivation techniques and combat skills. Unless there was a significant qualitative difference, they would not change their techniques. Conversely, a high-grade medicinal pill could further enhance their abilities. Thus, high-grade pills were considered hard currency at the spatial trading conference. Naturally, top-tier alchemists, who possessed the most high-grade pills, were highly sought after. After arranging matters for the Heavenly Alliance, Xiao Zhe made his way back to the alchemy tower. Meanwhile, Yao Lao and Xiao Yin returned to the Starfall Pavilion to prepare for the alliance. In Central Continent, within the Sacred Dance City, a resplendent golden light transformed into a golden tree as Xiao Zhe emerged from it. Young Master Xiao Zhe greeted the little medicinal fairy and Qing Lin. Regarding the matters of the Celestial Alliance, they have gleaned some understanding through the roots of the primordial tree, hence they did not inquire further. How long remains until the spatial trading fair? There should be approximately 2 months left, ample time to travel from the Pill Tower to Spatial Town. Upon hearing that there were still 2 months at hand, Xiao Zhe raised an eyebrow. There was indeed no rush. He could even concoct another batch of high-grade elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. However, since he had returned to the Pill Tower, it would be prudent to first pay a visit to the other 2 presidents. With this thought in mind, Xiao Zhe approached the towering black edifice. The formidable guardians stationed there immediately clasped their hands and saluted upon seeing him. "Greetings, President Xiao Zhe. I appreciate your efforts," responded Xiao Zhe with a warm smile and a nod before stepping inside. Once his figure vanished from sight, the guardians exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with admiration. Lord Xiao Zhe, so young yet already a 9th-grade Grandmaster Alchemist. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Not only that, but Lord Xiao Zhe is also a formidable saint of combat, skillfully balancing both alchemical pursuits and martial cultivation. Although they had never interacted with him directly, this encounter revealed Xiao Zhe to be remarkably approachable, devoid of any pretentiousness. Their eyes sparkled with respect for this legendary figure who had ascended to the presidency of the Pill Tower. Throughout the Pill Tower, discussions of Xiao Zhe's prowess were fervent, and many aspired to earn his favor, believing it to be a divine blessing. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the tower, Xiao Zhe found both presidents awaiting him. Their initial surprise quickly transformed into smiles. "Xiao Zhe, congratulations on achieving the title of Mystical Alchemist," exclaimed Xian Keingzi, his tone rich with envy. Xiao Zhe's mastery of alchemy seemed to ascend as effortlessly as one might partake in sustenance. Even Xian Keingzi, a veteran in the art, could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Have the two presidents already been informed? Xiao pondered aloud. It is difficult for the Pill Tower to remain unaware. Given the grand announcement you made within the ancient clan, Xian Yi replied with a gentle laugh. Xiao contemplated this and soon comprehended. The recent coming-of-age ceremony of the ancient clan had been quite extravagant, inviting numerous formidable entities from beyond the ancient races. Following the ceremony, these factions could linger for a while, awaiting the departure of the ancient races after their participation in the heavenly tomb. It was likely that the news had spread during that time, yet Xiao had no intention of concealing it. After all, such a public declaration rendered any attempt at secrecy rather absurd. Haha, the successful concoction of that mystical pill was, in truth, partially attributable to luck. With my current alchemical skills, the probability of successfully crafting a mystical pill hovers around 50%, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Xian Kingzi and Xian Yi exchanged incredulous glances. Was a 50% success rate for a 9th-grade mystical pill not sufficiently high? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xian Kingzi presented a scroll to Xiao. Your return is most timely. Recently, the Soul Palace has become increasingly rampant, frequently hunting the alchemists of the Dan Tower. It seems as if the Soul Palace has gone mad, perhaps preparing for war against us. Xiao received the scroll. Yet his mind was consumed with speculation regarding the Soul Palace's actions. They must be in dire need of more soul essence. The Soul Palace is urgently collecting soul essence to assist the soul realm of the void-devouring flame, aiming to break through from the pinnacle of the heavenly realm to the emperor realm of the soul. In the original narrative, the Soul Palace incited chaos across the northwestern continent and even other regions, all to reap a vast harvest of soul essence through warfare. Chapter 535, A Perfect Match. Xiao recalled that when the void-devouring flame broke through to the emperor realm of the soul, it required no less than 100 clusters of soul essence. Each cluster of soul essence was equivalent to what Xiao Yan had previously seized from the human palace. A single cluster of soul essence was sufficient to elevate Xiao Yan from the late heavenly realm to the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. According to the estimations of the medicinal elder, the creation of such a formidable cluster of soul essence necessitates at least 1,000,000 souls. And for the void-devouring flame to achieve its breakthrough to the emperor realm of the soul, it required a staggering number of clusters. One can only imagine the extent of the Soul Palace's transgressions and their insatiable thirst for soul essence. The turmoil currently sweeping other regions of the continent is merely the tip of the iceberg of their malfeasance. Compared to the outright chaos ignited in other regions, the actions of the Soul Palace in the central state have been relatively restrained. However, in contrast to their previous conduct, the present actions of the Soul Palace have become increasingly audacious in the eyes of the Dan Tower. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao addressed the two presidents. The current frenzy of the Soul Palace's actions likely conceals a monumental conspiracy. Their movements in the central state have been somewhat subdued, but beyond its borders, the Soul Palace's actions are nothing short of frenzied. Outside the central state, they can indiscriminately incite turmoil across hundreds of empires to harvest soul essence. Having returned from the northwestern continent, where I established the Heavenly Alliance, the dominant force in that region, I still found it besieged by the Soul Palace. Xiao recounted the events in detail, revealing his identity without reservation. The two presidents were already aware of Xiao's lineage as a descendant of the ancient Xiao clan and expressed little surprise. However, upon hearing Xiao's conjecture regarding the Soul Palace's potential conspiracy, their expressions turned grave. After all, the actions of the Soul Palace have indeed grown increasingly reckless. It would be hard to believe they harbor no grand scheme. Xiao, is your return also aimed at fostering an alliance between the Dan Tower and the Heavenly Alliance? Xiao nodded, and the two presidents exchanged a glance, a flicker of hesitation passing through their eyes. Presidents Xian Kong and Xian Yi, I implore you to heed my words. The Soul Palace's desperate collection of soul essence makes the alchemists, particularly those of great soul strength, prime targets for them. It is foreseeable that in the future, the alchemists of the Dan Tower will face more frequent hunts from the Soul Palace. In such circumstances, if the Dan Tower fails to take any action, it is likely to jeopardize its very foundation. Although the Dan Tower is a loose organization of alchemists, if they stand idly by while their fellow alchemists are hunted by the Soul Palace, it is probable that they will no longer choose to remain within its confines. After all, if the Dan Tower cannot offer them protection, why should they continue to linger there? Upon hearing Xiao's words, the two presidents exchanged a resigned smile. Xiao, we too lean towards forming an alliance, to create a mightier force to jointly oppose the Soul Palace. However, we must first communicate with the Grand Elder. For with the ancestor absent from the Dan Tower, such significant matters must be subjected to a vote by the Elder Council. We are concerned that some within the council may cling stubbornly to the so-called rules of the Dan Tower, unwilling to embrace change. Hence, It is necessary for us to advocate for a shift. Xiao Zhe rolled up the scroll, rising with determination. Haha, indeed, lingering here in indecision serves no purpose. It would be far more productive to directly engage with those old-timers. Hearing this, Xian Kongzi chuckled heartily, standing up to follow Xiao Zhe as they approached a wall. Observing their actions, Xian Yi's previous resignation was replaced with resolve as he trailed behind them. A spatial passage gradually formed. Without hesitation, the three entered. In the Little Dan Tower's secret realm, the towering peak pierced the heavens, and a rich energy permeated the atmosphere, accompanied by a faint scent of herbs wafting down from the summit. Each visit to the Little Dan Tower filled Xiao Zhe with a refreshing sense of tranquility. Inhaling deeply, the subtle fragrance of the herbs invigorated his spirit. Haha, at your age, lingering too long in the Little Dan Tower may prove unusual. This place is more suited for us old fellows to enjoy our twilight years, Xian Kongzi remarked with a shake of his head and a laugh. Perceiving that Xiao Zhe's brief stay had given him such a novel impression, compared to the vibrant world outside, the Little Dan Tower was more fitting for quiet cultivation and serene living, its monotony bordering on the tedious. Perhaps, the trio continued their ascent to the peak, engaging in casual conversation. Occasionally, they exchanged pleasantries with other elders of the Dan Tower, but did not tarry long. Soon, they arrived before the stone dwelling of the Grand Elder, who had already opened the door, awaiting their arrival. The Grand Elder's deep, soul-captivating gaze fell directly upon Xiao Zhe, revealing a hint of surprise. He had completely lost his ability to read him. Such a formidable youth, was the Grand Elder's first thought upon seeing Xiao Zhe again, followed by a broad smile. What brings the three of you together? Exchanging glances, it was ultimately Xian Kongzi, who stepped forward to explain. After listening to Xian Kongzi's words and receiving the scroll from Xiao Zhe, the Grand Elder's brow furrowed slightly. The Soul Palace indeed wields formidable power, especially with the ancient race of the Soul Clan standing behind it. However, if the strength of the Soul Palace compels us to refrain from resisting their pursuit of the alchemists of the Pill Tower, then there would be little reason for the Pill Tower to continue its existence. We might as well surrender and allow ourselves to be slaughtered. Nevertheless, the Pill Tower, standing alone, cannot hope to rival the Soul Palace. Thus, seeking collaboration emerges as a commendable option. Upon hearing this, a hint of delight appeared on Xiao Zhe's face. If the Grand Elder of the Pill Tower concurs, the alliance is virtually sealed. The Grand Elder placed the scroll aside, and his spiritual power began to emanate outward. Shortly thereafter, the other 6 elders of the Pill Tower's Grand Elder Hall arrived at the Grand Elder's stone chamber. After taking some time to inform the other elders, the Grand Elder slowly spoke. In the absence of our ancestor, the Grand Elder Hall has the authority to decide on significant matters concerning the Pill Tower. Do any of you have opinions? The other elders exchanged glances, still processing the Grand Elder's words, while Xiao Zhe and his companions were the first to voice their agreement. We 3 unanimously support the notion of an alliance. Should we delay, it would be too late once the Soul Palace gradually devours the other top-tier forces. And seeking help at that point would likely yield no assistance. The other elders nodded slightly, acknowledging the logic in their argument. Yet they still looked towards the Grand Elder seated at the head of the table. Meeting their gaze, the Grand Elder did not conceal his stance, stating that he too favored the alliance. Consequently, none of the other elders opposed, and they all consented to forge the alliance. Chapter 536, The Ancestor of Fire Cloud. Seeing that he had successfully garnered the support of the many elders of the Pill Tower, Xiao Zhe let out a sigh of relief. Matters concerning the Pill Tower had unfolded more smoothly than he had anticipated. Next, he must strive to secure the allegiance of the Hua clan and the Burning Flame Valley, both of which are elite forces. After a round of pleasantries, Xiao Zhe and the others did not linger, but proceeded to address their respective affairs. With the Pill Tower's determination to form an alliance against the Soul Palace, there was much to prepare. Xiao Zhe then contacted Xiao Yin through the origin tree. Naturally, Xiao Yin possessed the root of the origin tree gifted by Xiao Zhe. Like Xiao Zhan and Xiao Ding, he had embedded the golden sapling into a jade pendant for ease of communication and assistance. Unlike Xuner and Little Dr. Immortal, who transformed it into runes forming the image of the golden sapling in their palms. Fourth brother, the Starfall Pavilion has been settled, and Master has become the Pavilion Master. How are things on your end? The Pill Tower has agreed to the alliance. Next, we must win over the Hua clan and Burning Flame Valley. I have some connections with Tang Zhun, the Valley Master of Burning Flame Valley, so I can visit them. However, I have had little interaction with the Hua clan. Xiao Zhe relayed the information, and after a moment, Xiao Yin replied. Master mentioned that he also has some connections with the Supreme Elder of the Hua clan and can persuade them to join the alliance. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Xiao Zhe's face. In the original narrative, the Medicine Elder indeed had some intricate ties with the Supreme Elder of the Hua clan. The esteemed Elder, in his pursuit of medicinal herbs, dared to confront even his own master. Very well, let it be established thus. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, do not hesitate to reach out. Excellent. As Xiao Yan gazed upon the palm-sized dragon-shaped jade token adorned with a golden tree, he was filled with profound sentiment. With such an extraordinary treasure, even vast distances could not hinder communication. It was truly wondrous. The elder Yao took the dragon-shaped jade token, scrutinizing the golden tree embedded within. This object was remarkably exceptional, and according to Xiao Zhe, it embodied the essence of his power. The nature of the cultivation method he practiced remained a mystery, for it was astonishing that such a source of power could be born from it. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, pondering that his fourth brother's cultivation technique might rival his own burning art. Elder Yao refrained from passing judgment. He had witnessed the potency of the burning art firsthand. Yet, he knew nothing of Xiao Zhe's method. Thus, he could only speculate based on scant evidence, unable to ascertain which technique was superior. It was no wonder that both master and disciple instinctively attributed Xiao Zhe's source of power to the strength of his cultivation method. On the Do-Chi continent, the strength of a practitioner is generally determined by three factors: the level of their Do-Chi realm, the grade of their cultivation method, and the martial skills they employ. The source of power was fundamentally unrelated to Do-Chi realm and martial skills. Only the cultivation method could yield such extraordinary effects. Now that a decision had been reached, it was time to embark on the journey. It had indeed been years since the elder had seen his old friend from the flower sect. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Elder Yao's eyes. The alliance must be established swiftly, as delay was not an option. The master and disciple informed the Wind Sovereign before hastily making their way to the flower sect, presenting their invitation and personally advocating their cause. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhe did not linger. After addressing matters related to the Pill Tower, he set off alone towards the Burning Flame Valley. Standing in the void outside the Burning Flame Valley, Xiao Zhe gazed upon the unique mountain range, patiently awaiting his hosts. The invitation had been delivered, and it was likely that the Valley Master, Tang Zhan, would soon send someone to welcome him. Haha, the esteemed President Xiao Zhe graces the Burning Flame Valley. It truly elevates our humble abode. Tang Zhan's figure flashed, appearing before Xiao Zhe, accompanied by numerous elders who bore expressions of subtle tension. After all, Xiao Zhe's journey had been nothing short of legendary. The visit of a Do Saint was bound to inspire contemplation. Valley Master Tang, you flatter me. I have come on urgent business to discuss with you, Xiao Zhe replied with a smile and a respectful gesture. Taken aback, Tang Zhan wondered what pressing matter could warrant such a personal visit from Xiao Zhe. However, he refrained from inquiring directly at that moment, instead warmly inviting. A guest is a guest. President Xiao Zhe, please enter the valley for a discussion. Xiao Zhe followed Tang Zhan into the Burning Flame Valley, greeting the elders along the way with respectful gestures. Tang Zhan dismissed the onlookers and spoke directly. President Xiao Zhe, please speak your mind. To be frank, Xiao Zhe had come with the intention of forming an alliance with the Burning Flame Valley to jointly combat the Soul Palace. The Soul Palace had previously clashed with our Alchemist Tower, and for reasons unknown, their audacity has only grown over the years, increasingly targeting our alchemists and hunting soul entities. Alchemists are the foundation of the Alchemist Tower, and we cannot stand idly by while the Soul Palace wreaks havoc. Their rampancy over the years has not only been directed at the Alchemist Tower. One can surmise that the Burning Flame Valley, being one of the premier forces in Central State, must have also faced considerable disturbances from the Soul Palace. Alliance, Tang Zhan furrowed his brow and reiterated, President Xiao Zhe. It is not that I wish to evade responsibility, but such a significant matter cannot be decided by me alone. I have long heard of the esteemed reputation of the Fire Cloud ancestor of the Burning Flame Valley. Might I request that you, Valley Master Tang Zhan, facilitate an introduction? Hearing this, Tang Zhan hesitated momentarily. It was evident that Xiao Zhe had come prepared, and it would be ungracious to dismiss his request. Moreover, considering that Xiao Zhe had previously crafted elixirs for the Burning Flame Valley and their subsequent interactions, a rapport had indeed been established between the two parties. He did not wish for Xiao Zhe to return empty-handed. Ultimately, if President Xiao Zhe could sway the ancestor, then the Burning Flame Valley would certainly heed the ancestor's command. Tang Zhan rose and addressed Xiao Zhe, please follow me, President Xiao Zhe. The ancestor has quite a fiery temperament, and should there be any impropriety, I hope you will not take it to heart. Valley Master Tang, you are too kind. It is I who has come seeking a favor, and I shall do my utmost to achieve this alliance. Should it prove unfeasible, I would not take offense, Xiao Zhe replied with a smile. As they conversed lightheartedly, they ventured deep into the Burning Flame Valley, arriving at a serene and secluded bamboo grove. Following the stone path through the bamboo forest, Xiao Zhe soon beheld a simple and unadorned bamboo cottage, where melodious voices reached his ears. Ancestor, how is it? Is the pressure adequate? Yes, yes. The pressure is just right. Apply a bit more, fire. An aged voice emitted a satisfied hum, suggesting a mood of great contentment. Upon turning a corner, they encountered an elderly man seated at a stone table, his hair as red as fire, leisurely enjoying the shoulder massage from a young girl. The girl, upon seeing Xiao Zhe, was momentarily taken aback and then exclaimed, "You are Xiao Zhe?" In her astonishment, she even paused her actions, causing the fire cloud ancestor to frown slightly, casting a displeased glance at Xiao Zhe, but soon his eyes revealed a mixture of surprise and gravity. This young man was utterly inscrutable to him. Chapter 537. The Alliance is formed. Xiao Zhe greeted the fire cloud ancestor respectfully. Observing the astonished expression on Tang Huader's face, he smiled and said, "Miss Tang, it has been a long time. I hope you have been well." "Greetings, President Xiao Zhe." Tang Huader quickly responded, regaining her composure. After all, Xiao Zhe was the esteemed president of the Alchemist Tower, and addressing him by name was quite impolite. The fire cloud ancestor, noticing that Tang Huader's attention was entirely focused on Xiao Zhe, also let out a couple of dissatisfied hums. "Are you the newly appointed president of the Dan Tower, the one spoken of with such reverence in the outside world? As the president of the Dan Tower, I presume you have come to consult me regarding some matter of importance?" The fiery temperament of the fire cloud ancestor is well known. He is blunt and straightforward, devoid of any convoluted thoughts, and he speaks directly to the point. Indeed, the purpose of Xiao Zhe's visit is to seek an alliance between the Dan Tower and the Burning Flame Valley in order to jointly confront the Soul Palace. Recognizing the nature of the fire cloud ancestor, Xiaoyan does not hesitate and opts for a direct approach in their discourse. Upon hearing the proposal, the fire cloud ancestor waved his hand dismissively, expressing his impatience. An alliance against the Soul Palace? Although the actions of the Soul Palace are utterly repugnant, they have not provoked the Burning Flame Valley, who would engage in conflict with them without cause. Cough, cough. After a lengthy discourse, he was seized by a fit of coughing, evidently triggered by some underlying ailment. Tang Huader, witnessing this, hurriedly patted the fire cloud ancestor's back, which eased his discomfort somewhat. Tang Zhun, observing the situation, wore a resigned smile and cast an apologetic glance at Xiao Zhe. Given the advanced age of the fire cloud ancestor and his fiery disposition, he had previously advised Xiao Zhe not to take his words to heart. Xiao Zhe understood that there was currently no significant discord between the Burning Flame Valley and the Soul Palace. Yet, should a conflict arise in the future, the forces of the Burning Flame Valley would likely struggle to withstand the might of the Soul Palace. At this juncture, Xiao Zhe paused, his gaze lingering on the fire cloud ancestor's face, which had reddened from his vigorous coughing. Naturally, he recognized that mere words would not suffice to sway someone. He had achieved some success in alchemy and perceived that the fire cloud ancestor bore an ailment, a remnant of his youth that had accumulated over time and now seemed insurmountable. He expressed his willingness to assist the fire cloud ancestor in alleviating this affliction. Listening to Xiao Zhe's articulate and insightful proposal, the fire cloud ancestor was intrigued. However, feeling the gentle pat on his back from Tang Huader and gazing upon Xiao Zhe's exceptionally handsome visage, a peculiar smile crept upon his face. "I see you possess extraordinary talent and striking features. Why not marry Huader, and I shall acquiesce to your request." Bang! Cough, cough. Tang Huader, standing behind the fire cloud ancestor, felt her grip tighten in surprise at his unexpected words, which caused him to cough again. Her heart raced. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she shot a glare at the fire cloud ancestor before quickly turning to Xiao Zhe. Tang Zhun was equally taken aback, never anticipating that the ancestor would utter such astonishing words. However, the prospect of Huader uniting with Xiao Zhe stirred some interest within him, for he held Xiao Zhe in high regard. It could be said that given Xiao Zhe's current accomplishments, should he announce his desire to take a wife, the queue of suitors would stretch from the Dan Tower to the Burning Flame Valley. Xiao Zhe was momentarily taken aback. How could he encounter the jest of the fire cloud ancestor that was merely a playful quip in the original narrative? Such frivolities might be suitable for conversation with Tang Zhun or Tang Huader, yet he was here in person. Ahem, ancestor, it appears you jest. I have had minimal interaction with Miss Tang, and our meetings can be counted on one hand. Moreover, if a woman's marriage were to serve as the basis for an alliance, it would be exceedingly unfair to Miss Tang. Should the ancestor agree to the alliance, Xiao Zhe would undoubtedly exert his utmost to alleviate any hidden ailments afflicting the venerable elder. Observing the earnest expression on Xiao Zhe's face, the fire cloud ancestor realized that his whimsical idea of marriage was utterly implausible. A genius like Xiao Zhe, who had ascended to the Saint of Combat stage, possessed an unwavering will. If Xiao Zhe were disinclined, even an emperor of combat would struggle to sway his resolve. If the emperor insisted on coercion, the outcome would likely result in Xiao Zhe's demise, with no prospect of submission. Tang Huader lowered her gaze, her eyes dimming, yet she remained silent. The fire cloud ancestor retracted his peculiar smile, casually plucking a crimson fruit from the stone table and biting into it with vigor. Exchanging healing for an alliance is indeed a generous offer, yet I must decline. Xiao pressed his lips together and replied with a smile. It matters not if you refuse, ancestor. I am still willing to assist in removing the hidden dangers within your body. Viewing it as an opportunity to forge a benevolent bond with the burning flame valley, the ancestor's vigorous chewing momentarily halted as he regarded Xiao with a penetrating gaze. Discarding the fruit with a flick of his wrist, after a moment of silence, he revealed a relieved smile. Indeed, my prior assessment of you was not erroneous. Your character is commendable. Most would have been incensed and left in a huff after such a rejection. The fire cloud ancestor remarked. Although he understood that a talent like Xiao likely encountered little adversity on his path to greatness, had it been any other genius, they would have grown impatient and stormed off after such a refusal. Then, ancestor, does this imply your consent to the alliance? Xiao inquired. From this day forth, the burning flame valley and the pill tower shall join forces, standing guard and supporting one another, the fire cloud ancestor declared, an aura of formidable power emanating from him. The Soul Palace? It is not beyond our capabilities to contend with them. Relieved that matters had finally been settled, Xiao bowed in gratitude. Thank you, ancestor, for agreeing to the alliance. I shall now prepare elixirs to eliminate the hidden dangers within you. Tang Jun, witnessing this, promptly interjected, Chairman Xiao, please follow me. Given that Xiao was about to assist the ancestor in addressing his internal afflictions, Tang Jun was notably more enthusiastic, eager to lead Xiao to the secret location within the burning flame valley for alchemical preparations. In the bamboo grove, Tang Hor watched the two depart, a sense of melancholy settling upon her as she sat at the stone table. The fire cloud ancestor, observing her despondent demeanor, shook his head with a sense of helplessness. Hor, a prodigy of his caliber, cannot be compelled to do what he does not wish. If he harbors no interest in you, it would be unwise to insist. Tang Hor pressed her cherry lips together, shook her head, and forced a smile as she spoke. Ancestor, I am well. In fact, immersing myself in cultivation is quite rewarding. Striving to ascend the pinnacle of cultivation may allow me to someday witness the scenery that Xiao currently experiences. The fire cloud ancestor tenderly stroked Tang Hoyer's head, feeling a twinge of regret for previously voicing his sudden thoughts. Hor, while there may be little I can assist you with in other matters, rest assured that your cultivation is entrusted to me. Chapter 538, The Space Trading Conference. Deep within the depths of the burning flame valley, in a serene location, Xiao hand gestures transformed as he channeled an immense soul power into the alchemical furnace, igniting the final flame for the elixir within. A wisp of elixir energy surged skyward, and in an instant, thunder roared, with vibrant lightning flickering amidst the clouds. Gazing upward at the suddenly coalescing thunderclouds, he felt the formidable presence emanating from them, as if they were intent on unleashing their full might to obliterate the soon-to-be-born elixir. A root of the primordial tree emerged in Xiao hand. With a flick of his fingers, it flickered at an imperceptible speed, swiftly penetrating the 8-colored thunderclouds. Upon entering the thunderclouds, the primordial root rapidly expanded from the length of a finger to a colossal golden tree spanning dozens of yards. The golden tree took root within the thundercloud, its branches sprawling outward, adorned with resplendent golden leaves transformed from the essence of the primordial imperial flame. As the golden tree emerged, the 8-colored thunderclouds trembled violently, as if provoked and insulted, unleashing a furious torrent of elixir thunder toward the golden tree. Yet, in the face of the onslaught from the 8-colored elixir thunder, the golden tree stood resolute like a steadfast rock against relentless waves, unyielding to the tumultuous forces. The roots anchored within the thunderclouds, continuously absorbing their energy, while the branches swept across, exuding an unparalleled devouring power that consumed all elixir thunders they encountered. The golden leaves swayed gently, brushing past the 8-colored elixir thunder, causing it to vanish without a trace. In the bamboo grove, the fire cloud ancestor gazed solemnly at the thunderclouds. The 8-colored elixir thunder posed little threat to him, yet it was the presence within the thunderclouds that instilled a sense of caution. This unparalleled ability to devour energy, capable even of swiftly absorbing tribulation thunder, was indeed terrifying. The ability to consume thunder? This fellow's secrets seemed to be boundless. Meanwhile, outside the concealed location, Tang Jun looked up at the sky, awed by the energy brewed by the 8-colored elixir thunder. Even he felt a rush of astonishment. This prompted Tang Jun to reflect on the ever-changing nature of the world. During their first encounter, Xiao's strength had been far inferior to his own. The only qualities worth noting were Xiao's status as an elder of the alchemy tower and his alchemical skills. Yet now, upon their reunion, The elixirs effortlessly crafted by Xiao Zhe and the resultant elixir thunder were beyond Tang Xun's capacity to withstand. The thunderstorm that was originally set to last for several minutes dissipated quietly under the devouring force of the golden tree in less than a few minutes, leaving behind a mere remnant of the thunderous power. The golden tree reverted to its original form, a root, resting in the palm of Xiao Zhe. With a flick of his wrist, he stored it within the void. Now, Xiao Zhe could unleash many of his abilities without restraint. After all, with his current strength, few dare to question him. High-ranking battle saints from ancient races had mutual agreements that discouraged them from intervening lightly. As for the lower-tier battle saints, Xiao Zhe's prowess ensured that he could easily overpower them. Even if he faced defeat, escape would still be within his grasp. Xiao Zhe sensed a slight elevation in the essence of the original tree and shook his head, musing that it was better than nothing. The once coveted 8-colored thunder pills now offered energy that could only be described as marginally beneficial to him. Currently, Xiao Zhe was at the initial stage of a 3-star battle saint, and the energy required to enhance his power was exceedingly vast. Even when confronting the Black Demon Thunder, which surpassed the 8-colored thunder pills, he would need to absorb hundreds to progress to the next stage. In this context, even absorbing all the thunderous energy from the 8-colored thunderclouds would yield minimal improvement. As Xiao Zhe contemplated his enhancement, the lid of the golden fire cauldron before him was suddenly nudged. A snow-white rabbit, interspersed with hints of icy blue fur, peeked out from within. The sudden appearance of the snow rabbit in the high-temperature cauldron was quite unexpected. The rabbit glanced around, its crystal-clear, icy blue eyes shimmering with a lively gleam as they reflected Xiao Zhe's figure. When the reflected image beckoned, the snow rabbit was irresistibly drawn to it. Xiao Zhe cradled the plump rabbit in his arms. Although it appeared exceedingly adorable, it was, in fact, a Dan beast. The creature felt cool to the touch, and as Xiao Zhe caressed its round body, the silky, smooth fur provided a delightful tactile experience. Why did this 8th-grade Dan pill seem a bit dazed? As his hand slipped beneath the rabbit's forelimbs and lifted it, the snow rabbit's eyes narrowed, displaying a dreamy expression, its long legs flailing helplessly. This was the first high-grade Dan pill he had crafted that did not attempt to escape. Shaking his head, Xiao Zhe tucked it into his bosom, dispelled the cauldron, and stepped outside. Tang Xun, witnessing Xiao Zhe emerge with a rabbit in his arms, could not help but focus on the snow rabbit. President Xiao, is this the legendary Dan beast? He inquired. Indeed, this is a fortunate occurrence. It is the heavenly spirit mysterious Ice Dan, which can resolve the concerns of Senior Huiyun. Xiao Zhe nodded and handed the snow rabbit to Tang Xun. Tang Xun, surprised, accepted the snow rabbit and examined it closely. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that the rabbit appeared somewhat dazed. Chief Tang, now that we have finalized the alliance, I shall not linger any longer. Tang Xun regained his senses and hurriedly spoke to retain him. President Xiao Zhe, there is no need to rush. Your swift departure may give the impression of inadequate hospitality from the Burning Flame Valley. In truth, the space trading fair was about to commence, featuring items of great significance that could not be overlooked. Thus he could not linger any longer and requested Tang Valley Master for understanding. Upon hearing that Xiao Zhe indeed had matters to attend to, Tang Xun felt a tinge of regret. As the master of the Burning Flame Valley, he was well aware of the existence of the space trading fair, which is renowned as the most prestigious trading event on the Duki continent, where even heavenly-tier combat techniques and skills could be found. The myriad of rare treasures available would naturally attract Xiao Zhe. Therefore, Tang Xun did not insist on keeping him and personally escorted Xiao Zhe out of the Burning Flame Valley. Afterward, Tang Xun returned to the bamboo grove and handed the snow rabbit in his arms to the ancestor. Father, where is President Xiao Zhe? Tang Hoyer inquired upon seeing only Tang Xun's return. President Xiao Zhe is occupied with pressing matters, Tang Xun replied. Hearing this, Tang Hoyer nodded, somewhat disappointed. Tang Xun exchanged a glance with Ancestor Huiyun, both expressing a sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhe swiftly returned to the Pill Tower to inform the Grand Elder of the Little Pill Tower that the alliance matters had been settled. Subsequently, he took the little medical sage, Qing Lin, to a desolate desert located in the northeastern region of Zhongzhou. This was, in fact, the venue for the space trading fair. With the alliance matters preliminarily resolved and the other two top forces having consented, the subsequent arrangements were inconsequential without Xiao Zhe's presence. Other matters would be left for the Grand Elder of the Little Pill Tower and the leaders of the other top forces to negotiate. In the northeastern region of Zhongzhou, amidst a barren desert, 3 figures twisted the fabric of space and quietly materialized in this location. The little medical sage narrowed her eyes, surveying the desolate expanse before her. Had it not been for Xiao Zhe's prior notice, she would have never associated the continent's most prestigious trading fair with this seemingly barren desert. Is this truly the venue for the space trading fair? Qing Lin inquired curiously, observing the desolate landscape, her emerald eyes glimmering momentarily with realization. Despite the desert appearing devoid of life, with not even beasts daring to approach, her three-flower pupil could perceive numerous powerful auras concealed within, including one that reached the semi-saint level. This seemingly unremarkable desolate desert was, in fact, a hidden treasure trove. The space trading fair, reserved for elite forces and powerful beings, boasted unparalleled quality, and it was indeed worthy of its esteemed reputation. The little medical sage sensed the veiled auras and remarked, "It appears this place is not as it seems." Xiao nodded slightly. Initially, the space trading fair did not have a designated location or organizer. However, it was evident that elite powers and strong individuals required a venue for their transactions. In light of such demand, the space trading fair has been continuously evolving, gradually establishing its own regulations and organizers. However, the organizers of this fair are not a singular entity or force, but rather a coalition of three relatively obscure sects in Zhongzhou: the Earthwalk sect, the Void Profound Gate, and the Treasure Appraisal Mountain. These three factions have been meticulously selected by numerous formidable individuals who have interacted with them over the years during the proceedings of the space trading fair, exhibiting their seasoned discernment. Despite their lack of prominence in Zhongzhou, with many local powers unaware of their existence, their strength is indisputable, rivaling even the most renowned forces such as the Flame Valley and the Flower Sect. The vast and profound land of Zhongzhou conceals myriad powers, making it impossible to encapsulate the top forces with simplistic phrases like one palace, one tower, two sects, three valleys, for pavilions. The three sects hosting this trading fair exemplify this complexity. After Xiao assumed the presidency of the Dan Tower, hidden forces sought him out for the coveted 9-grade elixir, even leaving him a secret realm within the void. This indicates that the top powers in Zhongzhou are far more intricate than they appear on the surface. Suddenly, Xiao turned his gaze to one side, observing a figure slicing through the void from several miles away, soaring deep into the desert. The surrounding violent sandstorms, which could strip flesh from ordinary beings, dissipated silently before the figure drew near. A half-saint level powerhouse, Qinglin remarked with a hint of awe. It is rare to witness such a figure, yet another has appeared at this space trading fair. Indeed, it is a gathering of hidden talents. This underscores the fair's significance, as even some reclusive ancient beings participate, offering their treasures in exchange for rare and coveted materials that even they find enticing. Xiao nonchalantly remarked, "All right, let us hasten to Space Town." The three figures soared into the depths of the desert, where the ferocious sandstorms could strip the flesh from ordinary beings. Yet, against Xiao and his companions, these tempestuous storms seemed to transform into a gentle spring breeze, lacking any lethality. In but a moment, they traversed the desolate sands and arrived at a steep, hollowed-out sand dune, where a massive black hole, spanning 100 feet, was slowly rotating. An unusual gravitational force emanated from within, drawing figures from afar into its depths. "I am increasingly intrigued by this space trading fair," young Master Xiao, Qinglin said, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. The journey thus far, whether through the participants of the fair or the specially opened space, vividly illustrated the immense value of the space trading fair. "Let us proceed, for I wonder if there exists a suitable tome for me within this collection." The little medicine fairy grasped Qinglin's hand, smiling as she conversed with Xiao. "There surely will be, as this is the most prestigious trading fair on the Duki continent." The trio ventured into the spatial black hole, where a peculiar force swept over them. However, it bore no malice. Rather, it was a form of detection. Under Xiao's concealment, erroneous information was effortlessly conveyed to the one probing. Upon entering the spatial black hole, darkness enveloped them, only to be replaced by radiant light, accompanied by the cacophony of bustling sounds. Before them lay a quaint town, and Xiao's gaze turned towards the overcast sky, where he sensed the tumultuous spatial energies within. "This is Space Town. Since the spatial trading fair has yet to commence, let us explore this place, for its treasures are not to be underestimated," Xiao declared, retracting his gaze to address his companions. As the trio traversed the streets of the town, throngs of people bustled about, and the green stone platforms lining the sides were adorned with a myriad of rare treasures. Scrolls, potion vials, weapons, and even high-grade magical cores were displayed upon those stone slabs. Behind the platforms sat figures exuding long-lasting auras, deliberately radiating an air of intimidation towards passers-by. Xiao and his companions remained unfazed. The energies emanating from those individuals hardly warranted their attention. They strolled leisurely, encountering numerous rare items along their path: Earth-grade advanced combat techniques, the Purple Chi mystical star technique, and the cleansing thought soul-shaping pill, a pinnacle 7th-grade elixir. The little medicine fairy and Qing Lin recited these rare commodities, which were seldom seen in the outside world, with a sense of nostalgia. Even in some cities of the central state, such treasures were a rarity. Xiao Zhe's focus, however, did not linger on these items. As they walked, he noted the absence of the rumored colorful primordial stones, causing a slight furrow in his brow. Had they arrived too early, with the vendor of the colorful stones yet to make an appearance? Contemplating this, he decided to harness the power of the origin tree, causing the branch that represented the seven-colored devouring python to tremble slightly. Utilizing the bloodline strength of the seven-colored devouring python to sense the colorful primordial stones, Xiao Zhe finally detected a familiar sensation down another street. Surely, it was the colorful primordial stone. With the existence of the colorful primordial stone confirmed, Xiao Zhe exhaled in relief. He continued to meander with his companions, making their way towards the location of the colorful primordial stone. The town was not extensive, and they soon arrived at the spot Xiao Zhe had sensed. Before them lay a small stone, shimmering with a spectrum of colors, no larger than half a fist. Its surface marked by 7 distinct grooves. A peculiar energy emanated from it, expanding outward. Indeed, it was the colorful primordial stone. Chapter 540, the 9-colored primordial stone. The rainbow stone is a peculiar spiritual gem, intricately linked to the ancient beast known as the rainbow-devouring python. Historical texts reveal that in the place where the rainbow-devouring python perished, the blood of this creature has the potential to give rise to the rainbow stone. This stone, born from the bloodline of the python, conceals a unique energy within. To the python, it serves as a remarkable tonic. Upon encountering the rainbow stone, both the little medical fairy and the azure scales were immediately captivated. They had previously learned that Xiao Zhe's primary objective for attending the spatial trading conference was to acquire this very stone. However, they refrained from acting impulsively and continued to walk with composure, casually browsing the nearby stone stands rather than heading directly to the one displaying the coveted stone. Xiao Zhe mirrored this cautious approach, aware that displaying excessive eagerness for an item could easily lead to inflated prices. The trio arrived at the stone stand featuring the rainbow stone, behind which sat an elderly man who appeared somewhat lethargic. His gaunt visage betrayed no enthusiasm as he sat cross-legged, seemingly indifferent to the arrival of guests. Xiao Zhe, undeterred by the elder's demeanor, gently caressed the rainbow stone. After confirming its authenticity, he smiled and inquired, "Esteemed sir, how might one negotiate for this rainbow stone?" Upon hearing Xiao Zhe's words, the frail elder lifted his gaze slightly, casting a fleeting glance at the trio. His countenance seemed both real and illusory, suggesting a form of concealment. Unless one employed perceptive abilities, it would be difficult to discern his true nature with the naked eye. Such tactics are not uncommon at the spatial trading conference, where a mix of individuals congregates, and revealing one's wealth can attract unwanted attention. Not perceiving the identities of the three, the elder ceased his scrutiny and slowly responded. 2 8th-grade pills of the 3-colored danlei. Very well. Xiao Zhe promptly produced a jade vial, tossing it forth while grasping the rainbow stone, prepared to depart. The elder, taken aback for a moment, accepted the vial and sensed the potent medicinal energy contained within. Observing Xiao Zhe's decisive nature, the elder felt a twinge of suspicion. Could there be some hidden intricacies concerning the rainbow stone? After all, while the stone is indeed precious, its effects are primarily beneficial to the rainbow-devouring python and hold little value for other cultivators. The price of 2 3-colored danlei 8th-grade pills seemed inflated. Wait. The elder raised his hand, addressing Xiao Zhe and his companions as they prepared to leave. What seems to be the matter, esteemed sir? Xiao Zhe inquired. A hand for payment, a hand for the goods. This is the price you set. With the rainbow stone in hand, Xiao Zhe spoke nonchalantly, fully aware of the gem's secrets and feeling no sense of loss. Rather, he perceived it as a substantial gain. The elder hesitated momentarily, recalling that this was the spatial town, where 3 major sects provided assurance, and ordinary individuals seldom dared to cause a disturbance here, which brought him a measure of comfort. What compels the individual before me to so readily relinquish the elixir? Is it possible that this vibrant stone harbors some hidden secrets? Perhaps it is worth the risk. Especially with the 3 great sects overseeing the proceedings, the danger should be minimal. I am no longer interested in the trade. Or perhaps I would require 2 more such elixirs. Both the little medical sage and the azure scales cast astonished glances at the elder, whose unabashed demeanor truly garnered their admiration. Are you intending to raise the stakes? Xiao Zhe raised an eyebrow. The transaction had already been completed, with payment exchanged for goods, and I cannot acquiesce to any further demands. Before the emaciated elder could respond, a mocking voice rang out from across the street, behind a green stone platform. Old Lin, you truly have no shame, do you? The transaction has been finalized, and yet you still wish to increase the price? The gloomy-faced elder scoffed, deriding the emaciated one. The thin elder shot a fierce glare at the somber elder. Feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes, he snorted in disdain. In that case, I shall withdraw from the trade. I suspect that the elixirs you provided do not meet my standards, returned the vibrant stone. The taunt from his old rival only solidified the thin elder's belief that the stone harbored some deceit. Ah, esteemed elder, why not open the vial, and let us all see if the elixir truly meets your expectations? Xiao remained unfazed. The vibrant stone was now in his possession, and the matter was settled beyond retrieval. The thin elder's antics were merely those of a jester, providing Xiao with an amusing spectacle. Witnessing Xiao's confident demeanor left the thin elder in a quandary. He had merely sensed the potent energy within the vial, yet his hasty justification had only served to expose himself to scrutiny. After a moment's hesitation, the thin elder ultimately opened the vial, releasing 2 8th-grade elixirs that radiated formidable energy. Hey, old Lin, you have struck gold. These 2 elixirs are at least of 4-color grade. Truly, you have gained an advantage. The gloomy elder remarked, sensing the energy of the elixirs. Others nodded in agreement. According to old Lin's stipulations, these elixirs were undoubtedly acceptable. The thin elder's expression darkened as his lips quivered, yet he refrained from further shameless arguments. Ah, have you nothing left to say? Then cease your futile wrangling. Xiao remarked casually, gesturing to the little medical sage and azure scales before departing into the distance. Old Lin observed the retreating figures of Xiao and his companions. An unmistakable feeling of loss washing over him. Xiao led the 2 to a more secluded spot, instructing the little medical sage and azure scales to closely examine the vibrant stone. Is this the item young Master Xiao has prepared for Sister Medusa's ascension? Indeed. Yet this vibrant stone seems to possess more than meets the eye. Xiao produced the previously prepared blood of the 7-colored devouring python and let it drip onto the vibrant stone. Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin gazed curiously at the colorful origami stone. Their surprise at Xiao possessing the blood of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python was minimal. Given the relationship between Xiao and Medusa, acquiring some of her blood for alchemical purposes was rather straightforward. As they marveled, a new colorful pattern emerged upon the stone, transforming it into an 8-colored artifact. What a remarkable find! The energy contained within was vastly superior. According to Xiao's explanation, such 8-colored or even 9-colored stones could only be born in the aftermath of the demise of over 100 7-colored sky-swallowing pythons. To obtain an 8-colored stone at the spatial trading fair was indeed a delightful surprise, particularly for Medusa. Xiao smiled silently, continuing to showcase the 8-colored stone. As the 8th colorful pattern appeared, a faint and delicate line emerged quietly. The hearts of Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin raced with excitement as they inhaled sharply, their eyes widening at the sight of the slender line. A 9-colored stone. With utmost care, Qing Lin took hold of the 9-colored stone, examining the minuscule yet undeniable final pattern. This addition dramatically increased the stone's value. It was indeed a 9-colored stone, which would significantly enhance the bloodline power of Sister Medusa. Xiao Yixian, equally astonished, regarded the 9-colored stone, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity. A single 9-colored stone was comparable to the dragon phoenix origin fruit they had previously acquired in the Saint's ruins. Should it truly elevate Medusa's bloodline power to that of the 9-colored sky-swallowing python, it would rival the blood of the ancient dragon emperor. Such fortuitous encounters are indeed rare. I shall present this 9-colored stone to Medusa, who is currently in seclusion, Xiao said, placing the stone into his spatial ring. Let us proceed to witness the grandest trading fair on the continent. Perhaps there will be techniques or combat skills suited for you, he added. At his words, a flicker of anticipation ignited within Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin. Having acquired a treasure of such caliber at the spatial trading fair heightened their expectations. The trio arrived at the end of the street, which contrasted starkly with the bustling thoroughfare, appearing serene and empty. An ancient pavilion stood resolutely, exuding the weight of ages. As if unchanged by time, commanding respect. Before the pavilion, 2 elderly figures clad in gray robes stood expressionless, their eyes slightly lowered. They resembled statues, their bodies motionless. Yet the formidable aura they radiated compelled one to take heed. These 2 guardians, stationed at the entrance, emanated a presence that unmistakably reached the level of 6-star Dozun. Such formidable beings, even when placed among the esteemed factions of the Central Plains, would undoubtedly be regarded as honored guests. The 3 major powers responsible for hosting the Spatial Trading Conference have stationed 2 6-star Dozun at the entrance, serving both as guardians and deterrents. This arrangement imposes an additional burden on those who might contemplate violence at the conference, compelling them to reflect on the consequences of offending the 3 great powers. Naturally, entry to the ancient treasure pavilion is not granted to just anyone. Only those recognized as strong and influential by the three major powers may receive an invitation. Upon arriving at the ancient treasure pavilion, Xiao flicked his fingers, and a jade invitation soared towards the two gray-robed elders. One of the elders caught it deftly, and upon recognizing the significance of the jade invitation, their otherwise impassive expressions subtly shifted. They were well aware of the power represented by this invitation. The two gray-robed elders bowed respectfully to Xiao and his companions. Subsequently, one of the elders waved his sleeve, and 3 black cloaks flew towards them. These are cloaks crafted by our sect for distinguished guests from the Pill Tower, designed to obscure one's presence. After all, wealth should not be openly displayed. The trading conference is rife with complexities, and it is prudent to remain concealed, the gray-robed elder elaborated, unusually verbose for one of their stature. If any issues were to arise on their territory involving representatives of the Pill Tower, it would surely tarnish their reputation. Thank you, Xiao replied with a slight bow, casually donning one of the cloaks. Soon, the 3 of them were cloaked and, under the guidance of another gray-robed elder, entered the ancient pavilion. Following the elder deeper into the pavilion, they arrived at a bronze door after a few minutes. The elder respectfully bowed to the 3 before vanishing without a trace. Without hesitation, Xiao pushed open the bronze door, and a radiant glow spilled forth, revealing an ancient hall approximately the size of half a plaza. Within, several figures were already seated upon stone chairs. As the 3 entered, numerous gazes converged upon them, eager to discern any clues that might reveal their identities. However, the black cloaks effectively shielded them from scrutiny. Xiao surveyed the others, noting that most were similarly clad in black cloaks, and he did not expend effort to investigate their backgrounds. He, along with the little medical sage and Qing Lin, took a seat in a more secluded stone chair. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped the area in spatial power, blocking outside perceptions. The little medical sage glanced around the hall, noticing traces of spatial energy surrounding others as well. By obscuring outside detection, they ensured that their conversation would remain private. The 3 engaged in casual discourse, expressing anticipation for the forthcoming spatial trading conference. During their wait, others continued to arrive, including a duo that caught Xiao's attention. It seems that the 3rd brother and the medicine elder have not missed this spatial trading conference. Currently, amidst the throng of people, Xiao harbored no intention of acknowledging them. He cast a glance around the ancient hall, where the number of attendees surprisingly exceeded 100, the majority of whom possessed formidable strength. It is only in such esteemed gatherings that one can encounter so many powerful figures. While Xiao pondered, a clear and melodious chime resonated throughout the ancient hall. In the center of the grand chamber, an elderly man with hair as white as snow, appearing on the verge of death, twisted the fabric of space and gradually materialized. Yet, upon his arrival, all eyes in the venue converged upon him, with most reflecting a sense of caution. Qing Lin, somewhat astonished, remarked, "A peak 9-turn Dozun. He is but a step away from becoming a half-saint. To have such a formidable being presiding over the trading conference? Indeed, only a powerhouse of his caliber could assert dominance over so many strong individuals present." The little medicine sage smiled and elucidated, "That must be the master of Treasure Mountain, one of the organizers of the spatial trading conference. He has appraised countless treasures in his lifetime, possessing a discerning eye, and is a well-established veteran in the realm of strength." Xiao casually introduced them to Qing Lin and the little medicine sage. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to this spatial trading conference," the elder of Treasure Mountain declared, waving his sleeve. A spatial force enveloped him, forming a spatial prison around his figure. "Such are the rules. I hope you do not take offense." With a hearty laugh, he continued, "I shall not waste further words. The spatial trading conference now commences." With a flick of his hand against the distorted void before him, a pair of bone-white wings emerged, resonating with the sounds of wind and thunder. The first item for trade at the spatial conference is none other than the renowned wings of the celestial demon phoenix. As you may know, should one forge flight techniques using these wings, your speed would vastly exceed that of your peers at the same level, making it an indispensable asset for both killing and escaping. The owner of these wings seeks to exchange them for an 8th-rank pill of 4-color thunder. If anyone is interested, feel free to make your offers. As the elder of Treasure Mountain concluded his announcement, the atmosphere did not erupt into the fervent bidding typical of ordinary auctions. Instead, the ancient hall fell into an eerie silence, with no one eager to speak up. This peculiar demeanor left both the little medicine sage and Qing Lin, attending the spatial trading conference for the first time, somewhat astonished. Was it possible that the very first item up for bid would go unsold? Unlike conventional auctions, the spatial trading conference generally does not witness items of significantly lesser value being traded for those of much greater worth, unless under special circumstances. After all, those who have cultivated to such heights are unlikely to fall prey to foolishness. Xiao smiled, explaining to the little medicine sage and Qing Lin, of course. As the organizers of the spatial trading conference, we also advise the owners of items on reasonable pricing. Unreasonable pricing allows for refusal by the gem appraisal mountain. After all, it is utterly absurd to demand an exchange of at least 9 great elixirs for an item worth merely 2 color Danlei. The heavenly demon phoenix wing, upon evaluation by gem appraisal mountain, indeed holds a value equivalent to an 8 grade elixir of 4 colors. However, certain items carry significant risks, such as the aforementioned heavenly demon phoenix wing. Although it greatly enhances speed when crafted into a flight combat technique, making it quite effective for both attack and escape. It also invites the peril of pursuit by the heavenly demon phoenix clan. While such formidable beings may not fear the clan's chase, it remains a precarious sword hanging overhead. Being captured by the heavenly demon phoenix clan could easily plunge one into peril. In light of this, despite the numerous advantages of the heavenly demon phoenix wing, it also incites considerable trepidation. After approximately 5 minutes of silence, a hoarse voice finally resonated from somewhere. "I will take it." Immediately, a figure draped in a black cloak casually tossed a jade vial towards the elder of the gem appraisal mountain. The elder received the vial, opened it for inspection, and smiled. "Does anyone else wish to make a higher offer?" Noticing the absence of responses within the ancient hall, the elder remained unfazed. With a flick of his finger, the heavenly demon phoenix wing soared directly towards the bidder. The rules of the spatial trading event are straightforward. Both parties present their items and exchange simultaneously, though the items brought forth are exceedingly precious. Next came the second auction item, the diamond glazed body, a low-tier heavenly combat technique. The elder produced a light golden scroll, displayed it, and then elaborated. This combat technique was created by the glazed saint a millennium ago. If mastered to its zenith, the body becomes as indestructible as diamond, capable of shattering the heavens with a fist and splitting the earth with a foot. It is a formidable technique that integrates both offense and defense. The owner of the technique seeks to exchange it for a low-tier water attribute technique or an elixir of equivalent value. As the elder's words concluded, the gazes of those present ignited with fervor. A low-tier heavenly combat technique is a rare treasure in the outside world, and to have it presented as the second auction item is remarkable. Moreover, judging by the elder's description, the power of the diamond-glazed body is likely extraordinary. No sooner had the elder finished speaking than a light blue scroll soared directly before him. The elder smiled, fully aware of the allure of the diamond-glazed body. It was no surprise to see someone so eager to place a bid. Following that, 3 more scrolls were swiftly offered, with 4 individuals bidding within a brief span. Qing Lin and the little medical sage expressed their astonishment. It is not often one encounters 5 types of heavenly combat techniques and methods in the outside world. The elder inspected the offerings before closing his eyes to communicate with the owner of the technique. Approximately a minute later, the elder Baoshan finally opened his eyes, returning 3 scrolls to their rightful owners. The master of the combat techniques had already determined the outcome of this transaction. With a flick of his finger, a pale golden scroll soared towards a shadowy figure clad in black. The figure accepted the scroll, examined it briefly, and promptly stowed it away in a spatial ring. Meanwhile, the other 3 individuals who had failed to secure a deal let out a soft snort, clearly displeased at their inability to obtain the coveted diamond-glazed body. However, the elder Baoshan paid no heed to their discontented murmurs and continued with the trading session. The subsequent transactions left both the little medical sage and Qing Lin utterly astonished. As a myriad of rare combat techniques, medicinal pills, precious materials, and secret weapons unfolded before them. Xiao also made several purchases, acquiring a volume of the Heavenly Ghost Poison Classic for the little medical sage and a volume of Mental Power Cultivation Secret Method for Qinglin. The remaining items were all invaluable treasures, worthy of auction at the spatial trading fair, and even Xiao possessed very few of them. Adhering to the principle that abundance is beneficial, he gathered these precious materials into his possession. A 7-colored Thunder 8-rank pill, Xiao casually announced, his voice ethereal and elusive, echoing in the air like a distant whisper. "Are there any higher bids for the Yin-Yang Profound Heart?" Elder Baoshan inquired with a smile, cradling a square glass box. Upon receiving no further bids, he waved his sleeve, and the box floated gracefully towards Xiao and the others. Xiao nonchalantly received it, probing its contents with his soul power, confirming it was indeed the Yin-Yang Profound Heart he desired, before adding it to his spatial ring. Unexpectedly, he had encountered the primary material for concocting the Sacred Heart glazed pill at the spatial trading fair. His generous displays of pill trading drew the curious gazes of most attendees within the ancient hall, leading to numerous speculations regarding the trio's identities. Elder Baoshan cast a contemplative glance at Xiao, internally marveling at the prowess of the alchemist tower. However, no further items captured Xiao's interest, and he ceased bidding. causing the attention of others to drift away from him. As the grand finale, the remnants of the pure lotus demon fire were claimed by another. Elder Baoshan cleared his throat. He then introduced the final item of the trading fair, which was an intelligence piece. Though this news would soon sweep through the central continent, it was still considered first-hand information in this locale. Naturally, this intelligence would incur no fees. It was designated as the final item due to its sensational and shocking nature. Elder Baoshan's words captivated the attention of all within the ancient hall. Throughout the trading fair, exquisite treasures abounded, and even the remnants related to the third-ranked demon fire, the pure lotus, had made an appearance. In such circumstances, a single piece of intelligence can serve as the ultimate auction item, evoking great curiosity among the crowd. I shall not keep you in suspense. The legendary Bodhi ancient tree, said to grant instant enlightenment, is soon to make its appearance. Chapter 543, The Untamed Ancient Domain. The Bodhi ancient tree. The words of the elder from Baoshan fell like a colossal stone cast into a lake, stirring up immense waves and causing a significant commotion within the ancient hall. Clearly, the name of the Bodhi ancient tree resonated with them. Some individuals even rose to their feet, gazing at the elder in astonishment. If one were to rank the treasures of heaven and earth on the Duki continent, the Bodhi ancient tree would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3. Also known as the Tree of Wisdom and Rebirth, this tree matures only after a millennium, completing a full cycle of growth every 100 years. Enduring such an extensive passage of time, it has witnessed countless lives succumb to decay. Yet, the Bodhi ancient tree appears to exist outside the bounds of time, impervious to its effects, and instead grows increasingly formidable with each passing moment. It can rightfully be deemed one of the oldest entities on the Duki continent. The Bodhi ancient tree manifests once every 1,000 years, and each appearance sends shockwaves throughout the land. Historical records recount that even mighty Do saints have perished in their attempts to claim the treasures born from the Bodhi ancient tree. The Bodhi ancient tree, granting instant enlightenment. This is no mere exaggeration, but rather a legend that has circulated throughout the Duki continent. Within the Bodhi ancient tree resides the Bodhi heart. Those who comprehend it transform their hearts into Bodhi and achieve instant enlightenment. Previously, a fortunate individual obtained the Bodhi heart. Though their innate talent was not particularly remarkable, merely at the level of a 2-star Do Zun, within less than 5 years, they ascended to the realm of Do Saint. Such astonishing speed, shattering all barriers that stood before the Do Saint level, has inspired countless individuals across the Duki continent to revere it. This terrifying efficacy is enough to drive everyone into a frenzy. It signifies that whoever obtains the Bodhi heart possesses a passport to the Do Saint realm. In this continent devoid of Do emperors, the Do Saint represents the pinnacle of power, drawing multitudes to its allure, even without acquiring the Bodhi heart. The Bodhi seeds produced by the ancient tree significantly enhance the chances of breaking through to the Do Saint level. Moreover, compared to the singular Bodhi heart, the quantity of Bodhi seeds is far greater. This presents an almost irresistible allure for many peak Do Zun who remain on the threshold of the Do Saint realm. After all, the breakthrough to semi-saint is exceedingly arduous and perilous, a feat that many peak Do Zun have strived for their entire lives without success. In such a case, a single Bodhi seed could grant them access to the semi-saint level. One can only imagine the magnetic pull the Bodhi ancient tree holds for these peak Do Zun. Every millennium, the manifestation of the Bodhi ancient tree draws a multitude of peak Do Zun, including those reclusive old masters who are irresistibly attracted to it. The young healer and Qing Lin exchanged a glance, both of whom, as companions of Xiao, possessed an understanding of the rare treasures of the Duki continent. However, the ability of the Bodhi ancient tree to elevate one to a saintly status, though alluring, held little fascination for them. They had already transcended the most daunting threshold prior to becoming Do Sheng. The elder of Baoshan observed the disarray among the gathered crowd, a smirk playing upon his lips. Such was the allure of the Bodhi ancient tree, even he felt a stir of desire. Were it not for the perilous nature of the present world, he might have wished to lead an expedition himself to seek out this treasure. Elder Baoshan, where does the Bodhi ancient tree manifest? One among them, recovering from their astonishment, posed the question. As the inquiry echoed, the collective gaze of the crowd intensified upon Elder Baoshan, as if they would resort to force should he choose to remain silent. After all, in the face of an opportunity to attain sainthood, their reason was exceedingly fragile. Since I have revealed its existence, I shall not conceal its location. The Bodhi ancient tree appears in the desolate ancient domain on the northeastern border of Zhongzhou. A sharp intake of breath resonated through the assembly at the mention of the desolate ancient domain, some even sinking into a seated position as if the very name invoked dire peril. They were astonished to learn that it was indeed that infamous place. The young healer and Qing Lin exchanged astonished glances. The desolate ancient domain was renowned as one of Zhongzhou's most treacherous locales, a fact well known to them. It was said to be among the most ancient regions of the Duqi continent and a forbidden ground for humanity. With its harsh weather, pervasive toxins, and the presence of numerous ferocious beasts, most of which had descended from ancient times, this place was fraught with danger. Some of these creatures rivaled the might of any current beast race, save for the legendary Tai, Su ancient dragon. Thus, even the two other formidable families of the beast race, the Tian Yao Phoenix clan and the Jiu Yu Di Ming Python clan, faced grave peril should they dare to enter the desolate ancient domain, aside from the Tai, Su ancient dragon. These bloodthirsty and frenzied beasts, though lacking in intelligence, possessed extraordinary strength. Even peak Dozun masters could not guarantee their survival within. The ancient domain had claimed many strong souls who ventured in seeking treasures, leading to a growing reputation of dread. Eventually, almost no one dared to tread upon its grounds, and its infamous legacy faded into the recesses of memory due to its remote location. Yet, to their astonishment, the Bodhi ancient tree, appearing once in a millennium, had manifested within the desolate ancient domain this time. Master Xiao, shall we venture forth to investigate? Qing Lin inquired, seeking Xiao's counsel. Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Ostensibly, there was little necessity for him to journey into the desolate ancient domain at present. After all, the most captivating aspect of the ancient Bodhi tree is its Bodhi heart, which can lead one to ascend to the rank of Do Shang. However, he has already attained the status of a 3-star Do Shang, thus diminishing the allure of the Bodhi tree for him. Moreover, the Bodhi tree poses a considerable threat. As the pinnacle existence beneath the Do Emperor in the original work, its formidable strength is enough to instill a sense of trepidation in Xiao. After all, it is a terrifying entity capable of clashing with Do Emperors. In the vast expanse of the Do Qi continent, it is unlikely that one could find a rival to its might. Even the imperial-grade budding elixirs within the ancient cave of the Tua Shi Emperor would likely be obliterated in the face of the Bodhi tree's onslaught. Yet, Xiao remains curious, pondering whether he might obtain an auxiliary binding from the Bodhi tree. He currently has 3 binding slots remaining, each of which holds immense significance. Given that the Bodhi tree is the most supreme existence beneath the Do Emperor in the Do Qi continent, it is certainly worth his visit. At worst, he could observe it from a distance to ascertain whether it warrants the expenditure of one of his binding slots. To miss such an extraordinary opportunity would undoubtedly leave Xiao feeling regretful. Naturally, how could one let such a once-in-a-millennium occurrence pass by? With a smile, Xiao expressed his curiosity about the Bodhi tree. Bodhi tree, I wonder what kind of auxiliary feedback you may bestow upon me? Chapter 544. Have they been targeted? While Xiao and his companions were deliberating, the elder of Baoshan in the center of the ancient palace remarked with a jovial demeanor. The emergence of the Bodhi tree always triggers celestial phenomena, and within this month, you should gradually sense its presence. At that time, you will be able to discern the truth of the information I have provided. The attendees nodded in agreement with the elder's words. The commotion surrounding the Bodhi tree's emergence is substantial. While it may not be common knowledge, at the very least, high-level cultivators will certainly perceive it. Of course, this does not render the elder's advance notice of the Bodhi tree's appearance irrelevant. Having an extra month to prepare offers a significant advantage over other factions. Should you wish to communicate, you may do so through the Golden Sapling. I, Baoshan, have hosted spatial trading fairs for many years and have amassed a considerable quantity of rare treasures. What treasures do you desire? Might we discuss this in greater detail elsewhere? I have fulfilled your request, pooling the strength of the 3 sects to gather 90% of the herbs you require. I invite you to inspect them. This slight edge may very well secure you a Bodhi seed born from the ancient Bodhi tree in the final contest. Rest assured, as long as you can provide what is needed, high-grade elixirs will be at your disposal, and even the 8-grade 9-colored thunder elixir will be within reach. We conclude this spatial trading fair successfully. Thank you all for your patronage, and I look forward to your presence at the next fair. Xiao rose and clasped his hands in respect towards the elder of Baoshan at the center of the ancient palace. Upon hearing this, the elderly man from Baoshan awkwardly touched his nose, recognizing the truth in the statement. If it were easy to gather such resources, the power of the Dan Tower would have already amassed them. The elderly man paused momentarily, but soon a delighted smile graced his face. For he was well aware of the identities of the 3 individuals before him. Although he had learned of Xiao and his companions' identities through the guards at the entrance, he refrained from being tactless and revealing their significance. These formidable, yet discreet factions possessed considerable collections in their grasp. With a jovial demeanor, the elderly man remarked on the honor of being jointly recommended by numerous powerful entities to host the Spatial Trading Conference. Apart from his formidable strength, He was also known for his kindness and extensive social connections, which led some to bow respectfully to him as they departed. They had even informed him of the location of the ancient Bodhi tree, situated in the perilously treacherous wild ancient domain, advising him to prepare additional measures against the ferocious beasts that dwelled there. However, Xiao merely raised an eyebrow, showing little concern. With this thought in mind, all present felt fortunate to attend the spatial trading conference. After all, they were on someone else's turf and could not afford to engage in reckless exchanges. Those harboring ill intentions toward Xiao appeared contemplative. Are you jesting? They seemed to ponder, as the rarity of these precious materials was indeed a challenge even for the esteemed Jianbao mountain to collect. The items presented were primarily high-tier elixirs, which could easily incite envy. Halfway through the elderly man's discourse, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He rose to depart, while Xiao and his companions remained seated in silence. To them, Xiao demeanor seemed somewhat timid. As he gazed at the herbs laid out on the table, a spark ignited in Xiao eyes, and he promptly began to examine them. The difficulty of gathering these materials was significantly higher. Indeed, he nodded slightly, as it was precisely the title of the spatial trading conference host that had drawn him here to make an attempt. Xiao had already discerned that Jianbao Mountain possessed considerable depth and resources during the trading event. By the time he concluded his appraisal of the last herb, the elderly man's smile had entirely vanished. The materials required for concocting the Sacred Heart glazed pill were indeed far more precious than those for ordinary elixirs. Consequently, many who acquired them chose to consume them personally rather than selling them. For these three individuals, high-tier elixirs were hardly of consequence, given his current strength. Those who dared harbor ill will against him would have to face the consequences, perhaps sensing their ulterior motives. He contemplated leveraging the influence of the elderly man from Baoshan to deter them, particularly the three sects, Dihong sect, Kongshin sect, and Jianbao Mountain, that were responsible for hosting the spatial trading conference relied heavily on this spatial town and likely boasted rich collections. However, before departing, he had one more matter to address. Those few individuals were precisely the ones he wished to avoid antagonizing. Please hold on a moment, he requested. I will contact the other two major sects to see if they possess any of the required herbs in their collections, striving to gather what you need. Those with ill intentions departed in droves, preparing to seek a coveted spot beyond the confines of the town, lying in wait for a plump target. Xiao promptly articulated all the rare heavenly materials he required for the Sacred Heart glazed pill, many of which were exceedingly rare in the outside world. Seldom seen for decades, or even centuries, undoubtedly capable of fulfilling your esteemed request. It remains unclear what specific treasures you seek. Following the elder of Baoshan, Xiao entered the parlor of the pavilion, unaware that he was perceived as merely a blustering prey by the others. Under the watchful eyes of the ancient palace denizens, the elder of Baoshan, Xiao and a third individual departed. Had it not been for this, I would have long since gathered the necessary components through alternative means rather than come to you. Satisfied with this remark, Xiao nodded. He had not harbored grand expectations of assembling the entirety of what he sought, considering it a stroke of fortune to even procure half of the herbs. The elder of Baoshan fell silent for a moment. The ability to produce the 9-colored Dan Lei, an 8th-tier elixir, was a rarity even within the Dan Tower, possessed by only a select few. However, now knowing that his counterpart hailed from the Dan Tower, a figure of immense wealth, the elder resolved to spare no effort, confidently asserting that many of the treasures could enhance one's innate abilities. Meanwhile, other factions, even if they sensed the emergence of the Bodhi ancient tree, likely lacked the time to prepare adequately. I have tirelessly sought various heavenly materials in vain. Might the treasure appraisal mountain have any in its collection? If so, I would be willing to offer high-tier elixirs in exchange. After all, even the might of the Dan Tower cannot encompass all the heavenly materials within the central continent. Previously, at the spatial trading conference, I had frequently participated in auctions, thus my presence was among the most active. Yet, precisely this ostentatious display of bravado only solidified their resolve to execute their plans. In this vast central continent, there were myriad places to venture, should they depart. Would the forces behind those three truly pursue them across the entire continent? After all, Xiao and his companions did not willingly shed their black cloaks, likely wishing to keep their identities concealed. Stretching languidly, Xiao noted the numerous hostile gazes cast upon him within the ancient palace. The elder of Baoshan, having heard of the countless treasures appraised at the treasure appraisal mountain, surely possessed a rich collection. Shortly thereafter, the elder returned to the hall, his expression one of fulfillment. The depth of resources possessed by these three sects indeed exceeded his expectations. It seemed this spatial trading conference had rendered them significant benefits. As chapter 545 unfolds, titled The Three Demons of the Yunyu Sect, Xiao conducted a thorough examination, confirming the items were well preserved and potent. Nodding in approval, he waved his sleeve, causing several vials of elixirs to materialize upon the table. The elder of Baoshan hurriedly approached, unscrewing the caps of the vials for inspection. With each examination, the joy on the elder's face grew ever more pronounced. The quality of these high-tier elixirs surpassed any he had encountered previously, far exceeding his earlier experiences. This is indeed a significant advantage for them. After all, even among the 8-grade 5-colored elixirs, disparities in quality can lead to substantial variances in the energy and medicinal potency contained within. There is no need for concern. Consider it a reward for the 3 sects sparing me the trouble of gathering medicinal materials. Although the Spatial Trading Conference restricts direct confrontations outside the confines of the conference, there are far fewer reservations. Thus, at this moment, numerous concealed figures lie in ambush outside the Spatial Trading Conference. Hand over the elixirs on your persons obediently, otherwise, when the time comes to engage in battle, you shall endure unnecessary physical suffering. I suggest you worry more about your own plight. With a flick of her jade hand, a surge of purplish-gray toxic mist suddenly enveloped the scorpion figure, its speed so swift that one could hardly react. Go and take a look. I sense several sinister presences among them. The little healer's expression turned cold. These 3 old fiends truly disgusted her. The 3rd-ranked scorpion figure could no longer contain itself and launched the first attack against the little healer. Xiao, sensing the lecherous aura, narrowed his eyes, realizing that indeed, these were the 3 fiends of the Yunyu sect. Subsequently, they would employ a unique method of merging to devour the fighting spirit within her, thereby enhancing their own power. Presently, the spatial town holds no value for them to linger. Should young Master Xiao pay them any heed? The Yunyu sect is notoriously lecherous and peculiar, cultivating flesh cauldrons to augment their strength. This method of devouring is exceedingly domineering, often leaving the women whose fighting spirit is consumed to wither and perish within 10 days. It is noteworthy that this time, the diagram of the pure lotus demon fire was acquired by the medicine elder, thus averting any confrontation between the medicine elder and Xiao Yin against the 3 fiends of the Yunyu sect. As for the elixirs he produced, in terms of quality alone, they could sufficiently procure these medicinal materials. After departing from the ancient treasure pavilion, Xiao Zhe expanded his spiritual perception across the spatial town, only to shake his head in dismay. Compared to the sins they had previously cast aside, such a simple demise would be far too lenient. Additionally, one must consider the drug resistance of the same type of elixir. Thus, consuming a higher quality elixir offers benefits that are far from trivial. Xiao Zhe let out a cold laugh, flicking his fingers. He would not allow these lecherous old fiends to perish so easily. The number of Dozun ambushing the Dosheng is unlikely to inflict any harm on a Dosheng until their numbers surpass the limit. Boom. Xiao Zhe and his companions flew towards the direction where the ambush aura was strongest. As they approached that area, 3 figures transformed into black rays, surrounding the trio. Not to mention, the quality of the elixirs Xiao Zhe provided was even superior. Possessing the evil poison body, she could naturally discern that Xiao Zhe did not intend for these 3 old fiends to meet a simple end. In an instant, the expressions of the 2 became grotesquely contorted, as if subjected to some exceedingly horrific torture. Naturally, we eagerly anticipate collaborating with you once again. After a pleasant exchange, Xiao Zhe rose to take his leave. The elder of Baoshan personally escorted Xiao Zhe and his companions out of the ancient treasure pavilion, passing by an ancient hall that was now deserted. How many have come for me? Xiao Zhe remarked to the little medical fairy and Qing Lin, both of whom, being astute individuals, understood the implication of his words. Those with ill intentions had long since departed from the space town, lying in wait along the paths leading to the outside world. Before entering the ancient treasure pavilion, they had already roamed through the space town, purchasing what they desired. Suddenly, amidst the toxic mist, a chilling scream erupted, causing the scorpion and earth scorpion to change countenance. The pills you possess are of exceptional quality, their value even surpassing these rare treasures. Why waste time being polite? Kill the men and spare the women. The earth scorpion declared, his expression sinister and his gaze fierce. Xiao Zhe hesitated momentarily, recalling that in the original story, 3 old demons appeared amidst the rain. Should they happen to show up, he would easily deal with them. The elder of Baoshan recognized the tremendous benefits of collaborating with the Pill Tower and would not miss the opportunity for future cooperation. At the very least, he must present a 5-color Danlei, an 8th-grade pill, in return to Xiao Zhe, ensuring equivalent value. Their previous actions at the trading fair had been quite conspicuous, likely attracting the envy of others. Upon hearing this, the elder of Baoshan laughed heartily, affirming that the pills produced by the Pill Tower far surpassed those they had previously collected. I did not expect such unexpected gains. The so-called meat cauldron refers to selecting young girls with excellent cultivation potential, bestowing upon them cultivation techniques for decades of training. After all, the transaction between Xiao Zhe and the Elder of Baoshan was somewhat protracted. A pill of higher quality signifies greater potency, yielding more substantial enhancements. If one were to consider the standard grading of pills, their value would already be sufficient to cover the medicinal materials Xiao Zhe required. As Xiao Zhe, accompanied by Qing Lin and the little medical fairy, traversed the space black hole, he raised an eyebrow, surveying his surroundings with a look of keen interest. Among the three dark figures, the strongest one gazed at the little medical fairy and Qing Lin, a chilling smile gracing his lips, his voice dripping with menace. I hope we can collaborate with the three sects once more in the future. It was precisely due to such a brutal cultivation method that the Yunyu sect was besieged by numerous forces from the central continent in previous years. Let us return to the Pill Tower first and see how the alliance is progressing, the Elder of Baoshan remarked hesitantly. Xiao Zhe casually replied that trading is inherently a matter of mutual consent, and it is impossible to achieve perfect equivalence in value. Those who lacked such intentions would not linger long, having already departed. However, due to the superior quality of the elixirs he concocted, which surpassed those of the average high-ranking alchemist, they became exceedingly precious. The concentrated essence of the malevolent poison coalesced into 2 drops of an exquisitely toxic, iridescent liquid, which swiftly infiltrated the bodies of the scorpion and earth scorpion before they could react. Xiao Zhe similarly administered a drop to the human scorpion, prompting the little medical sage to hastily disperse the toxic mist, lest the dual toxins overwhelm and fatally poison the human scorpion. Furthermore, Xiao Zhe sensed numerous traces of battle. This place had evidently been quite lively prior. Make your move. Save the third. The scorpion sneered at Xiao Zhe. Based on the value of the items both parties had presented, Elder Baoshan had undoubtedly gained a significant advantage. The emerald flower in Qinglin's eyes slowly rotated, surveying the situation within 100 miles, and upon discerning the strength of the ambushers, she felt little trepidation. The anguished cries reverberated through the realm, instilling fear in those who heard them. Chapter 546, A Bountiful Harvest. Deep within the desolate desert, Xiao Zhe refined the malevolent poison, penetrating the bodies of the 3 old fiends from the Yunyu sect, subjecting them to the pinnacle of torment brought forth by the toxic essence. Their screams echoed throughout the expanse, their howls shattering the air, as the human scorpion's visage contorted in agony, mouth agape yet soundless. The initial, piercing wails instigated the nearby powerful beings to halt, dissuaded from investigating due to the sheer intensity of the old fiend's cries. The little medical sage and Qing Lin wore expressions devoid of sympathy as they regarded the 3 old fiends. These depraved fiends, who exploited women as vessels to enhance their own power, inspired in them a desire for vengeance rather than compassion. Xiao Zhe ensnared the 3 old fiends with a tempestuous force, rendering them immobile. He then summoned his soul power to seize the 3 spatial rings from their grasp. Despite their continued existence and the formidable soul imprints upon them, confronting Xiao Zhe's soul power at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm made forcibly shattering those imprints not particularly arduous. The scorpion fiends sensed Xiao Zhe effortlessly breach their established soul imprints. In their profound suffering, their eyes burned with fury as they fixed their gaze upon Xiao Zhe. Having cultivated for over a century, their accumulated resources from a lifetime of plunder now lay in Xiao Zhe's hands. How could they not be consumed by rage and hatred? Upon examining the 3 spatial rings, Xiao Zhe's brow arched slightly. The treasures collected by these old fiends were somewhat beyond his expectations. With such a wealth of resources, it was evident that these 3 old rascals had engaged in considerable pillage. However, the act of killing and arson often leads to encountering formidable adversaries. Xiao Zhe casually handed the 3 spatial rings to the little medical sage and Qing Lin, instructing them to organize the contents. Hearing Xiao Zhe's words, the foremost scorpion, the most powerful among them, steeled himself. In the face of the corrosive power of calamity, their endurance reaches its zenith, enabling them to articulate words, albeit in a hoarse and intermittent manner. I lament only the absence of further cultivation of flesh cauldrons to augment my prowess. Had I done so, our encounter today would surely have left its mark upon you, preventing such utter helplessness. Hearing the words of the scorpion demon, Xiao Zhe offered a cold smile, recognizing that these fiends, unrepentant to the core, are thoroughly wicked. In their defeat today, they displayed no remorse for the transgressions they have committed, but rather lamented their insufficient malevolence and the lack of additional cultivation of their flesh cauldrons, which led to their dismal downfall before Xiao Zhe. Such impractical words are futile. Defeat is defeat. Before a true battle sage, a battle monarch lacks even the qualification to self-detonate. Xiao Zhe shook his head, chuckling softly. You 3 old rascals are indeed thoroughly villainous. I hope you can maintain this mindset in the time to come. He raised his hand, conjuring 3 droplets of translucent liquid. This liquid, Also a manifestation of calamity's toxicity, or a different effect. Should anyone dare to probe this liquid with their soul power, they would be struck with terror. For this substance could erode soul energy. With a flick of his wrist, the 3 droplets penetrated the foreheads of the 3 demons. Instantly, even the most formidable among them, the scorpion, contorted in sheer agony. May you endure just a bit longer. I hope you do not crumble within half a day. Xiao harnessed the power of thunder, encasing their bodies in thunderous cages, then turned to the little medical fairy and the azure scales. Let us depart. There is no need to squander time on these 3 old devils. When they reach their breaking point, perhaps they will find liberation. At this moment, the 3 old demons could not hear Xiao's words. The extreme suffering rendered their perception of the outside world nearly non-existent. The little medical fairy and azure scales nodded, having organized their spatial rings, destroying unnecessary items and retaining only what was essential. After their departure, perhaps the absence of anguished screams in this realm piqued the curiosity of those nearby. A dozen sharp sounds pierced the air as they arrived at the location of the 3 demons, their faces reflecting shock. Within the thunderous cage, the 3 old demons were bound by the power of lightning, utterly immobilized. Their expressions were of profound torment, their forms convulsing violently, as if enduring some unspeakably horrific torture. Indeed, though the scorpion demons had committed numerous atrocities, their might should not be underestimated. United, they could contend with semi-saintly beings. Yet they found themselves in such a dire predicament. They deserved this fate, surely having provoked a formidable adversary. With no signs of battle in the vicinity, it was evident that this was a one-sided rout. Speaking of this formidable power of thunder, it appears quite familiar. Seemingly flourishing in recent years among the powerful figures of the central continent, only one possesses such terrifying thunderous arts. Upon hearing this individual's suggestion, a flicker of realization crossed the faces of the onlookers, who applauded the notion of the scorpion demons provoking that particular figure. At the same time, a chill crept into their hearts at the thought of that individual's methods, fully aware that only vile rogues like the scorpion demons would incite such a response. Yet, observing the scorpion demon's current state, a sense of unease stirred within the crowd. Upon deducing that it was the doing of Xiao, they refrained from interfering with the means left by him, hastily departing to avoid any misunderstanding that they had dealings with the scorpion demons. Meanwhile, as Xiao and his companions made their way back to the alchemist tower, Xiao took stock of the spatial rings organized by the little medical fairy and the azure scales, nodding in satisfaction. The scorpion demons are notorious for their pillaging, and the resources they acquired were exceedingly abundant, far surpassing those of practitioners of similar caliber. However, all of it now benefited Xiao. Additionally, the heavenly tier combat techniques they had procured at the spatial trading fair were also claimed by Xiao. Coupled with the rare treasures obtained at the fair, Xiao's gains from this venture were substantial. Before long, Xiao and his companions returned to the alchemist tower, where the alliance among the 4 major factions had been firmly established. They had even constructed spatial wormholes at their respective headquarters to support one another. Should any faction face an incursion from the Soul Palace, swift reinforcements would be dispatched. The establishment of the Dan Alliance sent ripples throughout the central continent. While they did not openly challenge the Soul Palace, their actions became significantly bolder. The Soul Palace dared to hunt the alchemists of the Alchemist Tower, and in response, the Dan Alliance vowed to retaliate against the guardians and esteemed ones of the Soul Palace. However, both sides exhibited a degree of restraint, refraining from deploying their Dose Saint-level powers. Of course, the Soul Palace had already suffered the loss of 2 Dose Saints at the hands of Xiao, with the Vice Hall Master and the Grand Heavenly Venerable both fallen, unless the Soul Palace summoned reinforcements from the Soul Clan. It seemed that the Soul Extinguishing would have to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 547, A Helping Hand. After returning to the Alchemist Tower and ensuring the comfort of the little medical fairy and azure scales, Xiao summoned the roots of the primordial tree. Radiant golden light enveloped the room as the roots transformed into a magnificent golden tree, its trunk splitting to reveal a passage imbued with spatial power. I shall be back shortly, Xiao said to the little medical fairy and azure scales before vanishing into the passage. At the frigid depths of the 9 Hells Yellow Springs, a colossal 7-colored sky-eating python, measuring over 1,000 feet, lay in slumber. Energy surged wildly into Medusa's body, propelling her martial prowess to ascend to greater heights. A beam of golden light erupted from her massive form, in comparison to the enormous 7-colored python. This golden light appeared diminutive. The golden light soared forth, gradually transforming into a vast golden tree several dozen feet tall, taking root in that place. The golden radiance spread, illuminating the surrounding realm. The unusual movements of the golden tree prompted a reaction from its master, as numerous spectral remnants of the 7-colored devouring python swirled around it. It seemed that any disturbance to the golden tree would invoke the fiercest assault from these spirits, all in an effort to protect their sole surviving kin. A passage slowly emerged upon the trunk of the golden tree, and with a decisive step, Xiao emerged into the fray. A chilling cold, so terrifying it felt as though it could freeze one's very soul, relentlessly gnawed at Xiao's form. Yet, with his current physique, he could easily withstand this dreadful cold without even resorting to the primordial emperor flame. Hiss. Noticing the hostile hisses of the seven-colored devouring python remnants, Xiao remained largely unfazed. Within the void, atop the primordial tree, a branch symbolizing the bloodline of the seven-colored devouring python trembled slightly. An intensely pure aura of the seven-colored devouring python suddenly emanated from Xiao's being. The mindless remnants, engulfed in confusion, circled around him repeatedly. Despite their bewilderment, the unmistakable aura of the seven-colored devouring python radiating from Xiao prompted these spirits to convey a measure of goodwill. Although these remnants could linger as spirits, they possessed no true intelligence. In fact, after Medusa evolved into the nine-colored devouring python, these remnants could be directed by her. After all, not every place possesses the miraculous properties of the celestial tomb. Xiao gently stroked a nearby seven-colored devouring python, then produced the nine-colored origin stone he had previously acquired. Casting a glance at Medusa, at that moment, her aura fluctuated erratically, clearly at a critical juncture of breakthrough, yet she remained constrained, unable to take that pivotal step. Xiao observed Medusa, confirming that she had entered a deep state of slumber. This location, being at the bottom of the nine-nether yellow spring, was not accessible to just anyone. Coupled with the protective presence of the seven-colored devouring python remnants, the safety level was significantly heightened. He could also request Medusa's assistance, allowing her to rest assured in her deep slumber while he guided the process of her breakthrough using his bloodline power. Thus, let me extend my aid. Raising the nine-colored origin stone with his right hand, the branch representing the bloodline of the seven-colored devouring python trembled slightly. As a formidable surge of bloodline power flowed into the stone, the nine-colored origin stone radiated a brilliant light, illuminating even the faintest ninth trace of colorful patterns. Go! The nine-colored origin stone transformed into a resplendent arc of nine colors, penetrating the brow of the colossal seven-colored devouring python. The bloodline power continuously surged, autonomously absorbing the surrounding energies of the cosmos, ultimately forming a massive energy vortex thousands of feet in diameter around the python's body. To what extent it can grow ultimately depends on you alone. Watching the grand energy vortex, Xiao smiled, and without lingering further, he returned to the pill tower through the golden tree. In the forthcoming period, the situation in Zhongzhou is tumultuous. The establishment of the Dan Alliance has caused a sensation throughout Zhongzhou, accompanied by a series of minor conflicts with the Soul Palace. However, an even more captivating piece of news has emerged, one that rivals the significance of the Dan Alliance's formation. Following the spatial trade fair, the impending emergence of the Bodhi ancient tree has not been concealed, thanks to the efforts of some astute individuals. Instead, it has been made public, inviting greater participation from various factions, allowing those disseminating the information to exploit the ensuing chaos. Compared to the formation of the Dan Alliance, the news of the Bodhi ancient tree's appearance is even more electrifying. After all, the establishment of the Dan Alliance does not directly impact one's own interests. Yet for those ancient beings who have reached their limits, the Bodhi ancient tree presents an opportunity to further their cultivation. It could even propel them to the pinnacle of the continent, the Do Sheng. Countless powerful individuals dedicate their lives to reaching this legendary realm. Any prospect that could enhance their chances of attaining the Do Sheng level would compel them to pursue it recklessly, even if the path ahead is fraught with peril. Even if their actions resemble a moth drawn to a flame, they would charge forward without hesitation, all in pursuit of that fleeting opportunity. For in comparison to languishing in desolation, fighting for a slim chance of success is far more appealing. Perhaps it could truly lead them to the heights of power. The Bodhi ancient tree does not merely ignite the desires of those at the peak of the Dozun. Even ordinary Dozun are immensely eager. After all, the legendary Dozun who obtained the Bodhi heart was merely a two-star Dozun. Through immense fortune, he achieved the Bodhi heart, allowing him to break through to the Dosheng level in less than 5 years. Following the celestial phenomena heralding the emergence of the Bodhi ancient tree, the veracity of this information has been irrevocably established. Consequently, even the conflicts between the Dan Alliance and the Soul Palace have diminished significantly, as both begin preparations for the Bodhi ancient tree's arrival. Within the Dan Tower, Xiao stretched lazily, aware that the establishment of the alliance was primarily driven by the efforts of the Dan Tower. Thus, after deliberation, it was ultimately decided to name it the Dan Alliance. However, the leader of the alliance is not from the Dan Tower, but rather Yao Chun from the Starfall Pavilion, whose strength and reputation are more than sufficient. Moreover, since the Dan Tower was the catalyst for this alliance, it would be inappropriate for someone from the tower to assume the leadership role. After all, that would make it appear more like a subsidiary force of the Dan Tower rather than a coalition of mutual support. Xiao Zhe is indifferent to this arrangement. His primary motivation for facilitating the alliance was to restrain the power of the Soul Palace and prevent them from targeting the Xiao family again. Master Xiao Zhe, it is time to depart for the wild ancient domain, Qing Lin reminded him at the door. Following the formation of the alliance, the overall strength of the Dan alliance has surged, allowing Xiao Zhe to confidently venture to the wild ancient domain without needing to remain here. Let us embark on our journey. The ancient wilderness domain is situated beyond the northeastern region of the Duki continent. It will take considerable time to travel from the Dan Tower, yet departing now should allow us to arrive in due time. The three of them made the necessary preparations and then set forth directly from the Dan Tower, heading towards the ancient wilderness domain.